Reflecting on his life, Klein achieved remarkable success. He traversed into the pirate world, becoming a contemporary student alongside Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa. Aware of his limited talent, he recognized the reality early on. His dreams were modest, only seeking a stable life as a branch chief and living peacefully. However, one day he suddenly awakened a golden finger, a pirate king idle game developed by an unknown small workshop. From then on, his originally calm life was completely shattered, stepping towards an unpredictable future. Chapter 1. Rebirth. My classmate is Karp. My name is Monkey.Karp. I come from the EC, and my dream of becoming a Navy is to enjoy punching and beating those despicable pirates. On the podium, a boy with a tiger-like face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes grinned widely, showing 2 rows of shining silver-white teeth as he introduced himself. Monkey.Karp. Is this what Karp looked like when he was young? A spirited young man, Klein thought, gazing at Karp's youthful face, his thoughts drifting away. Having arrived in this world for 17 years, he had long known that the world he traversed was extremely dangerous, filled with powerful figures and rampant pirates. However, even though pirates are dangerous, this world's dangers are far more than just pirates. Klein enrolled in the Navy Academy, hoping to become a strong person, master the 6 powers in Haki, and then return to his hometown or the EC to become a colonel, living a life of ease and waiting for death. The New World and the Grand Line are not something ordinary people can navigate. The monsters here are truly numerous. Devil fruit abilities are tricky and hard to defend against. With his ordinary talent, Klein knew that even if he worked hard, he couldn't become a top-tier powerhouse. After 17 years of traversing this pirate world, he was initially very happy and excited, harboring beautiful fantasies about the future, but the sun of destiny had yet to appear. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He had to start training hard by himself. For 17 years, he had never slacked off, but his strength was far from satisfactory. Gradually, he was worn down by reality. He could only say that his talent was slightly stronger than that of an average person, but he was nowhere near a genius. 18 years of hard training resulted in achievements far inferior to Kobe, who, with 200 times the effort, could achieve results in just a month or 2. Comparing people, it's infuriating, or rather, having a temporary cheat is exhilarating, but always having a cheat is even better. Klein wished so much that he could have a cheat like Kobe. In the Navy and CP organizations, many people train hard, even risking their lives, but genius is genius. It's a dream that ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime. Moreover, he was a cheat. Klein knew very well that his talent was far from others. He could only plan to become a Navy colonel at a branch in the future, becoming a local emperor, just like Kuro's original dream, to live safely for the rest of his life. After all, he was born early enough. Now it is the year 1463 of the Sea Circle calendar. By the time Luffy set sail, he will be a 70-something old man, already retired, and it would be impossible for him to capture Luffy or get involved. Klein's thoughts raced in his mind. On the podium, after Karp finished introducing himself, a boy with an explosive hairstyle, bushy sideburns, and a thin frame stepped up, his eyebrows shaped like an inverted butt. Wearing a serious expression all the time, he introduced himself. My name is Sengoku. I like calligraphy, and my dream is to capture all the pirates at sea and send them to prison, or send them to Judicial Island for trial. Young Sengoku. In the audience, watching the explosive-haired Sengoku, Klein thought to himself, this is the future Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I can hardly recognize him. Then he smiled proudly in his heart. I'll build a good relationship with Karp and Sengoku, and in the future, they'll do me a favor and send me to the East Sea branch for happy life. Won't that be great? Besides, being a pirate is not just about fighting. It's about human relationships. This point, no matter in which world, is solid advice. The background connections as a cheat can be vividly illustrated in Luffy's case. Those who understand, understand. Instantly, Klein couldn't help but feel melancholic. Damn talent. So limited, it's really frustrating. If only my talent were a bit better, with my 17 years of effort. Not to mention reaching the level of an emperor, even becoming a rear admiral, and eating a devil fruit would at least make me a notable figure. How did I end up as just an extra? Next, the other classmates introduced themselves, including Zefa and Crane. Upon seeing the young and beautiful girl with a ponytail, serious expression, and seemingly walked out of manga, Klein's eyes lit up. Beautiful, So beautiful. As his gaze shifted down, the loose navy uniform couldn't hide the waves beneath. She walked with a slight sway, already quite impressive at such a young age. Female characters in the pirate world, at their blooming age, truly outshine even the fairest of beauties. Klein couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Oda. Although you have a bad taste, the female characters in their youth are all well endowed. It seems that only men understand men. Soon, it was Klein's turn to introduce himself from the back row by the window. Sitting on the throne of the king's hometown, standing under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto the podium and briefly introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Klein, and my dream is to become a bit stronger. In his previous life, money wasn't everything, but without money, nothing could be done. In the pirate world, strength isn't everything, but without strength, one is just a nobody. After everyone finished introducing themselves, the instructor spoke. You all know that to become an excellent Navy soldier, you must have a strong physique, so daily physical training is essential. All trainees follow me immediately out of the classroom to start physical training. On the training field, the students lined up according to their seating arrangements, and Klein stood at the back of the line, looking at the tall students in front of him, feeling overshadowed. These students were all exceptionally tall, especially Karp and Sengoku, while Zefa was younger, but not short either. Even Crane stood at about 1.89 meters. As for Klein, at 17 years old, he was only about 1.7 meters tall, which was simply disabled in the pirate world. The height of admirals is generally around 3 meters, and the only short one among the 4 emperors is Shanks. The others, each one could rival giants. Damn this talent. Standing with these monsters is really disheartening. Klein thought bitterly. He felt the impact of the talent gap. Fortunately, he was standing in the last row, not too noticeable, almost like a transparent person. Moreover, Klein glanced at the other students and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm no different from them, that in the future, my strength will likely only be at the level of cannon fodder in the Marineford War. Then, they began the most basic physical training, which was also a form of testing, allowing the instructor to better understand the current physical condition and willpower of this group of trainees. Klein couldn't help but look at Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa. These 3 guys will all be at the admiral level in the future, each one a monster. Let's see just how strong they are. Now, Chapter 2. Comparing people is infuriating. Monster-like talent, the standard push-up, keep going until you can't hold on anymore. With the instructor's command, all the trainees placed their hands on the ground and began doing push-ups. Klein had been consciously doing push-ups every day since he was very young, including one-handed push-ups and handstand push-ups. Each trainee was counting their repetitions aloud while the instructor supervised nearby. At first, all the trainees easily completed hundreds of push-ups, but as they reached thousands, some began to sweat profusely, their arms growing sore and painful. A few trainees with weaker stamina even started to have their arms flapping like butterflies. Skinny Dog. Hearing the sounds of trainees giving up around him, Klein couldn't help but think of the often mocked phrase online in his past life. Skinny Dog, can you handle it? Thousands of push-ups would have been impressive in his past life. But in the world of pirates, little Kalami. Klein caught a glimpse of Garp from the corner of his eye. That guy was like a beast, doing thousands of push-ups without even breaking a sweat. And himself. Sweat was already beading on his forehead, and his body was heating up. He knew his limit for push-ups in one go was tens of thousands. Among all the trainees, he was only a below-average level. After lying on the ground, drenched in sweat for 2 to 3 hours, he looked at the trainees who were still continuing with their push-ups and thought, are these TMD even human? He also spotted that striking figure among the trainees, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Luckily, he knew she would become the Navy's chief of staff in the future. Otherwise, the blow to his morale would have been overwhelming. Looking at the other trainees who had already given up, he saw that they were all deeply affected. Some looked bewildered, some had dark expressions, and some were in disbelief. Many of them were geniuses from the 4 Seas branches, outstanding Navy Reserve members who were top tier in their respective branches. But upon arriving at the Navy headquarters, they realized that compared to the real monsters, their talents could only be described as mediocre. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between a person and a dog. Klein deeply felt the malice of talent, but of course, he also knew that hard work would definitely be useful. Klein thought happily, competing with these monsters is just asking for trouble. When I become a colonel in the branch, marry 7 or 8 wives, I will definitely dominate and make them beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Maid outfits, catgirl outfits, black and white dual styles. I'll arrange them all. At this moment, the instructor had already written down his evaluation in the notebook. Klein, age, 18, physical fitness, C, willpower, B, potential, tentatively B at the bottom of the notebook. The grading was divided into 6 levels. S, A, B, C, D, F.B. By the time they reached 100,000 push-ups, most trainees had already reached their limits, with only a few still managing to push through. Several hours had quietly passed. Other trainees, including Klein, wore expressions of wow. This is amazing. And is this still poetry? As they observed the postures of these trainees. Several more hours passed, and the 14-year-old Zefa collapsed, leaving only Garp and Sengoku on the field. Hundreds of thousands of push-ups. Is this poetry? Garp and Sengoku were now fully engaged in a contest, Garp laughing widely. Haha. Hey, you little guy, you can't hold on much longer, can you? Stop bragging. I won't lose to a guy like you. Sengoku shot back with narrowed eyes, raising an eyebrow in response to Garp's provocation. Saying this, he ignored Garp's subsequent trash talk, prompting Garp to wisely close his mouth and conserve energy for a showdown with Sengoku. Let's see whose stamina is stronger. The instructor was secretly overjoyed. I didn't expect that this batch of trainees would have several promising candidates, especially Garp and Sengoku. Their physical fitness is simply on par with those seasoned Navy generals. If they are properly guided, they will definitely become outstanding Navy officers in the future. What a treasure! Garp, age, 18, physical fitness, S, willpower, S, potential, S. Sengoku, age, 19, physical fitness, S, willpower, S, potential, S. As the sun set, Garp and Sengoku were still gritting their teeth, while the other trainees were left in a daze watching them. Same species, but why is the gap so huge? Klein had no intention of competing with these monsters, and the instructor finally called a halt. That's enough. Both of you performed exceptionally well. It's getting late. All trainees should head to the cafeteria to eat and rest early tonight. Starting tomorrow, we will begin special physical training and other courses. With the instructor stepping in, Garp and Sengoku reluctantly stood up. Garp raised his chin. Hey, explosion head, when we have practical training next, I will definitely defeat you. You're the only one qualified to be my opponent. Saying this, he showcased his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Hearing the nickname, Explosion Head, Sengoku raised an eyebrow, instantly furious. Garp, I have a name. It's Sengoku, and no one is allowed to call me Explosion Head. Ha ha! Garp laughed heartily. Your hairstyle is really unique. If you don't want me to call you Explosion Head, then prove yourself with your strength. Seeing Garp completely ignoring him, Sengoku's face darkened with anger. Gritting his teeth, how could there be a bastard like you among the trainees? Their banter provided Klein with quite a show. Indeed, the bonds between men are formed this way. Even among genius strongmen, there is mutual attraction. To put it simply, rich second-generation kids have their own circles how do I integrate into this circle and build good relationships with them to facilitate my future role as a Navy colonel? While eating in the cafeteria, Klein pondered this question as he ate, thinking that to forge strong bonds among men, they must have gone through the same window, carried guns together, split spoils, and even visited brothels together. Visiting brothels is out of the question. Guys like Sengoku and Garp are clearly not interested in women at all. But I'm different. I was born a man's man. So, I need to arrange the same dormitory. Klein quickly finished his meal and started making arrangements to have himself, Garp, Sengoku, and Zefa assigned to the same dormitory. What a perfect plan. Crunch, crunch. Hey, what are you eating? Garp walked into the dormitory and saw Klein munching on snacks, making a crisp sound. Donuts. Klein, sitting on the edge of the bed, smiled and said, You're Garp, right? Want to give it a try? They're really good. Klein spoke kindly, starting his plan to build rapport. Oh no, to get closer. Curious, Garp walked over with a grin, casually taking the bag Klein offered and asking, Bet your name is Klein? It's Klein. Then I'll call you long-haired guy. Klein thought to himself, I suspect you and Luffy have the same mother. Chapter 3. Sailing Idle Game. Healthy game announcement. Klein touched his ponytail. His hair wasn't as long as Sparky Jabba's, but it had been growing for several years. Crunch, crunch. Hey, this donut is really delicious. Thanks, long-haired guy. Karp said with a smile, very satisfied with the donut. Creak. The dormitory door was pushed open. Afro. Damn it, Karp. Karp and Sengoku's eyes widened in surprise. their gazes colliding and intertwining in the air like electric sparks. How annoying. Why do I have to share a dorm with you? Sengoku said, his brows furrowed in displeasure as he walked to the bed opposite Klein. This bed is mine. Getting assigned to the same dorm was naturally thanks to me. Klein smiled and said, Sengoku, we'll all be in the same dorm from now on. I'm Klein. Sengoku nodded, still wearing an unpleasant expression that he lay on his bed, listening to Karp munching on the donut, feeling a bit irritated, and shouted at Karp, Hey, damn it, Karp, can you not make that noise when you eat? This donut is really good. Do you want some? Karp grinned and offered the bag to Sengoku. Sengoku, who was already feeling hot under the collar, felt a bit embarrassed by Karp's kindness, turned away, and said, I don't want any. Hurry up and finish. Don't disturb my sleep. Soon, the last member of the dorm, one of the Iron Triangle, Zefa, entered the room. After chatting with Klein for a while and getting to know each other, everyone went to sleep. Today is truly a memorable day. Lying on his bed, Klein couldn't help but think that his talent destined him to not be very powerful in the future unless he got a mythical Zoan Devil fruit. Only then could he change his fate and break the shackles of his physical talent. Mythical Zoan fruits were rarer than Logia fruits in the early anime, and in the later stages, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were rampant. But despite that, the difficulty of obtaining a mythical Zoan Devil fruit was even greater than winning the lottery. The only hope was the pink, artificial Qinglong fruit made by Vegapunk, but that was many years away. His life seemed to have a clear endpoint. Klein felt quite melancholic. Although he had taken the first step in building relationships with Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa, his strength would inevitably lag far behind them. So, living a safe life, marrying 7 or 8 beautiful wives, and enjoying a landlord's life in the branch office wouldn't be a bad thing. Just as he thought about this, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. Ding! Pirate Idol game loaded. Click to enter the game. For a moment, Klein thought he was dreaming, but the game interface in his mind was so clear, it felt like a high-definition projector was displaying it in his brain. What's going on? What the hell? You could have come earlier. Suddenly appearing scared the hell out of me. I thought I was seeing ghosts. The system was late, but finally arrived. There was a moment of disbelief, but then came overwhelming joy. Want to get stronger as an ordinary person? Of course, you need a cheat. Now, bring on the cheat. Klein felt like he had just taken a hit of Kunyua, wanted to jump up and perform a show of singing, dancing, rap, and basketball on the door. I could see this moment. He was completely like Charlotte on stage, waving his fists and shouting awesome to vent. But he knew. He couldn't. There were other people in the dorm, and Klein could only suppress this overwhelming joy in his heart, but his body was still trembling with excitement. After a long time, Klein finally calmed down his excited emotions, feeling a bit teary-eyed. God knows how he'd gotten through these 15 years. Cultivation is not just physical, but also spiritual. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of effort off stage. Don't look at today's physical test, ranking being mediocre, but he had put in over 10 years of hard work. But such effort would likely only make him a cannon fodder in the future, and if he was unlucky enough to encounter a pirate or criminal pretending to be weak, or even a sneak attack, he would lose his life. That don't be too quick to rejoice. Let's check the system first, or else too much joy can lead to sadness. There's nowhere to cry in the dorm. Klein looked at the game screen in his mind. The first thing that stood out was the game's name. Next was the box to enter the game. Below was the familiar, healthy game advisory. Resist bad games, refuse pirated games. Be careful to protect yourself and beware of scams. Moderate gaming benefits the brain, while excessive gaming harms health. Plan your time wisely and enjoy a healthy life. This little game has a strong small workshop vibe. It won't have any traps, right? Klein thought nervously, feeling like it was made by some small company as a money-grabbing game that would make a quick buck and run. Even the game's illustrations and icons felt very generic. Whatever, whether it's big or small, I'll just find out when I try it. Besides, this is probably the only chance to change my talent and become powerful. As Klein's thoughts moved, he saw the entry box for the game move slightly, and then the screen transitioned to a familiar loading interface. The speed wasn't slow, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing it doesn't require internet. Otherwise, where would I find a signal in this world? Once the interface finished loading, it moved on to the character creation phase. It was a very cartoonish interface, big-headed dolls with big eyes, simple short sleeves and shorts on the character, male and female genders, hairstyles, face designs. It resembled the characters from Maple Story, just a bit more refined and cute. Please enter character name. Imp Dad character. Male game character created successfully, entering the game. The screen changed, showing a scene of Pirate King Roger being executed in Lowtown, that a man who possessed the world's wealth, fame, and power, who once had everything in the world, Pirate King Joel D. Roger. The Great Pirate Era. Klein could almost recite this dialogue, and seeing the skip option in the upper right corner, he unhesitatingly chose to skip this scene. Besides, Roger hadn't set sail yet. He was probably still in the East Blue, acting like a spirited young man. After skipping the scene, the screen showed an island with a dazzling array of icons and various buildings. Many red dots appeared on the icons. Very good, just the right vibe. Next it's time to follow the newbie guide and get to work. Klein had played some games before and knew the routine. Strongly domestic flavor. I'm familiar with this. Chapter 4. Adventure Levels. Chapter 1. The Eureka Pirate Crew. The beginner's guide begins. The screen suddenly dims, displaying a mouse pointer pointing to the level section, following the guide. Klein clicks on the level. The screen transitions to a loading interface, and after loading is complete, it shows a pirate ship, which has a swan at the bow and a black flag with a skull adorned with a red heart. The Eureka Pirate Crew. The ship's icon also has an arrow symbol indicating a beginner's guide. That fat lady? Even though it was an anime watched many years ago, Klein still remembers the general plot. Isn't that the shameless fat lady Eureka who asked Kobe, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Later, after eating the slippery fruit, she indeed transformed from a fat lady into a beautiful woman. Is this what they call fat people are potential stocks? Of course, there's also the reverse example. Charlotte Linlin, who went from a beauty to an old lady. It's really hard to describe. The game's plot. Sure enough, the game does not match the timeline Klein is in, which gives him a bit more confidence. The beginner's guide points to level 11. Klein is very familiar with this, so he clicks directly. The screen suddenly changes, and his character, a cartoon version of him, runs onto the screen from the left side, empty-handed. A bright green health bar shines above his head. On the right side of the screen appears a fierce-looking guy with a headscarf and a long knife, with a red health bar above his head. It's obviously a pirate. The battle takes place on the deck of the ship. So, it's clearly a turn-based game. This small studio is only capable of this level. Something like Black Myth would be much better. At least let me experience the joy of battle and gain some combat experience. Klein complains internally, but the game level has already started. The cartoon character attacks the pirate with a flurry of punches and kicks, while the pirate's knife also strikes the character, cutting into an artery and splattering blood like a fountain, significantly reducing the health bar. A pirate, and level 1 isn't supposed to be that difficult. Klein watches the screen, but after a few rounds, he realizes something is wrong. Very wrong. Why is my health bar dropping so quickly? Who designed a character that can't even get through level 1? Answer me. Look at my eyes. Even a recent graduate shouldn't be capable of such a detestable design. Come out, designer, I'll put a knife to your neck, and we can have a good talk. As the cartoon character's health bar reaches 0, it falls into a pool of blood. The entire screen loses color and becomes gray, with the challenge failure screen glaringly noticeable. The words, challenge failed, appear in the center of the screen, providing the prompt, please increase your combat power. Klein looks at the screen, wanting to see which genius is behind this game design. So infuriating. I'm about to explode. A poet? This is still considered poetry? But what to do? What else can I do? Klein's fists under the blanket clench and relax repeatedly. He wants to find someone to fight, but he thinks about his 3 roommates, Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa. All right, even the youngest, Zefa, might not be a match for him. What else to say? Just follow the game's guidance and play. I want to see what this gourd is selling. Following the arrow's guidance, he exits the battle chapter, returning to the game's main interface. The arrow points to the training room among a row of icons below. Klein follows the instructions and clicks on the training room. The training room in the screen is simple, with the room being small and only a sandbag hanging from the ceiling, while his cartoon character stands next to the sandbag. Click the sandbag to train, consuming 10 stamina points per hour. Current training room level is LV1. Training for 1 hour grants 10 experience points. Note, stamina refreshes at midnight every day. When Klein clicks on the sandbag, a box pops up showing 1, and the stamina bar in the upper right corner shows 95-100, indicating he used 5 stamina points in the earlier challenge. It looks like he needs to train passively to level up the character. So he sets it to train for 9 hours first, and will check again in the morning. Klein sets the number to 9 and clicks Start Training. Just when he feels something is missing, the screen immediately flashes with bright golden light. Purchase a monthly card to gain a 5 training bonus. Do you want to buy it? Price, 6,000 berries. That's it. I was wondering what was off. It turns out I was missing a recharge. Familiar monthly card, 6,000 berries, reasonable, good deal. Buying means making a profit. Klein naturally chooses to recharge. It's only 6,000 berries. I've inherited a fortune, and I haven't spent much over the years. I still have some money. I'll recharge. While he was still thinking about how to put money into this broken game, the prompt sound immediately rang. Recharge successful. Your current balance is 253,668 berries. Dude, is this for real? Klein's mouth twitched, and he thought, what the heck? Did they tie my card to the game? If he remembers correctly, this is the money from his bank card, all from his parents' inheritance in this world. His father was a naval colonel who was killed by pirates, leading to his mother suffering from severe bleeding during childbirth after hearing the news. Klein inherited his family's fortune and his father's pension, and although he spent quite a bit over the past 15 years, there was still over 1 million berries left in his card. 6,000 berries isn't much compared to over 1 million. Klein didn't pay too much attention, but he had a vague feeling that something was off. Monthly card purchased successfully. Current training room experience bonus, 5. Great, an extra 5 experience over time. That adds up to a significant number. This monthly card is quite valuable. About 5 points a day, that is 150 points a month, and a year would be. The excitement hadn't worn off yet. The screen once again displayed the golden recharge interface. Would you like to purchase the training room upgrade package? 300 berries, 680 berries, 1280 berries, 6,480 berries. Each upgrade of the training room increases the experience gained by 5, unlocking skills at level 10. A total of 4 tiers. This screen, these familiar recharge amounts, oddly made Klein's heart tighten. Good heavens, this feels so familiar. It's like I'm back in Blue Star. First, let us take a look at the package contents. 300 berries. Obtain 10 exclusive upgrade stones for the training room. 680 berries. 30 pieces. 1280 berries. 60 pieces. 6,480 berries. 400 pieces. If he buys everything, he could upgrade the training room twice, giving a permanent 10 experience bonus. Brothers, let us do it. Recharge. Chapter 5 Recharge Successful. First upgrade, Recharge Successful. Your current balance is 244,948 berries. Klein immediately prepared to upgrade the training room with the materials he obtained from the recharge, so he could enjoy the experience gain effect brought by the upgrade in advance. Isn't that great? Exclusive stones required for upgrading the training room, 100. Without hesitation, Klein clicked the upgrade button and a hammer appeared on the screen, striking the simple, worn-out training room. Current progress of the training room upgrade still needs 0 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Congratulations, the host has received a free crafting acceleration card, which can accelerate crafting time by 1 hour. Would you like to use it? Yes. With the use of the crafting acceleration card, the progress bar instantly filled up, completing the crafting. A corresponding prompt also popped up on the screen. Training room upgrade successful. Current level LV. 2. Gained experience boost of 5. Klein was not very happy. He originally thought that he only needed to spend upgrade stones to upgrade the training room, but he didn't expect there to be a time requirement, according to the usual pattern of small workshops. Sure enough, when he spent 200 upgrade stones to upgrade the training room to LV 3, the time required for the training room upgrade became 2 hours. Would you like to purchase the crafting acceleration card big package? 300 berries, 680 berries, 1280 berries, 6,480 berries. The usual 4-tier discount packages appeared in the center of the game screen, and the number of crafting upgrade stones in each package was clear at a glance. They were 1 card, 3 cards, 6 cards, and 40 cards. Klein felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He sensed the classic trap of mini-games from his previous life. One step slow, every step slow. If others buy it and you don't, then in the game, you'll only be left far behind on the leaderboard. Buy. The sooner you upgrade, the sooner you enjoy it. Each level of the training room provides a 5 training boost, so this money cannot be saved. Recharge successful. Your current balance is 288 berries. Spending 2 crafting acceleration cards, the training room instantly upgraded to LV3, and the experience boost rose to 10. However, upgrading the training room again required 300 upgrade stones, and Klein was still 100 stones short of that. The stones were not enough. Klein felt a bit uncomfortable. The training room's level was crucial for his character's experience gain. He decided to check them all. Exiting the training room and opening them all, he quickly found the training room upgrade stone, priced at 100 berries each. The bright berries made Klein's mouth twitch as he thought to himself, "Are they not even pretending? It's just berries." He had played many games where fairy stones, fairy fate, fairy jade, diamonds, etc. could only be obtained through recharge. And then those items were used to purchase items in the mall, directly using money. This was unprecedented. Looking at the prices, they were indeed more expensive than the discount packages, and the cost-effectiveness was clear. However, considering the benefits brought by the training room levels and looking at his balance, I'm charging. Klein roughly calculated in his mind that 100 stones would require 10,000 berries, and with over 1,000,000 berries in his balance, he decided to start with 100,000 berries. After directly purchasing 1,000 training room upgrade stones, he hurriedly opened the training room to start upgrading. He spent a total of 700 upgrade stones and 12 crafting acceleration cards, upgrading the training room by 2 levels, bringing its level to LV5, with the experience boost reaching 20. Combined with the previous monthly cards 5, the total experience boost was 25. Very good. Spending a little money for a big improvement, investing in the training room's upgrade would benefit him for life in the game. It would be upgraded sooner or later. The sooner he upgraded, the sooner he enjoyed it. The LV5 training room looked much more refined. It was no longer shabby, and there were many more training devices. His chibi game character was diligently punching a sandbag to gain experience points. Although he had spent over 100,000 berries in just a short time of playing, Klein did not feel too heartbroken. This game, reminiscent of a domestic money-making game from his previous life, felt familiar and nostalgic, and it somewhat allowed Klein to feel a bit of nurturing joy. Although it couldn't compare to the happiness of Lolis, it still made him feel that his berries were worth spending. It was like finding back the joy of gaming from his previous life, passing the boring leisure time. Moreover, he comforted himself that at the Naval Academy, his food and accommodation were covered, and he had no other spending needs. Besides, this game might be the key to changing his life. So spending a little money to try it out wasn't a big deal. Let's hang on for one night and see the situation. After all, what impact this game would have on him was still unknown for now. Gathering his thoughts, exiting the game scene in his mind, Klein then noticed the snoring sound coming from the upper bunk in the dorm. Damn, I forgot that this guy Karp snores. Without looking, Klein knew that Karp must have a big snot bubble coming out his nose, growing and shrinking with his breathing. Helplessly, Klein could only cover his ears and turn to the side, only to find Sengoku across from him grinding his teeth, seemingly also affected by Karp's snoring. The next day, "Hey, ponytail guy, wake up. If you don't get up soon, you'll be late." Karp shook Klein's body. Klein groggily woke up, feeling extremely sleepy. He didn't know when he fell asleep last night, only that he had been counting sheep back and forth for a long time. So tired. Klein yawned, feeling his eyelids were very heavy, and his whole body was soft and weak, like a zombie as he went to the bathroom. When he saw his swollen panda eyes in the mirror, he was shocked. "What the hell? Is this me? Panda boy, didn't you sleep well last night?" Karp turned to look at Klein. Not far away, Sengoku's eyes were red, filled with bloodshot veins, casting a look at Karp that seemed like he wanted to eat him. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, sharing a dorm with this guy Karp is really unlucky. Klein touched his panda eyes and thought to himself, these dark circles are too heavy. Did the anime style bring itself into the real world? If someone didn't know better, they would think my body is as weak as a greyhound. His physical fitness was actually quite good, yet dark circles still appeared, and they were clearly like he had smeared pot bottom ash on them. Looking in the mirror, the sight of his dark circles suddenly made him feel more awake, and all sleepiness vanished. Klein suddenly remembered the idle pirate minigame he had awakened last night, and immediately focused his consciousness back into his mind to check his game character. Idol completed. This time the training room idol gained experience points, 113. Level up, LV. 1 to LV, 2 experience points, 13,200, health, 110 attack. Defense, physique, 56. Chapter 6 First Recharge gives Conqueror's Haki. The moment Klein's game character leveled up, he suddenly felt a warm current appear in his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones, making him feel very comfortable. This feeling came quickly and left just as swiftly, not giving him any time to savor it. The whole process lasted less than 3 seconds. It felt great for 3 seconds, but it was too quick. He wanted to enjoy it a little longer. Klein was very reluctant, and there was almost nosage time before he realized, wow, this game as character leveling actually has a cashback effect on me. So exhilarating. Klein was overjoyed, and the huge surprise made him laugh out loud. Unable to hold it back. Panda Manu, you haven't gone crazy, have you? Is insomnia really that terrifying? Karp waved his big hand in front of Klein. Klein immediately put away his smile. But the grin at the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. He slapped his face, thinking it's nothing, just didn't sleep well. Inside, he was already overjoyed. As long as the game character keeps leveling up, wouldn't I be invincible? If talent is lacking, let the game make up for it. My name Klein will surely be passed down across this vast sea. What rocks, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido. In the future, when they encounter me, they'll have to step aside. At this moment, all the frustration in his heart was swept away. He let his game character continue to idle, quickly washed up, had a meal, and began today's lessons. Yesterday, I conducted a simple test for you all. Starting today, there will be physical training every day, and a month later, I will conduct a second, more comprehensive test. The instructor spoke. Karp rubbed his fists together, looking excited, and boldly asked, "Instructor, when do we start practical training?" The practical training course is temporarily scheduled for later. What is most important for you now is physical training. Then they began a full day of physical training, long-distance running, swimming, various strength training, with a packed schedule for the day. For Klein, the high-intensity training left him more exhausted than a workhorse working a 12-hour shift in a factory. When he returned to the dormitory, he collapsed directly onto the bed. This training volume was more than 10 times what I usually do. But Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa chose to train extra, which was going to push others to their limits. Even if they had top talent, their hard work was simply not letting others live. Today, Karp, Sengoku, Zefa, and others chose to train with weights, yet they were still far ahead of other trainees. It was impossible to catch up with them. Over time, other trainees would only be left far behind. Klein suddenly smiled, thinking, I'm different. I have a system. Idle away. Entering the game. Today, Klein was filled with great enthusiasm. As soon as he entered the game, a first recharge prompt popped up. A shiny banner appeared right in the center of the screen, glittering and dazzling. Newbie benefit. Essential for advancement. Recharge 600 berries to obtain the qualifications of a king. Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, the rarest type of Haki, cannot be obtained through postnatal training. Effect. Attack damage permanently increased by 5. Training experience gain permanently increased by 5. Stamina limit increased by 5. First recharge gives Conqueror's Haki. Klein was ecstatic. Conqueror's Haki was essential for the strong in the pirate world. It was also the ultimate tool for showing off. With a single death stare, he could take out all the small fry, and even someone as strong as Shanks would have a hard time resisting it. Even a vice admiral would have to raise their hands and surrender upon seeing it. It was incredibly cool. Any hesitation was a disrespect to Conqueror's Haki. This first recharge was simply too cost-effective. Its value was maximized among all packages. Buying it was a profit. Huge profit. Recharge TMD. Recharge successful. Current balance. 244. 348 berries. Gained Conqueror's Haki. Current level LV. 1. Effect. Attack damage permanently increased by 5. Training experience gained permanently increased by 5. Stamina limit increased by 5. So worth it. While he was overjoyed, a mysterious and inexplicable energy instantly surged into Klein's body, including his brain. The original drowsiness, fatigue, and exhaustion were instantly reduced by more than half. At that moment, Klein suddenly realized that he had become a man with the qualifications of a king, a rarity among millions. In the anime, currently, only 2 people in the Navy possess Conqueror's Haki: Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp. So, now if I'm the 3rd person in the Navy with Conqueror's Haki, what if my talent is lacking? I have a system. I can also be a naval genius. Klein couldn't be happier. He felt like he had fallen into Robin and Nami's bath, bubbling with joy. So refreshing. Since I can obtain Conqueror's Haki, this game definitely allows for other abilities as well, and with idling, I can get stronger while lying down. I can easily slack off during the daytime training. Klein couldn't help but imagine the best. It seemed like he could also train to become stronger, and with the game, 11 is much greater than 2. Surpassing those 2 monsters, Karp and Sengoku, should be simple. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking he should let them know what true genius and monsters are. First, I'll level up my game character, then I'll shock them. Karp and Sengoku will definitely be very confused. He knew that Karp and Sengoku were competing with each other during daytime training, and currently, none of the other trainees were even close to being their competitors. Others didn't even regard them as worthy opponents. Even Zefa was no match. The current Zefa was only 14 years old, 5 years younger than Karp and Sengoku, so the gap was naturally huge. Back in the game, the first recharge page of 600 berries had transformed into a page for a first recharge of 30,000 berries. Essential for clearing. Great chance to obtain legendary equipment. First recharge of 30,000 berries. You can obtain a famous sword treasure chest. Famous sword treasure chest. Open to randomly obtain a famous sword. Klein checked the prizes in the famous sword treasure chest, which included everything from good swords to the 12 supreme great swords. Purple ones were good swords. Golden ones were great swords, and the red legendary ones were supreme great swords. In the icon for the famous sword treasure chest, 12 supreme great swords. First generation Honor Knight, Cloud Cutter, Ace, Gambler's Fireline. Great swords of 21 crafts. Wado Ikamanji, 2nd generation Onamaru, Autumn Water. Heavenly Feather Slash, Inma, Wood Withered Sakura, 10. Good swords of 50 crafts. 3rd generation Onamaru, Snow Walk, Hanajo, Shigure. This package is a bargain. You can't clear levels without equipment. If I could get a supreme great sword, I would make a huge profit. Even a good sword wouldn't be a loss and would greatly help with leveling. This first recharge package, once missed, will be gone. My game character currently has no equipment at all. There's an old saying, if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Naturally, there are rewards for clearing levels, and having good equipment will make it much easier. Klein immediately chose to recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 214. 348 Bailey. The legendary sword chest goes directly into the game backpack. Chapter 7 Charge. Purchase the Deluxe Battle Pass. Open the backpack. Looking at the exquisite famous sword treasure chest quietly lying in the backpack, Klein suddenly felt nervous, filled with anticipation, crossing into the pirate world. It was the first time opening a treasure chest in the game, hoping that the first time would be full of good luck. I will exchange my brother Karp's lifelong singlehood for this moment of luck. With a unified thought, I clicked on the famous sword treasure chest. Various images of famous swords appeared in the treasure chest, flashing through his mind like a rapid parade, so fast that he couldn't see what he would draw. Purple, gold, and red lights flashed quickly in his mind. Soon, the speed slowed down, and one famous sword after another passed by, making Klein's heart tighten. Especially the supreme great knife with a red legendary icon. Every time one passed by, it raised his heart to his throat. It passed by Ace. The night and day was gone. The gambler's fire line was gone. Soon, the icon on the treasure chest fixed on Wado Ikamanji. Klein let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the worst good knife. Wado Ikamanji was a great knife, considered a decent reward. It seems that the idea of exchanging Karp's singlehood for luck had failed. Great knife, 21 work, Wado Ikamanji. Wado Ikamanji. Attack. Special attributes. Damage increase. Critical hit rate. Swordsmanship training experience bonus, 5. Comment. A precious sword carrying Kina's dream contract. A replacement for Pirate Hunter Zoro. Friendly reminder. The sword handle has saliva from Pirate Hunter Zoro. Please keep it clean. There are not many famous swords in the pirate world, and Wado Ikemanji is Zoro's beloved sword, the one with the highest appearance rate. The white sword handle and scabbard, simple and unadorned in appearance, are actually one of the great knives of the 21 Works, a deeply hidden famous sword. Klein was naturally familiar with it, but he had a question. Can the Conqueror's Haki return to the real pirate world from the game? Would Wado Ikemanji appear in the real world? When Wado Ikemanji appeared in the character's backpack, he immediately equipped the weapon on the character, giving the originally chibi character a plain, yet sharp long knife that glinted coldly. Very good. With the long knife in hand, the world is mine. Klein thought, now that I have a golden weapon, let's collect the idle rewards first. Click on the training room. This idle session gained experience, 125. Soon to be level 3, Klein didn't rush to let the character continue idling, but returned to the main character's face to collect the daily sign-in gift. Sign-in Day 1. Received roast meat, X5. Sign-in Day 2. Roast meat. Restores 5 stamina points upon use. Purchase sign-in gift pack to receive double sign-in rewards. Sign-in gift pack. 88,888 berries. Buy. The double sign-in reward is very cost-effective. Recharge successful. Current balance. 125, 460 berries. After signing in and purchasing the gift pack. The red dot on the main interface icon made Klein feel at ease. Then he clicked on the second icon's red dot. Level rewards. Reach level 2 to receive 666 gold coins. Reach level 5 to receive. Purchase level gift pack to receive double level rewards. Level gift pack. 88,888 berries. I still don't know what gold coins are for in this game. Klein was already familiar with the game's recharge trap. 88888 berries. Can't lose out or be fooled. The key is that these rewards can enhance the character and make himself stronger. Can spending money make me stronger? It's a good deal. Recharge successful. Current balance, 1,036, 572 berries. The red dot on the main interface icon disappeared, followed by Battle Pass. Current Battle Pass level, 100. Available reward, Chicken Leg, X1. Purchase Deluxe Battle Pass to directly level up 10 levels, unlocking more rewards. Deluxe Battle Pass price, 188,888 berries. Looking at the price of the Deluxe Battle Pass, Klein was immediately stunned. 180,000 berries? Why is it so expensive? This was the first time the recharge expenditure reached 6 figures, with only 1,000,000 berries left. He had to consider carefully whether to spend money. But when he previewed the Battle Pass rewards, he couldn't sit still. Deluxe Battle Pass, 100 level ultimate reward. Conqueror's Haki upgrade scroll. Random skill upgrade scroll, X1. Character skill, slot 1. Backpack expansion scroll, X1. 24-hour double experience card, X10. These are the final rewards. Between Battle Pass levels 1 to 100, there are many rewards to collect, including training room upgrade stones, crafting acceleration cards, refining stones, strengthening stones, and other materials. I must buy it. The rewards from this Battle Pass are too rich, and there's a time limit, especially the Conqueror's Haki upgrade scroll, which is extremely rare. Klein gritted his teeth and directly chose to recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 847, 684 berries. The balance went from 7 figures to 6 figures. And Klein felt a bit pained, but when he thought of the generous rewards from the Battle Pass, he no longer felt pained. Money could be earned again, but improving strength is the most important thing. With strength, who fears not having money? Even a naval colonel is rich. He couldn't help but think of that white hunter smoker guy who always had 2 cigars in his mouth and his own motorcycle. He has money after graduating from naval school. As long as his strength is sufficient, who fears not having money? Investing in oneself is never wrong. It's 100 times better than spending money on women. Thinking this way, Klein felt much more at ease. The game's main interface still had many icons, but the current game character was only level 2, and many functions had not been unlocked. Let's start pushing the map. There are also many rewards for pushing the map. Click on Adventure Voyage, still Yarlahita Pirates. But this time, Im's father is no longer empty-handed, but appears holding a great knife. He starts a turn-based fight with the pirates wearing headscarves, exchanging blows. There are no flashy moves. Each strike is lethal. With the golden equipment and Wado Ikemanji, the character's damage significantly increased. and after 5 strikes, he killed the pirate minion. Level 11 successfully cleared. Gained experience, 10. Gained gold coins, x 30. Gained white equipment LV. 1. Ordinary dagger. Gained white equipment LV. 1. Ordinary shorts. Gained refining stone x1. After changing into the shorts, slightly increasing some defense, Klein clicked on level 12, and the number of pirate minions appearing on the screen changed from 1 to 3. Even with the great knife in hand, it was hard to fight against 4 hands. Im's father fell into a pool of blood once again. The game screen turned gray. Level failed. Please keep trying. Game character's strength is insufficient. You can become stronger through the following methods. Equipment forging, training room, chapter 8. Value-added rebates. Enhanced special gift packs. Justice in a 3-on-1. Are level 2 characters this week? Klein thought that with the golden equipment, the great knife, he could smoothly push through the levels. Unexpectedly, he only cleared levels 11 and 12 and couldn't get past. The good news is that he unlocked a new feature, equipment forging. The bad news. Klein knew that there would definitely be a premium gift pack waiting for him next, so he followed the prompts to open his character's equipment. He clicked on the great knife in the equipment. Would you like to upgrade the equipment level? Require materials, gold x 500, refining stone x1. Just after clearing 11, he happened to obtain 1 refining stone. Following the prompts, he clicked to upgrade the equipment. Upgrade successful. Great knife LV1 to LV2. Attack XXXXXX. Critical XXXXXX. All attributes had a slight increase, but the materials in his backpack were nearly used up. As expected, a flashy special gift pack purchase interface popped up on the screen. Essential for enhancement. Value-added rebate 600. Limited time 4-tier special gift pack. Would you like to purchase the enhancement big gift pack? 300 belly. Can obtain 100 gold, 1 refining stone. 680 belly. Can obtain 300 gold, 3 refining stones. 1280 belly. Can obtain 600 gold, 6 refining stones. 6480 belly. Can obtain 4,000 gold, 40 refining stones. Recharge. Current balance. 838. 944 belly. After purchasing all 4 special gift packs, Klein spent the materials on upgrading his weapon equipment. He upgraded the great knife to level 7, significantly boosting its attributes. However, the remaining materials were very few, unable to support further upgrades to the equipment. He upgraded his shorts to level 4, but the increase from upgrading white equipment was minimal. Fortunately, he could inherit the upgrades, allowing him to use the equipment in the future with the current enhancement level. After a round of upgrades, Klein confidently continued to push through the levels, only to be harshly struck by reality. Damn, is it this torturous? Can it be easier? Is the designer a poet? Logically, shouldn't there be some kind of newbie protection mechanism? The game shouldn't be so fast-paced and intense at the beginning, allowing players to experience the joy of the game, right? But in the end, this game is really a trap. Struggling to push through the levels was truly a torment, and Klein deeply felt this at the moment, helplessly choosing to let his character continue to idle. Looking at the training room's level, each time the training room level increased, it added 5 experience, which was very necessary to upgrade. But direct purchase in the shop was too unprofitable. Just as Klein was hesitating, a special gift pack purchase interface popped up right in the center of the game screen, shining with dazzling golden light. It was still the 4-tier special gift pack. The special gift pack updates once a day. Klein felt as if he was being monitored, and without much hesitation, he chose to purchase it. He upgraded the training room and bought 4 acceleration card gift packs. Current balance, 821, 464 belly. The balance kept decreasing, but the training room's level increased from 3 to 5, raising the experience bonus to 25. With the monthly card and the Conqueror's Haki, the experience bonus reached 35. Idle. When Klein finished a shower and was about to doze off in bed, the dormitory door was pushed open, and Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa entered the dormitory one after another after finishing their training. Karp glared at Sengoku, his explosive hair, waiting for the practical training to start, so he could show him how powerful his fists were. Damn, Karp, stop talking big. The one who might get beaten to the point of losing his way could be you. Sengoku refused to back down. The two seemed to have completely locked horns. constantly competing with each other, even during training, always keeping an eye on one another, wanting to see who was superior. Looking at Klein lying on the bed, Zefa frowned slightly. Earlier in the cafeteria, he had invited Klein to practice together, but Klein refused, saying he was too tired and couldn't take it anymore. Those with lesser talent should work harder to make up for the gap in talent. Not wanting to look at Klein too much. He knew some people were destined to be mediocre, living a life of just getting by. He went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Klein was also awakened by the noise. He took out the earplugs he had prepared for today from under his pillow and had even prepared a little extra, tossing one pair to Sengoku. Sengoku, here you go, so you won't be disturbed by the shouting. The agile Sengoku caught the two earplugs and showed a grateful expression. Klein, thank you. I'll definitely be able to sleep well tonight. Klein smiled, walked over to the opposite bed, placed another pair of earplugs on Zefa's bed, and returned to his own bed. All right, it's getting late. Let's all sleep. When Zefa came out of the bathroom and climbed onto his bed, he immediately saw the earplugs on his bed and was momentarily stunned. Sengoku reminded him, Zefa, Klein prepared these. With them, you can sleep soundly tonight. Karp's snoring is too loud. I didn't get a good night's sleep last night. Klein. Zefa suddenly felt a bit guilty, looking at Klein, who had already closed his eyes with a hint of regret in his heart. Forget it. Everyone has their own pursuits and ways of living. Since he doesn't want to practice with us, there's no need to force it. Meanwhile, Karp, still showering, hummed a little tune, completely unaware of the situation. The next day, as soon as Klein opened his eyes, the first thing he did was log into the game, immediately starting to sweep through various tasks and special gift packs. He also claimed his idol rewards. Idol completed. This time the training room idol gained experience, 135. Level up, LV, 2 to LV. 3. Experience, 73, 300. Health, 110, 120 attack. Defense. Physique, 68. The benefits of leveling up were instantly felt in Klein's body. And where the warm current passed, he felt that his muscles and blood were slightly stronger than before. He felt great, enjoying the feeling for another 3 seconds. Leaving him wanting more, he knew his strength had once again slightly improved. Flowing water doesn't compete to be first. It strives to flow endlessly. If he improves a little every day, he will eventually become a top powerhouse on the sea. Seizing the time, he consumed the materials for purchasing special gift packs. And the training room level had already reached level 6. Once the training room reaches level 10, it will unlock a special training room, which is coming soon, but the materials required for the training room are increasing. The special gift pack for a day are already starting to be insufficient for upgrading even once. Klein knew that leveling up in the early stages of the game was easy, but it would become increasingly difficult and time-consuming later on. Training ground. The training tasks were the same as yesterday, but today Klein felt much lighter, secretly delighted that this was all due to the improvements brought by the game. As his character level increased, his strength could also progress rapidly. Surpassing Karp and Sengoku was only a matter of time. The instructor responsible for supervising the training had observed the talents and strengths of this batch of students over the past 2 to 3 days and had a rough idea of their capabilities. But today, there was someone who surprised him, Klein. This guy ranked around 300 in each training task yesterday, but today he had risen to 260. Did I underestimate him before? He took out his notebook and looked at his previous evaluation of Klein, originally rated as B-level potential. After a moment of silence, he still rubbed it out and changed it to B. Chapter 9, Unlocking the Swordsmanship Training Room after the physical training session arranged by the instructor. Klein slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, gasping for air. Finally, it was over. He didn't want to move a single finger now. At this moment, Karp sat down next to him, one hand pinching his nose and the other patting Klein on the back, grinning. Hey, ponytail guy, you did pretty well today. Your progress is obvious. Bang, bang, cough, cough, cough. Klein nearly choked from Karp's patting. You bastard, can you be a little gentler? Karp laughed heartily. Just finished training. My strength is a bit out of control. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. If you want to become an excellent Navy, you have to eat more meat. That's what my old man said. He patted his abs. After a day of training, his stomach was already making goo-goo sounds. Let's go, and let's call Sengoku and Zefa too. Klein had regained some strength, stood up, and thought to himself, My progress is noticeable even to the simple-minded Karp, which indicates it's not small. Karp immediately raised his voice. Hey, Afro, ponytail guy, you're eating with us, and also poison guy. Poison guy. It can't be Zefa, right? Klein's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat comforted that at least he was the ponytail guy. As for that Zefa, with his purple hair resembling a lot of venom, Karp dubbed him Poison Guy, that nickname. Hearing Karp shout, Sengoku and Zefa's faces instantly darkened. Bastard Karp, I've told you 100 times, don't call me Afro. Sengoku angrily stormed over. Zefa clenched his fists, wanting to beat Karp up, but he knew there was still a significant strength gap between him and Karp. Karp, my name is Zefa. You can call me Hero. During his self-introduction, he told everyone that his dream was to become a hero. That's why he chose to join the Navy. Ha ha ha. Karp laughed casually. What you call yourself doesn't matter. In the cafeteria, Sengoku and Zefa vented all their anger on the food, and the table of 4 was already piled high with plates. After they had eaten their fill, their stomachs were bulging like they were 9 months pregnant, and the 4 couldn't help but laugh heartily, pointing at each other's bellies. Once they finished laughing, Sengoku turned to Klein. Klein, your training ranking has improved quite a bit compared to yesterday. Do you want to practice with us? Karp put his arm around Klein's shoulder and said with a smile, Hey, ponytail guy, I found a great place for training behind the headquarters. There's a junkyard with many abandoned Navy ships that could be used as sandbags for training. They all hoped Klein would train with them. I'm definitely not going. Klein put down the toothpick he was using, lazily leaned back in his chair, looking like a slacker. Daytime training was already exhausting. What kind of joke was it to train more at night? Klein, don't you want to become stronger? Sengoku asked. Of course I do. Klein looked defeated by reality. Pouting, asked the other trainees, who doesn't want to get stronger? I've been training for over 10 years and know my talent isn't as good as others. So my previous dream was to become a Navy colonel and protect peace in one area. That's enough. This was the official line. As for what he truly thought, naturally, he had a system, so there was no need to train with them. After all, he had worked hard for over a decade, only to be a cannon fodder. He didn't expect to become strong just by extra training. Let's be realistic. Eating on time, sleeping on time after graduating. Having worked hard for so many years, it was time to enjoy life. Sengoku nodded. Protecting peace in one area was also a good choice. The stronger one is, the greater the responsibility. He stood up and patted Klein on the shoulder, saying that the Navy needed not only strong people, but also those like Klein who could protect peace. After speaking, Sengoku looked at Karp and Zefa. Hey, if you two are done resting, let's start training and see who among us in this dorm, this cohort of trainees, is the strongest. Of course it's me. Karp replied energetically, and he and Sengoku and Zefa began their competitive training again. As for Klein, he returned to his dorm alone and started playing games. Idol completed. This training room idol gained experience, 140. A week later, game character ID, Im's dad, level 6 experience, 812 900 health, attack, defense, physique, 20. What concerned Klein even more was that by consistently purchasing discounted packages every day, his training room in the game successfully leveled up to level 10 today. Successfully unlocked the swordsmanship training room. Successfully unlocked skills. The originally gray icons on the main interface suddenly regained color and showed red dots. Following the prompts, Klein clicked on the swordsmanship training room, which was basically identical to the training room, except that the sandbags were replaced with wooden stakes and grass mats. Swordsmanship training room level LV. 1. Experience bonus 5. Before Klein could thoroughly study it, a luxurious package appeared on the screen. Super value benefits. Permanent enjoyment. Up to 1,000 rebate bonus. Do you want to purchase a substitute? Regular training substitute. 8,888 berries. Bronze training substitute. 88,888 berries. Silver training substitute. 888 berries. Gold training substitute. 288, 888 berries. Regular substitute training efficiency is 1 hour for 10 points of experience, bronze 20, silver 50, gold 100. Looking at these outrageous prices, Klein's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. Damn, does this game think I'm a fool? Can the prices be any more ridiculous? Gold at 1.28 million berries. What a joke. Previously, the discounted packages cost only 10,000 berries in total. Now, if it were the old him, the money would be enough to buy the gold substitute. But now, after spending quite a bit on the game these days, his berries balance in the bank was just over 600,000 berries, still short by a few tens of thousands to even afford the silver training substitute. I bought watch last year. Klein was stunned. He originally thought that the 600,000 berries in his account could last to buy discounted packages for a month. But unexpectedly, in just a week, it was almost gone. Looking at the prices of the 4 substitutes, Klein naturally wanted to buy the gold substitute. After all, with 100 experience points, plus the bonus. From both short-term and long-term perspectives, it was the best choice, but unfortunately, he was really short on cash. He couldn't afford it. Damn it, where can I get money? I'm still a trainee. Klein was troubled. Only becoming a formal Navy would earn a salary. And even then, that meager salary. Wanting to buy the gold substitute was simply a dream. He didn't know when he would save up enough. Unless he became a Navy officer, finding ways to earn money. Forget about tens of thousands of berries. Even hundreds of thousands or millions of berries like Colonel Mouse. Could be managed. But for a Navy trainee, a penny can make a hero struggle. Let alone the gap of several 100,000 berries needed to buy the gold substitute. Klein found himself in a dilemma. In his previous life, he could take out loans on lending apps, but in this pirate world, we won't mention the age of the king of usury. He simply doesn't have the ability to bring usury to Marineford. Chapter 10 Golden Legend Skill, Divine Evasion. First, buy a bronze substitute to make do. And once I have the money, I'll purchase a gold substitute. Klein can only resort to this last option, with his pockets feeling empty. He can only buy the cheaper bronze substitute with tears in his eyes. The balance is deducted by 888 berries, and the bronze training substitute appears on the screen. But it doesn't start training swordsmanship. Super benefits. Super value offer. 4-tier swordsmanship training room, time, card special package is here. 300 berries, get 1 training extension voucher. 680 berries, get 3 training extension vouchers. 1280 berries, get 6 training extension vouchers. 6,480 berries, get 40 training extension vouchers. This is too outrageous. To start swordsmanship training, I need extension vouchers? Klein is dumbfounded. There are too many pay-to-win elements in this game. It's simply overwhelming. But if I don't spend, how can I improve my character's swordsmanship skills? Moreover, this can even be cashed back to reality. How can I not buy it? Recharge successful. Current balance. 514, 358 berries. Just a week has passed. And over 1 million berries has turned into 500,000. Klein feels too poor now, and he still bought a bronze substitute. Immediately after purchasing the package, a special upgrade package for the sword training room pops up, along with a crafting speed-up card offer. Another 20,000 berries spent. Klein realizes that his daily spending on special packages is close to 60,000 berries, and many more packages and pay-to-win projects are likely to unlock later. No, I need to find a way to make money. Otherwise, this 400,000 berries won't last a week. He knows he must find a way to earn money. Otherwise, the future upgrades of his game character will only be described as crawling like a turtle. Catching up to Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa will become a distant dream. Next, Klein returns to the main interface, clicks on the newly unlocked skill, and after seeing a brief introduction, a special package pops up again. Luck value full 100. Guaranteed to get a purple rare skill. Luck value 1000. Guaranteed to get a golden legend skill. 4-tier super value package is here. 300 berries, get 1 skill lottery ticket. 680 berries, get 3 skill lottery tickets. 1280 berries, get 6 skill lottery tickets. 6,480 berries, get 40 skill lottery tickets. Familiar packages. Klein feels that this special package no longer stirs any waves in his heart. Without a second of hesitation, he buys all the packages. He gains a total of 50 lottery chances, including single draws, 10 draws, and the highest 100 draws. Klein isn't that extravagant, so he chooses to try a single draw first. After all, there's a saying, single draws produce miracles. He obtains the Golden Legend Skill Divine Evasion. Seeing the pop-up prompt, his heart stops for a moment, quickly followed by joy, his brain turning fuzzy. Could it be that I am indeed the legendary lucky one. Hitting the jackpot with a single draw and directly obtaining a golden legend skill? Just ask if it's amazing. Answer me. Klein is overjoyed. Divine Evasion is the swordsmanship of Pirate King Roger and Shanks, truly one of the pinnacle sword techniques in the pirate world. Once Divine Evasion is unleashed, it will surely be an exhilarating scene from anime. And I, Klein, perhaps in the future, will use Divine Evasion to clash with Roger, creating a legendary scene. But the joy doesn't last more than 2.5 seconds. A bucket of cold water is poured over him when he sees that the prompt also includes Fragment X1. Planner, you son of a, may you never find toilet paper. One moment in heaven, the next in the reality of life. Klein looks at his backpack and finds that synthesizing the Divine Evasion skill requires a whopping 50 fragments. Ridiculous. The game's planner is not a poet. I've almost spent all my possessions, and now my game character is still in such a state. As Klein curses, he feels it's a waste of breath and spirit. Then he continues drawing. What 6 styles? Thunderbagua, Fist Impact, Fragrant Foot, Fishman Martial Arts, Human Devil Fist, Dominance. A bunch of miscellaneous skill fragments, none of which can be synthesized. His heart instantly turns cold. After 50 draws, he only receives a luck value reward. Getting to 100 luck or 1,000 is too difficult. Overall, it's just one sentence. Still not enough spending. Still not enough money. After exiting the game, Klein starts thinking about how to make money. Graduating from naval school will probably take several years. Where can I make money during this time? The next day, Klein finds a student and lowers his voice to ask, "Hey, are you interested in secretly sparring with me? If you win, I'll give you 100,000 berries. If you lose, you give me 10,000 berries." The student in front of him is someone he carefully selected, with strength comparable to when he first entered naval school, considered mid-low level among the students. Over the past few days, Klein has been hiding his abilities and hasn't performed as prominently as at the beginning. Originally, the student showed some interest upon hearing about the spar, and when he heard about the stakes, his eyes lit up. Betting 100,000 berries against 10,000 berries means it's a sure profit if he wins. Losing? Damn, how could I possibly lose? This guy's training level is about the same as mine. No problem, let's spar after training. Klein conceals his inner joy and pretends to be serious, saying, "Humph, your level is about the same as mine. I want to lose to you." After training, the student immediately finds Klein to honor their previous agreement. On the training ground, the two stand a few meters apart, and there are some other students watching for fun. "Klein, if you're ready, let us start. Come on." Facing this student, Klein, whose strength has greatly improved over the past few days, still chooses to intentionally hide his prowess, battling him for hundreds of rounds. It can be described as a chaotic scene, fists and feet exchanged. Both of their strengths are indeed matched, like a battle of wits. In the end, Klein narrowly defeats his opponent with a slight advantage, and after announcing his victory, he pretends to be exhausted and collapses to the ground. But inside, he is overjoyed. This guy must think my strength is about the same as his. Next time I challenge him to spar, he definitely won refuse. Just winning one match earns 10,000 berries, which is somewhat meager for game spending, so he needs to think of other ways to make money. Around the training ground, many students show a dismissive expression. Chickens pecking at each other. The strength of these two is about the same. They're all grown from the same patch of dirt. Their fighting awareness and skills are too weak, but the instructor said he wouldn't start teaching combat techniques until next month. Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa run over to Klein's side. Sengoku helps the somewhat disheveled Klein up, asking with concern, "Klein, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I just need to rest a bit." Klein's voice sounds weak. His acting is truly on point. Karp grins and says, "Haha, Klein, you had such a tough win. Why not train together with us? I guarantee your strength will improve faster." Chapter 11. Karp and Sengoku's massage experience. Want to trick me into training with you? Klein won't fall for it. These days, Karp and the others still want him to train together. Can't he see that this guy clearly just wants to spar with him and beat him up? There's no way he's going to let that happen. I've spent money, and leveling up through spending is the shortcut to becoming stronger. Why would I torment myself? That's just insane. It's completely backwards. Living is already tiring enough. In the past, I had no choice but to become stronger through training, but now I have options. Spending money to play games is my shortcut to strength. Klein firmly refused again. I refuse. Extra training is impossible. It will never happen. The more one can endure hardship, the more hardship there is to endure. You should just give up on that. Klein stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and although he looked a bit messy, he only took a few light punches thanks to his significant strength advantage. He patted Karp on the shoulder and chuckled. Besides, if I get stronger, you'll definitely get itchy and want to spar with me. I consider you my brother, and you still want to hit me? That's not going to happen. As long as we don't fight, I'll always have an unbeaten record. Karp pouted and whistled. TSK Klein, you really are stubborn. We're doing this for your own good. If you don't get stronger, how are you going to catch pirates in the future? I don't want to see you, our dorm mate, die at the hands of pirates one day. That would be so embarrassing. Provocation 1T work on me. Klein remained unfazed and urged. It's getting late. If you don't go for extra training, I'm the healthy guy here. Seeing they couldn't persuade him, Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa left for the abandoned shipyard to train. These guys are relentless in their extra training, rain or shine. Soon, the student who lost to Klein arrived at his dorm with 10,000 berries and handed the money to him. Klein greeted him with a smile, but sent him off with a stern face. If you want to beat me, remember to prepare 10,000 berries next time. Otherwise, you'll forever carry the record of losing to me. How ridiculous. Next time, I will definitely win back. Next time, I'm a man with a system. If I beat you once, you'll never be able to surpass me. Klein held the green paper bills in his hand. Just 10,000 berries is merely a drop in the bucket. Where do I get more money? It's really a headache. Right now, a single day's discount package costs several tens of thousands of berries, and I'm completely in the red. The amount in my bank card isn't even enough for a week's spending on gacha. I need to make money. What if I take on 5 clients at once tomorrow? Klein frowned, but that would make it too obvious that my strength is greater than theirs. Who would still be willing to give me money for free? This is so frustrating. Klein racked his brains and suddenly thought of a decent way to make money. If the students are training so hard, what if someone gives them massages to relax their muscles, charging 5,000 berries each time? That should be reasonable. Earning a few tens of thousands of berries a day shouldn't be too difficult. Unexpectedly, I have to experience life as a technician after crossing over. In Japanese, it's called massage. In the early morning hours, Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa returned to the dorm after their extra training and immediately saw Klein sitting on the bed, not sleeping. Hey Klein, you actually stayed up. Are you willing to train with us? Karp walked to the bedside cabinet, skillfully opened it, and took out a bag of donuts, munching away without a care. Sengoku was also a bit surprised. Klein, did you fight with the students today and realize your strength isn't enough? So you're too embarrassed to train with us? Not at all. Klein stood up, shook his head, and smiled. I want a massage. It's 5,000 berries per session, and my techniques can help you relax your muscles better, promoting blood circulation. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Klein looked at the 3 of them. Who wants to try first? 5,000 berries? Sengoku looked at Klein with a strange expression. Klein, didn't you come to the Navy Academy to get stronger? What do you need that money for? Karp added. Klein, the Navy school provides food and housing. You don't need to spend money. Strength is what matters most. As a student, the most important thing is to train hard and improve your strength to become an excellent sailor in the future. They couldn't understand Klein's actions. Naturally, Klein didn't need their understanding. Charging 5,000 berries for a massage is quite a deal, relaxing muscles and promoting blood circulation. Who knows? It might help them get stronger. Karp, do you want to lose to Sengoku? Lose to him. Karp reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I won't lose to that explosion-headed guy. I, Karp, want to be the strongest student of this generation, and in the future, I'll become a Marine Admiral and a hero who captures pirates. Klein, if your massage feels good, I'll come to you more often for massages. Karp is easy to fool because he is so straightforward. Klein had Karp go take a shower first. Then he started massaging him. So comfortable, a bit harder. This is really enjoyable. Klein, your massage skills are great. As a VIP client of massage parlors, Klein naturally knows many massage techniques from experience and quickly got into the groove. He gave Karp a massage that made him feel amazing, and soon Karp's nose started to bubble, snoring as he fell asleep. 5,000 berries in hand. Klein looked at Sengoku and Zefa, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, and provocatively said, Sengoku, Zefa, do you two want massages? If Karp gets regular massages, his strength will increase faster than yours. In the future, when you spar with him, you'll only be on the receiving end. Provocation may be simple, but Sengoku really wanted to surpass Karp. He could immediately picture how smug Karp would be if he got the upper hand. Plus, seeing Karp enjoy it so much earlier made him very tempted. He immediately spoke up. I'll take one. Another 5,000 berries in hand. After experiencing Klein's massage techniques, Sengoku felt that his 5,000 berries were well spent. Klein, I didn't expect your massage skills to be so good. The feeling of relaxing my muscles after a day of training is just amazing. No wonder Karp was moaning in pleasure earlier. Training every day at high intensity, even though he has outstanding talent. Massages not only relax muscles and promote blood circulation, but also relax the mind and body. With Klein's techniques, everyone who has had a massage says it's great. Klein chuckled. Glad you're satisfied. I learned these techniques from a master. This was a brief relief from economic pressure. Meanwhile, the still young Zefa, under Klein's persuasion and provocation, also opted for a massage package. While massaging them, Klein thought that starting tomorrow, he needed to recruit more clients, promote his services among the students, and even challenge other students. With this, it should barely cover the expenses for gacha spending in the game. Chapter 12. Massage is great. You should learn it. Life is gradually returning to normal. Klein has begun to promote his massage skills among the trainees, using Karp and Sengoku as his selling points. The results are remarkable. These passionate young people all wish to become stronger. After experiencing the massage, the comfort is simply delightful. From head to toe, and many return customers naturally emerge. Gradually, word spreads among the trainees, and his massage techniques receive a lot of praise. Even the handsome Klein attracts some female trainees to purchase massage services, which makes many trainees envious. Secretly, they feel jealousy and hatred. Damn it, that guy Klein is enjoying himself. They wish they could take his place. He's making money, and damn it, there are so few female trainees, and he's monopolizing them all. Massage is great. You should learn it. If the public does not abandon me, can my adoptive father Klein teach me the art of massage? The only thing that Klein feels is a bit lacking is that the most beautiful and fit girl at the Navy Academy, the school flower crane, has not supported his business. It's truly a pity. At the same time, Klein does not forget to find 1 or 2 trainees every day for sparring and betting, earning 120,000 berries daily. Of course, he occasionally pretends to lose a match or two, allowing the trainees who challenge him to experience the joy of victory, as if they are on a high from winning. This is all intentional on Klein's part. Otherwise, if he kept losing, the casino would have no customers. Through massages and betting, he can currently maintain a balance of expenses, but Klein still feels uneasy. The substitute in the swordsmanship training room is still a bronze medal, with silver medal and gold medal substitutes above it. The difference in experience points that can be gained is significant, and Klein is quite envious. He feels that every moment is a loss. He maintains a rhythm of 4-tier discounts every day, and his game character strength is steadily increasing. At the end of the month on the training ground, all the trainees are lined up neatly, and the instructor speaks. During this month of physical training, many trainees have made remarkable progress. I also know that you often spar with each other. As he speaks, his gaze flicks to the corner where Klein stands. The sparring and betting cannot be hidden from the instructor. He does not intervene, as the 10,000 berry bets are purely for entertainment. They can also stimulate the trainee's enthusiasm for sparring. He has no reason to interfere with such methods that encourage healthy competition among trainees. The instructor continues, however, I have observed that your sparring efficiency is quite low and your combat experience and fighting styles are extremely ordinary. A month ago, I mentioned that I would conduct a real test at the end of the month, and only those who pass the test will learn special combat techniques in advance. Hearing the instructor's words, Klein's heart stirs. Could it be the 6 styles? If it really is the 6 styles, then he cannot hide his strength. The 6 styles are widely known among the Navy and CP organizations and are essential skills for school-level and general officers. They are considered a required course. and the 6 styles can be said to be a watershed-level combat technique. Those who master the 6 styles have completely surpassed the realm of ordinary humans and are called superhumans. Moreover, Klein, who is familiar with the plot, knows that many techniques within the 6 styles can be categorized as prerequisite skills for Haki. If he can master these skills, not only will it be much easier to learn Haki skills in the future, but he will also easily be promoted to colonel in the Navy headquarters. Not to mention the branch colons who are 2 ranks lower than the headquarters. The fragments of the 6 style skills are almost complete, and he will soon unlock them. Coupled with his own training, he believes that he will quickly surpass others in the progress of the 6 styles. Klein is filled with confidence. He suddenly thinks that once the skills are unlocked, there will definitely be discount packages unlocked as well, which will increase his financial burden. The issue of money has always been a headache for Klein, mainly because his current identity is a Navy trainee, without a formal rank or the rights to capture pirates. He cannot acquire large amounts of wealth. With power comes money. The Navy, as an organization under the world government, is often referred to by many netizens as the dogs of the world government, but the power of Navy officers is indeed significant. Even school-level officers generally do not lack money. If they lack conscience, they will only have more money. The instructor continues his lecture. Today's test includes strength, speed, reaction, and the most important, the willpower test. Willpower test. That's right. The instructor says, this is a way for the Navy to measure combat power. A Navy soldier armed with a spear has a willpower value of 10. Next, the testing begins. First is the strength test. Bench press, deadlift, dumbbell curls, and other weights are used to assess the trainee's strength. This time, Klein does not hide his strength. To practice the 6 styles in advance, he must reach the superhuman level in physical fitness and gain the instructor's recognition. Only then can he qualify to practice the 6 styles. The combat techniques of the 6 styles are not suitable for ordinary people and have very strict physical requirements. When Klein's strength test data comes out, the trainees on the training ground are dumbfounded and find it hard to believe. That bastard Klein, he tricked us. This guy's strength is among the best in our batch of trainees, and he's been hiding it from us. It's too despicable. Bastard. I've already lost over 100,000 berries to that guy Klein. I've been deceived by him. How infuriating. Klein is simply putting on an act. It's truly despicable. This guy's true strength could rank among the top 10 in our batch of trainees, and he usually pretends to be on the same level as us, treating us like fools. On the training ground, there's a chorus of curses, spittle flying everywhere, and the trainees feel deceived, shaking with anger, their eyes burning with fury. The training ground is suddenly filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, threatening to drown Klein and turn him to ashes. Klein, who has drawn the ire of the crowd, feels his scalp tingle, and his steps are heavier than usual, as if he is wearing heavy armor, his footsteps stiff. When Klein returns to the ranks, Karp punches him in the chest, and his somewhat boyish face shows both surprise and anger. Bastard ponytail guy, you've tricked everyone. How could you hide this from us? I'll definitely challenge you later. Over the month, Klein has spent at least over 1 million berries in the game, nearly exhausting his funds. However, the rewards are very gratifying. Not only has he obtained the King's qualification Conqueror's Haki, but his physical condition has improved significantly with the character level increase, making him far superior to his previous level among the trainees. He is no longer just a cannon fodder in the middle to lower levels, but now ranks as a top trainee. Sengoku also looks at Klein with new eyes. This guy has hidden himself well, and his strength is almost catching up to me and Karp. Yet he previously performed so poorly. Is his dream really just to become a bit stronger? He deeply doubts it. However, Klein does not have the heart of a strong person. He spends his precious time making money. Such a person will soon be left far behind by me and Karp in a year or two. Sengoku quickly calms down. Even if Klein hides his strength, he is still not his opponent, let alone in the future. Chapter 13. The Power Test, Vice Admiral Seedling. As the youngest member of the dormitory, Zefa clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unsettled. He originally thought that Klein was the weakest guy in their dormitory, but now, I have become the weakest. Zefa's talent could not compare to Garp and Sengoku, and he was not particularly outstanding among the trainees. Average and unremarkable. Being 4 or 5 years younger than Garp and Sengoku, Zefa was aware of the gap between himself and these two. He worked very hard. Very hard. He hoped he could become stronger, with enough strength to be considered a hero in everyone's hearts. I must work even harder. I must become a Navy hero. Although Zefa's talent had not yet fully manifested and could not compare to Sengoku and Garp, his will and inner strength were absolutely not something an average person could match. At the same time, among this group of trainees, Crane wore a serious expression as she sensed a strong sense of crisis. Even as a female trainee, Crane's physical training in all aspects was not inferior to that of men, and she even ranked among the top in the trainees. Previously, she had far surpassed Klein. Now, Klein had caught up, and his test rankings were about to surpass her own. Crane felt threatened, but she was more concerned about one thing. Furrowing her brow in thought, Klein had been hiding his strength, earning berries by sparring with other trainees, plus massages. Over the past month, the guy had earned at least 1,000,000 berries from other trainees. Clearly, if he continued to hide his strength, he could keep making money from those trainees. So why did he suddenly expose his strength today? She couldn't help but fall into deep thought, speculating that Klein's actions must have deeper meaning. After all, that guy was not like Garp, who had a muscular build and a simple mind. Klein. The instructor looked at Klein in surprise and took out his notebook. The notebook clearly stated his evaluation of Klein from a month ago. Klein, age, 18, physical ability, C, willpower, B, potential, tentatively B. He immediately took a pen and started to revise it. Klein, age, 18, physical ability, A, willpower, B, potential, tentatively. The instructor raised the corner of his mouth. This batch of trainees is truly full of hidden talents. Another good seedling has emerged. With such physical ability, he can definitely reach a level. At 18 years old, his talent potential is absolutely that of a vice admiral seedling. Clap, clap, clap. The instructor clapped his hands, praising Klein while also admonishing. Klein, your strength is very good, but as an instructor, I do not appreciate you hiding your strength. Here, my duty is to make you stronger, better, and become a powerful Navy. Only by understanding you can I develop a training plan that suits you better. In the subsequent speed training and reaction training, Klein's results ranked at the top, making those trainees who had been tricked by him gnash their teeth in frustration. Sparring with Klein, I feel like a dog. Many people were indignant, secretly swearing never to be fooled by Klein again. Not only did he mock them, but they also lost 10,000 berries each time. Occasionally winning 1 or 2 matches was all, because Klein had deliberately let them win. It was just a show. Simply a clown. In these tests, Sengoku and Garp occupied the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. In the strength test, Garp was superior. However, in speed and reaction, Sengoku took first place. Garp was very unhappy. Afro head, there's still the power test to come. This time, I will definitely win. If he lost to Sengoku in the power test as well, then Sengoku would have first place in all 3 tests, overshadowing him completely. In the final power test, Klein's result was over 200 power points, a result he was very satisfied with. Over 200 power points, thanks to spending money. My strength has more than doubled in just a month. In the past, getting 100 in the power test would have been a great achievement. Now, easily exceeding 200, it will only get higher in the future. Meanwhile, Garp and Sengoku had a significant lead over other trainees, with data over 500. Far ahead, it was hard to catch up. To surpass Garp and Sengoku, there was still quite a distance. Ultimately, it came down to not having enough money. If I had more money, I could directly buy a golden substitute to practice swordsmanship. My sword skills might have already reached a certain level. In the world of One Piece, the most powerful combat methods are physical techniques, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities. And swordsmanship, no matter which world, is something to aspire to. Klein naturally couldn't escape this trend, mainly because using a sword is cool. The prestige of swordsmanship cannot be compared to that of physical techniques. In the pirate world, a sword is a blade, and a blade is a sword. It is very different from the sword defined in Klein's previous life on Blue Star. There's no helping it. After all, this is a slice-of-life anime. Moreover, Klein knew that he had a game system which could allow him to develop comprehensively and grow into a hexagonal warrior without weaknesses. It's just a matter of spending more money. Klein was already mentally prepared for this. After the tests, the instructor began to speak. In this test, trainees who reached a power value of over 200 can start the combat skills training course, while those who did not reach it need to work harder in physical training to improve. Afterwards, the other trainees were dismissed for the day, while those who scored over 200 in the power test were kept behind. In addition to the daily physical training course, you will receive training in combat skills, with courses in swordsmanship and physical techniques. You can choose both or only one. Upon hearing the instructor's speech, Klein felt a bit disappointed. He originally thought that passing the test would allow him to start training in the 6 styles directly. As a result, it seemed he first had to undergo the basics of swordsmanship and physical techniques. Soon, the instructor continued. After you finish the basic combat courses, there will be more advanced and powerful combat techniques waiting for you. As long as you learn, you can become a superhuman. Stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Quickly, Klein signed up for both the swordsmanship and physical techniques classes, while Garp and the others all signed up for the physical techniques class. Signing up for just one was naturally the choice of most people, as energy is limited, and more people tend to specialize in one. For this reason, the instructor, who had high hopes for Klein, specially reminded him, "Klein, don't bite off more than you can chew. As your instructor, I still advise you to choose only one. This will allow you to learn the basic courses faster and advance to combat techniques." Grateful for the instructor's kind advice, Klein smiled and insisted on his own idea. Only children make choices. Am I, Klein, someone who makes choices? I want both physical techniques and swordsmanship. Chapter 14, the first synthesizable skill, Iron Block. Klein, you bastard. Are you trying to scam us out of our money? Klein's face darkened. How could you say such harsh things? Isn't it a good thing to spar? Just tell me if your strength has improved. Well, it has. But you've scammed me out of over 100,000 berries. It's too outrageous. Sparring is fine, but don't even think about the berries. He had looked for several students he had sparred with before, and the results were all pretty much the same. Klein was cursed out thoroughly. This is a disaster. Klein felt dejected. Damn it, at this rate, how much less am I going to earn? The balance in my bank account is almost at rock bottom. Worry. Klein was so anxious that he couldn't even sleep well, wanting to get stronger, but first needing to solve the money problem. But as a student, a clever woman can't cook without rice. There wasn't much physical training today, resulting in a pitifully small number of students purchasing massage services. The income was minimal. Back in the dormitory, Klein entered the game, purchased the day's discount packs, and upgraded what he could. He continued to save materials that weren't enough. After finishing the daily skill lottery pool, a red dot appeared in the skill lottery pool, indicating a synthesizable skill. Klein opened his backpack and was instantly delighted to see the synthesis skill icon. Iron Block. Finally unlocked a skill. It wasn't easy. Over the past few days, he had spent at least 100,000 berries on skill packs, and it wasn't until today that he unlocked the Iron Block skill. Although, seeing the Iron Block reminded Klein of those anime characters who were overly confident in their Iron Block being defeated in the end. Each one was full of confidence in the Iron Block's defense, only to be beaten into unconsciousness. To this, Klein could only comment that if you can't withstand the enemy's attacks, it's because your Iron Block hasn't been trained properly. Even Kaido's indestructible body can't take it. What do you think you're using to withstand? Iron Block should be one of the pre-skills for armament Haki. If practiced well, it can defend against minor henchmen, but you must never have misguided confidence. Old pal, Iron Block can indeed enhance defense, but Klein firmly believes that offense is more important than defense. In pirate anime, those who are overly confident in their defense never end well. Not to mention those who use the 6 forms Iron Block, like Diamond Jozu, Bartholomew Kuma, and the Steel Balloon Big Mom, and Kaido with his indestructible body. Which of them doesn't brag about their powerful defense? And what happened? They all met on the rooftop. I wonder if the wind is strong up there? Must take this as a warning. If you can attack, don't defend. Absolutely don't take damage head-on. Synthesis successful. Obtain skill Iron Block. Defense. Health. Briefly gains defense boost after use. Current level is LV 1. The attributes are quite impressive, but since it's still a level 1 skill, this makes Klein very troubled. To upgrade the Iron Block skill, he must synthesize another Iron Block skill. Damn, how many packs will it take to get to max level? My money is about to run out. It's too costly, and without money, Klein feels lacking in confidence. However, his momentary worry was instantly replaced by joy. The next second, the usage techniques of the 6 forms iron block appeared in his mind, various combat experiences with iron block, and techniques seemed to integrate into his brain as if Klein had experienced them himself, becoming instinctive. System Dad is amazing. In just a few seconds, he directly mastered the 6 forms iron block, saving the time of arduous training. This is the charm of spending money. Awesome. So refreshing. Klein was filled with excitement. Then he couldn't wait to log out of the game. At this moment, Karp and the others were still practicing, and he was the only one in the dormitory. So he directly used iron block. In an instant, his muscles swelled and tightened, entering a state of power, muscles as hard as iron. Klein could feel that he had transformed into a heavy iron block. Such defense could easily withstand ordinary swords and bullets. Looking down, his small chicken had turned into a big chicken, like a steel rod. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, just like this, my future happy life is guaranteed. They say only a cow that works too hard can ruin the land. I want to see if this iron rod can break the ground. It should beg for mercy. This was what made Klein the happiest. The 6 forms didn't count for much in front of strong opponents. But the 6 forms didn't necessarily have to be used in battles with enemies. It could also be used for pleasure in bed. Beautiful. After using iron block, his muscles returned to a more relaxed state. After digesting his joy, Klein entered the game again. As soon as he entered the game, he was faced with a game prompt. Unlock Skill Tower. Clearing the Skill Tower can obtain random skill fragment chests. For each layer cleared, you will receive a random skill chest. Daily challenge attempts 3-3. A familiar task. The usual pattern as soon as the game hints, Klein knew. The game seemed to be saying, come spend money. The more you spend, the stronger you become. If you don't spend, your progress will be as slow as a turtle. The grayscale tower icon of the protagonist regained its color, followed by an alternative map push. The first monster of the first layer was several pirates, and now I'm dead easily past the first level. He obtained several skill fragment chests. Then came the second level, third level. By the 5th level, the monster had turned into Axe Emperor Monka. Now, with a character at over level 10, swordsmanship skills also over level 10. He struggled to defeat Monka. He fell at the 6th level. The skill fragment chests obtained were mostly of average quality. Today, he decided to try pushing through an adventure level, vowing to defeat the fat woman Alrita today. He had previously pushed to level 14, taking care of Alrita's pirate crew's henchmen. Alrita's pirate crew wasn't strong, with a bounty of only 5 million berries. Looking out to sea, pirates of such strength were as common as grass. Even so, in the so-called weakest Sea East Blue, they were still a character. On screen, Dad held Wado Ikamanji, wearing a set of simple defensive gear. After refining and enhancing, these gear matched the character's level, providing quite a bit of attribute boosts. On the right side of the screen, Alrita, holding an iron rod, was absurdly fat and ugly. If her size multiplied several times, she would definitely be the best partner for Kaido. In front of her stood several menacing henchmen. Dad launched the first attack, taking out a henchman in 2 or 3 moves. His attack power was no longer what it used to be, and the henchman's attack only took off a little health. Alrita's attacks could pose a threat to the character, and after defeating the henchman, the character's attack landed on Alrita. It was a back-and-forth turn-based exchange, and when the character had a quarter of health left, Alrita fell. After falling, several shining orbs burst out from her body, automatically collected into the backpack. Besides some materials, there were also some blue and purple gear, which significantly boosted the character's attributes after equipping, which had been mostly white gear. Cleared successfully, unlocked daily boss battle. Chapter 15 Basic Swordsmanship Perfect Swordsmanship. Starting a training class. Daily boss battles. Currently only the boss Alrita is unlocked, and you can sweep 3 times a day to obtain some materials and stamina. The next moment, it's the familiar pay-to-win feature. Purchase a lifetime VIP privilege card, increase daily sweep times by 3, and enhance rewards by 10 for each sweep. Price, 188, 888 belly. Damn it. Klein knew that every time a gameplay feature was unlocked, there would inevitably be pay-to-win elements. And this time, it was directly 180,000 belly. Do they really think I'm a big spender? Klein cursed unhappily, then proceeded to recharge. Bank card balance, 188, 888 belly. There was no choice. It seemed he really had to accept this. After all, these things could genuinely enhance himself. Every penny was an investment in himself. This money cannot be saved. Klein felt as if a piece of his heart was being cruelly sliced away. The dwindling balance left him feeling insecure. The more he played this game, the more places there were to spend money. The 20-some thousand belly in his account was hardly enough. Only money, enough money, could bring a sense of security. He used to scoff at pirates with over 100 million belly in anime. But now he understood that several million belly was already a significant amount. He felt a bit insomnia, unable to sleep soundly. The economic pressure was increasing day by day, leaving Klein feeling anxious. The next day, swordsmanship class. The swordsmanship instructor briefly explained the purpose of swordsmanship to the students and then asked, "Are there any students here who have practiced swordsmanship before? If so, please raise your hand." Among the students, Klein raised his hand, and other students did too. The swordsmanship training room was opened. Purchasing the bronze medal substitute. Daily discounts were not missed, and the level of the swordsmanship training room gradually caught up with that of the training room, allowing Klein's basic swordsmanship level to rise to over 10. It could be considered a glimpse of the threshold. The swordsmanship instructor nodded, looked at Klein, and said, "Klein, come over and show your swordsmanship to the other students." Klein, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up, took a wooden sword from a nearby bamboo basket, and approached the wooden stake. Gripping the bamboo sword, Klein's eyes suddenly became sharp. His aura turned fierce, revealing a trace of sharpness that made the swordsmanship instructor beside him unable to help but glance over. He was very satisfied in his heart. Klein is indeed one of the best students in this class. In swordsmanship, it's not just about using the sword. Presence is also extremely important. I didn't expect him to start condensing the sharp aura of a swordsman. Yes, a good seedling. He didn't know that this was all thanks to the system game. Klein's swordsmanship was originally mediocre, but under the game's enhancement and upgrade, it made rapid progress. The swordsmanship in the game is not like the swordsmanship in reality. In reality, due to individual habits and different practice methods, deviations and personal habits will appear. But in the game, there are no deviations. Basic swordsmanship is perfect basic swordsmanship, a standard that is even better than textbooks. As the wooden sword struck down, the swordsmanship instructor found no flaws in Klein, his mouth agape enough to fit a large duck egg. The swordsmanship instructor was somewhat speechless. He originally wanted to find a student to demonstrate, then he would provide pointers. But now, how can I provide pointers when your actions are so perfect? Even Klein's standard actions are more than enough for him to teach these basic students. Cough, cough, cough. The swordsmanship instructor coughed strategically to hide his embarrassment. Klein's movements are very standard. It's clear that he has worked hard in swordsmanship. You all should learn from him. His earlier actions. Then, the swordsmanship training class for today began. Back in his seat, Klein's eyes lit up. A thought struck him. Isn't this a chance to make money? The teacher is teaching so many students at once. It's impossible to give one-on-one pointers. And this group of students has varying levels of swordsmanship. If I take on a part-time role as a tutor after class, wouldn't that be easy? Great. Thinking of discovering a new money-making method, Klein couldn't help but feel excited. After the class ended, Klein immediately approached the other students. "Klein, you're not looking to challenge me, are you? You tricked other students before. I won't fall for it." Klein smiled awkwardly. "I'm not looking to challenge. What do you think of my swordsmanship?" The student thought for a moment and spoke honestly. "Your swordsmanship is very standard. The swordsmanship instructor has been praising your skills." "Hee. Would you be interested in having me guide you in swordsmanship?" Klein smiled. "It's not much, just 5K belly per class. Fair and square, absolutely worth it. You won't regret it. If you buy 5 classes at once, I'll throw in an extra class for free. Just think about it if I guide you. Your swordsmanship will surely advance ahead of other students, right?" When he asked this, the student immediately nodded in agreement. Klein immediately added fuel to the fire. "If your swordsmanship advances, won't you gain the swordsmanship instructor's recognition? He'll pay more attention to you and give you more pointers. Your strength will surpass other students, and when you graduate, your future will be bright. Your money spent on investing in yourself will definitely yield tenfold or even hundredfold returns. It's a win-win situation. If you don't buy, I can go to other students if they buy and leave you behind. After Klein's persuasive talk, the student couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting his teeth, I'll buy. All right, buy 5 classes and get 1 free. No rush. Come to 1 class first and see if it works. If it does, I'll buy 5 classes at once. Oh, you're truly a good brother. After getting 1 student, Klein immediately turned to use the same lines on another student, the same trick. This caught the students off guard. 7 or 8 students. At 5K belly per class, that is several tens of thousands of belly. Feeling good, Klein calculated in his mind, satisfied. Once there are more students in the swordsmanship class, I'll be able to earn even more money. Once my swordsmanship level rises, I'll increase the fee. Not learning is fine. Just wait to be surpassed by others. I'll outpace them. In his mind, Klein had already arranged these students clearly. While continuing with massage services, he also started taking on the role of a part-time swordsmanship tutor after class, filling his schedule to the brim. While guiding these students in swordsmanship, his own skills were also improving, plus the game's bronze medal substitute in the swordsmanship training room allowed him to level up rapidly. Making money, improving, building connections. It was truly a win-win situation. In the future, in the Navy, would he still fear not getting ahead? Chapter 16, Swordsmanship Mentor Function Module. Life is both fulfilling and mundane. About 10 days later, the swordsmanship training room reached level 20, unlocking new features. Open the Swordsmanship Mentor Function module. Collect character card fragments to unlock the mentor. Gain swordsmanship training bonuses and special swordsmanship learning. Gold medal mentors. Dracul Mihawk, Silver's Rayleigh, Kazuki Odin, Joel D. Roger, Frostmoon Ryuma, Nasu SHR, One Smile Shiki. Silver medal mentors. Yasip, Zoro, Shiryu, Borsellino Vista. Bronze medal mentors. Cavendish, Chinjo Kiriel. Brook, Regular Mentor, Esach Ya. There are many characters in the swordsmanship mentor category, almost covering all well-known sword users in the One Piece world with decent strength. The swordsmanship styles are also diverse, even including 3-sword style, Zoro among the mentors. This also means the prize pool is very large, and gathering a complete character card is not an easy task. The good news is that there are quite a few gold medal mentors in this prize pool, almost all of whom are top-notch swordsmanship masters in the pirate world. Unlocking any one of them would greatly aid the growth of the game character. It can speed up the leveling of swordsmanship as well as its power, and even unlock exclusive swordsmanship skills. At the same time, many of the swordsmanship mentors have bonds, and if the bonds are gathered, special buff bonuses will be unlocked. As usual, Klein chose to purchase all 4 tiers of discounts. This way, there would be one more discounted gift bag every day, increasing his financial pressure again. He needed to quickly improve his swordsmanship and then raise his fee standards to earn more money. Once he had money, he could buy a silver medal substitute or even a gold medal substitute. Klein had always been very envious of the gold medal substitute. If he had bought the gold medal substitute from the beginning, it wouldn't have been impossible for his current swordsmanship level to double. However, the price of the gold medal substitute was a staggering 888 berries, a 7-digit number. This meant he would have to give massages 258 times. Too poor. Klein opened the gift bag, consumed the items, and drew a bunch of fragments, unable to synthesize a swordsmanship mentor. Although this discount gift bag was cheap, totaling less than 10,000 berries for all 4 tiers, it was considered a daily gift bag that needed to be purchased every day, if he didn't buy it. Relying on the one free attempt given by the game each day, who knows how long it would take to gather a character's fragments? What trap! The game's consistent nature. With each additional discount gift bag, Klein's financial pressure grew heavier. Sitting on his bed, Klein thought quietly, "No, I still need to make money. Massage services plus part-time swordsmanship teaching is not enough for spending in the game. There are quite a few rich kids in the school. I need to find a way to earn their money." Among the students, there are those from Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa, who are poor guys from all over the world. Naturally, there are also some who are the offspring of naval officers, commonly known as second-generation officials. Naval officers, none of them lack money. Colonels in the Four Seas branches are local emperors, and those rear admirals are the highest authorities in naval fortresses. Every year, they capture numerous pirates. They have money, Siphoning off some funds from these second-generation officials would be enough for him to recharge for a long time in the game. Only then could he have enough money to buy the gold medal substitute. Starting tomorrow, he would observe the second-generation officials among this batch of students to see if there was a way to get money from them. Late at night, when the three in the extra training group returned to the dormitory, Karp and Sengoku purchased Klein's massage services. Meanwhile, Zefa looked a bit embarrassed. He was out of money. Klein naturally noticed this, and, after finishing the massage for Sengoku, said with a smile, "Zefa, we're all students, and indeed don't have much money, but after we graduate, as long as we are strong enough, catching pirates will make us officers. Why worry about money? Let's put it on credit. I'll keep track of it, and after you have money after graduation, you can pay me back." The 14-year-old Zefa looked shyly at Klein. "Can I really put it on credit?" "Well, we're all in the same dormitory and will be comrades fighting side by side in the future. Besides, we have Karp and Sengoku as witnesses. Don't need to worry about you defaulting? Or are you afraid you won't be able to pay me back in the future?" Zefa puffed out his chest. "I'm going to be a hero. I will definitely become a naval officer in the future. I see you are still teaching students swordsmanship. Can I learn from you too?" "Welcome, welcome," Klein said with a smile. "Teaching one is the same as teaching two. It makes no difference. Credit is good. Once you do it once, there will be a second time, and it will keep accumulating." He knew that Zefa could become an admiral in the future and would definitely be able to pay back the money owed. With Zefa's upright and kind character, he would never be a deadbeat. Klein confidently allowed him to put on credit. Next, Klein targeted the second-generation officials among the students, observing their preferences, and indeed found a way to make money. Many second-generation officials began to develop affection for the female students in this batch. All of them were teenagers, training together every day, naturally leading to youthful crushes and budding romance. It seems he would have to play matchmaker. Klein felt delighted inside. If he did well, he could earn a lot. However, he still couldn't arbitrarily pair people. He needed to assess their character first. He didn't rush, but instead approached this group of second-generation officials, becoming friends with them, getting to know them through interaction, and then slowly starting to play matchmaker. Once Karp and Sengoku ran out of money, they also turned to Zefa for credit, becoming debtors. Klein became their creditor. Another month passed, and at the end of the month, the instructors began a new round of assessments. When Klein's test results came out, the venue fell silent. Strength value test, 358. A surge of about 100 strength value in a month stunned everyone. Wow, is Klein this guy a super genius? His progress speed is simply too fast. How on earth did Klein train? This guy finishes his physical training every day and then gives swordsmanship training and massages to the students. It's unreasonable. How can this be? My training volume is twice that of Klein's. Why have I only increased my strength value by a little over 10 points? In just 2 months, Klein's results have already made him the third best among this batch of students. Damn it, this guy is clearly busy making money. Why is his strength improving so quickly? The students were all stunned, especially those who put in efforts that were double or even several times that of Klein, feeling greatly impacted. Comparing people really makes one angry. Chapter 17, I rely on my own efforts. That guy Klein, every day during training, he's just slacking off. He has been reprimanded by the instructor more than once or twice, yet he still does things his own way. The training volume and intensity are low. Once the time is up, he disappears, going off to teach the students swordsmanship or provide massage services. And just like that, he boosts his spiritual power by about 100 points a month. Isn't that infuriating? Despite the envy and jealousy from the students, Klein remains expressionless and thinks, damn, do you guys know how much I've spent in the last 2 months? Millions of berries. My increase in spiritual power is all thanks to how much I've invested. They don't understand me, and I don't blame them. I work hard, train, and still have to teach the students and do massages. I also have to spend mental energy getting close to those second-generation officials to help them pursue their ideal goddess. It's exhausting. The students have no idea how much pressure I'm under. The daily discount package is almost 100,000 berries now. The money spent daily flows out like water. That is how I've achieved such an increase. And now, I'm out of money. No money is truly a sad thing. Klein's mood quickly soured, sigh. It seems I need to quickly set up some successful matches to make some money from those second-generation officials. Also, get these second-generation officials into my training class. Offer them VIP services and charge several times the price. They have money anyway. This spiritual power. Even my dorm mates Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa can't understand it. Although Zefa has good talent, he is more the type that accumulates slowly and achieves greatness later. This month, the effort he put in is several times that of Klein's, but his increase in spiritual power isn't too much. Naturally, he feels a bit envious. Klein is indeed a genius. He has increased so much in just a month. If only I had his talent. It's a bit sour. There is an inexplicable sadness. The sweat poured out this month could fill a swimming pool. Meanwhile, that guy Klein is hardly ever seen sweating. The gap is getting bigger. Zefa's mood gradually worsens, but suddenly he wakes up. Klein is Klein, and I am me. How can I compare myself to others? My efforts will not be in vain. He quickly adjusts his mindset, and his gaze becomes clear and firm once more. However, people like him with strong willpower are still in the minority. Most students are envious of Kiel's purple glow. Karp grins and says, Klein's strength is improving pretty quickly. Soon he'll catch up to me and Sengoku. Karp, will not be surpassed by that guy Klein. Starting today, my training volume will double. But then he gets a bit of a headache. He really wants to spar with that guy Klein. But this guy is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, both foul and hard. He flat out refuses to spar with me. How infuriating. His fists clench silently. Usually, he spars with Sengoku more, while he looks down on the other students. He heard that Klein's swordsmanship is outstanding in the swordsmanship class, and he wants to see it for himself. But the other party completely ignores him, refusing to spar. It's always like this. During this test, seeing how much his spiritual power has increased, he suddenly feels excited. I'll ask Klein again. Karp is determined. He must spar with Klein. Even Sengoku is starting to be puzzled. Our talents are already recognized as first and second among this batch of students, but how could that guy Klein, clearly training so little, manage to increase so much? Karp and Sengoku's talents are undoubtedly recognized as the top two among this batch of students. The instructors share this sentiment. They have taught several batches of students, but this batch has many outstanding talents. And Klein is simply an oddity, a freak. Klein, that guy, trains with such low intensity and volume every day, yet he has improved so much. If he increases his training volume and intensity, his strength will definitely improve even faster. The instructor strokes his chin, already considering arranging a higher training intensity for Klein. Facing everyone's strange looks, Klein remains unfazed as he returns to the lineup. The joys and sorrows of people are different. The issue of money has been troubling Klein. Moreover, having only 300 spiritual power, what is there to make a fuss about? Klein is a man who has seen big scenes. Characters with over 300 spiritual power in anime are just cannon fodder. For a man with a system, this little increase is trivial, just a waste of effort. After the test, Klein's ranking jumped to third, falling behind Karp and Sengoku. Behind the chrysanthemum is the crane. After being surpassed by Klein, Crane's brows furrow. Her fair skin slightly flushed, feeling a bit annoyed. But she hasn't completely reached the red-hot state yet. After the test, a large circle of students surrounds Klein, all asking in a flurry, "Come on, honestly admit it. Do you have some special training method? Klein, I know you love money. How about this? I'll offer you 100,000 berries if you tell me your training secret. I promise not to spread it. Klein, my adoptive father. I also want to improve drastically." "Bro, good brother, I've spent several tens of thousands of berries on massage services from you. Just let's slip a little secret. Klein, do you want to have dinner together tonight? I'll feed you." This lowly voice, so sweet and tender. Klein instinctively looks towards the speaker and is instantly shocked. Almost feels nauseous. The speaker is a hulking student, big and burly with a full beard. His body muscular and dark. Klein is horrified, feeling a chill in his heart. I don't have a hobby for fencing, nor do I have a habit of eating noodles. If it were a beautiful student like Ahe, I might have agreed. But a big guy, no way. Klein coughs lightly. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen to me. The reason I've improved so quickly is entirely due to my own efforts. As soon as he finishes speaking, All the students roll their eyes in unison. You're talking about effort with us? Who believes that? Klein isn't angry. Well, everyone is welcome to sign up for my swordsmanship training class. Klein, let us spar. Karp's loud voice immediately suppresses everyone. The students' eyes light up. They start to urge, Klein, you and Karp should spar a bit. Let us see whose swordsmanship is better, yours or Karp's iron fists. Yes, yes, yes. If you win against Karp in swordsmanship, I'll sign up for swordsmanship training and I'll buy 10 classes at once. Klein looks at Karp. Karp, if you want to spar with me, that's fine, but it cost 50,000 berries for a single spar. He extends his palm, signaling Karp to pay up. Pay me and I'll fight. Chapter 18. Sparring costs money. Upon hearing Klein's demand for payment for sparring, Karp's expression darkened, feeling a bit humiliated. He grumbled, ponytail guy, you must be obsessed with money. Charging for sparring? If you don't have money, then don't even mention sparring. Klein crossed his arms, standing firm. And you all are the same. If you want to spar with me, prepare your belly first. Otherwise, everything is off the table. No payment, no free rides. There aren't that many good things in this world. Isn't this just wasting my time to make money? What if I get injured sparring with Karp? The losses would be huge. 50,000 belly. And that's still considering our dorm friendship. If we really spar, I should charge at least 100,000 belly to do myself justice. Do you know how much economic pressure I'm under right now? I can barely afford the daily discount packages. I'm a real month-light tribe. If I don't find a way to make money, next month I'll be eating dirt. I can't even buy the discount packages. Karp looked helpless, having already owed Klein over 100,000 belly. Where would he find another 50,000 belly to spar with Klein? The price Klein set was met with scorn from the other students. Hey Klein, did you really come to the Navy headquarters to get stronger? I see you just came to make money. Klein, you've earned a few million belly in these 2 months. Isn't that enough? You're charging for sparring? This guy wants money for everything. Why not just become a businessman instead of a Navy officer? We are all students. Charging for sparring is simply tarnishing justice. Klein remained unfazed, thinking to himself, right now it's 50,000 belly, but once I become strong enough, it won't just be 50,000 belly for one sparring session. By then, don't even mention 100,000. It'll start at least at 1 million. Just as the students were still criticizing the sparring price, a clear voice rang out. I'll pay. Klein turned to see a girl with deep blue hair and skin so fair it seemed to reflect light. It was Crane. This surprised Klein a bit, but a sheep delivered to his door must be slaughtered. If she pays, he'll spar with her. Just wait for me. No problem. After Crane brought the money, they chose a relatively spacious training room. At the door, Klein looked at the students and grinned, showing his white teeth. The viewing ticket is 5,000 belly each. You need to pay to watch. Although it was a smile to the students, he looked like a demon, a devil controlled by money. Many students were furious, protesting loudly. We have to pay to watch? Klein is simply despicable. We are all students. You won't even let us watch for free? This also costs money? God, how can there be someone who loves money this much in the world? Unbelievable. This guy will definitely be a big corrupt official in the Navy in the future. Klein leaned against the door, half closing it. Hey, hurry up. If you don't watch, I'm closing the door. Many students gritted their teeth and chose to buy tickets. Klein was the top student in the swordsmanship class, and with his rapid improvement in physical strength, they wanted to see just how high this guy's combat level and strength were. 1, 2, 3. With every ticket sold, Klein's mood improved, feeling more comfortable. Karp's expression darkened. Just let it slide for now. More debts don't hurt. He already owed Klein over 100,000 belly, so he didn't mind this extra 5,000 belly. He decided to see this guy's strength first. Sengoku and Zefa were the same. Adding more debt didn't matter. After collecting the money, Klein felt extremely pleased. The ticket money from the audience added up to over 100,000 belly, more than what Crane paid for sparring. He made more than 200,000 belly in one go. Awesome. Unlike usual when he barely made a little from massaging and training students. It seems he should do this kind of thing more often. It's a quicker way to make money. If he does this 10 more times, he'll have enough money to buy a gold medal substitute. How wonderful would that be? In the training room, the beautiful girl Crane looked serious and very earnest. After all, she was tea for a wealthy family, and 50,000 belly was a significant amount for her. Plus, being watched by so many people was a first for her, inevitably making her a bit nervous. Klein noticed Crane's nervousness and teased, "Crane, I've collected quite a bit of ticket fees. I could offer you a free sparring chance." "Oomph." Crane snorted, giving Klein a glare, but in Klein's eyes, it was a beautiful sight. She was a bit annoyed. "Klein, you plan to charge for the next sparring too, right?" A smart woman. Once she said that, Klein felt Crane was a bit less cute. Just knowing is enough. Don't say it out loud. After this sentence, the other students looked at Klein with resentful eyes, making Klein feel as if he were being torn apart. The students were excited. "Go Crane, beat Klein hard." "Yes. Don't hold back. Teach this cunning guy a lesson for us. This guy thinks about our money every day. If we don't teach him a lesson, I won't sleep well tonight." Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa had a better relationship with Klein and didn't support Crane like the other students. They were all debtors, each owing Klein a fair amount of money. Klein picked up a wooden sword, smiled confidently, and said to Crane, "Bring it on." In just over a month, his basic swordsmanship level had reached over 30 levels. With just over 10 levels to go, he could unlock the swordsmanship trait, Breath of All Things. Klein was naturally full of confidence. Furthermore, although the Conqueror's Haki he gained from his first charge was still not under his control, it nonetheless made Klein's aura seem different from others. The moment he gripped the sword, his entire aura surged, resembling a fierce beast, closely watching its prey, releasing a domineering and dangerous presence. This sudden pressure startled Crane, causing her pores to involuntarily tighten as she felt a cold, powerful aura rushing toward her. The invisible pressure made her forehead break into a cold sweat, thinking, "This is completely different from Klein's usual self. If this continues, I'll be completely on the defensive and led around by him." With a thought, Crane stretched her long legs, her toned thigh muscles exploding with cheetah-like speed. Her fair fist made a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. This punch was executed perfectly with great speed, heading straight for Klein's face. Swish! The wooden sword swung, the air whistled, and the shadow of the wooden sword quickly swept through the air. Klein reacted quickly, the wooden sword slashing toward Crane's wrist, forcing her to withdraw her punch. A fierce gust of wind came from his side. The originally loose pants, with Crane's sidekick, outlined the exquisite and firm contours of her long jade legs. Those legs were very long. Chapter 19. Who loses, who gains huge improvement. At 17, Crane stands nearly 2 meters tall, with legs that must be over 1.2 meters long according to the golden ratio, especially in manga where they only grow longer. It's extremely exaggerated. The height of Empress Hancock is only 191 centimeters, about 10 centimeters shorter than the young Crane. Just from the sound of her voice and the whoosh of the wind, Klein knows the explosive power and strength of her legs are incredible. Klein dodges to the side, skillfully counterattacking with his sword, and both engage in a back-and-forth exchange, trading over 10 blows in a matter of moments. Having been on the defensive, the clever Crane realizes that Klein is hiding his true strength. Despite noticing his flaws, each time she strikes, he either evades or easily counters her. His swordsmanship is impeccable, with defense that is practically flawless. Crane has observed him several times while he was betting against other students. Back then, she felt that if she were to face him, she could easily defeat him in just a few moves. Until the assessment at the end of the month, when she finally realized that he had been concealing his power during their sparring. In this assessment, his strength had surpassed hers, and Crane couldn't understand how Klein had achieved such a significant improvement compared to the most talented students of this cohort, Sengoku and Karp. How'd he do it? It made her doubt that Klein had always been hiding his abilities. So when Klein proposed a sparring session for 50,000 berries, while others disagreed, she chose to spar with him. During the spar, she discovered Klein was indeed very strong. Despite her fierce attacks, he remained calm and relaxed. At that moment, she heard the voices of the observing students. Crane is amazing. She's keeping Klein on the defensive. Go for it. With such fierce attacks and rapid strikes, they believed Klein wouldn't be able to withstand her. Hearing these words, Crane felt her face flush with anger, thinking, can't they see that Klein isn't even trying his hardest? Plus, is he really just planning to defend the entire time? The attacks continued, and Crane used both her hands and feet, her moves accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Klein kept defending, occasionally forced to retreat. Karp and Sengoku exchanged glances, both knowing that Klein's strength was above Crane's. Karp scratched his nose, thinking, this guy clearly doesn't want others to know his true strength. Klein, how did he improve so quickly? Sengoku frowned, deep in thought. It doesn't make sense. Is he really a genius among geniuses? After hundreds of exchanges, Klein defeated the panting Crane by a hair's breadth. The tip of his wooden sword was just a few centimeters from her throat. You win, Crane said, angrily stomping her foot and turning to leave. Behind her, Klein's voice called out, Crane, remember, next time it's free, but advice costs extra. Money, money, money. All he cares about is money. Crane felt bad about losing, especially since Klein had completely hidden his strength. After all that, he still wanted her to be his tool for making money, which was utterly infuriating. Why is there someone like Klein among the students this year? If Klein knew, he would definitely cry injustice, thinking he was just giving her face. If he defeated her in a few moves, wouldn't that embarrass her? Moreover, the purpose of sparring is to improve, and she had let him go all out. Klein returned the wooden sword to its place and said to the other students, you can all challenge me for sparring, just remember to bring money. The expressions of the students darkened, and one spoke up to criticize. Klein, we are all students from this cohort. Sparring for such a high price. Who would want to challenge you? There's a reason for the price. Klein replied earnestly, effective sparring can improve strength, but 50,000 berries per session is indeed a bit much for everyone to bear. How about this? We can offer a card, 100,000 berries for 4 sessions a month, and 1,000,000 berries for a seasonal card, allowing you to challenge me whenever you have time within 3 months. 45,000 berries. You can have me available for guidance, sparring, and practice anytime within a year, guaranteed satisfaction. Just think about it. I'm the third in this cohort, with superb swordsmanship and decent combat skills, a very high-quality sparring and practice partner, plus students purchasing seasonal and annual cards will receive guidance. He added many benefits to entice the students. After saying this, the students' expressions grew even darker, but a few still purchased monthly and seasonal cards. As for the annual card, no one was willing to buy it at the moment. At least, among the observing students, no one bought it. These few students contributed over 2 million berries to Klein instantly. Awesome. Finally, he had the opportunity to fight a slightly more affluent battle. How could Klein not be happy? On the way back, Sengoku looked at Klein with a peculiar expression, thinking, what does he want? The school doesn't charge for various courses and training. Yet this guy is eager to make money in school. I've never seen someone so obsessed with money. Most students pursue strength and justice, while Klein is all about money. To be honest, Sengoku was a bit interested in the annual card Klein mentioned, but he couldn't afford 5 million berries. It would be better to challenge Karp for practice. Not only does Karp charge nothing, but he is also a very good sparring partner. Free practice with Karp is indeed very comfortable. As for Klein, he could only say, no luck enjoying that. Back in the dormitory, in the bathroom, cold water from the shower couldn't extinguish Klein's burning heart. He immediately immersed himself in his consciousness. Golden medal stand-in. Your grandpa is here? The feeling of having money is different. In the game, golden medal stand-in. 288, 888 berries. This is the item Klein had coveted for over a month. And now he finally had the money to get it. Buy. Recharge successful. Your current balance is 125. 258 berries. The number in his bank account decreased by a little over half, but Klein was already used to it, silently urging himself, don't celebrate too early. There are definitely more pay-to-win projects ahead. This 1 million berries looks like a lot, but it's really just enough for less than half a month's worth of discount packages. Tomorrow, it's time to make more money. In the game, after successfully purchasing the golden training stand-in, the initial experience value increased 5-fold, from 20 points to 100 points. Not counting the experience bonuses. When calculated, it was many times more than the original experience value. This wave of 288, 888, a huge profit, a tremendous boost. So who really lost? Chapter 20, New Gameplay, Devil Fruit Chapter. Efficiency maxed out. At this rate, perhaps in just 1 month, I can raise my basic swordsmanship to level 50 and unlock Breath of All Things. Klein's heart was ablaze. Breath of All Things is commonly known as iron cutting in the anime. It is well known that steel is an incredibly hard material, and even the best swords struggle to truly cut through steel like mud. However, a swordsman who understands Breath of All Things can easily slice through steel with even an ordinary blade. At the same time, they can perform the cool and impressive flying slash. In the realm of swordsmen, it is a watershed moment and a threshold for sword masters. Being a sword master is truly exciting. Klein's heart raced, but the cold water spraying from the shower helped him calm down. He couldn't be too proud. Swordmaster is just a starting point for swordsmen. He set a small goal for himself. Being the world's #1 swordmaster wouldn't be bad either. He couldn't help but wonder, what powerful swordsmen are there in this era? Gold Lion Shiki definitely counts as one. Fool Prince Kazuki Odin is half a swordsman. And then there's Roger, Rayleigh, and the Red Count Leadfield. As for Mihawk, he's not even a sperm. He has nothing to do with it. Looking at it this way, there are still quite a few top-tier swordsmen. Becoming the world's #1 swordmaster is not an easy feat next. Klein began purchasing today's special gift packs. After buying all the discounted gift packs, his balance steadily decreased. As usual, he opened the Swordsmanship Mentor character card gift pack from the daily discount. After opening all the packs, as expected, they were all character fragments. Klein had long been accustomed to the daily routine of not getting anything. If he ever got something, he'd probably be so excited he could jump 8 feet high. However, after accumulating so many draws each day, Klein noticed a red dot lighting up on the Swordsmanship Mentor icon. Finally, it could be synthesized. Let's aim for a gold medal mentor. He silently prayed, just unlock a gold medal mentor and learn a special skill. His own swordsmanship could be significantly improved. Klein clicked on the icon, and of course the top was the gold medal mentor, but they were all scattered fragments. Not a single icon could be synthesized. The dream of having a gold medal mentor was shattered. Scrolling down, he quickly found a silver medal swordsmanship mentor. Cyrus. Is it him? He has an incredible record of 3,000 undefeated matches in the Dressrosa arena, a legendary hero. Memories of Cyrus flashed in Klein's mind. He is Rebecca's father and that toy soldier with a broken leg. His strength is decent. If he weren't missing a leg, he would definitely be stronger. Compared to a gold medal swordsmanship mentor, he still falls short. Having one is better than none. As long as he keeps buying special gift packs, he will eventually unlock a gold medal mentor. Klein immediately used the fragments to synthesize. After that, he hung the mentor's icon in the swordsmanship training room. The swordsmanship mentor not only unlocks special skills, but also enhances swordsmanship training efficiency and increases the experience gained. At the same time, he was looking forward to what special skills would be unlocked with the swordsmanship mentor Cyrus. Currently, the game character only has 2 skills. One is Iron Block, and the other is Basic Swordsmanship, both considered passive skills, one focusing on attack and the other on defense. He still hadn't acquired an active skill yet. Then, the training room was upgraded where necessary, acceleration was applied where needed, and equipment was refined as usual, all part of Klein's daily routine, which had become a habit. Finally, it was time to draw skills. Again, it was a pile of fragments, but the skill unlocks were relatively early. He had previously unlocked Iron Block from the 6 styles, and this time, he finally managed to unlock another skill. From the 6 styles, Paper Drawing. Paper Drawing, one of the defensive techniques of the 6 styles. It releases all of one's strength and can make the body as light as paper by sensing the airflow changes caused by the opponent's movements. It allows for easy and free control of the body. In game terms, it enhances the dodge chance. Successfully unlocking the skill, Klein's mind was once again filled with various training and battle experiences related to paper drawing. He instantly felt euphoric. That's right, Klein felt that as long as he focused, he could make his body as light as paper. The feeling of mastering the 6 styles without training was truly, incredibly exhilarating. He could do it in just 1 second. Who else could? This game is simply a blessing for someone like him with no talent. Klein felt that if he sparred with Crane again, Dodging her attacks would be even easier. As long as he wanted, she wouldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. He was filled with excitement, having unlocked 2 defensive skills. Completing the unlock of all 6 styles was just a matter of time, and other skills were also quite good. This game encompasses many skills that need to be cultivated slowly. At that time, Klein could confidently declare himself an invincible hexagonal warrior. Then he clicked on Adventure. The first chapter was Alvida Pirate Crew, and the second chapter was Buggy Pirate Crew. Compared to the Alvida Pirate Crew, the Buggy Pirate Crew was undoubtedly much stronger. Captain Buggy, who has the ability of the Chop Chop Fruit, also had a few elite minions under him. To slightly stronger characters, these were just acrobatic lackeys. Pushing through the levels this time was quite smooth. He directly pushed to level 210. Emu's dad was no longer in the pitiful state he started in. The daily special gift packs are real money, and at least he's a whale, so the difficulty of the earlier levels isn't that great. Arriving in front of the boss, Captain Buggy, the characters on screen exchange blows. The turn-based nature of the game allowed Klein's character to completely ignore the logic of reality. Even wielding a long knife could still deal damage to Buggy with the Chop Chop Fruit. Fortunately, Haki wasn't needed. Otherwise, this second chapter boss Buggy could have taken forever. Unlocking the skill of Armament Haki was still a long way off. Currently, he only had a few fragments of Armament Haki. And the God of Void he was hoping for still only had 1 fragment. Who knows when it would be unlocked? On screen, Emu's dad was still lying on the ground, bleeding like tomato ketchup, while Buggy only had a sliver of health left. It seems that in a few days, when the character levels up, he'll be able to clear the chapter of the Buggy Pirate Crew. Battle failure. When Klein returned to the main character's perspective, a text explanation popped up in the center of the screen. Fighting Buggy the Clown allowed you to experience the secret treasure of the sea, Devil Fruit. Eating a Devil Fruit will grant you incredible superpowers, but the side effect is that you cannot swim. Unlocking the Devil Fruit chapter. On the main interface, a new icon suddenly appeared, Devil Fruit Tree. After clicking it, a towering, lush tree trunk appeared on the screen, completely obscuring the view of the Devil Fruit Tree. On the thick trunk, on one of the leaves, was the head of Buggy the Clown with a red nose. Let's see what gameplay this Devil Fruit Tree has. Chapter 21, Double Devil Fruit Slot. Defeating Devil Fruit users has a chance to obtain Devil Fruit Fragments, which can be used to illuminate the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Gain exclusive special attributes for the Devil Fruits and attribute bonuses. Successfully unlocked Devil Fruit Slot, current, blank. Daily free challenge attempts, 3. Purchase Bronze VIP Challenge Privilege Card. Daily challenge attempts increased to 10. Price, 88. 888 berries. Purchase Silver VIP Challenge Privilege Card. Daily challenge attempts increased to 20. Price, 288. 888 berries. Purchase Gold VIP Challenge Privilege Card. Daily challenge attempts increased to 50 and gain an additional Devil Fruit Slot. Price, 988. 888 berries. However, did you think this was the end? At first, Klein thought so, but he was immediately slapped in the face. Incredible discount presale. Essential for upgrading Devil Fruits. 4-tier Devil Fruit Upgrade Discount Package is here. Don't miss out. Still the familiar 4-tier discount package. The materials are used for upgrading Devil Fruits, enhancing their attributes. Goodness, the planners are really not poets. Klein knows that once the privilege package is purchased, there's no need to buy it a second time. But this discount package is simply a bottomless pit. Nearly 10,000 berries a day. Over a year, that's several million berries. And the main recharge method is boiling frogs in warm water. And he, Klein, is that layabout. Klein gritted his teeth, his molars creaking. Buy either don't buy or buy the best. The highest level Gold VIP privilege can grant an additional Devil Fruit slot. The attribute boost from double Devil Fruits can make the character's strength even more powerful. The increase is huge. How can you not buy it? The 4-tier discount package is essential. Recharge successful. Your current balance is 127,630 berries. Pain. What a painful realization. Looking at the remaining balance of over 100,000 berries, Klein felt the economic pressure. It was about to crush this beast of burden. The 2 million berries he just earned hadn't even warmed up yet, and he spent it all on the game again. The key is that this money really can't be saved. Klein took a deep breath. The more he recharges, the stronger he gets. This is a huge boost. Out of sight, out of mind, he handled his daily tasks, let the character continue to grind, and then logged out of the game. He would sleep well tonight and tomorrow. He would be a beast of burden again. Massage services, swordsmanship classes, sparring partners, part-time matchmaking services. This day, he had to train and work several jobs. Too bitter for me. The key is that others can't understand him, thinking he only sees money. Sigh. But Klein didn't dare to stop. Once he stopped, he wouldn't even be able to afford the discount packages in the game. Anything that could improve his strength would stagnate, falling into slow growth. Having enjoyed the huge boost from the game, he didn't want to go back to the years of training where he felt no improvement. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. In reality, he is a beast of burden, but in the game, he is a big spender. Once the game feedback is enough, he can also be a big shot in reality. Everything is for a better tomorrow. The next day, upon arriving at the training ground, Klein attracted the attention of other students. The news of his spar with Crane had spread. Moreover, the news of Klein's card service had also been promoted. However, the price discouraged many. After all, it's common for students to spar with each other, and without Klein, they could find familiar people, so his business was quite poor. This left Klein feeling quite dejected. He had just spent over 2 million berries overnight and was now in urgent need of money. If only the Navy headquarters had usury. Otherwise, he would have to exploit every possible option. Once again, he cursed the king of usury in his heart. How can he call himself a king if he doesn't even do business with the Navy headquarters? Go home and play in the mud. The king of usury might not have even been born yet. Well, that's fine. No one knows his plight. Klein knew well, if he wanted to make money, he had to improve the quality of his sparring lessons to create some differentiation, and then he would earn even more. This matter cannot be rushed. His basic swordsmanship was still only over 30 levels, far from all things breathe. At the same time, he didn't know when he would learn the exclusive skills of the swordsmanship instructor. Fortunately, if the East doesn't shine, the West will. While he didn't earn money from the card service, today he successfully made a match for a student, successfully acting as a matchmaker. He helped a student pursue the girl he liked. Afterward, he received a reward of over 200,000 berries, temporarily alleviating his urgent financial needs. Having achieved the first success, Klein was very happy. The hardest part is getting started. That student's success would quickly spread, and then surely more people would come to him, at which point he could directly charge. Membership fees? That's right, he had already started planning to charge membership fees, although not much. Even if he wasn't successful, he would still have money to collect. Little by little, it would add up. Charging monthly would also provide him with a decent amount of berries. After training ended, he was successfully called to the office by the instructor. Klein, I heard you're trying to find all sorts of ways to earn money from other students in school. What's going on? The instructor looked at Klein with a serious expression. Previously, the small sparring was fine, but Klein was making more and more noise. Even the card service reached hundreds of thousands of berries. That is not a small amount. Even as an instructor, if he had to take out 1 million berries in cash, he would have to think long and hard. Klein's expression changed. He slammed the table and said with righteous indignation, "Instructor, I'm doing this for the good of the students, for justice. The students come to the Navy headquarters school to improve their strength, whether it's sparring, massage, or training. Which one doesn't enhance their strength? I, Klein, am the one who has ignited the competitiveness among the students. I, Klein, have never been perfunctory with these students. I diligently do every single thing. I sacrifice my time, busy until late at night. Is it for myself? In school, having money but no place to spend it. Am I doing it for enjoyment? No, I'm doing it for these students. They're the backbone of the future Navy, the ones fighting on the front lines against pirates. Instructor, you cannot wrong a good person." With his imposing manner, Klein left the instructor dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Staring blankly at Klein, filled with guilt, he didn't expect that Klein would sacrifice so much for the improvement of the students. The instructor stood up, moved to tears. "Klein, I'm sorry. I mistakenly accused you. You are a kind and upright Navy, worthy of everyone's admiration. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell the instructor, and I will definitely help you." "Sure?" The instructor was instantly baffled, his expression frozen. "No, I was just being polite. Are you serious?" Is this appropriate? Chapter 22. The three major debtors of the dormitory. Karp's IOU. Klein's handsome face was filled with seriousness as he earnestly said, "Instructor, I believe it is necessary to implement reward measures for the students to stimulate their competitive awareness and passion. Through rewards and punishments, we can motivate the students to practice harder." The instructor furrowed his brow deeply and began to seriously consider Klein's suggestion. Rewards can indeed inspire a person's motivation. The instructor looked at Klein, completely unaware that he was negotiating with a student. "Klein, what kind of rewards do you think would be appropriate?" "Let's hear it." "Money." "Of course it's money." Klein didn't dare to say it outright. He was afraid the instructor would give him a knock on the head. "I think a point system would be good." Points are equivalent to achievements, but can differ from achievements. I think points could be exchanged for tutor class hours, practical training for capturing pirates at sea, guidance from naval generals, advanced combat courses, renting training rooms, and even scholarships for outstanding students, as well as points redeemable for berries. He put forth his suggestions and secretly included the idea of monetary rewards, making his intentions less obvious. Klein did this out of necessity. He had his own troubles. As the game character leveled up and unlocked more gameplay and features, the spending required increased, and the amount of money needed was growing. Many students in the school were wealthy, but most were teenagers with limited disposable income. Sooner or later, these students would end up like Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa, drained of their money and on the path of death. Now, Klein wished the next batch of students would arrive soon so he could cut some new leaks. That would be a bit of consolation. If we talk about who in the Navy is the wealthiest, it must be the funding from the world government. It's easy to make money from the Navy without worrying about being broke. After hearing Klein's suggestion, the instructor clapped his hands. "Klein, your suggestion is very constructive. I will seriously consider this matter and report up the chain. I hope it can be approved soon. You can go back and rest now." "Yes." "Instructor, then I will take my leave." Klein turned to leave, hoping his proposal would be approved soon. An additional source of income would ease his financial pressure. He couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't know if other big spenders could withstand it, but he was really reaching his limit. This game felt like burning money. In the dormitory, when the Iron Triangle returned from extra practice, Sengoku learned that the instructor had a private talk with Klein. "Klein, did the instructor not allow you to earn money from his students?" Karp and Zefa turned their attention to Klein. "No, on the contrary, the instructor chose to strongly support me." Klein grinned, showing his silver-white teeth, feeling quite pleased. Karp looked shocked, his donut losing its flavor. "Wait, the instructor supports you? How did you manage to persuade the instructor?" Zefa also found it hard to believe. The instructor not only didn't scold Klein, but actually supported him. He must have heard wrong. Klein raised the corners of his mouth, joking, "What are you talking about? I am a kind, upright, and selfless student, working hard for the improvement of this batch of students." Everyone looked at him with confusion. "You? Selfless? We offered you a discount, and you refused. You always want us to write IOUs for a massage, charging for practice. You even charge for sparring with Crane, right? You can fool others, but don't try to fool us." Seeing the disbelief on the three faces, Klein couldn't be bothered to explain. "Who wanted a massage? Just write a good IOU." As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill from the resentment in the dormitory. It was just 5K. He owed less than 1,000,000 berries. In the future, capturing a pirate with a higher bounty would surely allow him to pay it back, right? Klein directly placed a blank IOU and a pen on the table, along with the necessary red clay. Karp was the first to pick it up and wrote down the IOU. Debtor's name, Monkey D. Karp, for purchasing massage services from Klein, unable to pay. Hereby establishes this IOU. Amount borrowed from Klein, 5,000 berries, written in words, 5,000 berries. Karp pressed his thumb on the IOU with red clay, performing the operation smoothly. This was a skill he had honed from writing dozens of IOUs. Then, he voluntarily lay down on the bed, exposing his muscular back to Klein. "Come on, ponytail guy." As soon as Klein began to massage, Karp couldn't help but show an expression of comfort. This is the right pressure. This is the technique. I feel like my soul is floating. So comfortable." At that moment, he felt that spending 5K berries was worth it. Soon, Sengoku and Zefa wrote their IOUs one after another, and Klein collected them, carefully storing them in a box. "These were all money. Time quietly passed, and half a month later, this day was worth celebrating for Klein. Half a month ago, Klein's proposal had been approved, and today the instructor officially announced that starting from this batch of students, the points system would be implemented. The top 100 students in each assessment would earn points, and both the swordsmanship instructor and the physical training instructor would have 10 slots each month for outstanding students to earn extra points. Of course, there would also be some tasks, practical training assessments, etc., all of which would earn points. The uses of the points were similar to Klein's proposal and could even play a significant role in their future careers in the Navy. Another great success. During the end-of-month assessment, Klein's progress was still significant, and the gap between him, Karp, and Sengoku was getting smaller. This made Karp and Sengoku, who were increasing their training load daily, a bit anxious. Why? Karp was anxious, scratching his head. Ponytail guy, how the hell are you training? How come you're improving so much every time? It doesn't make sense. Klein's training volume was even less than a tenth of what Sengoku and Karp put in, and he spent all his time making money. Sengoku furrowed his brow deeply. He felt like his head was about to explode. He and Karp often trained late into the night. Their improvements were not as good as Klein's. Is there any justice left? How is that fair? He couldn't understand. If this continued, he and Karp would surely be surpassed by Klein. Klein smiled mysteriously. Want to know? Do you have money? If you have the money for an annual pass, I'll tell you. Just like that, Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa, who owed Klein a lot of money, were left grinding their teeth in anger. And the annual pass was 5 million berries. It was an outrageous price. They couldn't even sell themselves. No money. If you don't have money, don't come asking about my secrets. I'm just a legend. Klein waved his hand. I'm busy. Don't delay my money-making. Chapter 23, Battle with Karp. Iron Block teaching class, how frustrating. That guy Klein is getting stronger and stronger, and Karp is increasingly eager to spar with him, wanting to personally test the other's strength with his iron fist. Unfortunately, Klein is unyielding and refuses to spar every time. Logically speaking, sparring with a stronger Sengoku would naturally be the best choice. However, he has sparred with Sengoku many times, and the initial novelty has long since worn off. It's normal to grow tired of the same thing, and Karp yearns to fight Klein to experience the joy of a new opponent. I really want to hit him. Karp bit down hard with his white teeth. He felt helpless against Klein, but the clever Sengoku was different. With a glint in his eye, he stopped Klein and said, Klein, if you want to make money, you can spar with me. I believe there will be many students watching, and you can earn ticket money. Upon hearing this, Klein stopped in his tracks, stroking his still-blossoming chin. Boom. Sengoku, your suggestion is quite good. He almost shouted explosive head out loud, mainly because Karp always had those words on his lips. Being around Karp has influenced Klein. After careful consideration, he realized that he still had a gap compared to Karp and Sengoku. After another month of training, he should be able to catch up. His basic swordsmanship should also exceed level 50, unlocking breath of all things, at that time. Klein chuckled. Sengoku, don't blame me for not giving you face. I can't afford to lose. What if I lose and those students drop out? Moreover, this was a chance to defeat Sengoku and subsequently raise the class fees. I have a compelling reason to win against you. Good. Klein nodded. Sengoku, I agree, but we need to schedule it for next month. Is that all right? While Sengoku was still pondering, Karp couldn't wait any longer and exclaimed, I'm in. Ponytail guy, next month I'm sparring with you, and all ticket fees are yours. He directly barged in. Karp had long wanted to spar with Klein. Sengoku, standing nearby, thought it would be good to let Karp test Klein's strength first. He calmly stepped back. Klein, let Karp spar with you first, and we can arrange your match later. Sure. Klein suppressed his excitement. Then it's settled. We'll spar in a month. I have to get back to work. Karp, receiving the response, excitedly clenched his fist the size of a sandbag cracking with power. After months of waiting, he finally had the opportunity to spar with the ponytail guy. I want you to experience the power of my Karp's iron fist. He had been practicing his punches daily at the junkyard, smashing against abandoned ships countless times. His strength was astonishing. Even Sengoku and Zefa were amazed, saying that his fists were scarier than steel. At this moment, Sengoku, who was originally Karp's rival, stood on Karp's side. Karp, go for it. You must defeat Klein. Watching Klein leave, Sengoku felt heavy-hearted. With Klein's growth rate, if he didn't defeat him now, there would be even less chance in the future. He must seize the opportunity to defeat him before Klein fully grows. The next day, Klein's proposal was approved, and what changed was the centralization of resources to create an elite class. The top 50 members from the assessment were included in the first batch of elite class students. In the classroom, still in the back row by the window, the hometown of kings, Klein sat in his seat, his long, flexible fingers twirling the pen in his hand. This class was on military quality education, but he was distracted, lost in thought. Soon, he would master breath of all things. How much should he raise the prize for the swordsmanship class? Previously, a single class cost 5,000 berries, which received a good response. There were a dozen students providing tens of thousands of berries daily. The price for single classes remained unchanged, while one-on-one special teaching courses, sparring, and personalized training courses would be added, commonly known as the luxury package. Yes, there should also be an experience class, where each student would only need 500 berries for their first course purchase. I need to make a business card and a brochure. Klein carefully recalled the tactics of course-selling influencers from his past life on TikTok, planning to apply them to this group of students. Russell. He wrote these plans in his notebook. As the class ended, he closed the notebook, which had the title Money-Making Manual on it, motivating himself at all times, finding ways to make more money. Arriving at the closed training room, surrounded by steel, equipped with various training devices, it was more advanced than a high-end gym. It was extremely spacious, as large as a football field. This was the treatment of the elite class, no longer having to endure the scorching sun on the school grounds. 50 elite students gathered together, lined up neatly. In front of the formation, the instructor crossed his arms and said, "First, congratulations. Due to your comprehensive test rankings being in the top 50 among this cohort of students, you have successfully joined the elite class. However, this does not mean you will always remain in the elite class. If anyone falls out of the top 50 in next month's assessment, the elite class benefits will be revoked until they re-enter the top 50. Some of you already possess physical qualities comparable to superheroes. It's time to teach you more advanced combat skills." Hearing the instructor's words, Klein's heart stirred with anticipation. Here it comes, the techniques of the 6 styles. Currently, the character in the game has unlocked Iron Block, Paper Drawing, and Finger Gun, with Finger Gun being the new skill unlocked in the past half-month. There are still 3 styles of the 6 styles that Klein has yet to learn. What Klein was more concerned about was that by having the instructor teach the 6 styles, he could use the 6 styles openly. Moreover, this would allow him to legitimately start the 6 styles training class, a great opportunity to make money that he absolutely couldn't miss. As Klein had guessed, the instructor continued his speech. The more advanced and powerful combat technique is the 6 styles, which include. Next, they would start training with Iron Block. The first style teaches Iron Block, which helps better control and strengthen all body muscles, providing good assistance for subsequent training of the other 6 styles. The instructor immediately demonstrated for everyone. Pulling out a handgun. True strength must possess a physique and vitality like a monster. In the sea, the strongest is the physical strength. He confidently demonstrated, aiming the gun barrel at his own temple, only a few centimeters away. This scene instantly made all the students tense up, many unable to help but sweat for the instructor. The next second, the instructor pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet fired. Iron Block. The bullet struck the instructor's temple, producing a sound like steel clashing, and the round-lead bullet fell to the ground. This left all the students present dumbfounded. Chapter 24 Iron Block. Isn't it just about having hands? Instructor. The instructor is completely unharmed? What? What is going on here? The bullets actually have no effect on the instructor. This is the Iron Block, so strong. I must learn the Iron Block. Then I won't be afraid of bullets. As expected of the instructor. After the shock, the students erupted in exclamations, clearly astonished by the scene before them. The temple is a vital part of the human body, very lethal and extremely vulnerable. Now, the instructor personally demonstrates to the students that the temple can defend against bullet attacks with its powerful defense. The students, including Karp and Sengoku, were filled with excitement. Karp clenched his fists, staring with wide eyes, defending against bullet attacks, his body like steel. This is the Navy's advanced combat technique. I must learn it. If I learn it, my fists, my fighting power will be even stronger. Defeating that guy with the ponytail will be a piece of cake. Haha. Sengoku's eyes were fixed on the instructor, his gaze fervent. Indeed, coming to the Navy headquarters allows one to learn stronger combat techniques and become stronger. Sooner or later, I will send all those pirates to the underwater prison. Klein couldn't help but think of the very pretentious fire cloud evil got upon seeing this scene. However, one emphasizes speed while the other directly withstands bullets with the body. Everyone yearns for the ability to make their bodies as hard as steel, capable of blocking bullets and attacks from swords. Suddenly, the beautiful girl Crane raised her hand and asked, "Instructor, can female students learn the iron block?" As soon as the question was asked, the students all closed their mouths and fell silent. The instructor's expression changed slightly. Yes, they could learn, but mastering it would be very difficult. After all, the physical structure of women is different from that of men, and they may need to put in 10 times or even more effort. Even so, it would still be hard to master. Hearing the instructor's response, Crane's originally bright eyes suddenly dimmed, her brows furrowing tightly. This kind of answer hit her hard. Even as a female student, Crane did not want to fall behind. Losing to other students, she wanted to become stronger and be an excellent Navy officer, capturing evil pirates. There are very few female officers in the Navy, and even fewer famous female officers. Crane hoped to become a representative figure among female Navy officers. But reality is always cruel. At this moment, her heart was a bit chaotic, but the instructor quickly comforted her. "Crane, there are other advanced combat techniques in the 6 styles, and I will teach them to you one by one later. You can focus on other combat techniques." The instructor's comfort helped Crane calm down. She nodded, although her mood still seemed very low. She had heard such statements many times in the Navy school. The instructor's words made Klein involuntarily think of Kushiro and his daughter Kuina from the anime. He couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. Fortunately, I didn't transmigrate into a woman. After all, there are no brothers of mine in this world. Being a woman at least gives my brothers some enjoyment. This was something everyone joked about in the past life. Moreover, gender transformation is not a particularly strange thing in web literature. Quiet. The instructor commanded next. I will teach you the cultivation method of the iron block, so listen carefully. The instructor not only explained the content of the iron block, but also repeatedly demonstrated it personally several times. Next, it was time for the students to start practicing according to the instructor's teachings. One by one, the students began to try with enthusiasm, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The result, after repeated attempts, they were still beaten and howling. "Ouch, it hurts. Wow, the iron block is too hard. It hurts, be gentler. You're hurting me, Karp. You bastard. Are you trying to kill me? Explosion head. You hit harder than I do." The training room was in an uproar as everyone wanted to test their iron block strength. In reality, the students hadn't even touched the threshold, but that didn't hinder everyone's enthusiasm for the advanced combat technique iron block. The instructor walked among the students, reminding them that the iron block cannot be mastered in a day or two. It requires repeated honing, strengthening the body, and mastering the strength of the muscle contractions. To learn the iron block, even geniuses need months or even longer to master it. Many of you still do not have the physical quality to grasp the iron block. You need to enhance your physical training and strengthen your body. His focus was on a few students with the highest physical values, including Karp and Sengoku. These two are currently the strongest in terms of physical fitness among all the students qualified to practice the 6 styles. The training effects of the two were not yet visible, but in terms of passion and enthusiasm, they were far ahead of the other students. They would soon master the iron block, and then they could start teaching the other techniques of the 6 styles. The instructor nodded in satisfaction with his hands behind his back. Just then, a voice suddenly caught the instructor off guard. "Instructor, I learned the iron block." The instructor staggered and almost fell to the ground. Who learned it? The training room suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere was quite eerie as all the students looked towards Klein. Klein pretended to be overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. "Ha, I learned the iron block." Thick-skinned and pretending. To make money, no shame. For the sake of making money. He had to show off now to open his training class later and recruit students. The instructor walked up to Klein, half in disbelief, and asked, "Klein, the iron block. You really learned it?" "I really learned it. It's not that I don't believe you, but the iron block cannot be learned in a day or two. Show me how you use the iron block." The instructor was still reluctant to believe it. "A day? No, to be precise, it was less than a few hours. And you learned the iron block?" "Dude, who are you trying to fool?" "Instructor, I have at least taught several batches of students. Which student could learn the iron block in just a few hours?" "I've never seen it before." The other students whispered among themselves. "Is it true? Did Klein really learn the iron block? Is he lying?" The instructor said geniuses at least take 6 months to start learning. That guy Klein wouldn't think that just flexing his muscles and making them hard means he learned the iron block, would he? We'll see if he can make his body as hard as iron when he uses it. At this moment, Karp and Sengoku were also extremely confused. They were just arguing about who would learn the iron block first, preparing to compete. Then Klein suddenly says he learned it. Karp's face darkened, picking his nose, thinking, that guy with the ponytail's physical fitness can't compare to ours. How could he learn it so quickly? If he learns it, I'll wash my hair upside down. Count me in. Sengoku was skeptical. With Klein's talent, it was simply impossible. Could it be that he was really seeing ghosts? Chapter 25, What is Genius? This is genius. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Under everyone's gaze, Klein's body trembled. Iron block. In an instant, all the muscles in his body bulged, forming a hard steel plate. Seeing this, the instructor's pupils suddenly contracted. It looked somewhat decent. Let me give it a try. The instructor threw a straight punch, hitting Klein's chest. With a dull thud, Klein remained motionless, not even swaying. At this moment, the instructor's expression changed dramatically, shocked you. "You really mastered iron block. How is this possible? It's only been a few hours. You learn it already? Incredible. How could a student learn iron block in just a few hours?" He had never even heard of such a thing. After the instructor's confirmation, the other students stared at Klein in disbelief, their eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. The instructor felt his understanding was being overturned by Klein at this moment, completely losing his composure. "This is not scientific. Klein, tell me how you learned it." Klein shrugged. "Iron block. Isn't it enough to just have hands?" According to what the instructor taught, practice makes perfect. Are you kidding me? If it were that easy, the Navy would have already wiped out all the pirates. At that moment, the instructor felt his brain short-circuit. He had taught so many batches of students and had never seen anyone learn it so quickly. Instead, he had seen many students who wasted their practice. Karp was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, swallowing a whole egg without a problem. Is this for real? This ponytail guy learned it just like that? This isn't a joke, is it? Sengoku's expression changed, unable to accept this reality. The two were completely dumbfounded. The instructor had only started teaching today, and you learned it already? Is this even poetic? We have hands too. Why can't we do it now? The students erupted in conversation. He really learned it. Could he really be the genius among geniuses? Damn, the instructor personally confirmed it. This must be true. How did he learn it? I envy him so much. Why is this happening? Is there no justice in this world? Klein, that guy who dives into money, master iron block, just like that? It's hard to believe. Klein is just too talented, right? Many people looked at Klein with envy, wishing they could take his place. Yes. It's exactly this kind of envious, jealous gaze. I used to look at others like this. And now it's my turn to enjoy this spotlight. Klein felt great. Although this genius was bought with game money, who says it wasn't his own effort? I am a freaking genius. As long as I keep spending money, I can maintain my genius power, and the fake can become real. Who dares to say I'm not? The instructor, who had been stunned for a while, came to his senses and stared at Klein with a different look. I underestimated you before, misjudged your talent. But I didn't expect now. I still underestimated you. After teaching several batches of students, Klein is definitely the most talented student. Even that guy, Kong, can't compare to Klein. The instructor patted Klein on the shoulder as encouragement. Klein, your talent is the strongest I've ever seen, and you will definitely become an excellent Navy in the future, famous around the world. Become a role model for other navies. Klein was almost floating from the praise. Cough, cough, instructor. Do you have any points? The instructor was momentarily speechless, waving his hand. Fine, I'll give you 10 student points. Thank you, instructor. Awesome. The treatment of a genius is different. There are many things that can be exchanged for points. More importantly, it can be exchanged for money. 1 point equals 10,000 berries. This is a reward of 100,000 berries, making Klein love the instructor even more, feeling that the instructor was kind and amiable at this moment. The instructor turned to the other students. You all work hard, learn from Klein, and strive to master iron block as soon as possible. The students were speechless. Klein's talent. Is it something that a person can learn? What a joke. In the crowd, Hishouchuan clenched his fists, biting his lip, her beautiful face filled with unwillingness. How could he master iron block so quickly? Can women really not compare to men in combat talent? Feeling very irritated, the last sparring made her very angry at Klein. The other party offered a free sparring session, and, after almost a month, she still hadn't gone to find Klein for sparring. During this month, she trained tirelessly, thinking about surpassing Klein. But unexpectedly, the gap between her and Klein was getting wider. Subsequently, the students began to strive hard, stimulated by Klein, making all the other students work hard to practice iron block, striving to be the second or third to master iron block. After the class ended, Klein immediately started selling courses to the exhausted students, brothers and sisters. Do you want to learn iron block early, to have a body like steel, unafraid of bullets and blades? Of course. Who doesn't want to learn iron block as soon as possible? Talking standing up doesn't hurt. Cough, cough. Klein cleared his throat. What I want to say is, I plan to set up a 6 styles training class with me, the genius student who learned iron block in a day, as your teacher. I hope you can learn the 6 styles earlier, and I will do my best to help you. Of course. You also have to pay me a little berries as my reward. Here we go again. This guy Klein is starting to think of all kinds of ways to make money again. Klein, we are all students of this batch. We see each other every day. Can we not talk about money? Talking about money hurts feelings. Exactly. If you guide us, we will definitely be grateful. We are all Navy in the future. It's only natural to take care of each other. Klein crossed his arms. Want to freeload off me? Dream on. Only I can freeload off you. No one can ever freeload off me. I think old Chow is right. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Klein continued to PUA the students. Mastering iron block early means leading other students early, which provides more security in future battles against pirates. I also don't want to hear news about you in the future after graduation being casualties. The faces of the students turned very dark, clearly angered by Klein's words. Being strong means safety, means a higher rank. Klein pretended not to notice and continued to PUA. We talk about justice, but without strong power, how can we practice our justice? Just relying on slogans and passion won't work. The training class has a special discount today. After today, the price will increase. Don't miss it. Regular classes are 5,000 Bailey per session. Buy 5 sessions and get 2 free. A seasonal card costs 1 million Bailey, which includes one-on-one guidance, sparring, practice sessions, free massage services, and personalized courses. An annual card costs 5 million Bailey and includes additional services such as on-call support, future practical training assistance, safety personnel, and other premium services. Purchasing is a profitable deal. More services will be offered in the future, and annual cardholders will have priority for new experiences. Chapter 26, The Skill of Iron Block, a must-have for real men. Klein displayed with a mischievous grin that the iron block is strong and hard. Bullets can't penetrate it, and swords can't harm it. The defense is absolutely fantastic. A must-have skill for survival on the battlefield. Not only that, the uses of the iron block are endless. It's a blessing for men, a guarantee of happiness for women, showcasing manly prowess. This round of praise turned the iron block into something extraordinary. A skill essential for a powerful navy at sea. Don't have it, then you're outdated and inferior. You'll be seated at the children's table for meals. When Klein mentioned the hidden uses of the iron block, many female trainees blushed, directly or secretly cursing Klein as indecent. A moral decline, but with Klein's twist. Many couldn't help but think about what effect the iron block would have if used in bed. Even if they couldn't use it now, they were sure it would be useful in the future. Little did they know, when using the iron block skill, the body cannot move unless the iron block is refined to perfection. Otherwise, using it in bed is nearly impossible. However, When promoting a product, one cannot mention its drawbacks. Otherwise, the trainees wouldn't feel the desire to buy it. I want to buy it. The iron block is great. I must learn the iron block. A real man definitely needs the iron block. The instructor said that an excellent Navy must have a strong physique, not just for personal enjoyment. Can Klein give 10 discount? I can't wait to learn the iron block. Haha. I want to be a man as strong as steel. This series of actions left Karp, Sengoku, and Tsuru dumbfounded. The trainees flocked to Klein, eager to sign up. Not everyone, like Karp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, focused solely on training to become stronger. Others lacked the iron will of steel. Karp, feeling gloomy, thought that women would only hinder his training of the iron fist. Sengoku glanced at Karp beside him, noticing Karp's expression change to one of frustration. Damn it, Klein has already learned the iron block in a month's time during sparring. No way. Karp immediately regained his confidence, clenched his fists, and thought, I cannot lose to the guy with the ponytail. I will train in a month. I will definitely learn the iron block. After saying that, he turned and left, heading straight for the junkyard. I made up my mind. I will train all night. As long as I don't die from training, I'll train hard. Stimulated by Klein, Karp's heart couldn't calm down. He needed to vent. He needed to improve. Sengoku followed Karp's lead. Although he also wanted Klein to guide him on the iron block training, he had no money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written an IOU to Klein. He started the 6 Styles training class, making Klein's daily tasks heavier, but he was in a great mood. No one was signing up for the Supreme annual card. But several trainees still signed up for the quarterly card, along with various other income. Today, he directly earned millions of berries. This was the most he had ever earned at one time. These millions of berries would support over a month of spending. The feeling of having money is fantastic. Klein felt relaxed all over. He walked with a spring in his step. Klein happily imagined that once he showcased the other 6 styles, more trainees would sign up for the courses, and after a few months, he would wait for a new batch of recruits. The new batch of trainees would endure until graduation, and then he would be completely free. Striving to become a Navy Rear Admiral, he could catch some pirate criminals, take bribes, collect kickbacks, and earn some extra cash, all while being relaxed. Then he'd figure out how to get pure gold. Haha. The future days of happiness, just thinking about it feels great. After crossing over to the world of pirates, before awakening the system, his dream was just to live a safe life. Now that he has a system, naturally, dreams need to keep up with the times. He doesn't like the idea of fighting and chasing pirates at sea. He knows how boring and tedious that life is. Since he has crossed over, shouldn't he enjoy it? With so many beautiful women at sea, isn't it appropriate to care for and comfort them? Is that reasonable? The food in this world is rich and diverse, and there is no concept of protecting animals. So doesn't that mean he can eat whatever he wants? Bro, treating yourself well is better than anything else. After finishing today's training, getting a massage, Klein returned to his dorm, took a shower, and lay on his bed. He began his daily Timmy time. Daily gift packs bye. Open. The daily task was to purchase discount gift packs and eliminate all the various red dots on the game interface. Klein still had a bit of OCD. He had to wipe out the red dots completely. He collected idle experience. His game character's level reached 15, and Klein immediately received feedback from the game system. A powerful energy surged into his body, enhancing and transforming every inch of it. Klein could clearly feel the strength in his flesh and blood growing stronger. In the game, leveling up would become increasingly difficult, but the boost would also be greater, meaning the feedback from leveling would be more significant. Even Klein's height increased by about a centimeter. He had grown several centimeters in these few months. He hoped those extra centimeters grew in the right places. Ahem. Back to the point. Successfully unlocked faction gameplay. The new gameplay has arrived, and Klein's mouth twitched. New gameplay means new recharge, and spending projects will also emerge. Following the game's instructions, he clicked on Faction, and the screen displayed one side as an icy world and the other as volcanic lava. The factions were simply the Pirate faction and the Navy faction. There are no options for selecting countries, bounty hunters, or dark worlds. Klein looked at the introductions for each faction. The Pirate faction would form its own pirate crew to set sail and could recruit subordinates in the tavern for training. By defeating the Navy and challenging pirate levels, they could increase their bounty gain experience, items, unlock titles, and so on. Pirate titles include, but are not limited to Supernova, Warlord, for Emperors, and Pirate King. Conversely, the Navy faction would capture pirates, complete game tasks, gain military achievements, promote ranks, and recruit Navy forces. Also gaining experience and titles. The focus is primarily on military ranks, following the Navy's ranking system. Since I am already in the Navy, choosing the Navy in the game would be quite boring, so I'll choose the pirate faction instead. After some thought, Klein made his decision. Choosing the pirate faction. Please name your pirate crew. Let me think. What name should I choose? For someone like me with naming difficulties, this is really hard. Ding. Got it, I'll call it the Daughter Kingdom Pirate Crew. Besides me, all other crew members must be female. And this Daughter Kingdom doesn't just mean female characters. Haha. Don't ask why. Just say it's a man-s nature. Although it's just a game. Isn't there an element of development and collection in games? Klein doesn't want his ship to be filled with a bunch of weirdos, especially new humans, transgenders. Chapter 27. Tavern Recruitment. Juice of the General. Pirate crew name successfully established. Starting location, East Sea. Current pirate crew funds, 287 gold coins. Current pirate crew member, Imsdat. Navigator, none. Chef, none. Minimum requirement to set sail is no less than 3 crew members. Please recruit your crew at the tavern. Great. Let me see what the tavern recruitment is like. Klein clicked on the tavern. Obviously, 3 options appeared. Single draw, 10 consecutive draws, and 100 draws. Recruitment range, East Sea. Recruitment prize pool, Zoro, Kuina, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Joseph, Johnny Daily free draws. 1. Oh wow. Not bad. Even Kuina can be recruited. I must get her. She is the woman who defeated the Future World's #1 swordsman 2,000 times. Klein's attention was entirely on the female characters available for recruitment. He drew once for free, and the result was naturally 1 fragment. The key is that in other games, after a certain number of draws, there is guaranteed special rewards. But this game, one word, pitfall, there is no so-called guarantee. It just lets you draw until you die. After the free draws ended, the 4-tier special discount package popped up on the screen as expected. Super value benefits. 4-tier tavern recruitment special discount package is here. Klein couldn't help but sigh as he bought all the packages. Another special discount package would have to be bought every day, which adds up to over 200,000 berries in a month. At first glance, it doesn't seem expensive, but combined with other special discount packages, he would have to spend millions of berries on special discount packages in a month. The calculations are terrifying. The joy of just earning a few million berries vanished, feeling like he wasn't making money, but just on the path to making money. When will this life be able to stop, allowing him to rest well? In the game, cover himself with a blanket and sleep. That night, Klein had a nightmare. First dreaming that he was lying on a bed full of berries. Later, these berries grew hands and feet, pulling at his skin and hair, waking him up in fright. Upon waking up, he found the 3 beds were completely empty. Klein widened his eyes, fully awake. Cap and Sengoku didn't come back all night? Are they really that dedicated? Is it necessary to be this competitive? After washing up, he went to class and noticed that Cap and Sengoku's clothes were soaked with sweat, with no time to change. What the hell? Is this a feat of Iron Men? Klein was utterly impressed. With such talent, they were still working so hard, leaving no room for others. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary person. Otherwise, I would definitely be crushed by these guys. Little did he know, Cap and Sengoku were actually inspired by Klein to train all night. Meanwhile, the 2 of them performed a round of headstands while washing their hair at the abandoned shipyard last night. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Navy school instructor. Teacher, look what I brought you. The instructor looked up, his eyes brightening. Whoa, Kong, you came to visit the teacher? And you brought the teacher's favorite wine. It was worth it for me to take care of you back then. He was tall and looked very strong, with large muscles on his exposed arms. The brown skin clearly showed he had been weathered by sun and wind, a man who spent years on the sea. Kong placed the wine on the table and sat down in the chair opposite the instructor. This time at sea, the hunt for pirates took several months, but fortunately, everything went relatively smoothly. This is the wine I brought for you, teacher. The instructor picked up the bottle, fondling it lovingly, his eyes shining. Good, good. You should be promoted to Rear Admiral soon, right? Kong nodded. Teacher, how was the quality of this year's students? The instructor's expression changed, his mouth grinning. Ha ha ha, Kong. Let me tell you, this year's students are truly the most talented batch ever. Unlike your batch back then, you were the only standout. Seeing the instructor so happy and claiming this year's students are the most talented, Kong was somewhat surprised. Teacher, are this year's students really that strong? Not just strong. The instructor's smile was radiant. Originally, this year's students were quite good, but unexpectedly, there was an anomaly. I initially underestimated, but I didn't expect that Klein's talent is truly the strongest among all the students I've taught. Even you, Kong, weren't as dazzling as him back then. Hearing the instructor's praise, Kong was a bit shocked. His talent combined with hard work had once been praised to the heavens by the instructor, making him quite proud. He didn't expect the instructor would find a new favorite so quickly, and even say that his talent is better than his. Teacher, is Klein's talent really that strong? Kong furrowed his brows. He had graduated for some time and had fought against some rising pirate newcomers in the sea, none of whom were his match. Kong was quite confident in his own talent. The instructor chuckled. That guy learned to lift iron blocks in just a few hours. What? Kong's eyes widened in shock, standing up in disbelief. In just a few hours, someone could learn to lift iron blocks? Incredible. At first, I didn't believe it either. But that's the truth. The instructor couldn't help but recall that scene. He then added, besides Klein, this year's students also have a few good ones. Cap, Sengoku. They're all at least elite Rear Admiral prospects. As for Klein, the demeanor of a general. A general? Kong couldn't calm down. As a Navy member, 99 of people dream of becoming a Navy Admiral. But among countless Navy personnel, only 1 or 2 can become an admiral. Without exception, to become an admiral, mere achievements are not enough. One must possess sufficient strength to deter pirates. The demeanor of a general is undoubtedly the highest evaluation for a student. No exceptions. The instructor suddenly looked somewhat forlorn, a bit worried. Klein's talent is good, but this guy, how should I put it, seems particularly fond of money. He knew that what Klein said in front of him about starting training camps and practicing with other students was all for the benefit of the other students. The instructor wouldn't be easily fooled by Klein. Recently, Klein's activities in making money had become increasingly noticeable, and his charging standards were also rising, including the student point system. That guy had reportedly converted all his points into berries. This made the instructor quite troubled, thinking, if Klein put all his effort into training, perhaps he would make even greater progress. The good news is that Klein's actions actually ignited the enthusiasm and competitiveness of the students. And this year's students generally grew more than before. This was also the main reason he didn't step in to stop Klein from making money at school. Kong was filled with interest in the few people the instructor mentioned. Teacher, I really want to meet this year's students and see their strength and talent with my own eyes. There will be opportunities. The instructor stood up, patted Kong on the shoulder, and said, I'll find a time for you, as a former student, to give them a lesson, so they know the power of graduating students. Kong's eyes lit up at the thought of battling with this year's new students. Meanwhile, Klein continued to steadily progress in the game. Every day's special discount packages were maximized. Continuously challenging Joker Bucky, I finally managed to gather the fragments of the Shatter Fruit just before the end of the month. Successfully synthesized the Shatter Fruit. Chapter 28. Unlocking the Shatter Fruit. Shatter Fruit. The user can freely split their own body. Evasion probability increased. Defense increased. Attack power increased. After unlocking, the enhancements brought by the Devil Fruit are quite impressive. After all, it's a game, and many things are directly datafied. Unlocking the first Devil Fruit, Klein is very pleased. He has finally gathered the Shatter Fruit. The attribute boost is secondary. Now, let's see if he can master the ability of the Shatter Fruit. This is the question he cares about the most. Once he can grasp the power of the Devil Fruit through the game, it will definitely be the ultimate trump card. In the game, Klein opens the Devil Fruit slot. Due to the previously purchased Golden VIP Privilege Challenge card, the character has 2 Devil Fruit slots. Opening one of them, the only selectable Devil Fruit is a lonely purple fruit, identical to the one that Buggy the Clown swallowed out of fear from Shanks. Choose to equip. The next second, Klein feels a mysterious energy emerging from his body. He suddenly has an epiphany. He has now become a devil fruit user. And he has mastered the Shatter fruit. It really works. Ha ha ha. This little workshop is amazing. Incredible. Klein can't stop laughing in his heart. Overjoyed, it's so refreshing. In the future, through challenges, he can also gain other devil fruit abilities, and he can freely change his devil fruit powers in the game. Who says little workshops can't do it? Little workshops are fantastic. So comfortable. In the pirate world, who doesn't long to experience the magical abilities of devil fruits? Klein knows that many people have fantasized about having powerful devil fruit abilities, even concocting some strong devil fruit powers. There are all kinds of bizarre ideas. The creativity of netizens is truly impressive, and one has to admire that. No matter if it's reasonable or not, as long as it feels good, that's all that matters. Moreover, is Oda-sensei always reasonable? The later devil fruits that appear become increasingly bizarre, and the shatter fruit has been imagined by many to have powerful abilities. Since the body can freely split, it can be said to be a swordsman's nemesis. In stark contrast to Luffy's sun god Nika form, where the rubber body is immune to many attacks and reduces damage, the superhuman devil fruit also has its strengths. In the game, being able to freely switch devil fruit abilities, whether it be Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia, as long as the Encyclopedia is unlocked, they can all be equipped. Want to use any ability? Go for it. It's fantastic. Klein's mood is high, and the adrenaline in his heart surges. His heart is beating faster and faster. The ability to replace devil fruits at will is just amazing. Do you have a magma fruit? I have it too. Ace's flame fruit? Sorry, buddy. I have a magma fruit, you're outclassed. In front of the magma fruit, the flame fruit is like Aeson. What quake fruit? Azure dragon fruit, light fruit. As long as I unlock enough, nothing is impossible. If Garp and Sengoku were here, they would definitely notice that Klein looks like a fool, unable to suppress himself. He can't hold back. His smile is harder to suppress than an AK. In his dorm room, Klein goes to the bathroom, looks at himself in the mirror, and with a thought, his entire arm instantly separates from his body, floating in the air. The break in his arm is smooth and flat, with no visible blood or flesh. Not a drop of blood has spilled. Klein feels it is very wonderful. He has a telepathic connection with his arm, able to command it freely. With a thought, the hand performs the rock, paper, scissors gesture. What a magical feeling. As he speaks, Klein's head separates, floating in the air, directly rotating 360 degrees, taking in everything in the bathroom. Something he couldn't do before is now easily achievable. Then, he looks at his body without a head and a severed arm. It could easily be mistaken for the supernatural world, and no one would doubt it. He continues to experiment with the Shatter fruit's ability. The floating arm splits again, dividing the wrist, forearm, and bicep into 3 segments. He can split any part of his body at will. The index finger of his hand extends. Finger gun. The floating hand pokes a ceramic cup in the bathroom, piercing it and leaving a hole. Not only can he use the 6 powers, but Klein can naturally think of using the floating arm to perform swordsmanship. He can completely achieve the effect of sword technique. The range, however, is only 200 meters. Klein strokes his chin. Only his head and hand are floating, looking quite eerie. Logically, the stronger I am, the stronger the devil fruit ability should be. Moreover, devil fruits have an awakening state. Perhaps that is the key to the Shatter fruit affecting reality. Currently, the Shatter fruit can only cause things attached to him, like clothes, to shatter. It cannot shatter surrounding objects. If he truly awakens the Shatter fruit and can freely shatter surrounding objects, everything shattered can be manipulated at will and can float, ignoring the effects of gravity. It will definitely be a very powerful devil fruit. However, if he splits too much, he must control these split bodies. In his past life, multitasking was difficult, but in the pirate world, with strong willpower and skilled control, it's not a problem. Moreover, Klein enters the game and sees the Shatter fruit LV. One label, realizing that the devil fruit can still level up. Through leveling up, he will become more proficient at mastering the fruit's abilities. He might even reach the awakening level. According to the plotline, once he enters the Grand Line, many devil fruit users will appear with a variety of abilities, and he will be able to obtain even more powerful devil fruit abilities. Klein relinquishes his ability, returning to normal at the Navy Academy. He cannot expose that he is a devil fruit user for now. Fortunately, as long as he wants, he can choose not to equip the devil fruit ability, which is very convenient. He continues to challenge Buggy the Clown daily to obtain devil fruit fragments, which he can upgrade later, before the end-of-month assessment. There's another thing that makes Klein exceptionally happy and excited. His swordsmanship level has finally reached level 50. He successfully unlocked Breath of all things. He can finally proudly say he is a swordsman. At the same time, there's another piece of good news for Klein. The swordsmanship mentor, Gyrus, has finally unlocked his exclusive skill after being idle for so long. Thunder Destruction Sword. This is Gyrus's ultimate move. With this move, Gyrus defeated Diamante, slicing through both his body and weapon. Awakening the swordsmanship skill makes Klein ecstatic. Although this move isn't particularly flashy, it is practical and a powerful sword technique. Once he awakens Shanks's techniques, or something like Zoro's 3,000 Worlds, it will be much cooler. One of the dreams of learning swordsmanship is to wield a sword stylishly and with flair. Naturally, Klein aspires to many cool skills. Fancy sword techniques, they're both beautiful and powerful. Although the World S #1 Swordsman Mihawk's basic attacks are impressive and cool, it's not enough. Spending money for a moment of excitement is just the beginning. Continuously spending money brings ongoing pleasure. This is the charm of money. The improvements gained make Klein unable to suppress his smile at night. He's grinning from ear to ear. What a beautiful dream. It's also the end of the month before the assessment. Good news comes from Karp and Sengoku. They have mastered Iron Block. Learning Iron Block excites Karp, and he proudly shows off in front of Klein, saying, "Hey, I've learned Iron Block. In a spar, I won't lose to you, ponytail guy." Chapter 29. The first spar with Garp. Garp was very confident, and his confidence came not only from his own strength, but also from the fact that his willpower was that of a monster. In the pirate world, there were countless confident people, and many challenged the four emperors. If they succeeded, they would be renowned across the seas. If they failed, they would naturally become a joke. Garp and Sengoku, congratulations on learning Iron Block so quickly. Klein was still a bit surprised. If it weren't for his system, it would take years to learn Iron Block. These two had such great talent. Compared to them, Zefa was still too young, and his talent had yet to be revealed. They weren't even members of the elite class yet, and currently, their strength was at the bottom in the dormitory. Their physical fitness didn't even meet the requirements for practicing Iron Block. This guy was also holding back a lot of energy, training crazily, hoping to become an elite class member as soon as possible. Sengoku's expression darkened. His skin tone was not as fair as it would be when he became Admiral of the Navy. So, his dark complexion was not very noticeable. Klein, compared to you, we are still far behind, but learning ability and combat ability are two different things. I have a lot of confidence in Garp's strength. Ponytail guy. Garp raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, ready for me to hit him. TSK. Klein smirked. Who knows who will hit whom? Before the spar, I need to promote this to the students. That's right. How can I not invite an audience to charge for tickets for Garp's and my battle? Otherwise, it would be a waste of a spar, and my spar with Garp would definitely attract a lot of students. It would definitely be a nice little profit. Ponytail guy, it's agreed that my share of the ticket sales for this spar will count as part of the debt you owe me. Garp patted Klein on the shoulder. No problem. Klein couldn't help but think that perhaps he could turn Garp and Sengoku into his money-making tools. This way, he could repay what they owed him. Otherwise, waiting for them to pay back would probably take until after graduation. As for Zefa, he currently had no share and could only write another IOU to buy a ticket. Very frustrating. Next, Klein began to promote his upcoming spar with Garp among the students, collecting ticket fees. Both of them were among the top 3 in this year's assessment scores, so it was definitely worth watching. Plus, Klein also promoted that Garp and Sengoku had already learned Iron Block with his help, which made many people eager to sign up for Klein's training class. Money is coming. Money is coming. Awesome. Another considerable income made Klein ecstatic. Just the ticket fees alone, at 5K berries per person, totaled several 100,000 berries, plus many people's registration fees, earning him over 2 million berries. In the training room, students gathered together, discussing, who do you think will win this spar? I think it's evenly matched. Both Klein and Garp know iron block, so it will likely come down to stamina, seeing who can last until the end. Garp is big and strong, with more power and defense than Klein, so I think Garp has a slightly better chance of winning. Garp is now nearly 3 meters tall, and Klein? He has grown quite a bit in the past few months, but he has only 9 meters tall now. Standing next to each other gives off a beauty and the beast vibe. I think Klein will win. After all, he learned iron block more than half a month earlier than Garp. That guy Garp has good talent. He learned iron block so quickly, and we don't know when we will learn it. Hey, didn't you sign up for Klein's training class? How's it going? Many students express their opinions, with some supporting Klein and others supporting Garp. Sengoku suddenly thought, can't both of them lose? Garp, that bastard, often calls him Afro. Klein makes him write IOUs every day. It would be best if they both lost. Among the crowd, Crane listened to the discussions around her, quietly perked up her ears. It seemed that Klein's training class was indeed useful. The feedback from other students seemed quite good. That guy was very responsible for the students. She couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Customers are like gods, and Klein would naturally carefully nurture his students, allowing them to grow strong. Only then could he harvest them. If he crazily harvested them without restraint, it would ruin his reputation. That would be good for making money. Why not try signing up for Klein's training class? Crane thought for a moment, but decided to wait until after Klein and Garp's spar ended to make plans. At this moment, a sudden exclamation came from among the students. Instructor? Why are you here? The crowd suddenly quieted down. Dressed in a suit, standing tall, the instructor walked into the training room with confidence. Under the suit, it was clear he had an enormous muscular build. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wear a suit so well. I heard that Klein is going to spar with Garp. So, as the instructor, I naturally had to come and see. The instructor kindly explained his reason to the students. Then he looked at Klein and teasingly asked, Klein, you're not going to charge me for a ticket, are you? Klein's face stiffened, and he immediately smiled. How could I charge you for a ticket? You can watch however you like. You're always welcome. The instructor nodded. Since everyone was almost there, let us get started. Garp in front of Klein cracked his knuckles, warming up his wrists with a crack sound. His big, bell-like eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Klein. Grinning, ponytail guy, I've been waiting for this day to spar with you for several months. Come on, let my fists enjoy the thrill of battle today. Under Garp's fiery gaze, which felt like flames burning for some reason, a phrase floated in Klein's mind. Brother, let me enjoy it. As a brother, how could I let you enjoy it? If you enjoy it, would I get to enjoy it? Klein gripped the wooden sword. His eyes suddenly changed, sharp as a sword. Garp, don't blame me for not reminding you as your brother. Be prepared for failure in this spar. What responded to him was Garp's fist, which was growing larger in front of him, veins bulging on the back of his hand. The sense of power was overwhelming. Even the air whistled with a sound. Although Klein had mastered iron block, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take Garp's punches head-on like a character in an anime. That's insane. The thigh muscles exploded with power as Klein swiftly dodged Garp's attack and swung his sword. Even though it was a wooden sword, a cold light flashed through the air. The sharp momentum and attack forced Garp to cross his hands, blocking Klein's attack in an X shape. Iron block. Ding. A crisp sound rang out as Garp lowered his head slightly. Klein, iron block is really useful. His iron-like body easily blocked Klein's attack. Klein remained unfazed. Hey. Garp, don't be too happy too soon. This iron block technique is quite profound. You want to be able to grasp it. His deep eyes were as calm as a still pond, cold like a block of ice. With another swing of the sword, this strike was entirely different from the last, making Garp feel an extremely dangerous aura. He was shocked. What is going on? It's clearly a wooden sword, yet it feels like it could kill me. Garp trusted his instincts and quickly retreated to evade Klein's strike. Whoosh! The hard stone floor of the training room suddenly had a sharp gouge, several meters long. The wooden sword had split the stone floor. Kapu's expression changed as he looked at the wooden sword in Klein's hand, noticing that it was intact. What was going on? He was puzzled, but he knew that accomplishing something like this was definitely not simple. Klein's strength was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 30. Swordsmanship of the Iron Cutting Realm. A trip down memory lane. Karp felt a chill run down his back, cold sweat pouring down, and couldn't help but wonder if the iron block could withstand a strike from Klein just now. Not just Karp, the other trainees were all dumbfounded. The wooden sword had carved out a gash several meters long and dozens of centimeters deep on the hard stone slab. This was a wooden sword. Hey, what kind of swordsmanship is this? So terrifying. The wooden sword is this powerful. If it were a real sword, I can't even imagine. Karp stepped aside. Could it be that even he didn't have the confidence to block this move with an iron block? Klein's strength seemed to have increased significantly again. How did he improve so quickly? Bastard. This guy usually just slacks off with us. Yet his swordsmanship is this impressive. How outrageous. I paid for the training. And Klein has such amazing swordsmanship, but isn't teaching us. Sengoku's expression was serious. Klein was much stronger than before, and he couldn't see this guy's limits at all. This swordsmanship made even those watching from such a distance feel a chill. He usually kept a low profile, but every time he sparred with Klein, this guy always surprised everyone. It was completely inscrutable. He was definitely deliberately hiding his strength. How insidious. Luckily, I remained calm and didn't recklessly challenge Klein like Karp did. Otherwise, facing such sharp swordsmanship would be too dangerous. Sengoku felt that Klein had intentionally scheduled the sparring session a month later just to have a better chance of defeating Karp. While being steady, he was also damn insidious, making Sengoku anxious. In the future, when sparring with this guy, he must be fully prepared. This scene also caught the instructor's eye. Huh? The instructor's pupils contracted and his expression changed. This is, no way. Klein's swordsmanship has already reached the iron-cutting realm? The instructor was somewhat stunned. He vaguely remembered a few months ago when Klein had just joined the Naval Academy. He struggled with physical training. Among this batch of trainees, he was inconspicuous, and his future achievements were basically limited to being a naval colonel. In just a few months, Klein's progress had been astonishing. A genius. This guy is definitely the hope of the Navy's future. The instructor's eyes regained their vibrancy, shining even brighter. In his eyes, Klein was like a comet, radiating dazzling brilliance. The instructor was extremely excited, his face flushed. Klein was undoubtedly the most talented trainee in naval history. He must cultivate Klein well, just like Rob Lucci, the most talented CP member of the world government in 800 years, radiating dazzling brilliance and titles. Being able to mentor a general is the highest honor for the instructor. If he could say that a certain naval admiral is his disciple, how impressive would that be? Of course, there is also a kind of prestige called the red-haired prestige. This iron-cutting, swordsmanship directly amazed everyone present. There was no way around it. Everyone was a trainee, yet only you were doing something so impressive? Who would envy it? Not to mention, there is also admiration. Karp grinned. You bastard with the ponytail, hiding such amazing swordsmanship almost cut me. Hey Karp, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you want. When you fight an enemy, do you expect the enemy to tell you their moves in advance? Klein retorted directly. Without any courtesy, he swung his sword and launched an attack, executing the perfect movement of drawing his sword. Swift and precise. Coupled with the iron-cutting realm, Karp could only avoid the sharp edge, momentarily being suppressed by Klein. Klein did not let his guard down because he knew there was something very damn that could happen in anime. He absolutely could not be careless. That is explosive growth. There could also be flashbacks. In that state, some people's power could explode to a certain percentage, shocking you beyond imagination. A sudden turnaround is possible. Better safe than sorry. Although he was in the advantageous position, Klein absolutely did not relax his vigilance, but instead became more cautious. He was on guard against Karp's explosive growth. Klein, so impressive. The deep blue eyes of Crane sparkled, maintaining absolute suppression. It seemed that winning against Karp was only a matter of time. Klein had improved so much. There must be something worthy of learning from him. Perhaps his training class should really be considered. Seeing such a formidable Klein, many of the observing trainees had thoughts of signing up for the training class. In the battle, Karp felt frustrated and uncomfortable, constantly dodging. With the wooden sword reaching the iron-cutting realm, he could not unleash the power of his iron fists. If this continued, he would eventually lose. He was unwilling. He could not accept that the sparring he had looked forward to for months would end in such a way. Karp, ranked in the top 2 in this batch. Alternating the top seat with Sengoku, had a proud heart and an unwilling spirit. His gaze and expression gradually became resolute. Scenes of him training by pounding the Navy warship hull with his fists flashed in his mind. Seeing Karp's change in expression, Klein suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no, is he really going to explode? Luffy often had explosive growth. Theoretically, his grandfather also counts as a future protagonist of the Navy. Klein knew that strong people like Karp experience terrifying growth in actual combat. Effort can't be said to be useless, because the level others reach with a bit of effort, you might have to work hard for several years. And the growth from one battle for these people is even more unreasonable. Old buddies, it's just that heartbreaking. Iron Fist. Karp erupted, his fist the size of a sandbag directly meeting Klein's wooden sword. The iron block in motion appeared. Clang! The fist collided with the wooden sword, which immediately shattered, and a splash of blood flew into the air. The tip of the broken wooden sword spun in the air before falling to the ground. Karp's expression was resolute, his clenched iron fist dripping blood onto the ground. Klein, my iron fists have undergone thousands of refinements these months. Even without using the iron block, they are comparable to steel. Now with the iron block, I absolutely will not lose to you. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Klein's eyes. He didn't expect Karp to truly explode. It happened right in front of him. His mood felt as terrible as eating shit. It was as if he was Karp's whetstone. He couldn't be surpassed by anyone, especially not his brother. In the next second, Karp charged like a fierce tiger, striding forward and swinging his fists with great momentum, the fists whistling through the air. This punch was full of power. Now, it was Klein's turn to avoid the sharp edge, dodging Karp's attack. With Karp's momentum rising, his fists launched a barrage of strikes, instantly filling Klein's vision with a dense array of punches. He displayed a beast-like ferocity in both form and attack. Once he gained the upper hand, Karp was truly fierce as a tiger. Klein, I know this is definitely not all your strength. If you don't want to lose to me, then show me everything you've got. Chapter 31, Collision of Fist and Sword. Crane's name in the training class? Karp's punches were repeatedly dodged by Klein. Although Klein, who mastered paper drawing, did not use this move, his dodging and judgment of attacks, as well as his insight, were all very strong. However, the space for Klein's dodging was getting smaller and smaller. Sooner or later, he would be forced into a corner of the room by Karp. Since you want to experience it, then as you wish. Klein's eyes sharpened. Although the wooden sword was broken, a broken sword can still fight. Borrowing a line from Raven, even if the sword is broken, I can still hold the entire situation. He did not want to be someone else's whetstone or stepping stone. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Why can't I be the protagonist? Moreover, I don't believe you, Karp, can break the law that iron blocks must lose. Who doesn't have a bit of Chinibu, middle schooler syndrome? Klein held the sword with both hands, and his momentum erupted. The determination of victory surged forth. Thunder Destruction Sword. Originating from Cyrus's ultimate move, it was unleashed by Klein at this moment. Fistbone, Karp suddenly shouted, erupting with an astonishing aura, his fist like steel and iron bones, carrying the will to defeat everything. Boom! The fist collided with the wooden sword, producing a deafening sound, stirring up a whirlwind that scattered everywhere. It blew so fiercely that people couldn't open their eyes, and the students couldn't help but speculate. Who won? As the wind dissipated, in the arena, the wooden sword shattered, and wooden chips flew everywhere. The tiny wooden chips floated in the air, surrounding Klein's body, falling like leaves. His expression seemed calm, but his heart had already stirred up a huge wave. The explosion of willpower brought a surge in combat power, which was often seen in anime. He didn't expect to experience it so quickly himself. It was indeed not to be underestimated. A man capable of exploding power is truly dangerous. Many Japanese anime focus on hot blood. Once this hot blood surges and boils, combat power increases exponentially. This time, Klein had a deep understanding. He firmly decided that when encountering protagonists from an era like Roger, he must be careful and cautious. Without a guaranteed win, he would never act. Stability is an excellent quality for a man. He looked at Karp opposite him, who appeared dazed, blood gushing from his fist, skin torn, and flesh exposed. Klein, you won. It should be a draw. Klein did not feel the surprise of victory. Only a desire for strength remained. If Karp were to explode a few more times, all his hard work of spending millions would be surpassed. He completely did not notice that this time Karp did not call him Ponytail Guy, but directly called his name. Karp grinned. If that wooden sword had been a real sword just now, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. Losing is losing. Next time, I will definitely win it back. Klein responded to Karp's smile, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Karp, win against you once, I can win against you countless times. I won't give you the chance. Sorry. In the future, I will only earn more and more, pour it into the game, and create a fully funded account. If I recharge enough, then I will be the #1 on the server. Absolutely will not be surpassed by you. Ha ha ha. Karp suddenly burst into laughter. Ponytail Guy, you must not stand still. Otherwise, you will definitely be surpassed by me. Clap, clap. Applause erupted as the instructor spoke. It was indeed an exciting sparring. Your strengths exceeded my expectations. Your future will definitely be as excellent as the Navy. Not only was Klein surprising him, but Karp also made him feel pleasantly surprised and unexpected. He comprehended moving iron blocks during the battle and had strong willpower. He admired that. Of course, he admired Klein even more. This guy's strength was fully qualified to become a colonel in the Navy headquarters. If he graduates, the instructor could already see the shadow of a future admiral in Klein. Looking at Karp and Sengoku, perhaps the era of the Navy was really coming. Receiving the instructor's praise, Klein did not forget his original intention. He cleared his throat and began promoting to the still-dazed students. If anyone wants to sign up, hurry up. If you're late, you'll be surpassed by other students. Not only swordsmanship, but I also know body techniques. Hearing this, the instructor's face darkened. He witnessed Klein promoting the training class to the students. Wasn't that hitting his own teaching quality? Forget it. Let him be. For a genius like Klein, the best teaching model is to let him grow freely, as long as he keeps improving his strength. Just leave him alone. Thinking this, the instructor turned to leave. I want to sign up. Klein, since we are all students, can you give a little discount? Can you learn swordsmanship and iron blocks at the same time in the training class? Klein, I have no money. Can I wait until I have money later to pay the training fee? Klein, do you have plans tonight? Come to my dorm. I can cook for you. My specialty is seafood noodles. Even though he was overjoyed inside, Klein couldn't show it on the surface. He had to maintain a serious demeanor. Everyone, don't rush. Come one by one. Those who want to apply for the Supreme Annual Card, please line up in front. He was completely surrounded by the students. Layers within layers. Sengoku walked up to Karp. Karp, you idiot. Hurry up and go to the medical room to bandage your wounds. Ha ha ha. Karp grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Still, the explosion head cares about me. That ponytail guy only has eyes for money. Let S go. I need to get my wounds healed quickly so I can continue training and surpass that ponytail guy. Karp was not a man easily discouraged. Instead, he grew stronger the more he faced setbacks. On the way, Karp asked, having seen Ponytail Guy's strength, Explosion Head, what do you think? Can't see through it. Sengoku shook his head. That guy has very little training volume, but his strength improvement. I can't understand it. They all have the same teacher and similar courses, and they even do extra exercises and tutoring. But Klein, after finishing class, goes to make money. His strength improves faster than his. It's really unreasonable. Sengoku could only comfort him. Victory and defeat are just temporary. We are still young, and we must look to the future. If I went up a spar with Klein, I wouldn't necessarily do better than Karp. However, they were still young, and they still had opportunities. It's just a spar. Karp suddenly asked, Explosion Head, didn't you agree to spar with Ponytail Guy? Are you ready? Sengoku's expression darkened. After thinking for a moment, I'm not his opponent yet. I plan to train some more. I intend to learn more advanced combat techniques before finding Klein to spar. Right now, he knew he was on par with Karp. To seek out Klein for spar would only be seeking punishment. The scene shifted back to Klein. Previously, Klein was able to maintain his composure, but after receiving several million berries, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to rise. It was really hard to suppress. Hey, Crane, are you also going to sign up? Klein's gaze fell on the tall and graceful beauty in front of him, with deep blue long hair and eyes, that full, mature fruit. There was not a hint of technological enhancement. It was all the natural beauty created by Nuwa. It was entirely a gift from C. At only 17 years old, her figure was much more appealing than those BBWs enhanced with beauty filters and breast enlargement effects. But he couldn't help but think of the animated character in his mind. The chief of staff Crane with a wrinkled face, marked by the passage of time, and a short stature. Time really is a knife that slaughters pigs. Fortunately, I personally witnessed Crane's breathtaking beauty in her youth. Klein hurriedly shook off the distractions in his mind, while Crane looked embarrassed. We all come to the Naval Academy to become stronger, and I hope to get stronger as well, to catch pirates and help more civilians. As she spoke, her pretty face became particularly serious, with a considerable infectiousness. I've heard from other trainees that signing up for your training class leads to significant progress, so I want to give it a try. Klein nodded and carefully assessed Crane, mainly because he was used to seeing rough men and found it quite pleasing to see a beautiful woman like Crane. Moreover, beautiful women always have the ability to stimulate men's hormones, so if Crane signs up for the training class, it will definitely boost sales. No problem, just pay up. Chapter 32. First Recruitment. Fond of female characters. I don't have enough money. Huqiao's face turned red and embarrassed. The last time she gritted her teeth to take out 50,000 berries was almost all her savings. No money? Klein was suddenly startled, reflexively exclaiming, as if the most important thing to him right now was money. His reaction instantly made Huqiao's face flush even more, her translucent ears turning as red as jade. Many students looked over, and even some who admired Huqiao stepped forward. Huqiao, I'll pay your registration fee. No, Huqiao was not one to accept charity. Klein came back to his senses. Let's write an IOU. Once you become a Navy officer and get paid, you can pay me back. I will definitely pay you back. Huqiao nodded, her voice very firm. All right, next. Can I write an IOU? No. Then why can Huqiao? Klein knew that if one person wrote an IOU, others would have the same thought. But who was Huqiao? The future chief of staff of the Navy, a vice admiral. Would she fail to pay back an IOU? Klein looked up and down at the student in front of him, unable to find a corresponding face in the anime. Huqiao had good talent and would definitely be able to serve as a Navy officer in the future. Most of the students here would become Navy officers in the future. The student retorted. Klein's face darkened, truly a case of not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. With arms crossed, he had a look that said, "What can you do about it? I won't do it, so what? I see you are just infatuated with Huqiao's beauty." The student trembled in anger, saying something out of frustration. If I'm infatuated, then that's her skill. Klein shot back, leaving the student speechless. Meanwhile, Huqiao, of course, knew that Klein was not infatuated with her, but she also felt that she was being treated specially. She had the answer in her heart. The only thing that could captivate Klein was one thing. Money. Being treated specially by Klein and being able to write an IOU. She felt a bit grateful inside. When she has money in the future, she will definitely pay him back more, considering an interest. After a busy day, Master Klein returned to the dormitory and looked at the empty room. He knew the scrap shipyard had fixedly refreshed 3 NPCs. Sigh. Even Karp is injured and still pushing himself. I can't fall behind. Genshin Impact, the game, activated. You have your hard training, I have my spending money. Let's see who is stronger. With nearly 10 million berries in his bank card, Klein was in high spirits. If he bought some discounts every day, this money would last for about 3 months. Economic pressure greatly reduced. He grabbed today's discount gift pack, opened the skill discount gift pack, and got the fragments. A red dot appeared. He could unlock another skill. Great. Opening the backpack, this time the unlocked skill was Suru from the 6 powers. Suru, in an instant, continuously stomped the ground dozens of times to create explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. The speed is extremely fast, appearing like instant teleportation in the eyes of enemies. In the game, it belongs to the movement category, increasing evasion probability, agility bonuses, and other additional attributes. As soon as it was unlocked, numerous images of practicing Surin battle scenes floated in Klein's mind, eventually becoming his instinct and experience. As long as he wanted, he could use Soru at any time. Awesome. No need to practice hard to master the 6 powers. This feeling is fantastic. Indeed, a person like me is more suited to using cheats. With my weak talent, it would take 10 or 8 years of hard training to master all 6 powers, right? Klein knew that the CP organization selected children for training from a young age, and only a few became CP9 members. They underwent inhumane training intensity to learn the 6 powers. I just spend money to learn it. Being a wealthy person is truly joyful. Klein had a big smile on his face. More accurately, it was a moment of joy from using cheats, but continuous joy from always using cheats. A life with cheats is called life. A life without cheats is. The only thing that made Klein a bit greedy was, when would I unlock other skills? Those golden legendary skills, like Conqueror's Haki, godly avoidance. He looked at his luck value, currently only about 50 points. Still lacking some to reach the 100 points required for a purple rare skill. And there was still a gap of over 900 luck points to reach the goal of golden legendary skills. Garlic bird. Anyway, it's just a matter of time. No need to rush, especially since learning godly avoidance now wouldn't be of much use, right? Roger might still be trapped at home by the king of the near seas. Or perhaps he was knocked on the head by some mountain bandit king. Daily cleaning tasks, gift packs, arrived at the tavern for recruitment. Recruitment ended. For the first time, a red dot appeared for synthesis. Klein opened the Fragment backpack and found the icon was a beautiful woman with red hair. No impression. Is there such a character? Klein was a bit surprised. One Piece has been serialized for decades. The update speed is slow, and it occasionally takes breaks. He even joked that he might not see the end of One Piece and would wait for his sons and grandsons to burn it for him at his grave. After decades of serialization, the number of characters in the anime is countless, so it's normal to forget some. Klein looked at the name under the icon, Carmen. After clicking on synthesis, he checked the attributes and introduction. The enthusiastic woman, Flame Carmen, the first beautiful chef of the EC. Oh, I seem to remember. Isn't she the beautiful chef who competed with Sanji in cooking? Klein recalled a bit, and this art style looked very nostalgic. If it were changed to the current art style, then her beauty would definitely captivate countless anime fans. Not bad. Although she's just a blue card character, she still has some beauty, and she's a chef, making her a decent first crew member. After all, characters in the game only need to level up, and equipping her with luxurious gear would give her decent combat power. Klein looked at Nami and Kuina in the tavern's recruitment prize pool. One is a gold card character, and the other is a purple card character, and he didn't know when he could recruit them. After successful recruitment, on his pirate crew interface, he could see Carmen in the chef section. He equipped Carmen with the previous gear he replaced and then did a little refinement enhancement. The beautiful chef Carmen also had a bit of combat power now. Before Klein could feel happy, a prompt popped up in the pirate crew gameplay. A crew member has been successfully recruited. Do you want to open the crew lounge? Cost to open the first crew member lounge, 10,000 coins. After clicking to check, Klein found that most of the ship's interior was dim, with areas like a bathing room, crew lounge, gym, kitchen, and more. All needed to be unlocked. Unlocking the lounge would allow the crew members in the lounge to gain basic experience points, thus increasing their levels. Spending 10,000 coins to unlock. The lounge level showed LV1. The subsequent upgrades followed the same routine as the training room, and quickly, the gold coins would run out. He could only buy gold coin gift packs from them all. 1,000 berries for 10,000 coins. Now that Klein had money, he spent tens of thousands of berries in one go to bring the lounge to level 10. Then he unlocked other area facilities, all to level 10 first. The unlocked areas all had their own attributes, such as the recruitment probability and recruitment reward bonuses that made Klein particularly excited. A critical hit will increase the number of fragments and grant attribute bonuses to all members of the pirate crew. If the ship's level is raised, cooperative combat might even be possible. Upgrading the facilities will cost nearly 1,000,000 berries in total. The pirate ship has transformed from a shabby, dilapidated environment into a luxurious cruise ship with exquisite facilities. Having money makes a difference. It's great to be wealthy. Klein sighed, thinking that if he had no money before upgrading these things, he would have been overwhelmed, fretting over his bank card balance. But now, he has money. Being rich means being generous. When he encounters a stray dog on the street, he has to arrange a sausage for it. After clearing the game's red dots, Klein suddenly realized he was feeling a bit unoccupied. He suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, "There hasn't been any event in this game so far. Could it be that the time in the world of One Piece and Earth is not in sync? Is the game's system malfunctioning?" Chapter 33. The Crane seeks improvement and requests guidance. In the past few months, the game hasn't launched a single event. You have to know, events are great for spending money, and they also offer opportunities for free enhancements. Klein hadn't thought much about it before because he lacked funds, but now things are different. He has money. His thoughts became bolder, and with a full stomach comes lust. Money makes me swell with pride. As soon as Klein complained, the system immediately popped up a forced logout notice, indicating a game update. "No way, dude. Are you monitoring me? You didn't peek at me while I was showering, did you?" Klein couldn't help but think of the terrifying nature of big data from his previous life, especially the app's underbite. Even after crossing over, it's still like this. It's simply chilling. Forced out of the game, Klein switched back to reality. He had just finished washing up when Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa returned to the dorm, all sweaty. A wave of male hormones hit him. Klein looked at Karp's hands, which were wrapped in layers of white bandages, with faint traces of blood visible. "Hey, Karp, are you sure you don't want to change those bandages?" By this time, the school's medical room had long since closed. Sengoku shook his head. Karp, being carefree, didn't mind at all and grinned. It's good to have scars. They remind me that I can never lose again. Ponytail guy, Karp will win it back. Very good, you have ambition. However, if you spar with me again, the outcome will still be the same. Klein was very confident in his heart. With this 10 million berries invested, I don't believe my progress will be slower than yours. Then he spoke. "Guys, massage anyone? Press, press, press." The three responded in unison. They had gotten used to Klein's massages, which were simply too comfortable. Moreover, after spending these months together, Klein had inevitably improved his technique. He understood well what each of the three liked in terms of strength, where they liked to be pressed, and what positions they preferred. Comfort, pleasure, truly relieving stress. After they finished, Klein put on his earplugs and directly fell into a deep sleep. He slept exceptionally soundly this time. Sweet. It had been a long time since he had such a high-quality night of sleep. The money he earned over the past 2 days alleviated most of Klein's worries and stress. Money isn't everything, but the saying that without money, you can't do anything is gaining more weight. The next day, as soon as Klein stepped out of the dormitory, bang, 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 fireworks exploded in front of him, and colorful petals fell from the sky, scattering everywhere. Surprise! We are the Navy's 4 flowers. We are the support group for the Great Klein. Good morning, the Great Klein. You are a genius student of the Navy, and starting today, we will work hard to make your name known throughout the seas. Responsible for all logistics. Navy's 4 flowers? Support group? Isn't this just fans? I have fans now. Klein was completely bewildered. What's going on here? He looked at the 4 flowers in front of him, Meilon, Zhu, and Zhu. Plus, all of them had the physique of Neza from 100,000 Ys. Their fair, reflective skin paired with robust, bulging muscles created a scene too beautiful to behold. Fans have come. This is truly the pirate world. Klein thought the Navy would be a bit more normal, without so many oddities. But he was overthinking it. The pirate world is simply a stage for oddities. And if you have the guts, come and join. Klein's face turned awkward. Well, I don't need a fan club. This is so embarrassing. In the future, when I go out, I'll have 4 muscle-bound lily-faced Navy members cheering, shouting, and dancing. It's mortifying. In the previous life, a socially anxious person would be able to dig a 3-room apartment out of sheer embarrassment. But Klein's request was not accepted by the so-called Navy school's 4 flowers. The 4 turned their backs to Klein and on the backs of their clothes. It was boldly written, "Forever guarding the best brother, the Navy star, Klein. The most talented Navy brother, Klein." It was simply blinding to Klein. Klein staggered, instinctively reaching up to support his forehead with one hand while grabbing the doorframe with the other. What a sin. Are these fans or haters? I can't tell. Everything went dark before his eyes, and Klein felt as if the sky had collapsed. This isn't the fan club I wanted. Just when he was dazed. Ding, ding, ding. This is the fan breakfast we prepared for Lord Klein. To save Lord Klein's time. Klein then noticed a cart beside him. The curtain on the cart was pulled back, revealing gleaming food that filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. It was all food he often ordered in the cafeteria. It seemed these fans had truly put in some effort. Feeling awkward, he didn't know whether to eat or not. It was hard to back down. These fans were more enthusiastic than social butterflies. Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa in the dorm heard the commotion and came over one after another to see the excitement. Then, they were all petrified. Subsequently, each of them said nothing, quietly hiding their presence, and then headed straight to the cafeteria. Klein ultimately accepted reality, constantly reminding himself, "This is the pirate world. I have to accept it. I have to get used to it. The strange and bizarre will only increase from here." During this breakfast, Klein felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. It was like a year passing in a day. But on the bright side, I have fans now, right? Who cares if they are real fans or fake fans? Whether they are black fans or white fans? As long as I'm not embarrassed. The one who is embarrassed is them. After the daily training, Klein faced the 40 or so students in front of him. These were all students who signed up for his training class, which was divided into swordsmanship and physical training classes. Teaching the students took Klein 3 to 4 hours every day, and occasionally he had to be responsible for massages. His whole day was packed, busy, disciplined. After the class ended, many students left one after another. Crane walked up to Klein, her sapphire-like big eyes blinking. "Klein, the progress of the female students training with the iron block is very slow. Do you have any good suggestions?" It was clear that she wanted to improve. The physiological structure of women differs greatly from that of men. Delicate and weak are basically labeled for women. Of course, exceptions like Big Mom, Yarlita, Black Maria, and the mermaid princess Shirahoshi don't count. The iron block mainly relies on muscle training, and Khalifa from CP9, who seems unaffected by her figure, is an example. Khalifa and the others from CP9 underwent extremely harsh and brutal training from a young age to master the 6 powers. Klein thought carefully and cautiously offered his suggestion. This is something that cannot be changed unless one possesses a powerful Zoan-type devil fruit. Ancient or mythical types can greatly enhance a person's physical quality. However, women also have their advantages. They may have weaker bodies but are agile and flexible. The technique of the iron block is of little use against strong opponents. You might want to invest your energy into other areas of training. Later, the instructor should teach other techniques, which should include skills suitable for female students. According to the original storyline, Crane in the future is a user of the Superman-type wash-wash fruit. She follows the path of a power user. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she was already an old woman during the Marine-Ford War and did not participate in battles. Chapter 34. Game Welfare Event. Adventure Puzzle Unlocked. Klein helps Crane analyze the pros and cons, providing her with many suggestions regarding cultivation. He learns skills in the game, which gives him a lot of experience in training. At the same time, he is quite familiar with the anime plot and some characters, able to offer many pertinent suggestions. "Thank you." Crane's gratitude is filled with sincerity. "Klein, I would like to spar with you again. Please give me more guidance." She performs a deep Japanese bow. "No problem," Klein agrees, having said last time that he would offer a free sparring opportunity. Crane gently asks, "So do you want to schedule a time?" Collect an admission fee?" Quite considerate of herself, Klein chuckles, "No need." After sparring with Karp, charging an admission fee would likely have poor results, and it would be better to let the trainees observe for free. Consider it a welfare benefit. Sparring with such a beautiful woman will definitely be a feast for the eyes for the trainees. As for those who haven't signed up, they won't be able to watch. They need to sign up. Pay up. Subsequently, Klein schedules the sparring session for tomorrow during the trainees class. Crane can't help but be curious and asks Klein, "Why do you want to make so much money at school?" After roughly calculating over the past few months, she is shocked. This guy Klein has made 20 million berries from the trainees. That's no small amount. What does 20 million berries even represent? In Cocoa Village, Arlong charges a ransom of 100,000 berries for adults and 50,000 berries for children. With 20 million berries, you could buy off all the villagers in Cocoa Village. Meanwhile, Nami risked her life for over a decade to save up just over 90 million berries. Facing this question, Klein uses the same excuse he had for the instructor, saying it's all for the benefit of the trainees, to stimulate their enthusiasm and enhance competitiveness, making them more motivated. However, when he looks at Crane, her pretty face is calm, and her deep blue eyes reveal disbelief. He can fool others, but he can't fool the clever Crane. Crane doesn't press the issue further, but instead reciprocates Klein's earlier kindness by suggesting, "Isn't the school implementing a point system for trainees now? For sparring, training registration fees, etc. You can let the trainees exchange points." This suggestion lights up Klein's eyes. It's a great idea. This way, those trainees who can earn points will have the ability to pay off some debts. In his previous life, borrowing required checking qualifications, assets, jobs, etc., just to see if one had the ability to repay. Klein was reluctant to let others incur debts because he was worried these trainees wouldn't repay in the future, and he would effectively be taken advantage of. With Crane's suggestion, Klein is now considering giving some trainees the opportunity to incur debts. All right, he needs to have Sengoku and Karp pay back part of their debts first. He chuckles, a moderate amount of debt will help stimulate the trainees' motivation and enthusiasm. "I'm so kind." Crane doesn't believe this statement and reminds him, "Klein, with your charging, many trainees' money will eventually be earned by you." Klein remains unfazed. It's okay. If this batch of trainees runs out of money, there's always the next batch. New generations of leaks replace the old ones. If they graduate, even better. I'll just have some connections under me, secretly run training classes, and take my kickbacks. The means of making money will only increase, not decrease. Crane's beautiful eyes roll, knowing that Klein is definitely plotting something bad. He really is hopeless. His mind is filled with thoughts of money, yet this guy's talent is enviable to the point of madness. Back in the dormitory, Klein enters the bathroom for a cold shower, sighing, finally away from those navy flowers. Throughout the day, he was followed by these tailing bugs, except when he went to the bathroom. At all other times, he was completely under their watch. Klein's intuition is sensitive. Being spied on like this makes him feel uncomfortable all over. Fame has its pros and cons. It increases the number of trainees in his training class. But now he has a fan club. Oh my God, the world really doesn't operate according to everyone's will. Let's just enter the game world to relax. It should be updated after a whole day. After washing his chest and abs, he finishes his shower and lies down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest as his consciousness enters the game. The update is complete. As soon as he enters the game's main interface, the event pops up prominently. The golden light shines brightly, making it impossible to ignore. New version. Major event unlocked. Adventure puzzle. To give back to players for their support and love for the game. Limited luxury gifts. Exciting activities are now open. Participate in the event to win generous prizes waiting for you. Players, don't miss out. Click to start the event. For my money, the dog planners really worked overnight on the update. Their greed is truly outrageous. Klein can't help but think, is there only one player in this entire game? And they're just milking me? Just yesterday, he was talking about events and the game updates overnight, launching a new version and opening new activities. Oh my God, the planners are updating just for me. What a joke. Don't be too greedy, or I'll turn against you. Klein knows. Events are open to everyone, which also means there will be recharge projects, and if one wants to max out, it will cost even more than usual. They call it a welfare event, but in reality, it's a great opportunity to harvest leaks. Players are waiting for the event, and the game is also waiting for the right moment to launch it. A win-win situation. On the screen, a huge puzzle is completely covered, while the character Rimu's father stands in one square, with the other 999 puzzle pieces in a locked state. Then, Klein checks the event rules. Move squares. Moving in any direction will consume one chance, with 5 free attempts each day, and the event lasts for 10 days. Milestones accumulated at 10, 50, 100, 200, 500 will award additional attempts and rewards. So, looking at it this way, the remaining 949 attempts will depend on his own recharges. Damn, this is no longer just blood-sucking. This is outright robbery. Are they eating people? Klein decides to observe a bit longer and check the reward pool. What the heck? Random golden legendary treasure chests? Skill upgrade scrolls. Devil fruit, star upgrade scrolls. Random skill treasure chests. Selectable crew recruitment packages. Game planners, just asking if you want to buy? The dazzling array of prizes makes Klein's eyes light up. Events are truly different. The struggling Battle Pass isn't even maxed out yet. But with this event, obtaining these rewards will be a huge boost. These rewards must be claimed. I'm serious. Not even Jesus can stop me. Chapter 35. Recharge to the max. Huge improvement. Ahem. When Klein saw the recharge interface, he was stunned. He admitted that he had spoken a bit too loudly just now. A bit reckless. But game designers, are you poets? 10,000 berries for one time? Why don't you go rob someone? You clearly could rob, yet you designed an event for this. How cultured. The world government casually has hundreds of billions of berries, spending a few billion without blinking an eye. Why don't you go rob? After finishing this event's rewards, I have to spend nearly 10 million berries of my own. Just thinking about my bank account balance made Klein feel a chill down his back. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? Is the system monitoring me? My car balance really is nearly 10 million berries. Is it planning to raid the money I've worked hard to earn? In his mind, Klein silently raised his middle finger, giving a polite and sincere greeting to the game designer. I bought a watch last year. After venting for a while, he stared at the game event interface, unable to calm down for a long time. If I recharge this money, I'll be back to square one overnight. If I don't recharge, so many rich rewards will slip away from me. Investing in myself is always the best choice. Klein felt helpless, but he still knew what was more important. Money is a bastard. Spend it to earn more. Let us do it, brothers. Recharge. First, use up the daily 5 free attempts in the game. They're just some trivial rewards. Sure enough, can a game let you play for free? If you want good rewards, you have to spend money, buddy. This is how domestic games work. Whether it's a small workshop or a big studio, the treatment is the same. Even small workshops are just following the big ones. Birds of a feather flock together. 50 attempts, the rewards are sparse and ordinary. Completely failing to pique Klein's interest or mood. Still immersed in the pain and depression of money gone. He couldn't muster the energy. He felt like a salted fish with his head knocked out on a cutting board. The sadness is so great. Money? Do you know how hard I work to earn this money? Even sacrificing my face. My average sleep time is only 45 hours a day, in such an entertainment industry that is relatively backward. Do you know how hard it is? It's all effort. As a result, in a day, I have to spend money in the game system. The key is, can this money be saved? No. That's a solid investment in myself, enhancing my strength. Money can be earned again. I would rather die on a woman's belly than in the hands of pirates. 100 attempts. Finally, I see the golden legendary reward. For Klein, this is the guaranteed reward for spending money. You have obtained a random skill treasure chest. Finally, a big item arrived. With the reward in hand, Klein directly entered his backpack to find the skill treasure chest. The random skill box has the highest golden legendary skill. If luck is bad, it's a common skill. Klein rubbed his hands in anticipation, and although it's a pirate world, my faith won change. May the heavens bless me. Good luck. Hurry up and show up. He opened the skill treasure chest. You have obtained the purple rare skill, Demon Wind Foot. Oh, Sanji's skill, not bad, not bad. This skill is quite cool, and the damage is also good. Klein couldn't help but picture the scene of Sanji's foot catching fire and smoking, which is considered Sanji's ultimate move. Whenever he falls into a desperate situation, he relies on Demon Wind Foot to change the tide of battle. Of course, compared to coolness, Zoro's 3-sword style is naturally a bit cooler, including the name of the move. Skill learning. Klein's mind was filled with a wealth of training and combat experience regarding Demon Wind Foot. Demon Wind Foot is a series that includes various moves. Klein couldn't help but laugh. That guy Sanji's master is Zefa, whose nickname is Redleg, probably related to the combat style of Demon Wind Foot. How old is Zefa now? Can't remember. If I ever encounter an enemy that angers me, I'll just use Demon Wind Foot to stomp on their head. Stomp their dog head to pieces. Cool. If in the future a big pirate escapes under my feet, leaving a fiery footprint on their face, others will see it and say, oh, this guy was stepped on the face by the Navy Klein. That will surely be a lifelong shame. Klein's expression changed from gloomy to sunny. This June, weather changes quickly. Not bad, not bad, this is a good omen. Continuing with the event page. Every step forward for the character I'm Dad unlocks a puzzle piece, costing all Klein's hard-earned money. One step costs 10,000. Heartache. Converted to RMB, that is about 500,000. 200 puzzle pieces unlocked. You have obtained a self-selected crew super recruitment package, EC. This package requires no thought. It's the navigator Miss Nami. Nami. The game is the game. Reality is reality. Even in reality, Klein absolutely cannot let Nami ride on his neck. Even though, in the pirate world, the navigator has a relatively high status and identity on the ship, but I am not Luffy. If Nami dares to ride on my neck and output, I would have to teach her a lesson first, let her know who is S and who is M. In the game, it's just a bunch of data. Klein quickly chose to recruit crew member Nami, and the Daughter Kingdom pirate group finally gathered 3 people. It's time to set sail. Captain, Imdad Chef, Karma Navigator, Nami very good if I can draw an ancient Kuna in the EC, or if I can get through the level with Kaya. I can head to the Grand Line and recruit more beauties. This is just Klein's collection and nurturing hobby. Who told him he likes One Piece? Actually, everyone is the same, whether they like big breasts, leg control, foot control, stockings, etc. It's just purely lustful. These are not the rewards Klein cares about the most. The event continues. 500 puzzle pieces unlocked. You have obtained a Devil Fruit Star Upgrade Scroll. 800 puzzle pieces unlocked. You have obtained a Skill Upgrade Scroll. 1,000 puzzle pieces unlocked. You have obtained a random golden legendary treasure chest. All rewards have been unlocked. The event is closed. Please look forward to the next event. The money has been mostly spent, but the rewards are all in hand. At this moment, Klein has forgotten about spending money, and all he cares about is the rewards in front of him. His heart is burning. Excited. The Devil Fruit Star Upgrade Scroll. Klein temporarily didn't use it. Currently, he only has one ability, Splinter Fruit, which isn't weak. And he will unlock more Devil Fruit abilities later. Steady hand, no rush. As for the Skill Upgrade Scroll, Klein used it on Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. Conqueror's Haki LV. 1 to LV. 2 attack damage, experience, and stamina increase all become 10. As for the impact on reality, Klein discovered that he could now autonomously release Conqueror's Haki. That means he will become a walking show-off. From now on, he no longer has to worry about the Conqueror's Haki leaking out. Chapter 36 Random Golden Skill Chest. Open. When the Conqueror's Haki is at level 1, it can only be triggered passively. It will uncontrollably activate when emotions fluctuate significantly or when a strong desire is ignited. Upon reaching level 2, Klein can activate it at will, but he still cannot control the Conqueror's Haki precisely. It will indiscriminately attack without distinguishing friend from foe. This wave, once again a huge boost. Klein's mouth curled up, his smile broad like a big monkey. Awesome. The Conqueror's Haki is a golden legendary skill, and it's super hard to level up. Now, thanks to the level up scroll, it has risen to level 2, saving him a lot of effort. Once the Conqueror's Haki becomes strong enough, and he masters Conqueror's Binding, it will be another big boost. Klein was filled with joy, completely casting aside thoughts of money. Now his gaze was fixed intensely on the random golden legendary chest in his backpack. He clasped his hands together. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. A sincere prayer. It's all about mysticism. Even though everyone knows it's often useless, you can't ignore it. After all, Shoutema Gu in this game won't help. If he could play a song, maybe Klein would put on good luck or miracles reappear. The mysterious ritual complete, Klein eagerly clicked to open the chest with trembling hands. You have received a random golden skill chest. Nice. What the hell? Nice. Klein clenched his fists, his face flushed, and he was extraordinarily excited. Unable to express his emotions in words, he could only vent his excitement with short, powerful phrases like what the hell and nice, which are classics. Divine Avoidance, Thunderous Trigrams, Conqueror's Nation. Klein quickly listed several golden legendary skills. No matter which one, it would greatly enhance his combat power. All top-notch combat techniques in the pirate world. Of course, the skill he most hoped to draw was Divine Avoidance. He wanted to see who the hell wouldn't he avoid in front of Divine Avoidance. Is it your hard head? Or my Divine Avoidance that's tougher? Once again, he performed the prayer ritual and opened the chest. The skill icons inside flickered like slides. Finally, it settled. You have obtained the full set of Iron Fist skills. includes fist meteor shower, fist impact, undersea drop, fist smash, iron fist. What the heck? ISNT the my good buddy Karp's skill. Klein was a bit dazed, never expecting such a dramatic outcome. This result was somewhat unexpected. However, Klein couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth up, a mischievous smile playing on his face. To be honest, Karp's few moves really pack a punch. Karp hasn't team mastered these moves yet, and I can totally use Karp's moves against him. He will surely be filled with confusion in the future. No, Weichi. Klein suddenly thought, I could teach this to Karp, charging him 888. 000 berries wouldn't be too much, right? This is a golden legendary skill. How many years of detours it can save him. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be qualified for this treatment. They should be thanking me instead. Claiming the skill, Klein felt as if he had transformed into Karp, his mind flooded with memories of cultivating Iron Fist, developing techniques, and fighting with Iron Fist, as if he had painstakingly trained for many years. It felt quite wonderful. After absorbing these memories, Klein discovered that he seemed able to unleash his strongest fist power, to deal the maximum damage. Just lightly clenching his fist, he felt that even without using iron blocks, his strength was as solid as steel. And there seemed to be something inexplicable surging within him, infusing into his fist. Klein grinned wickedly. What is it like to smash Karp's head with Iron Fist? Just as he thought this, he noticed some commotion outside the door and immediately logged out of the game. It seemed the trio who had been practicing hard had returned. Bang! Karp violently pushed open the door, full of momentum. Ponytail guy, I want to challenge you. Looking at Karp's confident expression, Klein couldn't help but sigh. This guy truly doesn't get discouraged after setbacks. What? Is losing once not enough? He wants to lose a second time? Karp walked straight up to Klein, chest puffed out, raising his bandaged fist, grinning. Ponytail guy, I've mastered a new technique. The perfect fusion of iron block and iron fist makes my punches even more powerful. This time, I want to lose to you. Confidence is through the roof. Oh, Klein smiled. So confident. Why don't we add a little wager for some entertainment? Mentioning money made Karp's confidence deflate. Then he transformed into a demon, roaring, damn ponytail guy. Can you not mention money? He completely forgot how many IOUs he had written. He felt he owed Klein a lot of money. Now, Karp was very sensitive about money matters. Fortunately, the points he earned for being a trainee relieved some of his debt pressure. Of course, Klein was the loan shark who would violently demand repayment from debtors. Not talking about money? Should we talk about dreams instead? Klein pouted. Aren't you very confident? If you're confident enough, why not add a wager and challenge me? Damn ponytail guy. Karp squeezed each word through clenched teeth, while Sengoku directly wrapped his arms around Karp's waist. Sengoku advised, Karp, calm down. You just sparred with Klein, and your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Sparring now won't be effective. Wait until you practice for a while longer. Klein felt Sengoku's words were very reasonable. With dozens of trainees in the training class, how could he have so much time to spar with them, right? Besides, sparring so soon would bore the trainees. They wouldn't buy it. So how would they charge for tickets? Karp plopped down on the bed next to Klein, grabbed a snack bag, and started munching on donuts. Klein turned his gaze to Sengoku. Sengoku, I think if we spar, the trainees would be more interested. How about we have a spar? I'll take 60, you take 40. Your share can offset quite a few IOUs. This proposal instantly lit up Karp's eyes. Yeah, Afro, you and ponytail guy spar. Sengoku raised an eyebrow. Karp had just told him he didn't plan to spar with Klein. Klein, I'm not confident I can defeat you. Let us temporarily give up on the sparring. Sengoku rationally chose to refuse. Oh, what a missed opportunity to make money. It's such a pity to let it slip by. Making money isn't easy. Klein sighed. Do you want a massage? Yes. X3. The three spoke in unison. The next day. Today, I will teach you new advanced combat techniques. Paper drawing. The instructor's stern gaze swept over all the trainees. Logically, they shouldn't be taught the second technique of the 6 styles so quickly. However, some trainees have made such great progress and have strong learning abilities. Teaching the 6 styles early is considered an exception. As soon as this sentence rang out, pop, Karp's snot bubble burst, and he quickly woke up. Full of surprise, hey, are we going to teach the other techniques of the 6 styles now? Recently, the training volume has increased, and occasionally he stays up all night, resulting in very little sleep. So, he often dozes off during class. On the other hand, at this moment, Klein feels the instructor's gaze filled with high expectations. He is overjoyed. Teaching skills, what a coincidence I happen to know this move. Later, he plans to show off a bit and promote his training class. Perfect. The next moment, the instructor's voice comes. Klein, come up. The distracted Klein is awakened and walks from the back of the line to the front of the instructor, still in a bit of a daze, when the instructor issues the command. Klein, attack me with all your strength. Use your strongest attack. Chapter 37. Everyone, whether human or ghost, is showing off. Got it. They are using me as a teaching material for the students. By the way, letting the instructor show off. Klein instantly understood his mission, his fists clenched, arm muscles bulging, veins popping. He threw wild punches, with his fists swinging left and right, each punch packed with force, accompanied by a violent gust of energy, crashing towards the instructor like a storm. So many punches came in, the instructor's figure twisted at strange angles like paper, evading every hit. Not a leaf touched him. This is paper drawing, effortlessly controlling the body to dodge the enemy's attacks. The instructor smiled lightly, calmly explaining, Klein's strength is already the strongest among you students, and now all his attacks have been easily dodged by me. This is paper drawing, an advanced evasion technique. So impressive. You're showing off. Klein knew that the instructor's strength was such that even if he gave it his all, he probably wouldn't even touch the corner of the instructor's clothing. The instructor was definitely a master of the dual color dominance, having mastered all 6 styles. Klein, stop. The instructor spoke, and Klein withdrew his fists. The students below were already wide-eyed, waiting for the instructor to teach them the 6th style, paper drawing. When Klein returned to his unknown state, the instructor began to explain the details of paper drawing to the students. He reminded them, so far, many of you students do not meet the physical standards, so I must remind you that you cannot forget about exercising and improving your body at any time. A strong physique is everything. He didn't want some students with insufficient talent and physical standards to spend more time on the 6 styles and neglect their physical training. As the instructor explained and demonstrated, the students began to try it out. Klein's voice rang out again. Instructor, I got it. You just showed off. Now it's my turn, right? In an instant, the whole place fell silent. The surprised, confused, doubtful, and disbelieving gazes of the students were all focused on Klein. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Klein was already used to this kind of attention, his expression calm, paper drawing, isn't it just about having hands. With this statement, the students' eyes flamed with anger, their fists cracking. So infuriating. This guy Klein is so pretentious. Ahem. The instructor cleared his throat to help the students calm down, walking up to Klein and eyeing him repeatedly. Is it true? You learned it? Do you know this is very hurtful to one's pride? The instructor couldn't help but recall that it took him several years to master all 6 styles. And here was Klein, who learned it in just a few hours. Is this even poetic? Klein, show us what you've got. The instructor clenched his fist. That sandbag-sized fist giving Klein no chance to refuse. It roared towards him. If you haven't learned it, this punch will have you searching for your teeth. In the next second, Klein's body twisted like a thin leaf, evading the instructor's punch with an entirely illogical posture. Everyone watching this scene felt their pupils involuntarily dilate. Did you really learn it? Karp's face turned ugly. He had just boasted last night about wanting to spar with Klein. And now, today, the other side had mastered paper drawing. Spow. What a joke. Isn't that just looking for punishment? Karp looked at Sengoku, explosive hair. Do you think Klein is a devil? This guy. Sengoku's face darkened. Klein was simply too strange. How could he learn the 6 styles so easily? What kind of talent is this? The students were also in an uproar. Is this reasonable? I haven't even learned the iron block yet. And this guy immediately learned paper drawing. Can't we live? We are all students. Why is the gap so big? Even a genius has its limits, right? This vast sea, so big. Why did I have to encounter such an unreasonable genius? Are we learning the same 6 styles? Can't we expel this guy Klein? Being with him is really demoralizing. So demoralizing, it feels worse than being killed, especially for Karp and Sengoku, who were initially leading Klein. Now, they could only stand behind and watch Klein's back, a feeling that was simply unbearable. The instructor was almost going crazy, learning so fast. How am I going to teach you in the future? But at the same time, he was ecstatic. Ha, great, great. The Navy needs talents like you. Genius. The instructor patted Klein on the shoulder, speaking earnestly and with high hopes. Klein, I have high hopes for you. When you become a Navy admiral in the future, I must drink with you to our heart's content. By the way, I'll reward you with an extra 10 points. No, 50 points. Today's teaching class will end here. 50 points? 500, 000 berries? The instructor finally showed some generosity. The instructor is awesome. This 500, 000 berries is a small recovery. Klein felt a rush of joy. Being a genius is great. Only geniuses get special treatment. He knew that in any world, geniuses are given preferential treatment. In this world, strength is highly valued. With strength, you have the confidence to say no to everything. After the instructor left, Klein continued to promote his training class as usual: life-saving skills, regret not practicing, the 6 styles paper drawing. All attacks dodged. If you want to learn, hurry up and sign up for my Klein's training class. Now, at a friendship price, later when my strength increases. Even if you have money, you won't have the chance. Not just the iron block and paper drawing in the future. I can teach the other 6 styles as well. No extra charge. Don't miss out. Learn first and enjoy later. Learn later and get beaten up. The students who had already signed up were naturally happy. After all, they had already paid earlier. Now, they could learn paper drawing, and in the future, there would be other 6 styles. The training fees were getting more and more cost-effective. Many students on-site felt tempted, and some students gritted their teeth and took action. Meanwhile, Klein continued to promote. I know some students are not wealthy, or they don't have much money to spend. No problem. Starting today, excellent student points, or even valuable items can replace tuition fees. The students here come from all walks of life, some from the branch, some pushed in by their Navy fathers. The students were generally in their teens. At this age, except for those with Navy officers and their families, most didn't have much money. Even those from decent families, being in their teens, still didn't have much money. Therefore, based on Crane's suggestion, Klein added valuable items to replace tuition fees. Immediately, some students took action. Chapter 38, Logtown. Smoker, the natural smoke fruit. Special Navy headquarters, cigars. That's right. In front of Klein was a box of high-quality cigars. Klein, let me tell you, this box of cigars is worth 500,000 berries. If you give a discount, you'd still make a profit at 400,000 berries. Klein stroked his chin, opened one of the boxes, took out a cigar to inspect, and then gently sniffed it under his nose. The unique aroma of tobacco seemed to take him back to his previous life. Klein, these are all good stuff. Why not give them a try? If you're satisfied, I'll even throw in a few extra boxes for free. Consider my training fee. The box didn't have the familiar warning, smoking is harmful to health. Please do not smoke in non-smoking areas. In the pirate world, many people smoke, including the likes of Gold Lion, Smoker, Crocodile, Sanji Beckman, Akainu, Tina, and many more. Of course, in reality, there would be even more. Klein was once one of them. Just give it a try, enjoy it. Klein lit the cigar with a lighter, having developed this bad habit in his previous life. He had originally quit to become stronger after crossing into this world. But now, the pressure to make money was great. Klein closed his eyes in enjoyment. This was indeed a cigar specially supplied by the Navy headquarters. Very comfortable. Moreover, this was the pirate world. There was no talk of smoking being harmful. How is it? Comfortable, right? Comfortable. After more than 10 years. Smoking again made Klein feel lightheaded. Consider it your training fee. Although he knew smoking cigars again would be costly, the moment they appeared before him, they stirred his nerves, tempting him. I've worked so hard. Can't I enjoy myself a bit? Klein comforted himself, engaging in self-deception. After all, with his current physical condition, it was robust. He tucked away the cigars and kept a box on him. Of course, he couldn't forget the important lighter. What did they say before? Without fire, it's hard to smoke. With fire but no smoke, it's hard. Training the students, while also fulfilling the agreement, he would have another spar with Crane and give her some pointers. Today's part-time job task was considered complete. Klein was very satisfied, recruiting a few more students, allowing himself to earn over 2 million berries. The elite class still had too few students. The regular class only practiced swordsmanship. Too few students. This made him a bit worried, so he pulled out a cigar to light up and relieve stress. Special supply was indeed different. After working hard for over 10 years, he finally walked the path of having an advantage. He should enjoy life in a timely manner. Genshin Impact, the game, started. After finishing the cigar and snuffing out the butt, he directly entered the game world to enjoy the joy of gaming. Although this game was quite costly, but spending money brought improvements and could also reflect in reality. It was still very addictive for Klein. Moreover, there weren't many entertainment options in the Navy school, so games became Klein's main way to pass the time. In the game, after purchasing the daily special package, he successfully gathered 6 forms of moonwalk. Moonwalk, using strong foot strength to step on the air, generating powerful suspension force, allowing one to walk in the air like on stairs. The skill unlocked, instantly reflecting in Klein's body. Numerous memories and training knowledge of the 6 forms of moonwalk and instinctual body memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Klein entered the sage moment, silently digesting these memories. The legendary technique of stepping from the left foot to the right foot was now learned. In his previous life, this was against common sense, but in the pirate world, it was relatively common. The anime world is inherently a realm of imagination. Klein admired Oda the Thief for his rich imagination and creativity. Having mastered the 6 forms of moonwalk, only the last move, Raging Foot, remained. He glanced at his backpack and found he would soon be able to unlock Raging Foot, along with several other common skills that would likely unlock in the coming months. Skills like Transgender Fist, Fishman Karate, 8-Chung Fist. Many skills that hadn't reached the gold card level would unlock, and at that time, it would be a huge improvement. Good times were starting to seem more promising. He opened the faction menu. The last time he received a golden crew card, Klein chose to recruit the Navigator Nami. Dressed in a simple vest, with a small chest, her design clearly reflected the early style of One Piece. Klein wasn't in a hurry. No worries. The crew could level up, and by then, Nami would definitely have her curves, and it would be a delight to the eyes and lift his spirits. Unlocking 3 crew members would allow him to set sail. The first chapter was the level of Shell's Town, where Axe Emperor Morgan, Monka, was located. Morgan, Monka, click to enter. Choose crew members to deploy. One-click deployment. I Am Papa, Carmen, and Nami were deployed, with the main combat power being I Am Papa, who was now level 20. Main C, still a big spender. After all, it was a fully paid character, and Klein was naturally prepared to lead newbies. He easily cleared the levels, as they were basically all small fry, with the mini-boss of the level being Morgan's son, the chin-jutting second-generation heir, Shiro Haich. The East Blue region is vast and filled with oddities, with many shallow waters and unremarkable characters. After defeating Axe Emperor Morgan, he successfully completed this chapter, gaining some experience points, equipment, materials, and leveling up Carmen and Nami, the 2 supporting characters, by several levels. The bounty smoothly increased to 5 million berries, making him a somewhat notable big pirate in the East Blue. In the next chapter, he faced Navy Lieutenant Iron Fist Hoppity, who shared a title with his brother Garp. In reality, this guy was ridiculously weak, simply tarnishing the renowned name of Iron Fist. Compared to Axe Emperor Monka, he was even weaker, easily dealt with by the 3 crew members from the daughter country. Hoppity. The next chapter featured the Navy Colonel Rat, a pathetic character. Colonel Rat was a scum, a rat that was in cahoots with Arlong, serving as a pirate's umbrella and harming the common people. His strength, 5th rate, similarly easy to deal with. As he continued clearing levels, I Am Papa's bounty also reached 15 million berries. The East Blue had only 1 stop left, which was the most challenging level. Guarding Logtown was the White Hunter Smoker. Smoker was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, and in a world where even Haki was unknown, he was practically invincible. But this is a game. As long as you reveal a health bar, but even gods can be defeated. The final result was, of course, failure. With Carmen and Nami, who were both low-level and poorly equipped, it was impossible to clear the Smoker chapter. They could only taste defeat in the Northwest. Flowers may bloom again, but youth does not come again. In reality, if you die, it's over, but in the game, there are plenty of opportunities to come back, as long as you have stamina. This is one of the benefits of gaming. This guy's Smoker. Defeating him might unlock the Smoke fruit of a Logia type. As I said, the Water Friend have great imagination. If the Smoke fruit is developed, its power will definitely be formidable. We need to find a way to clear the Smoker level early, unlock the Smoke fruit, and then head to the Grand Line. Chapter 39. Triggering Special Events. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. In the East Blue, there are pitifully few Devil Fruit users. You can count them on one hand in the early stages. But once you get the Grand Line, Devil Fruits are no longer rare. Just the Baroque Works alone has over a dozen users, greatly enriching one's Devil Fruit ability Encyclopedia. What Klein cares about even more is, with the Smoke Fruit, he can place a second Devil Fruit ability, allowing him to simultaneously possess the powers of the splintering fruit in the Smoke Fruit. 2 Devil Fruit abilities, plus the ability to switch and replace them at any time. This is definitely the capital for his survival in this sea, and a trump card. He knows that this absolutely cannot be revealed to others, and it must not be seen by anyone, unless he acquires some unknown Devil Fruit abilities or ones that will only appear decades later. For example, the Thunder Fruit, the Flame Fruit, and so on. Who knows what will happen in the next few decades? Klein pondered for a moment. It seems he not only needs to recruit more crew members, but also make them stronger. Fortunately, there is a training room. Upgrading a pirate ship can enhance the attributes of the entire crew. There's no other way. Right now, the main combat member is only Emu Papa, with no second main character. It all comes down to the strength of the characters and the crew. Returning to the main interface, Klein clicks on Adventure. This time, it's a single-player adventure level. Last time he adventured to the level of Clown Buggy. The next level is the Black Cat Pirates, which shouldn't be too difficult for the current Emu Papa. The most combat-capable member of the Black Cat Pirates is Crow, who is considered a genius for creating a skill remarkably similar to the 6 power shave on his own. However, he can't control it perfectly and will attack indiscriminately. In the game, this move only increases damage and evasion, and now, with the enhancements to Emu Papa's equipment, skills, and level, all his attributes completely crush Kuro. After passing this level, the next one will be against the captain of the Krieg Pirates, Admiral Krieg. His subordinate Demon Agin is always talked about by anime fans, with a reputation even greater than the captain's. In this level, Emu Papa struggles greatly to win, as charging through alone is quite challenging, akin to opening harder nightmare dungeons. So, Klein wonders if it's his approach that's wrong. In the mode where all crew members participate in battle is the normal mode. The problem must lie in the game design. Damn it, what a scam. But thinking about how it can feed back to reality, Klein smirks. So appealing. So enticing. After finishing with the Krieg Pirates, a golden prompt box pops up on the game screen. Gorgeous. It's afraid players won't notice the massive boost. As long as you're not blind, 10 people can see it. Triggering Special Event. The world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Special event limited to open. Daily free challenge attempts 3. Each challenge has a chance to obtain the Supreme Blade, the Black Blade. Fragments of the Black Blade, the swordsmanship mentor character Mihawk. Mihawk fragments, swordsmanship skill Hawkeye normal attack. Skill fragments, crew cards, swordsmanship experience packs, small, medium, large. On the screen, the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk sits on a coffin ship, his hands crossed on his knees, exuding a domineering aura and a piercing gaze. A handsome entrance. Dracul Mihawk. A plethora of luxurious rewards makes Klein's eyes shine. The special event rewards are too generous. The first warlord to appear, but he is the absolutely strongest among the 7 warlords. He rarely makes a move, but each time it's just the tip of the iceberg. From the start of the 7 warlords to now, everyone speculates that this guy's strength has reached Yonko level. He is on a completely different level compared to the other 7 warlords. Not to mention, the Black Blade is truly cool. The gemstones decorating it are enough to blind others. Klein's desire flickers. There have been quite a few Supreme Blades that appeared in the anime, but in terms of prestige and coolness, he believes the Black Blade is undoubtedly the best. As for Whitebeard's tornado cut, it doesn't suit him. It's like a small horse pulling a big cart, completely inappropriate. Not to mention, The other rewards are also incredibly enticing. At the same time, a lottery special gift package pops up. Familiar 4-stage. Buy. After purchasing the 4-stage gift package, all fragments and small rewards, Klein is already used to it. If one day he suddenly draws a grand prize, it would probably be about the same probability as encountering a ghost. Realizing the reality, the game operates on a probability mechanism. The idea of hitting the jackpot is just a daydream. Ridiculous. Klein hasn't discovered other players in the game yet, so he feels that such probabilities are probably hard to apply. Then, Klein begins to challenge the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk. Although Emu Papa's current attributes are enough to be considered a tyrant in the East Blue in front of Mihawk, he feels like a roadside dog, easily dealt with by a small knife from Mihawk's necklace. Fortunately, this is a game. No matter how strong the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk is, he still has a red health bar above his head. The challenge ends with some rewards. The special event challenge concludes. The time limit is half a month. Who knows if he can draw anything? Next, Klein enters the next chapter, which features the big boss of the East Blue, the Fishman Arlong. The minor levels are not difficult. This entire chapter has many elite monsters, mainly Arlong subordinates, such as Octopus Hachi, Moo. Finally, there's the Fishman Arlong. He gets whittled down by the small monsters, ultimately unable to defeat Arlong and failing to clear this chapter. Cleared failed. This is your first encounter with Fishmen, showcasing the power of this special sea race. Tenfold strength and the ability to breathe underwater are unique talents of the Fishman race. Talent system unlocked. Please proceed to the talent system. The talent system can unlock more talents, enhancing character attributes and combat power. A new gameplay mechanic? Klein's face lights up. This game's playability is quite high, with many gameplay options. The main character now has an additional talent system. He clicks open. The screen is filled with various strong characters, featuring illustrations of the Yonko Kaido, big, many. All are powerful beings with special talents. In the talent prize pool, upon seeing the rewards, Klein's breathing becomes rapid. Indestructible gold, steel balloon, listening to all things, triple lifespan, my network, Lunaria race, naturally observant, super strength, strange sound, giant's power, for electric discharge, moon lion form. Holy crap, this is the talent prize pool. An SSS level talent is enough to make one a strong contender in the sea. Chapter 40, not 998, just 688. Million berries. With these rewards, Klein's heart was on fire, wishing he could assign all these talents to himself at once. Indestructible comes from the 4 Emperor's Kaido, a typical representative of tough skin and thick flesh. When Kaido first appeared, he was full of style. The background narration made Klein feel blood boil. Later, with a Thunderbawa, he gave Luffy a taste of King's addiction. But 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands, and a hero can't withstand a pack of wolves. In the end, he was defeated by the overpowered Luffy. Speaking of thick health bars, it must be the blood lock-in recovery of the sun god Nika form. Meanwhile, Iron Balloon comes from another 4 Emperor, Big Mom. Even someone as strong as indestructible Kaido has scars. Yet Big Mom's skin is as smooth as a mirror. Decades of pirate life have left no scars, relying solely on the Iron Balloon. It's definitely a bit stronger than the indestructible talent, but unfortunately, it encountered Trafalgar Law, who can deal true damage. As a result, these 2 emperors exited in confusion. However, their talents are extremely powerful and cannot be ignored. Klein's eyes burned with desire. If he could master these powerful talents, I would no longer be human. I would definitely be a monster among monsters. Combining indestructible with Iron Balloon would be enough to make the most formidable man. The next second, a special 4-tiered gift package popped up in the center of the screen. Super value rebate. Monster talents, waiting for you to claim. Talent is king. Hurry up a draw. Super special big package is coming. Still the 4-tiered lottery package. Klein purchased it and immediately started drawing. The result was disappointing. He only unlocked a very ordinary talent, underwater breathing. It comes from the Fishman race. You can't say it's useless in specific environments. Its effects are no less than those of other talents. It's just so damn annoying. After acquiring the talent, Klein discovered that he only had 1 talent slot. He was startled, his heart sank, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Another package popped up on the screen. Limited time welfare. Super big discount. Recharge 6. 888. 888 berries to unlock the second talent slot. Package countdown. 167. 59. 58. How much? Are you trying to kill me? Klein almost spat blood. He had been filling up the special package every day, and he didn't even have 1 million berries in his card. Where'd he get nearly 7 million berries? Are you trying to make me die? Klein painfully ignored this package. There was no choice. Poor. He was woken up by poverty every day. The alarm he set reminded him, "Hey, cow and horse, get up and work. If you don't work, how can you make money to become stronger and survive?" Exit. Klein chose to exit the recharge page, feeling a desire to spend, but lacking the funds. It's not that he didn't want to recharge. He just truly had no money. As soon as he exited the game recharge page, a second recharge page popped up immediately. Surprise welfare. Talent system activated successfully. Super value package assists talent growth. Talent star upgrade stone big package is coming. 800 super value rebate. That's right. Even the most ordinary talent underwater breathing only had a level of 1 when he just obtained it. To make the talent stronger, he must use star upgrade stones to enhance and increase the talent's level. Again, it was a 4-tiered special package, and Klein didn't hesitate to buy it. However, he had no use for the star upgrade stones for now. They would come in handy once he unlocked a more powerful talent. He would have to buy 2 more special packages every day, plus the special event he just triggered. The pressure was really high. After exiting the game, Klein lay on his bed, feeling anxious. Not to mention the immense pressure, the key was that talent slot, which made it impossible for him to remain calm. That package was still a limited time 7-day package. Once the 7 days passed, he wouldn't be able to purchase the package again. And who knows when the next chance would come. Having a double talent slot could significantly enhance his strength. Klein took out a cigar, lit it, took a deep breath, furrowing his brow, wondering how to make money. This wasn't just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of berries, but 7 million berries. Headache. After finishing one cigar, he couldn't think of a good solution. He simply covered himself with a blanket and went to sleep. However, this sleep wasn't very peaceful. In his dreams, he transformed into a monster. No matter how the Straw Hat Pirates and their helpers attacked, they couldn't kill him. It started as a good dream, but in the end, he dreamt of eating Luffy and being burst by him. However, it wasn't just Klein who had an uncomfortable sleep. Someone else couldn't sleep that night either. How come Klein learns the 6 styles so quickly every time? I've taught so many batches of students, and I've never seen someone with such monstrous comprehension ability. The instructor couldn't figure out. He had seen powerful talents before, as the Navy had no shortage of people. Talents were everywhere. But someone like Klein, who was this monstrous, probably wouldn't appear for hundreds of years. After thinking it over, the instructor decided, no, I have to find Klein tomorrow and test him individually, teaching him all the other 6 styles. I want to see if he really can learn them all quickly. If Klein can easily learn the other 6 styles, then how terrifying will his talent become in the future? The more he thought about it, the more excited the instructor became. With Klein's talent, he would surely become the strongest Navy in the history of the Navy, striking down pirates. And he would become the greatest instructor in the history of the Navy. By then, the Navy school would surely have his statue, remembered by history and revered by countless naval officers. Just thinking about it made him bubble with joy. The next day, as soon as the class ended, Klein was called to the instructor's office. "Instructor, want a cigar?" Klein took out a cigar and handed it to the instructor, adhering to traditional virtues. The instructor looked at him in surprise, pushed it away with his hand, saying, "I don't smoke." "I do." Klein casually put the cigar in his mouth and flicked the lighter. Enjoying it, he took a puff. The instructor had a few black lines on his forehead. It was the first time a student had such boldness. However, he didn't criticize him and asked Klein, "Do you know why I called you here?" "I don't know." Klein sat carelessly on the sofa. The instructor spoke directly. "I called you here to teach you the other 6 styles and see if you can learn them quickly." Klein's expression was surprised, and he panicked inside. "Oh no, this is bad. I haven't unlocked all the 6 styles yet. If the instructor wants to teach me all the 6 styles, won't that expose me?" Klein was panicking inside, silently smoking his cigar, pretending to look surprised. "Instructor, are you planning to teach me all the 6 styles? Can I pass them on to the other students when I train them?" "Better not." The instructor shook his head. Other students don't have your talent. Even if I teach them all the 6 styles, they won't be able to learn them. Let's go. Follow me to the training room. I will teach you the 6 styles. Following behind the instructor, Klein was distracted. He still hadn't unlocked Storm Leg. What should he do? Pretending to be cool, even while crying? You must see it through. Chapter 41 Report to the Instructor. I've learned. Online SOS. It's urgent. Can I say I accidentally learned it? Would the instructor believe it? Even a pig wouldn't believe it. But Klein still had a glimmer of hope. Some quirky characters in the pirate world had an IQ not much different from that of a pig, like the early celestial dragons. But the instructor didn't look like a pig. This genius persona of mine is really backfiring. I need to think of a way. I absolutely cannot reveal my secret. Stay calm, don't panic. In the training room, the instructor stood in front of Klein. Klein, have you been smoking a lot lately? Klein chuckled awkwardly. It's just stress. You said I'm destined to be a vice admiral, so I'm just afraid I won't measure up. The instructor raised an eyebrow. If you're afraid of not measuring up, why aren't you working harder? I know your training class is thriving and booming. His words carried a sarcastic tone, but the training class was Klein's source of income. It absolutely couldn't be canceled. Klein opened his mouth to speak nonsense. Whether the instructor believed it or not, he had to first deceive himself to fool everyone else. Instructor, I used to work very hard, but then I realized that hard work didn't do much for me. Ever since I focused on making money, on teaching my students, somehow, I feel like I've rejuvenated, transformed completely. Training and studying feel as natural as eating and drinking. Everything just flows smoothly, regardless of whether it made sense. The anime world is all about being assertive. Whoever is stronger is right. It's an unchanging truth. Klein's momentum was there, but whether the instructor believed it was not his concern, he could never reveal his secret. The instructor fell silent, puzzled. Could it be that Klein's focus on money truly awakened his talent? There's such a student? This was the first time the instructor had heard of it. Remembering his purpose for seeking out Klein, he proactively changed the subject. You learn from me first, and see if you can master all 6 styles. You've already learned iron block and paper drawing, so let's teach you shave first. Shave is very difficult to learn among the 6 styles. Of course, each of the 6 styles is not easy to learn, but iron block and paper drawing mainly exercise and control all body muscles, which is why I teach iron block and paper drawing first. Even if they can't master it, the students' bodies and dodging abilities will improve significantly, which will be very helpful in battle. Unknowingly, the instructor began to elaborate, making Klein wonder if every school leader was like this. Fortunately, the instructor stopped in time and started teaching Klein the shave, detailing its principles, muscle exertion, precautions, and other details. He also demonstrated personally. Swish. Shave. The instructor disappeared from the spot in an instant, his speed so fast that it left a blurry afterimage. With Klein's perception abilities, he couldn't even capture the instructor's figure. Like a phantom, he surrounded Klein. If he were an enemy, he would feel the immense pressure of death. So fast. He couldn't help but guess that this level of shave was at least equivalent to level 3 or 4 in the game. The instructor reappeared, a gust of wind following him. This is shave. Generally, beginners can't control it at all. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Klein in front of him vanished from the spot, and a slightly ethereal voice echoed in the training room. Instructor, is this how it's done? Damn, he can really pretend. I just pretended, and immediately you pulled it off? The instructor's eyes widened, his expression exaggerated. What? You learned it already? Klein used shave to move rapidly around the training room, leaving behind a series of blurry white shadows. This talent is too exaggerated, right? The instructor felt like all his decades of training had gone to waste. Klein stopped, although he pretended. What about the storm leg later? I can't do that. The instructor's eyes were blazing with enthusiasm. Klein, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Klein's face darkened. The instructor's words seemed a bit off. What a sharp tongue. If you can't say anything nice, just don't say anything. Klein, your talent is incredible. As long as you don't die, you will definitely grow into the strongest admiral in the future. The instructor's eyes sparkled, as if he were looking at a rare treasure or an incomparable beauty. Next, the instructor taught Klein the moonwalk, which Klein also learned effortlessly. Until the last move of the 6 styles, storm leg, after the instructor demonstrated. A magnificent blue flying slash shot out, directly splitting a wooden post in the training room in half. Very sharp. Klein, it's your turn. Klein was so anxious that beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, thinking, this is bad, this is bad. The game hasn't unlocked this move yet. Just now, while the instructor was demonstrating. I secretly entered the game and used up today's special gift pack, but I still haven't unlocked Stormleg. What to do? He was panicking. He learned the other 6 styles easily, but why couldn't he do Stormleg? What to do? The basic swordsmanship in the game doesn't even have this move, even if you reach the iron cutting realm. How to bluff my way through. Damn. Seeing that Klein had not moved, the instructor frowned slightly. Klein, why are you suddenly nervous? Look at how you're sweating. Why don't you take a break and smoke a cigar? The instructor's understanding made Klein gratefully accept. He took out a cigar, lit it, and exhaled smoke. However, even after burning half of it, it didn't relieve his pressure. Instead, it made him feel more stressed. As he watched the cigar nearing its end, Klein suddenly had a brilliant idea. To hell with it. Treat a dead horse as a living horse. After extinguishing the cigarette, and flicking it with pinpoint accuracy, he tossed it into the trash can. Klein's expression returned to normal, and with a composed face, he said, Instructor, I've learned Stormleg. Chapter 42. Pretending to be cool, even if I have to cry. Come on, show me. The instructor crossed his arms, leaving space for Klein to demonstrate, and casually pointed, Klein, attack that wooden post. If one didn't know better, they might think Klein was some kind of Pokemon. Klein lifted his left leg, maintaining a pose like a proud rooster. Feeling a bit intimidated, but he steeled himself. Whatever. I'm going for it. In the next moment, his figure spun like a crazily rotating top. The instructor was dumbfounded, questioning himself. Did I just tell him to use his foot to roll up the vacuum? Did I say it wrong? Instead of doubting Klein's immense learning talent, he first doubted himself. Before he could figure out, a wave of scorching air surged through the atmosphere, and a red glow appeared around Klein's blurry, spinning figure. Huh, Nanny? The instructor's pupils dilated, and he quickly saw Klein stop spinning, raising his foot enveloped in flames. The right foot was as red as a branding iron. This directly shocked the instructor, causing his eyes to bulge out, bloodshot, and his jaw dropped in a comical manner, exclaiming, You created flames with your foot. Is this still the storm foot? Hot, hot, hot. Klein felt as if his foot was on fire, but his face remained stoic and exceptionally cold, paired with his handsome features. He looked like a high-cold, abstinent male god. Slowly raising his fire-wrapped foot, he took a puff of a cigar, feeling the hot blood in his foot boiling. Pretend. Keep pretending. Even if I have to cry, I will finish this act. What if my foot gets roasted? Why does it smell burn in the air? Whatever. Instructor, why is my storm foot different from yours? Klein's face was shrouded in flames, his expression calm, yet questioning. You asking me? The instructor held his head with both hands. I want to ask you, how did your storm foot get? Like this. Klein kept pretending. I don't know. Exactly. This was his improvised countermeasure. He didn't know the storm foot, but he knew the demon wind foot, and although the two techniques were vastly different in style, they all used the foot. No way. Too hot. Let us first kick down the wooden post like the instructor said. The heat from his foot made Klein feel like his boots were melting. Where did Sanji buy his shoes? I need to get a few pairs. Hot. Burning. Let youth burn until the last flame is extinguished. Just as Klein was about to kick the wooden post to complete the action, the instructor spoke up. Wait. Just wait a minute. Your foot is going to get roasted. The instructor pointed his chest. Klein, kick here. Let me see the power of your mutated storm foot. You said it yourself. I kick. Iron block. The instructor naturally couldn't neglect defense, executing the iron block skillfully, turning his body as hard as steel. Bang! A kick landed squarely on the instructor's chest. The fierce force and scorching airflow erupted from Klein's body. Squeak! The instructor's body slid backward, his feet scraping against the ground, producing a screeching sound. At the same time, a large hole was burned in his shirt, and the chest hair was singed and curling, smoking. Hiss! The instructor took a deep breath, hands behind his back, calmly commenting, The power of this kick is indeed not to be underestimated. Let's call it a day for today's training. Yes, instructor. Klein rushed out of the training room, heading straight for the bathroom, turning on the faucet to cool his foot. So hot, so hot. The icy water rapidly cooled Klein's foot. Oh no, without the Haki. This thing feels like it injures the enemy 1,000 while hurting oneself 800. His shoes were practically ruined. His pants were also torn, revealing his hairy calves. But now the hair was singed, each strand curled and burnt off at the roots. I'm crying to death. Which salon has the best hair removal technique? Is this the price of pretending to be cool? As soon as Klein left, the instructor puffed up his cheeks and blew on his chest. The iron block could withstand the force of that kick, but the incredible temperature. Luckily, my iron block training is strong enough, or else Klein would have really kicked me into having a burnt scar. The burning sensation on his chest quickly faded, and the instructor smirked. Ha ha. His laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone suddenly choked him. Huh. The instructor immediately reined in his smile, his expression darkening. Klein, why are you back? Instructor. Klein approached the instructor, shamelessly asking, what do you think of my talent? Very good. This was not the answer Klein wanted. Instructor. Is it really just very good? Cough, cough. Among the students I've taught, your talent is undoubtedly the best. That's right. Honesty is the best policy. Klein raised the corner of his mouth. Instructor, are you interested in investing in this talented student of yours? So that's what you're after, huh? To make money off me? The instructor's gaze suddenly became sharp and oppressive. Klein remained unfazed. Instructor, what do you think of that move I just used? Be honest. The instructor's eyes flickered with embarrassment. The power is quite strong. Comparable to the 6 styles of Stormfoot, it's a relatively advanced combat technique. Then do you want to learn, instructor? Just a small tuition fee. Klein revealed a devilish grin. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. You really plan to become my instructor? And charge me? How am I supposed to face the other students? What about my reputation? 10 million berries. Klein directly quoted a price. Instructor, don't think it's too much. How much? The instructor was taken aback. Klein's forehead was sweating, his heart racing. The instructor won't think the price is too high, right? But once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. He couldn't lose momentum. 10 million. Deal. The instructor agreed in one breath. Klein's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the instructor. Is this really happening? 10 million berries. The instructor agreed? Am I dreaming? He couldn't believe the deal was so smooth until the instructor handed him 10 million berries, which he deposited in the headquarters bank. Only then did he accept this dreamlike reality. Instructor, you're amazing. Instructor, you're generous. Instructor, you're invincible. Klein had completely chosen to selectively forget the instructor's earlier poisonous tongue remarks. Once the money was deposited in the bank, without a moment's hesitation, he chose to spend 888 berries to unlock the second talent slot. Hurry up and unlock a powerful talent. If I could have indestructible plus iron balloon, my health bar would be maxed out, turning into a tank swordsman. And there are other talents. Klein fantasized about possessing the top talents in this vast sea. That way, this fake genius who relies on spending money would truly have monster-level talent. In the training room, since the instructor had already paid, Klein kept his promise and taught the demon wind foot to the instructor. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to teach the instructor all the skills of the demon wind foot technique. After fulfilling the agreement and waiting for Klein to leave, once he confirmed that the other party had truly departed, the instructor, who had been holding back for several hours, burst into laughter. Klein, I am the instructor. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. In front of me. You have to learn. You have to practice. 10 million berets. What a big profit. Chapter 43. Zefa. The reluctant ticket seller, the instructor, directly took out his transponder snail and began contacting former students, starting with Sora. Moshi. This is Instructor Carter. Instructor, why are you calling me? Is it to arrange for me to teach? No. The instructor couldn't hide his grin. I've just mastered a very powerful new technique. Are you interested in learning it? Just 50 million berries. Sora, on the other end of the transponder snail, looked shocked. Instructor, what kind of technique is so expensive? Don't worry, it's definitely worth it. When do you have time to come to the Navy School? Once you see it, you'll understand. All right. After hanging up, Instructor Carter's grin widened. Klein, don't think that just because you've learned the 6 styles, you can show off in front of me. There's still a lot for you to learn. Experience is key. Then, without missing a beat, he started dialing other numbers. As an experienced instructor at the Navy school who had taught several cohorts of students, his network was much larger than Klein's. Just one sale at 50 million berries would cover all his expenses, and there were definitely more than one willing to buy. He profit. Not only could he make a large sum, but he also got a high-level combat technique for free. The instructor was so excited that he went home and had a passionate night with his wife, leaving her in awe, feeling like good fortune had come in after a long drought. The rain finally came. He couldn't be happier, but then he suddenly thought of Klein. That guy accidentally created such a powerful combat technique, the level of his talent. Truly terrifying. With his kid's talent, staying in school was simply a waste. Perhaps he could make an exception and let him graduate from the Navy school early. As an instructor at the Navy school, his duty was to teach students, but with a genius like Klein, a monster of a student. Learning the 6 styles so quickly and mastering the iron-cutting level of swordsmanship meant he would start as a top colonel in the Navy headquarters. The only thing Klein could teach him was Haki, but was it too early for him now? The instructor pondered. The Navy school had basically no courses on teaching the 2-color Haki. For a student to master the 6 styles before graduation was already a sign of genius. Haki was typically only granted to those in the New World or the Navy headquarters. Moreover, what was most important for Klein now was to build a solid foundation. As long as that foundation was strong enough, mastering Haki would come naturally. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this time, Klein successfully unlocked the last move of the 6 styles, Storm Leg, and his iron body had also leveled up once again. After Conqueror's Haki, this was the second skill to reach LV. 2. Remarkable progress. Of course, all of this was built on money, causing Klein's bank account balance to shrink repeatedly. Late at night, in the dormitory, Kapu, how's your training been these past few weeks? Are you interested in sparring again? Klein asked while giving Kapu a massage. Kapu, feeling comfortable and nearly dozing off, suddenly woke up upon hearing this. He turned to look Klein up and down. Klein, are you short on money? Is it that obvious? It's written all over your face and forehead. Kapu suddenly became angry, thinking that just because he won last time, he could always win. In the past, when he sought out the ponytail guy for a spar, that guy avoided him like the plague. Now, the sun was rising from the west. He actually took the initiative to spar with him. It was clear he didn't regard his iron fist highly. What do you want to spar? You set the time. Kapu also wanted to see the results of his training over the past month. At the same time, he wanted Klein to know how powerful his iron fist was. Buddha, who was nearby, remained silent. Kapu, provoked by Klein, agreed to spar with him. Who knew how much strength Klein was hiding this time? Klein's lips curled slightly. All right, then let's do it 3 days from now. I need to warm up. He needed to sell more tickets. Kapu raised an eyebrow and angrily retorted, You bastard ponytail guy. Do you think our sparring is just a circus performance? I will definitely defeat you. To avenge my previous humiliation. Klein smiled without saying a word, knowing Kapu wanted to regain his pride, but he hoped he wouldn't get discouraged. The next day, in the school's private training room, the instructor had been waiting for a long time. The door opened. Wearing a major's uniform, a black suit paired with a white Navy justice cape, he strode into the training room. Instructor, let me see what advanced combat technique costs 50 million berries. Hee, the instructor grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Just be ready to prepare 50 million berries. In more than half a month, he had already learned the basics of the demon wind leg. He was completely confident he would open Sora's eyes. Sora, watch closely, the instructor shouted, then began spinning rapidly like a top. Sora looked puzzled, but in an instant, his pupils began to widen. Is that fire on his leg? The spinning instructor stopped, his right leg glowing red and on fire. Yes, this move was called Demon Wind Leg. Its power was certainly not inferior to the 6-style Storm Leg. Watch closely. The instructor suddenly kicked out, his leg muscles exploding with tremendous power as he kicked the steel wooden dummy. Boom! The steel, humanoid wooden dummy bent under the kick, especially where the foot made contact, showing signs of melting and softening. The power, indeed very strong. Sora's eyes widened. The flames generated by the high temperature in his leg meant that even if the enemy could withstand the force of the kick, they might not be able to withstand the burn of the high temperature. Exactly. The instructor withdrew his leg and stood proudly. Sora, for just 50 million berries, I will teach you this move. I'll learn. Sora didn't hesitate at all. Although he usually used his fists, he also had leg attacks in close combat. If he learned this demon wind leg, it would enrich his combat style and make him stronger. Pay up. 50 million berries was not a small amount. But for the Navy officer Sora, it was still manageable. The instructor taught Sora the technique of demon wind leg, and after finishing asked Sora, "How many days can you stay at the Navy headquarters this time?" For 5 days. I need to escort the pirates I've just captured to impel down and wait for my superior's arrangements, Sora replied honestly. The instructor suggested, "Are you interested in watching the sparring between this cohort's most talented students, Klein and Kapu?" During the day, he had already heard that Klein was going to spar with Kapu again. The talented student Klein, who had the potential of an admiral and had mastered iron cutting? Sora showed interest. When? 3 days from now. I'll contact you via transponder snail then. 3 days later. Zefa looked serious as he stood at the door of the combat room, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Anyone who wants to watch must buy a ticket. 5K per person." To repay his debts, he was forced to comply with Klein's arrangements and act as a ticket seller. In the distance, Sora was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Instructor, when did student sparring also require a ticket fee? This is the first time I've seen this in the Navy school. Aren't sparring sessions usually agreed upon beforehand, either conducted privately or open for everyone to watch? Charging fees truly opened his eyes. Cough, cough. The instructor coughed twice and said, "Well, Klein is a bit greedy. You don't have to worry about the ticket fee. Can he still charge me?" The instructor. Soon, he and Kong walked to the entrance, but were blocked by Zefa, who said, "Instructor, you haven't bought tickets?" The instructor's forehead twitched with annoyance. He had just boasted and was immediately slapped in the face. You're Zefa, right?" "Yes." "Do you know me, instructor?" The instructor's expression darkened. Zefa started to sweat and said, "Instructor, Klein sent me to sell tickets. If I let someone without a ticket in and he finds out, he'll deduct money from my pay. You may not care about these few thousand Baileys, but I do. The debts just keep piling up." Unknowingly, he had already owed Klein hundreds of thousands of Baileys. However, the massage really is comfortable. How could this be? Sengoku and Karp have all been massaged. I can't be the exception in the dorm, can I? It's just that the pressure of paying back is so great. The instructor looked at the young man in front of him, who had a persistent expression and with a dark face, took out 10,000 Baileys from his pocket. "Here. Anyway, I just made a killing and earned tens of millions of Baileys. This little amount is nothing. Just consider it feeding a dog." Meanwhile, Kong looked serious and frowned slightly, with some displeasure. "Instructor Carter, it seems that Junior Klein has an unusual love for money." Chapter 44. Zefa's Social Death, Sunflower Seeds, Peanuts, and Small Stools. As a Navy officer, what matters most to Akira is justice and fulfilling his duties as a Navy member, rather than being fond of money. Such a Navy officer, when he becomes a Navy officer in the future, will he be able to withstand the temptation of money and corruption? Moreover, Klein is only 18 years old. At this age, as a genius student at the Naval Academy, he should focus on improving his strength, not on money. When the opportunity arises, he must ask Klein what his justice is. Akira made up his mind to follow Instructor Karp into the combat room. In the combat room, there are hundreds of students. The reason so many students chose to spend money to buy tickets to watch is partly because Klein is a celebrity at the Naval Academy. Of course, looks also play a part. Plus, with the earlier hype, many people still want to see if Karp can defeat Klein and regain his reputation. Klein is invincible. Klein will definitely win. Klein will definitely win. Protect the best Klein. The Navy's 4 flowers held colorful pom-poms in both hands, dancing like cheerleaders at the sidelines, cheering for Klein. What flowers, you ask? Of course, they are unique. Unlike the style of beautiful girl cheerleaders, the 4 flowers of the Naval Academy look more like someone who should participate in a men's bodybuilding competition. On the sidelines, Klein looked embarrassed. He was almost made socially anxious by them. A muscular girl cheerleader. Is this reasonable? What a disgrace. At this moment, a character floated into his mind, a cadre from the Don Quixote family. Senior Pink. The cheerleaders around that guy are all swimsuit beauties, each one a top-notch beauty, and himself. What a sin. There are so few female students in the Navy. How did they gather these 4 heavenly kings? At this time, Karp looked around and found that he had no cheerleaders to support him. He looked at Sengoku, glaring. Exploding head, Klein has people cheering for him. Why don't you help me cheer? Sengoku doubted he heard wrong. You want me to be your cheerleader? Staring at the gazes of the surrounding students, Sengoku felt his face burning. Gritting his teeth to refuse, Karp, you bastard. Dream on. After speaking, he turned his head directly, ignoring Karp's gaze. Karp rubbed his fists, twisted his neck, and moved his muscles and bones, making crack-crack sounds. With a confident face and a slightly aggressive gaze fixed on Klein, he shouted, "Hey, ponytail guy, if you're ready, come up and fight me quickly." My fists are itching with anticipation. Having held it in for nearly a month, he desperately wanted to vent through his fists through battle. Win the victory. In response to Karp's provocation, Klein immediately countered. "Hey, you bastard Karp, have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Your first defeat was at my hands." Klein, your life will forever remember that last failure. Originally, he didn't want to use verbal sparring to retaliate, but for the sake of making money, to create a show effect, Klein still put on a long face to counter. Just like in boxing matches in his previous life, both competitors would have all sorts of shows before the match to create tension, raise attention, etc. It's all marketing. Finally, they would enter the octagon for a bloody and violent showdown. Looking forward to an exciting KO scene, Klein turned to Zefa at the door and shouted, "Zefa, there shouldn't be anyone left, close the door." Zefa immediately shut the door, somewhat shamefully hanging snacks all over his body. Donuts. Itsusen Billy's Pepe. Ice-cold beer. All eyes in the room turned to him. In an instant, Zefa felt the blood in his body rush upward, directly surging to his head, flushing his face. Instantly, he was red with embarrassment. Shame. It was so shameful. But I already owe Klein tens of thousands of berries. How could I agree to Klein's request? Originally, he thought selling snacks would be no big deal. But when all the students' gazes were fixed on him, Zefa was speechless. How could this be so socially awkward? Seeing that he was about to flee, Klein cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone can enjoy some snacks while watching the match. Of course, there are also beers, but don't drink too much. After a hard day of training, it's time to relax and enjoy. Maybe it will help improve your strength naturally. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. Earning a little more is still something. I have a lot of economic pressure. The special package costs over 100,000 berries, and this time I encountered a special event, plus other in-game purchases. Spending 20 to 30,000 berries every day, the pressure is immense. Klein, you are too shameless. Donuts are free in the cafeteria, and you actually sell them for 1K berries, you bastard. Are you a poet? A poet? This guy Klein is really going to any lengths for money. Save me a donut. Amidst the students' protests, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. Karp. Karp picked his nose and said, "Zefa, remember to save me one, no 5. He really loves eating donuts, mainly because they are high in calories. Very helpful for replenishing energy." Klein ignored the students' insults and slanders. Donuts are really delicious. Not to mention there are also sunflower seeds and peanuts, paired with ice-cold beer. Watching an exciting sparring match is simply a joy. With Klein taking the lead, Zefa felt a bit of the embarrassment eased, and some students began to purchase snacks one after another. Seeing this scene, the instructor's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. This guy Klein is getting more and more out of hand. He just made 10 million berries from me, and now he wants to make money off the students. How much does he want to earn to be satisfied? As students, they had already earned tens of millions of berries over the past few months, which is considered a small tycoon. Yet he wouldn't let go of even this little profit. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Instructor Carter, are you just going to let Klein do this? Akira, being upright, felt that the Naval Academy was a relatively sacred place. Everyone comes here to undergo rigorous training, improve their strength, and strive for a brighter future. To become an excellent Navy member. It made him feel that the school was no longer sacred, but rather chaotic. The instructor shook his head. It's a mutually agreed matter. Moreover, don't look at Klein as if he fell into money's eye. However, this guy is very responsible towards other students under his guidance. Many students have made significant progress. He nudged Akira. Look, quite a few students are still willing to support Klein in just a short while. The snacks are almost sold out. Akira focused and indeed saw some students choosing to buy. Judging by the size of the snack bags, the portions should still be satisfying. Karp was almost getting impatient, grinning and asking, Hey, ponytail guy, are you ready? I've been warming up for a long time. Coming, bro. Chapter 45. Let Karp experience the king of addiction. The term little brother made Karp's face darken. Hey, ponytail guy, in this sparring match, whoever wins is the older brother. Whoever loses is the younger brother. Just what I wanted. Klein tried hard to suppress AK, fearing Karp would see the smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he pulled out a cigar, and with a snap of a metal lighter, a spark flashed. The flame ignited. Klein took a satisfying puff and raised his hand, provocatively beckoning with his fingers, a grin spreading across his face. Karp, bring it on. I've already decided I'm the older brother. From now on, Dragon will have to call me daddy, and Luffy will have to call me grandpa. Then, what should Ace's father Roger and Whitebeard Newgate call me? Watching Klein act as if he completely disregarded him, a small flame ignited in Karp's eyes. His little universe was about to explode. However, he had one doubt he couldn't hold back. Ponytail guy, where's your weapon? How can you use swordsmanship without a weapon? Last time, he had experienced the power of swordsmanship at the iron cutting level. The scars left on his iron fist still reminded him not to forget the humiliation. He had to defeat Klein. A sword? Klein provocatively declared, Last time I defeated you with swordsmanship, using a sword again would be a bit boring. I also know a bit about fist techniques. Defeating you is enough. Hearing this, the instructor twitched his mouth and cursed inwardly. You learned all 6 styles and even came up with such a powerful move as Demon Wind Foot. If that's just a bit of knowledge about fist techniques, then the other students are practically crawling like babies. This kid can act even better than me. An experienced instructor. Kong looked puzzled, frowning. Instructor, didn't you say Klein's swordsmanship was impressive? Why is he so arrogant? No rush. Just wait and watch the monkey show. The instructor smiled mysteriously, hands behind his back. In the arena, Karp, provoked by Klein's words, felt the flame in his eyes turn into a raging fire, almost bursting forth from his gaze. Furious. Watch my fist. Karp's thigh muscles tensed, and his body leaped up, raising a fist as big as a sandbag, roaring towards Klein's face. He had to beat this damn ponytail guy into a pulp. He had to call me brother. His arm muscles bulged, edges becoming more defined. The muscle lines crisscrossing, full of strength and beauty. Iron block. Klein stepped back, channeling the strength into his muscles, making his body as hard as steel. He always wanted to test how strong LV2's iron block defense really was. And Karp was a perfect test subject. Originally aimed at Klein's face, Karp's punch, after Klein stepped back, could only hit his chest. The fierce punch landed. Boom! The sound of their bodies colliding echoed. Klein's face turned pale as he felt a tremendous force from Karp's fist. Damn, I overestimated it. The iron block skill really can't be used recklessly. What a pain. The immense force pushed Klein back several meters. For a moment, he felt like his iron block was about to be bent out of shape. It hurt so much. What a painful realization. He wanted to create some show effects to make the audience feel the ticket price was worth it, so more people would buy tickets in the future. His profits would naturally rise. But after taking this punch, Klein regretted it. Meanwhile, Karp was enjoying himself, laughing. Ha ha ha. Klein, your body really can take a beating. It even made my fist hurt a bit. Can it hurt me? Damn. Klein felt regret in his gut. Seizing the opportunity, Karp unleashed his full power, swinging his small but powerful fists with great momentum. Iron fist. Ponytail guy, get ready to face my steel-like fists. The fist, wrapped in fierce wind, had muscles on his arms bulging like blue worms. Karp, remember to call me brother from now on. Klein's expression turned serious, a glint flashing in his eyes. His momentum exploded, and an invisible aura formed a palpable strong wind, spreading out like a hurricane. From a cute little sheep, he transformed into a ferocious beast. Fist bone impact. Will awakened. Hunting time. Although Klein controlled himself not to unleash Conqueror's Haki, the aura he emitted during this move was astonishing. He felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it were on fire. The power within him surged into his fists like an unstoppable river. Klein knew that to prevent Karp's little universe from exploding, he had to defeat him decisively, just like Kaido's thunder by what defeated Luffy back then. In front of me, Klein, everyone is a younger brother. The two fists collided. Boom! It was like an explosion, and the air erupted into a violent whirlwind. In the next second, Karp's body flew out like a cannonball, his eyes wide open filled with bloodshot horror. That punch, Klein's punch, directly crushed Karp's iron fist, the unmatched power overwhelming him. What kind of fist technique is this? Bang! His body embedded into the wall. The hard wall cracked, leaving a human-shaped hole. Debris fell, mixed with a lot of blood that Karp coughed up. This scene came too suddenly, causing the observing students to be completely caught off guard. Like startled frogs, they gaped with wide eyes. Collective petrification. As soon as Karp's body was embedded in the wall, the students erupted with various shocked exclamations. Oh my God! Klein actually knocked Karp away with one punch? My dear mother, that's too brutal, too fierce. Defeating Karp with one punch is even more impressive than his swordsmanship. Klein was simply not human. His swordsmanship was at the iron-cutting level, and now he took down Karp with a single punch. Is there still a place for others to live? So fierce. Klein is definitely not a little puppy. This guy is scarier than a beast. Such a weak body unleashed such terrifying power. There must be a monster living inside Klein, right? That punch's power was too frightening. Karp's strength test has always been ranked first, and he was almost knocked back to his mother's womb by Klein's punch. Karp won't be knocked out by a single punch, will he? And as Klein's cheerleaders, the Navy's four flowers wave their pom-poms wildly. Klein brother is indeed the best. No student can defeat Klein brother. Klein brother is invincible. Wait, you can cheer, but why does your voice sound so weird? Goosebumps all over the place. I'm scared. The surroundings were noisy, and Sengoku felt a chill in his heart. How can Klein be so ridiculously strong? He said he would challenge him after learning the 6 styles, but by the time I learn the 6 styles, that guy will have grown to a level I can only look up to, right? Feeling utterly cold, if the gap last time could be narrowed with effort. This time, the absolute dominant power Klein displayed left Sengoku seeing no hope of surpassing him. In just a few months, Klein has grown from a trainee he looked down upon to someone who can defeat Karp with a single punch. It's truly dreamlike. Jean-Gu feels unwilling. Clearly, his talent is already strong enough, so why does the gap between him and Klein keep growing? Now, he experiences the envy and jealousy that Klein once felt towards him and Karp. The world is a cycle, a process of repeating itself. Who will comfort the wounded child? Chapter 46. Dogs don't promote? I do. Sengoku in tears instructor. Klein has really only been in school for a few months? Kong's face was full of shock as he swallowed his saliva. That punch's momentum. That punch's power. Even old Deng, who has already graduated from naval school, is not a match for Klein. No one can master such stunning boxing techniques. It's hard to believe. The instructor was equally surprised. Klein was continuously refreshing his understanding, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Yes, he is a student of this class, and also my proud disciple, Carter. On the surface calm, but his heart was filled with shock. Klein's strength is advancing at a frightening pace. I knew this kid could win, but that punch, the style of that punch, I seemed to see the shadow of a general. This kid seems to be a natural talent for a general. He was somewhat disheveled. I've never seen a student progress so dramatically. Also, that guy's boxing style seems a bit extraordinary. When did he comprehend it? Even I, as an instructor, don't know. This kid is hiding some serious talent? Just a few months. What a genius. Kong's heart couldn't calm down at all. With Klein's strength, he could easily reach the level of a senior officer. If he continues for another 10 or 8 years, wouldn't he be touching the threshold of a vice admiral or even an admiral? Kong's gaze became somewhat fervent, inexplicably excited, his hands itching. That last punch really got him fired up, making him want to spar with Klein. Clap, clap. The instructor beside him patted Kong's broad and sturdy shoulder, speaking earnestly. Kong, don't worry. I will arrange for you to spar with Klein. Do you think this guy is suitable to be your aide? Ed? Kong's expression turned serious as he assessed Klein. He was somewhat put off by Klein's personality of being money-oriented, so he was considering it. Anyway, he still had some time before graduation. Although he didn't quite like his personality, there was no denying this guy's strength and talent. Everyone he had seen was full of praise and surprise. At this moment, Klein elegantly lit up a cigar and began to promote. Real men must have strong fists. The Klein training class is dedicated to transforming every student into a man of steel, to cut down all enemies. If you want to inquire further and register for the training class, you better hurry up. The earlier you register, the sooner you can become stronger, so that your family won't be sad and crying, while others take care of your wife and children, and your children call someone else dad. Compared to the beginning, Klein's shamelessness had grown to be as thick as a city wall. Dogs don't promote? I do. What is wrong with making money? Having money makes you a big shot wherever you go. Moreover, the money earned can make you even stronger. As long as you are strong enough, people will even be willing to eat dirt for you, let alone a bit of face. Without money and strength, who will give you face? My face is not like Shanks's face. When students paid to register, Klein's mouth almost broke into a smile, reassuring the new registrants. Don't worry. I will teach each student seriously. Money can be earned again, but life is only one. Being strong is the way to survive. You can ask other students about how well I teach. My teaching quality is well known. After this speech, it reassured quite a few students. Klein absolutely would not allow any refund incidents to happen, but it seemed like he forgot something. He didn't think too much. There were many students waiting for him to register. Zefa beside him was staring with wide eyes, filled with envy. This guy Klein sure knows how to make money. Just a little training fee is enough to pay off Klein's IOU. If only I could make that much money. Idea of Klein massage me twice a day. No, 3 times. Once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. Unfortunately, right now he was just an average student, and his talent was probably what is currently popular as late bloomers. This scene made Kong click his tongue. Instructor, how much money has this guy made in school? If he wasn't mistaken, seasonal cards, annual cards, over 1 million or even several million berries per person. Conservatively estimating, tens of millions of berries. The instructor felt extremely proud. Klein had worked hard for a few months, and he turned around and sold the Demon Wind leg for much more than Klein earned. He, helping himself train students and also having a cash cow like such a talented student. Surely he would help him gain great fame in the future. Awesome. This was simply reaching the peak of life. If such students could come to me, 10 or 8 of them, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy made tens of millions of berries in just a few months as a student. Klein probably set a historical record at naval school. Never seen before. Whether there will be a successor in the future, who knows? I wonder if this guy's sense of justice is related to money. Kong speculated inwardly. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same. I just feel they are noisy. Embedded in the wall, the bleeding Karp felt as if the world was darkening, as if his life had fallen into the darkest hour. I am an injured person. Can't you see such a big injured person here? Are you all blind? It hurts so much. Is there no one to care about me? Doubting life, Karp couldn't help but think of the punch Klein delivered to defeat him earlier. That punch seemed to have a strange familiarity, as if it was something he had been searching for. That punch, my iron fist actually lost in a head-on confrontation, losing to Klein's little fist. How could it be? How could it be? He found it hard to accept. These iron fists had always been his pride. Hammered on those ships in the shipyard for countless days and nights. Ships, have you considered my feelings? Last time Klein used a sword, and this time, he actually defeated me with his fist. I've never heard that massaging people every day could train such powerful fists. It's hard to understand. Karp couldn't comprehend how Klein's fists could be so strong. Fortunately, someone still noticed Karp. Sengoku jumped up and pulled Karp's leg to help him off the wall. Looking at Karp's miserable state, Sengoku trembled all over and suddenly felt teary-eyed. Karp, you bastard. Thank you. Sudden gratitude left Karp confused. This guy with the explosive hair usually sparred with him, bickering back and forth. Why is he suddenly thanking me out of nowhere today? But now he felt as if his whole body was falling apart, couldn't muster any strength, and was in pain. Explosive hair, hurry and take me. 2. Treat. I'll carry you. Sengoku's gratitude was because he recalled how he was about to spar with Klein. When Karp kicked in, now that he thought about it, that bastard Karp really took the bullet for him. Otherwise, he would have been the one injured in the last sparring match. And this time it could have been him. Carried on Sengoku's back, Karp suddenly felt a bit moved, warmth spreading in his heart. No one else paid attention to this injured person, But Sengoku not only noticed but was also willing to carry him himself. I kept calling him Afro. I'm such a jerk. My nose felt sour and my eyes turned red. Karp, regaining some strength, wrapped his arms around Sengoku's neck and said, Sengoku, I won't call you Afro anymore. Chapter 47. He's the commander of the entire army in the medical room. Karp endured the pain of the ointment and bandaging. It hurt, but it felt good. In the training room, Klein made a fortune from training fees, plus the remaining 3 million berries he earned from the instructor. He was close to breaking through 10 million in savings. With food at home, he felt secure. Steady. He asked Zefa, how much did we collect for the tickets and snacks? 153 people watched the match. Ticket fees totaled 750,000 berries, and there are 3 IOUs. We sold XX portions of snacks and beer, totaling 160,000 berries. Zefa handed the calculated accounts to Klein. Very good. Klein smiled broadly and patted Zefa on the shoulder. When we get back to the dorm, I will erase part of the IOUs for you. We made quite a profit from this match. Let's keep it up and create more brilliance. At that moment, the instructor brought Sora to Klein. Klein, you've made great progress, and I'm very satisfied. I'll give you some personal guidance later. The punch earlier had left a strong impression on him, filled with powerful willpower. His previous evaluation of this kid's willpower seemed a bit low. Aside from willpower, that punch also completely exceeded the standard of the trainees. If only it could be replicated like Demon Wind Foot. Hee, this is truly a good thing that brings multiple benefits. Klein didn't catch the hidden meaning in the instructor's words and replied, whenever you have time, instructor, feel free to give me personal guidance. He had his own little calculations in mind. It would be best if he could learn the 2-color Haki in advance. Then he could be far ahead. Currently, the game progress was still stuck in the EC, about to head to the Grand Line, but even so, it seemed that to access Haki in the game, one would have to reach the New World or Zo. It would definitely take a lot of time. If it weren't for the initial recharge back then, how could he have obtained CONQUEROR'S Haki? In the game, the first initial recharge temptation was indeed great, with good rewards that made players willing to pay, and gradually formed a habit. It really took a lot of effort for the game developers. It made me cry. Sora suddenly interjected, staring at Klein with extreme seriousness, and asked solemnly, Klein, what is your justice? My justice? Klein had never seriously thought about this question before. He had only thought about how to climb to the position of a Navy colonel, how to live a stable life. Then he imagined himself as a branch colonel, surrounded by 7 or 8 beautiful women, living a local emperor kind of happy life. Dreams are just that simple. Now, with the support of the system, he was making money and spending it, making himself strong in just a few months. The future was promising. The era he was in was not the new era. According to the original timeline at that time, Klein was already a remnant of the old era. Don't be fooled by Klein's rapid improvement over a few months. In the anime's timeline, it felt like he was just a supernova. According to the novel's setting, the new era was a time of great conflict, or it could be said to be the era of the Child of Luck. Whether it was supernovas, pirates, or the Navy, many people's strengths were exaggerated compared to the old era. Meeting once, and their strength would change. And the strong of the old era grew at a much slower rate than the new era. Back to the point, Klein certainly knew that his previous dreams were gone forever. His system, the game, was like a glutton, a money-devouring beast, crazily residing in him, sucking money. He had to keep making money, madly making money. A person's life has many different stages. With strength and a future, Klein naturally wanted to pursue a better dream. For example, living safely for the rest of his life, exchanging it for immortality, or exchanging the position of Navy colonel for that of a Navy admiral, or exchanging 7 or 8 beautiful women for characters like Robin or Hancock. But what was his justice for? Or rather, what did he think justice was? This made Klein fall into deep thought, while the instructor, Sora, Zefa, Crane, and other trainees, along with the Navy's 4 Blossoms, quietly waited for Klein's answer. They were curious. What did someone as money-loving as Klein think justice was? Klein knew that the world was never fair. There was a saying in his previous life. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is chaotic for profit. The sea is vast, and tragedies are happening all the time. One person's energy simply can't manage it all. Most things happening in front of him, he couldn't turn a blind eye to. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. Klein pondered for a long time, quietly taking out a cigar and a lighter, and exhaled. There was so much to say about justice. My justice is the justice of happiness. He silently added a sentence in his heart. Money makes me happy. Money can solve all my problems and worries. If it can't, then it must be that I don't have enough money. Of course, pirates could never bring them happiness. As for the standard of happiness, that depends on the reality and different people. In his current life, Klein felt fulfilled every day. He could still play games, although the economic pressure was great. But his strength was improving quickly, and the future was full of hope and beauty. The prospects were limitless. This was his current happiness. Klein thought that justice didn't have much distinction, which reminded him of the words of the sage Wang Yangming, who attained enlightenment at Dragonfield. This heart is bright. What else is there to say? The justice of happiness. Pursuing happiness? Sora was surprised. He thought Klein's justice would definitely be closely tied to money. But unexpectedly, Klein's justice was so simple and unadorned. Haha, the instructor laughed heartily, patting Sora on the shoulder. Sora, I told you Klein isn't as bad as you think. Sora nodded. Wait a minute. Klein looked up in astonishment at the 3-meter-tall Navy major in front of him, his pupils shaking. This sturdy and tall figure, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, arms like thighs. The instructor called him Sora. Hiss, could it be? Could it be that this guy is the future commander-in-chief of the world government, Steelbone Sora? Higher rank than the Navy admiral. A huge asset. This guy's a super asset. The really thick kind. In the anime, Steelbone Sora appeared at an older age, causing Klein not to recognize him at first. Klein, my name is Sora. I'm a former trainee from the last session. Sora introduced himself. Klein, I'm very interested in you. If there's an opportunity, how about a spar? Hearing this, the other trainee's eyes lit up with interest. But Klein wasn't stupid. A spar? Isn't this just asking for a beating? Sora obviously looked like a Navy rear admiral, and with the talent he would possess in the future, he had most likely mastered the two-color Haki by now. Klein smiled awkwardly. Senior, please don't bully me, a trainee who has only been in school for a few months. I'm not your opponent. The key was that if he were to spar with Sora, it wouldn't even convince him to sell tickets to the other trainees. There's no advantage in doing that. We won't do it. Unless, pay me more. Moreover, he wasn't Sora's opponent. Sora smiled slightly. Klein, I've heard the instructor praise you so much that I'm almost getting calluses in my ears. Not to mention, watching you spar just now, the title of Genius Navy really lives up to its name. It makes me itch to try it myself. Don't. Klein hurriedly refused. With my small frame, I probably can't take even one punch from you. Nowadays, Karp's Iron Fist might not even be at the entry level. But the reputation of the Major S. Steelbones is something to reckon with. If I take a punch, I'll be in for a lot of suffering. Nearby, some trainees began to jeer. That guy Klein charges for sparring. We can spar with him for 50,000 berries per session. Another trainee added. In an instant, Klein felt his scalp tingle, and he heard Kong's amused voice asking, then how about I offer 100,000 berries for a spar? Chapter 48 Learning? You have to pay 100 million. 50,000 berries. That's my price for tormenting others. 100,000 berries. You want to torment me? Please. Do I look like a fool to you? Moreover, you're so strong. If you accidentally bump into me during a fight, lying in a hospital bed would be a waste of time. Time is money. Wasting time is wasting money. 100,000 berries. Not enough. You need to pay more. Klein stubbornly refused. Senior Kong, my strength is insignificant in front of you. In the future, when I get stronger, sparring will be more interesting, right? Deep down, he had already noted those two students down in his little notebook, hoping they wouldn't give him the chance. Otherwise, they would be in for a treat. Seeing Klein repeatedly decline, Kong didn't pursue the invitation any further, a look of regret appearing on his resolute face. The instructor beside him had a strange expression, secretly amused, thinking, if those two spar, what expression will Klein have when he discovers Kong also uses Demon Wind Kick? I definitely won't miss their sparring. The instructor and Kong left, while Zefa was still pondering Klein's response. Happiness through justice? Is this the Klein I know? Buddy, it's fine to fool your friends, but don't fool yourself. Okay? Don't you love money? Aren't you obsessed with wealth? For my happiness, could you cancel the IOUs? Beside him, Crane furrowed her brows, entering a state of deep thought, murmuring. For Klein, making money is also a form of happiness. So what else brings him happiness? During these days in the training camp, she had greatly changed her view of Klein. This guy loves money, but he really gets things done. Not to mention treating the students like gods, his attitude and service standards are exceptionally high. Over these days, with Klein's guidance, Crane's strength had improved significantly, and she no longer insisted on training with Iron Block. She calmed down and realized that Iron Block was the good choice. Klein raised the corner of his mouth. What's hard to understand? Zefa, would you be happy if you enter the elite class now? Zefa was taken aback and then immediately answered without thinking. Yes. Crane, would you feel happy and fulfilled if you caught an evil pirate? The next question was thrown to Crane. Yes. Crane smiled sweetly, starting to understand Klein's sense of justice. In the dormitory. Today, due to Karp's injury, there was no extra practice. The dormitory had one more Zefa than usual, which made Zefa feel a bit bored. Lying on the bed, he suddenly asked, Klein, do you think I will become a hero? In the same dormitory, Karp and Sengoku had outstanding talents. While the relatively weak Klein had skyrocketed in strength over the past few months, he was now strong enough to defeat Karp with a single punch. And then there was him, average strength, unable to enter the elite class, unqualified to practice the 6 styles. At this rate of improvement, he was afraid he wouldn't even qualify to practice the 6 styles by graduation. Klein knew Zefa's dreams and also knew his future outcome. Somewhat bleak and tragic. He countered, if you caught a thoroughly wicked pirate, would you kill him? This question made Zefa fall into thought. In the anime, he had fought countless pirates throughout his life, but never killed any enemy. He was known as the non-killing former admiral of the Navy headquarters. So kind that it seemed naive. At least, that's what Klein thought. After a long contemplation, Zefa answered, isn't there a judicial island? The Navy's judicial department will convict pirates for their crimes. Some pirates may have just joined and might not have committed any evil deeds. I only need to catch pirates, stop them from committing crimes, and protect civilians. To this, Klein couldn't agree. He knew it was difficult to change a person's beliefs and thoughts. In fact, he believed it was harder than making money. While he was thinking, the dormitory door was pushed open and Karp entered, wrapped in bandages, with his right hand being the worst hit, bandages hanging from his neck. As soon as he entered, his voice was still loud. Hey, when did you learn such powerful boxing skills? Call me bro. Karp's face changed colors, from blue to purple, as he remembered the agreement with Klein during their sparring. Whoever wins is the older brother. Whoever loses is the younger brother. But calling him bro really made it hard for him to speak, his face reddening, and he still couldn't say it out loud. Klein leisurely lit a cigar, crossed his legs, and exhaled smoke. What? Are you preparing to act like a spoiled child? Bro. Karp gritted his teeth, the back of his teeth clicking, his face flushed. Klein tilted his body, turning his ear toward Karp. That's not your usual loud voice. I can't hear you clearly. Karp wanted to clench his fists, but his arms were wrapped in thick bandages. He thought, once he was stronger than Klein, he would make him call him bro 800 times a day. Karp's smile looked worse than crying, bro. Good boy. Klein beamed with joy, feeling great, delighted in his heart. Karp also has to call him bro. Ha. In the future, names like Roger and Whitebeard would all have to take a step down in seniority. Hey. Then, Karp stared intently at Klein. Can you teach me that boxing technique? Want to learn? Karp nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The image of Klein using fist bone, impact still played in his mind. That punch seemed to be the powerful boxing technique he had pursued for many years. Call me bro again and let me hear it. Boom! The blood that had just receded from Karp's face surged back, his tiger-like eyes wide open, as if he wanted to eat Klein alive. Klein ignored him. Turning to Sengoku beside Karp, Sengoku, want to spar? Whoever wins is the older brother. Whoever loses is the younger brother. I refuse. Sengoku directly grabbed a change of clothes and entered the bathroom. Bro, Karp reluctantly called out, then got to the point. Can you teach me? Want to learn? You have to pay. Klein rubbed his hands, signaling. He had thought about selling Iron Fist to Karp. Upon mentioning money, a black line appeared on Karp's forehead. But thinking of the power of Fistbone, impact combined with his inexplicable feeling that this boxing technique fit him perfectly. Say it, how much? Klein raised a finger, indicating 1. Karp frowned. 100, 000, or 1, 000 berries? 1 billion. What? Karp's voice cracked, his expression exaggerated. Zefa, who was watching the excitement from the bed, had his eyes wide open. Karp dug in his ears. Hey, 1 billion, Klein. Have you gone crazy for money? Let me correct you again. Call me bro, otherwise. Saying that, Klein threatened, raising his fist. Under the pressure and the previous bet, Karp gritted his teeth and shouted. Bro. Klein nodded in satisfaction, taking a blissful puff of his cigar. You guys underestimate this move too much. 1 billion is absolutely worth it. This move is among the top combat techniques in the entire sea. Too expensive. Karp shook his head. 1 billion berries could buy a devil fruit on the sea. That seems reasonable. A devil fruit only costs 1 billion berries. It seems like my price is a bit high. All right. Karp successfully convinced himself. Klein was smoking a cigar, pondering what price would be appropriate, and finally settled on a number. This brother can't let you call me for nothing. I'll take a bit of a loss. 30 million belly. I can teach you all the related martial arts. There are many techniques hidden within that can make you stronger, enough to save you from a lot of detours. I guarantee it's worth every penny. He said earnestly, my dear. Trust me. Do I seem like the kind of person who would cheat you? Chapter 49. Karp's debt of 10 million berries. Karp certainly knew that Klein loved money, but when it came to work and service, there was nothing to criticize. His reputation was excellent. After months of massages, that guy showed no signs of being perfunctory. Each time, he relaxed Karp's muscles completely, making him feel comfortable while greatly promoting blood circulation, with outstanding results. Karp recalled the style of that punch once again, feeling a surge of excitement. That punch seemed tailor-made for him, a martial art born for him. He sat down in chair, spreading his left hand. 30 million berries, bro. Even if you sold me, you couldn't gather this 30 million. How dare you set such a high price? Klein was not shooting in the dark. The complete iron fist possessed the technique of overbearing. Understanding it on his own was a future matter, but with Klein's guidance, Karp could definitely avoid many detours. By bypassing the twists and turns along the way, he could reach the peak of his life much earlier. As usual, an IOU was in order. Klein was not afraid of Karp defaulting. After Karp graduated, with his ability and strength, promotions and raises would come as quickly as a rocket. He would definitely be able to capture a basket full of pirates. And regularly coming home to clean up the EC pirates would be enough to cover the amount on this IOU. He had the ability to repay the IOU. Karp hesitated a bit. Bro, is there a specific time for this 30 million to be repaid? When you have the financial capability, if you still delay repayment, I might have to resort to violent debt collection. Klein raised his fist and threatened. Do you want to taste this punch a second time? He knew Karp wasn't the type to default, but it was better to clarify things face to face. I have one more request. Karp rolled his eyes. Say it. This martial art can only be taught to me. Huh. Klein frowned, fell into deep thought, took a deep breath of his cigar, and seriously stared into Karp's eyes. Slowly exhaling 3 words. It needs to cost more. After some negotiations, they settled on a price of 50 million berries. Moreover, to help Karp earn money to repay his debt sooner, the IOU stipulated no interest for the first 5 years, and after 5 years, the interest would increase by 5% each year. Due to Karp's injury, the IOU would be written after his right hand healed. Zefa, who had initially felt tempted, extinguished his thoughts upon hearing that the martial art could only be taught to Karp. He sighed inwardly. Even if Klein was willing to let me write an IOU, I might not be able to repay it in a few years. By then, the interest would accumulate. His current talent was average, and among the Navy, there were plenty of ordinary recruits like him. Zefa couldn't guarantee that he would have the ability to repay Klein's huge debt in the future. So, today, he took on multiple roles, being a ticket seller, security guard, and even selling beer and snacks, all to alleviate the pressure of repayment. Otherwise, if things continued like this, Zefa feared he would graduate with a mountain of debt. Even as a Navy officer, he would always be under the pressure of repaying money. The next day, after training, Klein was called to the office by the instructor, who looked around mysteriously, as if he were doing something sneaky. Then he closed the door. Grabbing Klein's hand surprised him, making the hairs on the back of his hand stand up. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Something was off. The instructor must have ulterior motives. The two sat on the sofa, and the instructor took out a beautifully packaged, luxurious gold-embossed box of cigars and placed it on a coffee table, smiling. Klein, you like cigars, right? This is the best cigar, specially supplied by the Navy, known as the King of Cigars. Here, it's a gift for you, give it a try. The instructor's goodwill and concern made Klein feel uneasy. What was he up to? Did he have some special preference? Surely, he couldn't be that unlucky to encounter this. He had only seen it online before. Was reality really going to hit him hard now? The instructor personally handed him the cigar and even prepared to light it for Klein, shocking him into hurriedly declining. Instructor, just say what you need to say. Are you selling that martial art? The instructor's eyes fixed on Klein with intensity. The same price as last time. How about 10 million berries? The last Demon Wind kick had made a huge profit of hundreds of millions of berries. Klein was considered a super money tree. He wanted to replicate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, let's do it again. You want to buy the martial art? You should have said so earlier. My heart can't take it. Klein felt a huge relief. It turned out he had been overly alarmed. Sorry, instructor, that martial art has already been sold. Sold? Instructor Carter was taken aback. Really? Did Klein think his price wasn't high enough? Gritting his teeth, the instructor painfully offered 15 million berries. Instructor, I really won't sell it. I've already made an agreement with someone else, and I'm only selling it to him. Klein felt a bit helpless. Moreover, the ultimate form of Iron Fist sent something just anyone is qualified to learn. One must possess Conqueror's Haki, and the strength must not be low. Of course, if one learns some basics of the Iron Fist, it can significantly enhance strength, such as Kobe, who puts in 200 times the effort, exploding his little universe, directly using Fist Bone. Honesty, stepping onto the path of Naval King. Fist Bone, Honesty, replacing Karp, becoming a naval hero, and then acquiring Lark, truly deserving pinnacle of life. Upon hearing this, the instructor was immediately heartbroken, suppressing his anger. What a pity. If only he had known to find Klein right after their sparring yesterday. Missing that opportunity was a huge loss. His heart ached. The instructor patted Klein on the back, saying, Klein, if you have any new moves, especially powerful ones, feel free to come find me anytime. I'll pay for it. The instructor knew you liked to make money more, and I'm doing this for your own good. After a long, heartfelt talk, once Klein was sent off, the instructor pounded his chest in frustration. Who was it that got there first? Heartbroken. Truly heartbroken. Not only was it a huge loss, but he also lost a box of expensive cigars from his collection, losing a lady and a soldier. Who the hell? Couldn't you have asked me to buy it together? At worst, we could split the profits 50-50. That would have been a substantial amount. Now, all turned into beautiful bubbles, bursting with a bang. Leaving the instructor's office, Klein immediately headed to his training class to start today's teaching tasks. Everyone attention. Salute. Greetings. Class begins. Life returned to normal. After Klein defeated Karp with one punch, he became famous. Many students signed up, and even some wanted to challenge Klein. Klein set the rule. Each challenge costs 100,000 berries. From now on, he could wait for the chumps to come and hand over money. When Karp's injury healed enough, Klein took him to the training room, preparing to officially teach Karp the Iron Fist. Klein puffed on a cigar, the corner of his mouth lifting. Call me bro. This cigar is really nice. The high-grade special edition from the instructor is indeed different. It feels great to smoke, mainly because it doesn't cost anything. Free stuff is the best. Bro, Karp no longer had the psychological burden he had before, quickly saying, teach me. I've been holding back for days, and it's been tough. What kind of vicious words are these? Chapter 50. Educating Karp with the Iron Fist of Love. Klein immediately got to the point. This set of boxing techniques is profound and extensive, and it took me over 10 years of hard practice to finally create it. I'm only selling it to you for 50 million berries because of our good relationship. I hope you won't let your brother down, and that you will make this boxing technique renowned across the seas in the future. Brother, trust me. Karp patted his well-developed chest. Bang, bang, bang. He shouted with great momentum, I will definitely make the name of this boxing technique echo across the seas. Klein tried hard to suppress his inner laughter, maintaining a straight face as he reached out to pat Karp's shoulder. The atmosphere should have encouraged him at this point. However, the huge height difference completely ruined it. Karp was about 3 meters tall, while Klein was only 9 meters. Raising his hand to pat the other's shoulder was a challenge. Damn, why does everyone have to be so tall? It's scarier than steroids. He remembered that before he crossed over, it seemed that novels were popularizing taking drugs. If it could make me taller, please give me 10 injections a day. I can take it. Cough, cough. Klein adjusted his state and said, "Let us get straight to the point." His hand did not retract. A sneak attack. Smack. His fist struck Karp's head, causing a large, swollen bump to appear instantly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Karp squatted down, holding his head with both hands. But he didn't dare to touch the spot where Klein hit him. After a moment, he glared at Klein with wide eyes, filled with anger. "You bastard with the ponytail. You're not following the rules of martial arts." Karp clenched his fists, wanting to hit Klein back, but Klein immediately called out to stop him. "Stop. I want you to physically experience the power and technique of this punch. This punch is called the Iron Fist of Love. I can't laugh. I have professional standards. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I absolutely can't help it." Hold it in. Klein knew it was hilarious, but he had to maintain his image in front of Karp. He never imagined that he would one day use the Iron Fist of Love to hit Karp's head. Ha ha, Iron Fist of Love? Karp looked dumbfounded, but the pain in his head was drilling into his nerves. It really hurt. He stared at Klein with a fixed gaze, gritting his teeth. "Brother, I call you brother. You really didn't lie to me? Is this how this boxing technique is taught?" If Klein dared to say no, he would rush at him regardless of his life, fighting to the death. "You foolish little brother. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Klein shrugged. "Didn't you feel the thick, deep love from your brother in that punch just now? Don't worry. You've already written an IOU, the Iron Fist. I will teach you thoroughly." In the anime, Karp often used the Iron Fist of Love to educate Luffy and Ace. But it cannot be denied that the fists of these two brothers, one is a fire punch and the other is a rubber punch, have made their names resonate across the seas. Can their MVP status deny the credit of Karp's Iron Fist of Love? Answer me. Look at my eyes. Klein said earnestly. The most important part of the Iron Fist is the will. Let us do it again. Bang. With another punch. The bump on Karp's head looked like a candied hawthorn, red and translucent. Oh, and a bit purple. Turning red with purple. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Karp let out a heartbreaking scream. This scream made listeners sad and brought tears to their eyes. But Karp's talent, after Klein's guidance, indeed began to notice the technique of this punch and the will contained in it. It was extraordinary, but the pain on his head was truly burning. No, it was excruciatingly painful. Just as Klein was about to give Karp another nut shot, Karp hurriedly reached out to block him, crying out in despair, Brother, is there any other way to teach? If this goes on, by the end of the day, my head will turn into a Buddha head, covered in bumps. Cough, cough. Well, this is my first time teaching the Iron Fist of Love. Everything has an adaptation process." Klein looked at the bump on Karp's head and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Fortunately, I'm a professional. Just that face. Always keeping a straight face feels a bit sore." Upon hearing this, Karp's face turned as dark as a pot bottom and the resentment in his eyes. Even from a distance, Klein could feel his anger. Klein struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth. It was this anger that ignited his fierce spirit. Channel it into your fist, unleashing your strongest will. Explode. Little universe. Karp's punch, infused with boundless anger and resentment, was unleashed, creating a fierce wave of energy rippling outward. Boom! As he punched, Karp suddenly felt that his fist was different. It had changed a bit. Progress. He was instantly elated, temporarily forgetting the pain on his head, and exclaimed in surprise, "It really works. The explosive power of my fist is stronger now." The Iron Fist of Love is just the beginning. This set of boxing techniques has many powerful moves, such as the fist-bone collision that defeated you before. Klein experienced for the first time what it felt like to be a strict teacher. Haha, hitting Karp's head is really enjoyable. Karp weakly asked, "Brother, can we not hit the head and hit somewhere else instead?" His voice no longer had the thunderous quality that could shatter eardrums. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Klein frowned, his expression stern, his sharp gaze fixed firmly on Karp. "Brother is doing this for your own good. Only in this way can you have a more thorough understanding and feel of this boxing technique, mastering it faster. Plus, you can't use metal blocks for defense." Karp's face darkened. He was determined to learn the boxing technique. Bang! Another nut shot, causing Karp to howl in pain. When they returned to the dormitory, Sengoku was interrupted from practicing calligraphy and looked up to see Karp's appearance. His bare body covered tightly in clothing. Only his face was visible, but the top of his head was highly swollen. He looked puzzled. "Karp, what are you hiding on your head?" Klein struggled to bite his lip, holding back, and tried to maintain a serious demeanor. Karp cast a resentful glance at Klein, then reached out to turn off the light. "It's fine. Everyone go to sleep early. We still need a massage." Sengoku stared at Karp, his gaze intense. "This guy is acting strange. You all go ahead. I won't be massaging today." Karp dashed into the bathroom, looking at the numerous bumps on his head in the mirror, feeling a pang in his heart, the mist filling the air. "Once I learn this set of boxing techniques, I'll see who dares to mock me." However, as soon as water touched the bumps on his head that Klein had hit, Karp winced in pain. Ouch! After washing up, he wrapped his head and went to bed, using the bedding to cover himself. Sengoku lay on the bed with Klein's hands on his back, the elbow massage providing him comfort, and he couldn't help but ask, "Klein, what is wrong with Karp today? He is acting strange." Chapter 51. The New Mentor, Gold Lion Shiki. Nothing happened. Klein's expression was almost frozen, and Zefa noticed it. This was clearly lying. Ueno knew that Klein didn't want to answer and muttered to himself. What exactly did these two do in the training room? It was baffling. He knew the boxing technique Klein used when teaching Karp, but he didn't know what the effect would be. In the following days, things returned to normal. The special event featuring the 7 Warlords Mihawk had already ended. The daily special gift packs were all fragments, and the accumulated damage from challenging Mihawk over 7 days barely took off a sliver of health. Damn, no good rewards at all. Klein was furious and cursed the planner. Idiot. Of course, he often cursed in general. However, where there's bad news, there is good news as the game progressed. Klein finally unlocked another swordsmanship mentor character, and it was a gold medal mentor, the lone warrior Gold Lion Shiki, a man who appeared in the theatrical version and a legendary pirate whose story ended with the theatrical version, a remnant of the old era. Shiki had countless dazzling titles above his head, and his name echoed across the seas. He single-handedly stormed into the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Just this point, Klein admired this lion quite a bit. Quite bold. Of course, he now seemed to be about the same age as himself, or perhaps even younger. He remembered clearly that Whitebeard and Zefa were of the same age, and they were only 14 years old now. Probably hadn't gone to sea yet. The Gold Lion was skilled in dual swordsmanship, and at his peak, he was strong enough to compete with Roger, definitely a great swordsman. Since he had severed his own legs and escaped from Impel Down, choosing to use his feet to perform sword techniques, his swordsmanship had greatly declined. Dual sword style, but Klein naturally hoped for a single sword style. After all, Gold Lion Shiki was also a great swordsman, so dual sword style it is. Perhaps he would even draw a 3-sword style or 8-sword style in the future. He was still quite happy, as he was a gold medal swordsmanship mentor, which brought significant bonuses, and completing some prerequisite tasks would also unlock Gold Lion Shiki's exclusive skills. Comfortable. Klein was in a good mood. We are from the same era, and it's destined that we will meet on the seas. Gold Lion Shiki, I look forward to sparring with you. This month, Klein unlocked 2 new skills, almost making him spit blood from anger. The newly unlocked skill was Ramen Fist. Damn. After reading the skill description, Klein recalled where this boxing technique came from. The CP7 spy member Vague appeared in the Sea Train arc. He was a complete oddity, an oddity paired with an odd boxing technique. A match made in heaven. The user swallows flour and then lets ramen flow out of their nostrils to arm themselves. Ramen armor on the limbs forced Sanji into a very awkward position, ultimately making him use sword techniques to defeat Vague. What the hell? This boxing technique has some power, but it's undeniably comedic style. Unlocking such a boxing technique, Klein was determined that he would never be able to use it. That would definitely be a public embarrassment. Moreover, who takes several bags of flour when going out to fight in the Navy? Encountering a foodie like Luffy, he would gobble up all the ramen. This boxing technique is simply not suitable for someone like me, a male god. Iron Fist is better. Iron Fist is the best. The other boxing technique unlocked was Shemale Fist. The Shemale Fist was created by Revolutionary Army officer Ivankov and is widely spread in the Kamabaka Kingdom. The characteristic of this boxing technique is that it simultaneously possesses the flexibility of a woman and the strength of a man, and its power is quite impressive. During the Marineford War, Ivankov used the Shemale Fist, which was not inferior to the Navy's 6 styles used by vice admirals. In the game, it is categorized as a blue skill. Sir, no way. Klein was quite speechless. Was the system targeting him? I'm a good-looking and strong type. I won't go the comedic route. Compared to Iron Fist, Ramen Fist and Shemale Fist are nothing but a side lane in the canyon. But it can't be said that the Shemale Fist is ineffective. Sanji was once sent to Kamabaka Kingdom by Kuma and had challenged 99 new humans who mastered the Shemale Fist. With that guy's talent, he probably learned it. Anyway, his strength will have greatly improved after 2 years. It's just that Sanji hasn't used the Shemale Fist, probably for Face's sake. Upon unlocking the skill, a wealth of memories about the Ramen Fist and Shemale Fist training and combat filled Klein's mind. It was crammed into his brain in a force-fed manner. Fortunately, these images were a gift from the system, and others couldn't see them. Otherwise, this talented Navy officer would really be embarrassed. Klein stroked his chin. The Shemale Fist could definitely be sold to the Navy's 4 flowers. Making money is the way to go. For the sake of his image, he couldn't demonstrate the Shemale Fist personally. He would directly make it into a secret manual. Perfect. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Klein's mind. He remembered something crucial. The name of the Shemale Fist had to be changed, and it would be best to change all the move names as well. That way, no one would know this was the Shemale Fist. I'm so smart and clever. Next, utilizing his spare time, Klein began crafting the secret manual, although the style was a bit rough. He tried to make the content easy to understand. Once the manual was completed, he immediately made 10 copies and sold 4 of them to the Navy's 4 flowers. This time, he didn't go looking for the instructor. If the instructor thought he created such a quirky boxing technique, wouldn't his image be ruined? Facing his fans, it was the first time Klein took the initiative to contact them. Klein, big brother, actually took the initiative to contact us. So happy. Big brother Klein, your magnificent and heroic figure defeating Karp still keeps me tossing and turning in bed every day. Brother, if you have any requests, just say it. We are willing to do anything to satisfy you. You are willing? I wouldn't be happy about that. What kind of wolfish words are these? Klein was gradually getting used to this. After all, he had crossed over and his adoptive parents had given him a male charm demon face, right? The reason I came to you this time is that I have a friend who created a boxing technique that is not weaker than the 6 styles, and I think it is very suitable for you. It has a significant impact and enhancement on strength and combat. So, I suggested that my friend teach you, but he is not very convenient and only sells it, not teaching. I went through a lot of trouble to persuade them. Then my friend offered a friendly price, 5 million berries per person. A typical case of making friends out of thin air, which was common in my previous life. For example, I have a friend who can only last 2.5 minutes. What medicine, supplements, or formulas does he take to extend time? Please post the important formulas in the comments. My friend really needs it. I'm just asking for him. 5 million berries? Since Big Brother said okay, then we will buy this boxing technique. The big sister of the Navy's 4 flowers made the decision. She didn't even blink. No way. Are my fans this powerful? Klein was worried that the other party misunderstood and reminded them, 5 million berries per person, you 4 people would be 20 million berries. No problem. Immediately, a member of the 4 flowers ran to the bank to withdraw money, making Klein's eyes widen. Rich lady hungry. JPG. My goodness. Are our fans so wealthy? Brother Klein, can you personally teach us martial arts? Yes, Brother Klein is the most talented student in the Navy. If you teach us, we will definitely improve a lot. A lot. Really a lot. This exaggerated chest muscle, compared to Ling Dalong, is at least as good if not better. Chapter 52. Selling the transgender fist technique to Crane. I mean muscles. These few flowers, each over 2 meters tall, are all muscles bulging. Klein awkwardly smiled. I don't know this fist technique. It's a secret book. You can take a look. He took out his exclusive, handcrafted secret book, which had illustrations in addition to text. Stick figure art style. Klein's heart didn't race. As long as they could understand it, that was enough. With 20 million berries coming in, his balance skyrocketed to 30 million berries. This was the first time he had so much money. Klein felt a bit teary, thinking, working like a mule to earn money is nowhere near as fast as doing business. Including Karp's IOU, that would add up to 80 million berries, almost reaching the small goal of 100 million, even if that 100 million was in yen value. Who said the transgender fist technique was trash? It smells so good. Too damn good. This is the right way to unlock trash skills. The previous attempts were just due to my wrong posture. Change the unlocking posture. The next day, after the training class, Crane was drenched in fragrant sweat, coming with a natural fragrance that was completely different from the other students' pungent body odor. Is something wrong? Klein looked at Crane. Klein, I've learned paper drawing and want to ask for your guidance, Crane said, looking at Klein with hopeful eyes. She really wanted to improve. Klein subconsciously started to say his catchphrase, but stopped in time. You signed up for the regular course, so there's no guidance benefit. Crane gave Klein a resentful glance. I know I have to pay more. How about 5 student points? Deal. Klein readily agreed. Come on, please show me your paper drawing. Saying this, he intentionally controlled his punching speed and strength, only using perhaps 1/10 of his power. He threw a punch. The wind rushed toward Crane. Crane immediately demonstrated the paper drawing she had just learned, her voluptuous figure instantly transforming into that of a paper figure. Losing the weight of her body, she gracefully dodged Klein's attack. Klein pointed out, relax, try to relax your body. Imagine yourself as a leaf floating in the wind. As the wind came, she moved, focusing all her attention on anticipating the enemy's attack. She observed with her heart and senses. And Klein, on the other hand, was admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. The mountains looked like ridges from the side, different heights and distances. What is thunder? This is it. Klein sighed inwardly. In the pirate world, danger lurks everywhere, and strong people are everywhere. But if you are strong, then it's paradise. No beauty enhancement, no special effects, no technological content. How happy the celestial dragons are. Without technology and harsh work, pure natural beauty is truly pleasing to the eye. Even his guidance work was a bit more serious than usual. Under Klein's guidance, Crane followed his advice, and her strangely twisting, evasive movements became exceptionally relaxed. Moving with the wind, her figure gradually began to resemble a wandering ghost. Yes, just like that, maintain this feeling of relaxation. As soon as he said it, Klein felt like he was back to being a technician. Professional habits. After a round of guidance, when Klein stopped attacking, Crane no longer used paper drawing. She tucked her sweat-soaked hair behind her ear with her delicate hand. Klein, thank you. With your guidance, I feel I've made great progress in paper drawing. I'm just doing my job for money. Klein smiled, suddenly revealing a devilish grin, glinting with cold light. Crane, my friend has a set of fist techniques that are very suitable for you to practice, and they asked me to sell it. It only costs 5 million berries. In this world, there aren't many salespeople, and Crane did not stop Klein. In the past life, insurance, bars, phones, housing, mobile service centers. All industries were desperately selling. All for a few coins. 5 million berries. That's a price I can't afford. Crane shook her head, refusing. She had basically used all her student points to buy Klein's single lesson training courses. The points used for guidance just now were what she had saved up over the past month or two. You can write an IOU. I trust you, Klein added. Moreover, this fist technique is more suitable for women and is no less powerful than the 6 styles. In the future, there will be other combat methods that I can prioritize selling to you. He thought, after making this deal, he could also sell the fragrant feet to Crane later. Although the power of fragrant feet would definitely be much weaker without the sweet fruit, Crane's legs were long, with nearly 2 meters in height, such diligent training, plus learning armament Haki in the future. With one kick, wouldn't the Wa brothers go completely crazy? An IOU? A clever glint flashed in Crane's beautiful eyes, her mouth curling up. Klein, your friend wouldn't be you, would it? No. Looking at Klein's serious face, Crane's smile widened, her pretty face suddenly moving closer, examining and doubting him. Her big eyes blinked, testing Klein. Their faces were just a few centimeters apart, their breaths almost touching. Klein was sweating. "Klein, you can't hide from my eyes." At such a close distance, Klein could clearly see the fine patterns in Crane's deep blue pupils. Her eyes were bright and full of allure, filled with wisdom. On her pure, jade-like face, there were a few sweat marks, but her pores were so fine that they were completely invisible, flawless. It made the young Klein's blood rush, his heart unconsciously beating faster. For Crane, it was also the first time she observed a male of the same age so closely. The strong jawline, heroic brows, high nose bridge, exuding a strong scent of hormones. Wait. Crane also sensed that the atmosphere suddenly felt a bit off, somewhat ambiguous. At the same time, she felt Klein's originally deep eyes seemed to have a hint of heat. Instantly, her pretty face flushed, and she quietly took a step back to create distance, slightly lowering her head. Her thoughts were a bit confused. Klein adjusted his mindset. "Crane, think about the IOU thing, just like Karp with a 5-year interest-free period. Smart people like you should know that investing in yourself is always the best choice. Strength is so important in this dangerous sea. I'll think about it." Crane's voice was soft. She was struggling to remain calm. Back in the dormitory, Klein couldn't help but recall the scene that had happened in the training room. He reached up to touch his nose, lit a cigar, and thought, even without makeup, she's already so fresh and refined, definitely a beautiful girl. If Crane dressed up a bit, she would surely captivate everyone. He extinguished the cigarette, but lay on the bed, feeling a budding heartache. Wondering when he could graduate? Classic anime female characters floated in his mind. So many pictures, too many to share, simply too many. He got up and took a cold shower. It's tough. After all, it's heroes struggling at the beauty's barrier in another dormitory. Crane tossed and turned on her bed, wondering how she could make such an intimate move. This wasn't like her usual self. Klein wouldn't misunderstand, would he? Her thoughts were in a tangle. Crane shifted her thoughts, remembering the fist technique Klein mentioned. He seemed to say it was no less powerful than the 6 styles. Chapter 53. Obsessed with being a big brother. Seizing youth to achieve accomplishments. A hefty sum of 5 million berries is a huge pressure for Crane, who is still a trainee. She silently calculates the credits she can earn and her future salary, at least for a long time to come. She wants to have the ability to repay. Once she makes a deal with Klein, Crane will become a martial arts slave. Fortunately, Klein isn't like a ruthless lender who charges exorbitant interest that suffocates people. There won't be any violent debt collection. If it were someone else, they might have thought of ways to capture Crane and sell her to the slave market. She must consider carefully. Unlike Karp, who quickly agreed, Crane took her time to think, and, after 3 days of contemplation, she found Klein and decided to purchase his martial arts. Of course, being shrewd, she made some requests to Klein. "Since you are selling me your martial arts, you must personally teach me and guide me in the martial arts. Furthermore, I should be able to spar with you for free after purchasing the martial arts." Klein agreed to the first condition. Crane is already a trainee in her own training class, so giving her some pointers won't take much time. But for the second condition, Klein shook his head, insisting on his principles. Sparring will cost extra. That's the bottom line. That's my rule. If there are too many people sparring, when will I have time for gaming or sleeping? This is a promissory note, not cash. Getting the money will take a long time. Crane frowned, and after a moment of consideration, she agreed. "Fine, I'll comply with the first request. If possible, I can write the promissory note now." Klein brought her paper and pen, as well as red clay, and after all the formalities were completed, he handed over the exclusive manual to Crane. Beautiful martial arts. Techniques: red J drum strike, slim waist, Luo Shun S light steps. Indeed, it's inspired by the beautiful martial arts in Jin Yong's martial arts novels, specifically from the Return of the Condor Heroes. It must be slightly rebranded from Human Demon Martial Arts, otherwise this thing. 1T sell. Packaging is a significant aspect of selling products. Crane opened the book, and her fair forehead darkened as black lines appeared. The drawing quality of the martial arts is too low. ISNT it. Black stick figures, red arrow symbols. Truly an eye-opener for Crane. She looked up at Klein, Her sharp gaze made Klein's skin feel hot. How embarrassing. But this martial arts cannot be entrusted to others. Ahem, just practice it. This martial arts is quite powerful. Klein looked at the ceiling. Crane flipped through the manual. The martial arts and the illustrations looked a bit strange. However, the detailed descriptions and explanations on it, along with the breakdown of techniques, were quite concise and easy to understand. Knowing that Klein had put in a lot of effort, setting aside the drawing quality, it was still very thoughtful. Worth a thumbs up. I'll practice it myself first, and if there's anything I don't understand, I'll come find you. Crane planned to try it out on her own first. The human demon martial arts had many techniques, ranging from simple to complex, with some techniques even resembling the six styles. After Crane left, Klein let out a long sigh. If she really wanted me to demonstrate, that scene would make me want to find a hole to hide in. If such a request arises again, I'll have to refuse. Now that I have money, I must maintain a certain dignity and image. Klein walked towards the dormitory, where some diligent young male and female trainees were still sweating it out in the schoolyard. This made him reminisce about memories from his past life, painfully reminding him that he was a transmigrator. Memories surged like a tide. Why did I suddenly feel sentimental? I need to think of some happy moments. In the next moment, Klein thought of the scene where Karp first called him Big Brother, and he couldn't help but smile. A thought crossed his mind. Since Karp calls me brother, I can't show favoritism. I need to find a way to make Sengoku and Zefa call me brother too. He. In the future, I can also claim lifelong achievements. Admiral Sengoku's brother. Hero Karp's brother. Admiral Zefa's brother. The man above the Navy's iron triangle. Right. And Karp's master, Crane's master. While everyone is still young, achieving some accomplishments is truly delightful. In a few decades, the Navy's three little ones, Akainu Akiji and Kazuru, will have to live under the brilliance of their big brother. As remnants of the old era, how could we have no resounding titles? Just saying it would scare pirates and criminals to death. On the other side, in the abandoned shipyard at midnight, the full moon hung high in the sky, casting down bright moonlight. The shadows of the hardworking trio were elongated. Paper cannot hide fire. Although Karp tried to cover the big bump on his head caused by Klein's punch, Sengoku and Zefa still noticed. However, when the two saw Karp's head covered in lumps, looking miserable, they didn't laugh. They were stunned. Sengoku and Zefa widened their eyes in shock, genuinely admiring Karp's astonishing endurance. Kneeling in admiration. Karp, is this the result of learning martial arts from Klein? The usually calm and rational Sengoku couldn't remain composed at this moment. Karp looked surprised. His hand that was originally meant to cover his head froze in midair, thinking that he would be met with ridicule. But Sengoku and Zefa did not mock or ridicule him. Surprised, he nodded dumbly, getting his answer. Zefa, beside him, had a pale face, fine beads of sweat popping up on his forehead, gulping. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his mind blank. He thought he had worked hard enough. But now, compared to Karp, the sweat he shed was barely worth mentioning. Sengoku's emotions surged, his fists tightly clenched, knuckles turning white, biting his lip. Karp, you bastard. Even though you love snoring, enjoy snacks, and like to give people nicknames. But why didn't you tell us? Why did you endure being beaten by Klein like this? His eyes and nose involuntarily stung. Zefa frowned, his face full of righteous indignation. Klein is too much, right? Why treat Karp this way? I need to go find him and demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's clenched fists became even tighter, creaking as he gritted his teeth in anger. Yes, this is simply abuse. We must demand an explanation and make him apologize. He may be strong, but we are all trainees. He can't bully us. Zefa nodded vigorously, filled with righteous indignation, with the three of us together. I don't believe we can't defeat him. Stop, Karp shouted, tears welling up at his eyes. But he tried hard to hold back the tears. This is my own agreement. Brother, he is actually a really nice person. The martial arts he taught me are full of love. Sengoku and Zefa were dumbfounded. Even after being beaten to this extent by Klein, you still protect him? You even call him brother? What kind of spell did Klein cast on you, Karp? Sengoku looked confused, grabbing Karp's shoulders and shaking him hard. Questioning Karp, trying to wake him up. Why are you protecting him? Look at your head full of bumps. How could he hit you so hard? Does he have no sympathy at all? Zefa was equally furious and shouted hoarsely in Karp's ear. Klein's boxing skills are strong, but what kind of learning is this? This is clearly abuse. Look at what you've been beaten into. I must ask him face to face. Chapter 54. Have you ever seen Marineford at 5 in the morning? Enough. Karp bit his lip and shouted loudly. He knew that Sengoku and Zefa were looking out for him, wanting to seek justice for him. He was very touched, and tears misted in his tiger-like eyes. Klein's teaching had been excellent. He had truly become much stronger during these days. Then he revealed a big smile, showing his white teeth. A little pain means nothing to me, Karp. The injury on his head looked exaggerated and somewhat ruined his image. But it would heal in a while, not affecting my training at all. Such open-minded words left Sengoku and Zefa once again stunned. At this moment, Karp seemed to radiate dazzling brilliance, almost blinding them. Sengoku calmed down and said, Karp, I have always regarded you as a rival. I will not lose to you. He turned to face the old ship, pounding on the hull with his fists like a madman. The skin on his fist split open, and bright red blood seeped out from beneath. The pain stimulated Sengoku's nerves as he bit his lip. You bastard Karp. Don't think that just because you learned martial arts, you can shake me off. The cost of a naval warship is extremely high. Even if it's a junk ship, the hardness of the hull material is still very high, which is one of the reasons they chose to train here. Under Sengoku's bloodied fists, a shocking bloodstain quickly appeared where his fist struck the hull. Zefa vented all his emotions into his fists as well. My talent is not as good as yours, but I will definitely do my best to catch up with you. With each punch, the sound was like the beating of war drums, stirring the heart. With such strong talent and such hard work from Karp and Sengoku, what reason do I have to slack off? What reason do I have to be lazy or complain? Sleeping? At this age, how can you sleep? 17 or 18 is the age to strive. Can such a great youth be wasted? Of course. With the pirate era beginning, even at 40 or 50, is still the age to strive. Finally, as the new era begins, even at 70 or 80, it is still the age to strive. The only time you don't have to strive is when you're dead. If other trainees saw this, they would probably cry. It's too intense. The title of the King of Intensity should be awarded to the three of them. Seeing Sengoku and Zefa training desperately, Karp laughed heartily. Let us train together. Having someone to accompany you and move forward side by side is such a precious and beautiful thing. Bang! Fists came down. Let us all become the best navy. Leaving our stories on this sea. The bright moon shone down. The bond of the Iron Triangle continued to deepen. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was already 5 in the morning. Have you ever seen Marineford at 5 in the morning? After 1 or 2 in the morning, Klein had already fallen asleep without waiting for them, his expression serene, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, clearly having a beautiful dream. Bang! Sengoku kicked the bed frame, instantly waking Klein, who was filled with rage. Which bastard dared to wake me up? Klein, why did you go so hard on Karp? Sengoku crossed his arms, his explosive hair blocking the bright light in the room. Zefa stood beside him, watching closely. Sengoku, Zefa, this is my own business. Karp reached out to pull the two of them. Zefa was pulled, but Sengoku remained motionless. Klein sat up, took a cigar, lit it, and said, I teach according to the student. Then he cursed. What is wrong with a little hardship and pain? Karp and T come to me for trouble. Do you want to back him up? Come on. You set the time and place. It's fine if you all come at once. Just see if I want T beat you up. The usually gentle Klein exploded in anger. Damn, I was sleeping so soundly. He hated the most when someone disturbed his sleep or meal. After all his hard work, he couldn't even have peace while eating and sleeping. Looking for death in the bathroom? Klein's entire aura exploded, as if a raging dragon had taken form, roaring at Sengoku and Zefa like a beast. The invisible pressure brought by his aura made the muscles of the other people in the dormitory tense up instinctively. Their pores shrank, and their hair stood on end. Like creatures encountering their natural enemies, they were directly on edge. It felt like in the next moment, Klein could transform into a violent beast and tear them apart. What a terrifying aura! Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he felt a chill all over. Zefa was even worse. His breathing became somewhat difficult, and he was horrified inside. Klein, How strong is Klein's power? At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, filled with gunpowder. Karp, holding a snack bag and chewing on a donut, advised, "Let us all calm down. Klein is not wrong, and you are not wrong." "Call me brother." The good atmosphere was suddenly broken, and Karp pouted. "Come on, don't be angry. Sengoku and Zefa didn't mean any harm." "Humph." Klein snorted coldly. "I know they don't mean any harm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here fine. Instead, they would have been beaten up by my beloved iron fists." Karp touched the back of his head and smiled. "We are all brothers." He looked at Sengoku and Zefa. "This little pain is nothing compared to my progress and improvement." Bro has said before, and we all know that in this sea, strength is the guarantee of life. For the sake of progress, I am willing to endure the pain of training. Sengoku looked at Klein and chose to apologize. "Klein, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep." He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Zefa followed up. "Klein, I'm sorry." "Sleep." Klein extinguished the cigarette, but went back to his beautiful dream. But the drowsiness had long disappeared without a trace. He simply couldn't sleep. Unable to sleep, Klein directly activated Genshin Impact. Entering the game, he purchased today's gift pack in advance, completed various fancy tasks, and after a series of operations, hundreds of thousands of berries were gone. He maintained a full recharge. The daily tasks in the game were all cleaned up, and the battle order tasks were also completed, finally reaching level 100. A symbol appeared indicating that he could claim a reward. The icon above the reward was a scroll. This is the ultimate reward for reaching level 100 in the battle order. Click to claim. Obtain Conqueror's Haki upgrade scroll. Klein was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, thinking, the battle order is finally maxed out. The level of Conqueror's Haki can be upgraded again. He immediately consumed the Conqueror's Haki upgrade scroll. Upgrade successful. Conqueror's Haki level, LV 2 LV 3. Attribute bonus. All attributes were comprehensively enhanced. Instantly reflected in reality, Klein felt a certain something within his body growing stronger. That power was becoming more and more powerful. As long as he focused his thoughts, he could unleash the power of Conqueror's Haki, instantly defeating weaker opponents. Klein wasn't as surprised as he was at first. He could clearly feel that his strength had taken a big step forward. He was still very happy. In his previous life, games were games and couldn't be brought into reality. But the system is different. That's what makes it amazing. He believed that as the level of Conqueror's Haki continued to rise, surpassing red-haired Shanks would not be an issue at all. The aura that could intimidate from 1,000 miles away. Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki that even vice admirals can't withstand. One person could stand against 1,000 troops. Defying a nation, Klein felt a surge of excitement. Shanks, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but your face just isn't big enough. Then he thought, wait, Shanks is several decades younger than me, so maybe I still have a chance to take a son. A biological father is probably out of the question, but a godfather is still possible. Is this the advantage of being older? Klein chuckled to himself. Haha. Just as he received his reward, the game popped up an announcement. One Piece version update announcement on X month X day. Expected maintenance time. See circle calendar year 1462. X month X day 6 to 2400 hours. Please prepare to go offline in advance to avoid losses. New version and new gameplay are explosively launched. The game will add richer and more diverse content, opening up more gameplay and activities. Please look forward to it. The game surprisingly updated again. Klein was both surprised and felt a chill down his spine. Game updates with activities mean there will also be recharge and spending. He needed to guard his little wallet. By the way, let's ask for some small gifts first, and Godfathers remember to send some electricity. The fan leaderboard is out. Congratulations to L. Xiao Cheng L. Xia Qingwe QW, and 66 for becoming admirals. There are also plenty of vice admirals and rear admirals. Everyone can check to see if their name is on it. Everyone has it. Salute. Finally, here's a picture for everyone. Chapter 55. Early graduation plan. Zefa smoothly called out. Instructor Carter, Klein's grades in cultural courses are very poor. Instructor Carter frowned. How poor is very poor? Failing. In an office, Instructor Carter was discussing with the teacher responsible for the cultural courses. Hearing this response, Carter's face stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Klein was quite sharp, so how could his grades in cultural courses be so poor? The cultural courses included knowledge about firearms, artillery, naval technology, military techniques, military theory, command ability training, pirate capture, navigation-related knowledge, and so on. The cultural course teacher was also quite helpless. Klein was serious in class. Unlike Karp, who would sleep during lectures, but his exam results were still very poor. This was because Klein often spaced out or directly entered a game. Also, he was thinking about how to make more money. The pockets of this batch of cadets were nearly emptied by their own spending. Instructor Carter, are you really going to let Klein graduate early? This has never happened in the history of the Naval Academy. The cultural course teacher didn't understand Carter's actions. Carter laughed. Hey, that guy Klein has mastered all 6 forms. What do you think he's doing staying in school? I've never encountered such a talented monster before. The vast sea is the best place for him to grow. He has mastered all 6 forms? That is indeed a genius. But to say monster, there really is a monster appearing on the scene now. Saying this, the cultural course teacher reached into a drawer of the desk and pulled out a newspaper, pushing it in front of Instructor Carter. 8-year-old Iron Monster, Charlotte Linlin. In the picture on the newspaper, a little girl with a hat and a chubby round face was smiling happily. Charlotte Linlin was indeed Charlotte Linlin, who was first offered a bounty of 50 million berries. And now, in just 2 years, the bounty had risen to 200 million berries. The value of bounties in this era is understood by those who know. 8 years old? Instructor Carter was shocked. Swords and bullets can't leave a mark on her? What a monster! At just 8 years old, with strength greater than a giant, an unscathed body from blades, and a bounty of 200 million berries. Carter let out a silent laugh. Looking at it this way, 18-year-old Klein is still not enough of a monster. So, do you still plan to let Klein graduate early? Of course. Instructor Carter grinned. This kid can't behave in school. He needs to experience the vastness of the sea and know that there are endless monsters out there. Monsters even more powerful than him. Let's see if this kid still has the ability to act tough in front of me. The cultural course teacher fell silent. On the other side, Klein found Zefa, who was still in the regular class. Zefa, are you interested in making some extra money? As soon as these words were spoken, Zefa had a bad intuition, recalling the last time he sold snacks, and his expression turned pale. Let me be clear, I won't do anything shameful. Unless. You mean, add more money. I understand. Klein patted Zefa's shoulder. First thing, from now on, call me brother, and I'll waive 5 of your IOUs. Zefa looked at Klein, thinking to himself, it's one thing for Klein to have Karp call him brother, but why should I call him brother too? Is he addicted to being called brother? Could it be that Klein has awakened a brother-calling habit? After thinking for a moment, Zefa shook his head. No, 5 IOUs only amount to 25,000 berries, but I have to call you brother for a lifetime. That's not worth it. Implicitly, he still wanted more money. Come up with a price that satisfies Zefa. Klein lit a cigar. You tell me the number. He wanted to see Zefa's psychological expected price. But Zefa wasn't foolish. Instead, he made Klein quote the price first. 1 year of free massage, of course, a maximum of once a day. Zefa wasn't very satisfied with this price. It wasn't enough, as graduation was still several years away. Free until graduation, and besides, I can attend your training classes for free, sparring, and guidance. It has to be the top-tier annual card treatment. Klein chuckled, directly placing his arm around Zefa's shoulder, almost locking him in a chokehold. Kid, you're asking for way too much. Asking you to call me brother doesn't mean you have to be my brother. When soft tactics didn't work, Zefa became anxious, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Klein, what price do you think is appropriate? If it's reasonable, I'll call you brother. After all, he was 14 this year, younger than Klein, so calling a brother didn't carry the psychological burden like it did with Karp. Calling him brother was clearly a win for him. 1 year, massage plus training can't be more than that. Brother. Klein hadn't even reacted when Zefa directly called him brother. He patted Zefa's shoulder. You're quite perceptive. I really appreciate you, and you will definitely become a naval admiral in the future. Me? Zefa felt somewhat insecure. Becoming a naval admiral is very difficult. If I say you can, then you can. Klein interrupted Zefa. Isn't it the duty of a younger brother to listen to his older brother? Zefa's heart skipped a beat. His expression panicked. Would Klein want to do something bad? Or was he going to make him go through something similar to the last time that made him socially dead? No, please. But he noticed the intense, oppressive gaze of Klein close by, and his body honestly answered, yes. Just listen to your brother. Klein leaned into Zefa's ear and whispered some schemes. Zefa's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Just do as your brother says. Klein didn't give Zefa a chance to refuse, giving him a look that made him obedient. Will Karp agree? Leave that to me. After today's training class ended, Zefa came to Klein's training class. He had always known that Klein's training class had good teaching quality, but unfortunately, it required money. The accumulated massages had already put him in debt to Klein, and he was afraid that attending the training class would lead to more debt, with no money to repay. He could only envy the other training class students. In school, he often heard about certain students attending Klein's training class and improving their abilities. So-and-so defeated so-and-so in sparring. So-and-so's swordsmanship improved greatly. Klein was basically the headline news in the school, a topic of discussion among other students. On the first day of class, Zefa felt a bit nervous. Suddenly, a girl named Crane sitting next to him asked, "You and Klein are in the same dorm, right? Your name is Zefa, right?" Under Crane's gaze, Zefa became even more nervous. "Why, yes, I share a dorm with him." "Zefa, I'm Crane. You don't need to be nervous. Just relax in class and be serious. Just treat Klein as your instructor." Crane smiled slightly, her smile warm. She reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, and the hair tie on her wrist slid through her hair, forming a high ponytail that revealed her swan-like neck. Zefa slowly relaxed. "Thank you." The rest of his thoughts were stuck in his heart. Crane was not only beautiful, talented, but also very gentle. Klein arrived. Chapter 56. Still say you can't do the transgender fist technique? Crane offers a money-making idea. As soon as the training session ended, Crane proactively approached Klein. Because of what happened last time, she didn't dare to get too close or stare at Klein. "Klein, I've practiced the beautiful fist technique for a few days and would like you to give me some guidance." Klein nodded. He turned to Zephyr and shouted, "Little Zephyr, I'm going to give Crane some pointers. You can head back first." "Okay." Zephyr looked at the two and turned to leave. The height difference between Klein and Crane wasn't too significant, and standing together made Zephyr momentarily feel like he was looking at a pair of golden boys and jade girls. With their talents, they really were quite a match. In the training room, Klein lit a cigar and exhaled white smoke. "Crane, let me see the results of your training these past few days." Crane then began to demonstrate the revised beautiful fist technique. This set of techniques combined performance and practicality, with many moves incorporating dance elements, and the hand strikes primarily based on karate. In the future, if Crane were to consume the superhuman type wash fruit, this set of techniques would still come in handy. Slim waist and graceful, red flutters in the night, Luo God's light steps. With the names of the techniques changed, it was indeed different. Klein smiled inwardly. Who would know this was a transgender fist technique? As for transgender King Ivankov, that guy was probably not even a tadpole anymore. As Crane demonstrated the beautiful fist technique, showcasing the powerful flexibility of women, it was truly impressive. Coupled with her mastery of the 6 styles paper drawing, her progress in the movement aspect of the beautiful fist technique was rapid. The only downside was no stockings, poor rating. No short skirt, poor rating. No attack speed shoes, poor rating. In short, Crane was wearing the standardized Navy sailor uniform issued by the school, which completely failed to showcase her figure's beauty. Crane had great talent and a strong learning ability. In just a few days, she had mastered the beautiful fist technique quite well. After the demonstration, Crane eagerly asked Klein, "What do you think of the shortcomings and what areas need improvement?" "First, your knife hand strikes have some issues. You need to incorporate the strength of your waist and abdomen." Klein began to point out some flaws in Crane's fist techniques. With the experience of practicing boxing directly infused into him by the system, even if it was LV, one of the transgender fist technique, it was still at a beginner level. He was quite a bit more advanced than Crane, especially since he had memories of other boxing techniques. Iron fist, ramen fist technique, many were worth referencing. Klein emphasized, "Crane, you can put more effort into your knife hand strikes. There's a move in the 6 styles called finger gun, which you can completely replace with knife hand to increase the lethality of the transgender fist technique. In terms of teaching, he was quite serious. The training class was Klein's main source of income and also a long-term stable economic source. He had put a lot of effort into this, otherwise, the training class wouldn't be flourishing. He received a lot of praise from students. After receiving guidance, Crane nodded thoughtfully, indeed discovering some shortcomings in her fist techniques from Klein's suggestions. Klein, thank you for your guidance. Can you personally demonstrate the beautiful fist technique for me? Crane's sparkling blue eyes were full of anticipation. My friend can. Klein, like a stubborn rock, resolutely refused to admit that he could perform the transgender fist technique. Crane frowned slightly. She seemed to realize that Klein was unwilling to demonstrate this set of techniques in front of her. Could it be he wanted money? Her eyes lit up, as if this guy had little resistance to money, so let me think. Got it. Klein, you want to earn more money, right? Of course, who wouldn't? Klein answered firmly without a hint of hesitation. Not earning money is foolish. Crane smiled charmingly. I have ways to help you earn more money. And not just one, but you need to personally demonstrate the beautiful fist technique to teach me. And I also want my share of the money. Klein fell into a moment of silence. Money was definitely something to earn. To go against money was to go against oneself. However, how to demonstrate the transgender fist technique while maintaining his image as a genius Navy and a pirate descendant? Klein looked at Crane. Is a lot of money? Don't try to fool me with too little. Hearing this, a barely noticeable smile appeared on Crane's lips. She had thrown out the bait. The fish had indeed taken a hook. A glint of cunning flashed in Crane's beautiful eyes as she slightly raised her head. Of course, you can earn quite a bit. But you know, money-making matters can't be easily disclosed, right? Moreover, some money-making methods can't just rely on the two of us. Klein understood what Crane was hinting at. It was just about saving face, right? But as the saying goes, money-making isn't embarrassing. Besides, only Crane would see it. And it's not like she would die from it. So what was there to fear? Klein lit a cigar, took a deep puff. Crane, for the sake of money. I can personally demonstrate the beautiful fist technique. I know you 1T lied to me, but I still remind you, if you dare to deceive me, I will make you pay the price. Go ahead, show me. Crane smiled and gestured for Klein to demonstrate the beautiful fist technique. I'm doing this for the money, I can't go against money. For the sake of living, it's just a matter of performing. He wasn't wearing any strange attire, and demonstrating the transgender fist technique was no big deal, right? Klein couldn't help but think of Ivankov from the anime. Amar, two Bon Clay, one in a black fishnet tank top, and the other in a swan ballet costume, exposing a pair of hairy legs. In comparison, he was only wearing the standard Navy school uniform. I don't have any cross-dressing or perverted hobbies. I'll just think of myself as a dancer. Yes, a dancer. The first move of the beautiful fist technique. Klein stood on his left foot with the toe touching the ground, lifting his right leg, quickly spinning like a ballet dancer, delivering a fierce kick with a whooshing sound. The movement flowed seamlessly and was quite smooth. Clap, clap, clap. Crane's delicate and charming eyes held a hint of smile as she clapped her hands in applause. As expected of the genius student Klein, the techniques you demonstrated are indeed different. The execution was spot on, and it would have been even better if he could explain while demonstrating. She tried hard to suppress her laughter. Klein, still saying you can't do the beautiful fist technique? Still saying this is a technique created by your friend? How come you can execute it so skillfully? It can't be that you were born knowing it, right? Klein shot Crane a glare. Is it so hard to just watch quietly? Can't you be a good audience? And also, asking me to explain while demonstrating? Don't be too demanding. My way of making money can earn quite a bit. Klein's body immediately reacted honestly. The second move of the beautiful fist technique. While explaining the key points of the movements, when using this second move, keep your waist straight. Having a good waist will maximize the power of the technique. Although the body appears flexible when attacking the enemy, explosive power is essential. Crane listened intently, her pretty face serious, but when Klein finished the movement, she smiled lightly. Your body is quite flexible, and the movements look very elegant. Nothing like your usual self. You still say you can't do it? Klein felt a bit hot under the collar, still stubbornly insisting. My friend trains diligently. I just watched and imitated. You know, I have a strong talent for learning. I can master this martial art with just one look. Oof. If you don't come up with a money-making method that satisfies me later, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. He told himself deep down, everything is for the sake of making money. Making money is not shameful. Chapter 57. Arranging a match between Karp and Sengoku. The beauty fist techniques were demonstrated by Klein, and he provided detailed explanations to Crane, which greatly benefited her. However, some of the movements in the fist techniques were quite embarrassing, and although Klein's expression remained unchanged, he felt as if his face was being roasted over fire. A very hot sensation. Meanwhile, Crane's elegant brows were filled with amusement, her deep blue eyes sparkling with laughter, and she looked like she was trying hard to suppress her smile. Are you being polite? After finishing the movements, Klein maintained a serious expression and immediately chose to selectively forget what had just happened. He asked, "So, tell me, what are some ways to make money?" "I'm doing this for the money." After all, apart from Crane, no one had seen him perform the human-demon fist techniques. During battles, he would never use such embarrassing moves against an enemy. Absolutely not. Once we step out of this door, we'll pretend nothing happened. Crane slightly adjusted her facial expression and said, "I've thought of 2 ways to make money. The first is that students in the school undergo rigorous training every day, and the school only has dormitory faucets and showers. So, we could build a bathhouse. It would definitely make a lot of money." How did I not think of that? Klein usually gave massages to the students and had never thought in this direction, but he also knew that building a bathhouse in the school was not something he could do alone. He finally understood why Crane mentioned needing cooperation from others. This was indeed a money-making idea. Klein nodded and asked, "What about the other one?" "News and newspaper reselling." Crane twirled her hair. "It's hard to get information from the outside world in the school, so we can start from this angle. Compared to the first way to make money, this one is simpler and more convenient. Opening a bathhouse would naturally earn more, and the bathhouse could also allow not just the students to pay. The main base Marineford has many Navy soldiers and their families. Opening a bathhouse would definitely be profitable. Plus, it would provide stable long-term income." Klein fell in a deep thought. Both suggestions Crane provided had money potential. As expected of the future Navy Chief of Staff, she was indeed clever. The second idea was easy to discuss, but for the first one about the bathhouse, the only person Klein could think of was Instructor Carter. Looking at Crane in front of him, Klein smiled. "Crane, since you want to be my partner, you have to put in effort for the bathhouse too." Of course. They couldn't waste the second idea either. It would be a waste to not utilize such a smart Crane. "You really will implement the first one?" Crane had an expression that seemed to anticipate this. After all, the first one would earn more and would continuously generate income in the future. Klein loved money so much. It made sense that he would adopt her suggestion. That's good. Crane felt particularly relaxed and happy, knowing that she could make money through the bathhouse and would be able to pay off that $5 million debt early. She smiled brightly. "I didn't lie to you, right? Both of these are good ways to make money, but the limitations of the school are too great. Many money-making methods aren't suitable." "Indeed, good suggestions," Klein smiled. "And we should talk about the cooperation details now." Next, a battle of wits ensued over profit distribution and work issues. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together is less tiring. Of course, to establish a bathhouse, they needed the school's leadership's approval. After discussing, Klein returned to the dormitory in a good mood. If the bathhouse was successfully established, incorporating some essence from his past life as massage parlor would surely earn a lot of money. In the dormitory, the Iron Triangle trio had not yet returned. They were still training. By the time they came back, it was already dawn. As soon as the 3 entered, Klein said with a smile, "Karp, Sengoku, Zefa, I have a proposal. Are you interested?" Sengoku took off his sweat-soaked clothes, revealing his white, streamlined muscles. "Is it related to money again?" Klein's expression stiffened. "I didn't even mention money, and you already brought it up?" He shook his head. "No." "Then that's strange." Sengoku looked at Klein with an unusual gaze. "Am I someone who only cares about money?" "Yes," Sengoku answered firmly, with an expression that said he could tell what Klein was up to. "What's your proposal?" "Stop beating around the bush." Cough, cough, Klein said. "I propose that we have a sparring match between our dorms, ranking according to strength. Whoever is first is the boss, and so on. The weakest becomes the younger brother." Zefa was somewhat speechless and voluntarily withdrew. "I'm the weakest, the youngest, I'll just be the younger brother." Any one of these three could defeat him with a single move now. There was no need to seek hardship. I disagree, Sengoku directly rejected. It was clear that Klein was the strongest in the dormitory now. It was as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions. He rummaged through his cabinet for clean clothes, planning to head to the bathroom, but Klein called out to him, "Wait a minute. There are 4 people in this dormitory. You don't get to decide. We'll vote on it. Lesser numbers obey greater numbers." Sengoku was just about to nod when he suddenly realized something was off, looking at Karp and Zefa. However, Karp and Zefa both turned their heads away, not daring to meet Sengoku's gaze, sweat pouring down their faces. Swish Sengoku immediately understood, glaring at Karp, "Karp, you bastard." Then he turned to Zefa. "Zefa, why are you also siding with Klein?" "I can't help it. Klein offers more practical benefits. A year of massage services and a supreme annual card for the training camp. I want to improve." Zefa maintained a stern face, not daring to answer. But sweat was streaming down his forehead. All right. Sengoku was furious, turning to Klein. "You're setting me up, trying to force me to spar with you?" Zefa suddenly interjected. "He has a thing for being the older brother." "I don't." Klein quickly retorted. "Don't say that. I know Whitebeard has a thing for adopting sons." Klein laughed. "It's all in good fun. Sparring is also to improve strength and gain combat experience. Right now, you're going to be left behind by Karp." "Don't say those provoking words." Sengoku interrupted. "Sparring is fine, but you want me to call you brother?" "No way. According to age, you should call me brother." Being 19 years old and Klein being 18, how could he call him brother? That would be ridiculous. "Not calling you brother. What is the point?" Klein felt disappointed, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Sengoku, how about this? I'll teach Karp, and in a month, let Karp spar with you. If Karp wins, you call me brother. If you win, I'll call you brother. How about that?" He chose to compromise, letting Karp and Sengoku spar to determine a winner. At the same time, he gave Zefa and Karp a suggestive look. Karp grinned. "Brother, your eyes aren't working. Did you get into crocodile-esque tricks?" Klein shot him a fierce glare. "You foolish idiot. Is your scalp itchy again? Do you need me to treat you with the iron fist of love?" Chapter 58. A new game version. The luxurious maritime pass is here. Sengoku is a smart person. He knows that Klein wants him to back down. If the opponent is Klein, he basically has no chance of winning. But if it's Karp, there is still a considerable chance of victory. Sengoku thought for a moment and decided to agree, to avoid being harassed by Klein again in the future. "All right, then a month from now, I will spar with Karp." Upon hearing this, Karp's eyes sparkled, and he grinned. "Sengoku, if I win, do I get to call you brother? Once you can defeat Klein, I will gladly call you brother." Sengoku cleverly threw the challenge back at Karp. Karp's expression darkened. It was very difficult for him to win against Klein. In this assessment, Klein surpassed Sengoku and Karp, completely taking the lead among this cohort of students. He ranked first. His rapid progress made Karp gradually feel overwhelmed, and he no longer mentioned the idea of sparring with Klein. "Karp, I will be giving you strict special training from now on." Klein seemed to transform into a demon, a white beard smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This scene sent chills down Karp's spine, making his scalp tingle. Special training? Wouldn't that mean suffering for his head? "No, please." Klein snatched Karp's snack bag and casually started eating, saying in a kind and friendly manner, "Karp, little brother, you need to work hard from now on. We can't lose to Sengoku. If you win, we can offset part of your IOU. If you lose, I will smash that hack on my dog head of yours." Crunch. The donuts were indeed delicious, but eating too many was a bit greasy. Next time, he did try rice crackers. Seeing the smile on Klein's face, Karp felt a chill run down his back. "Brother, besides you, none of the other students in this cohort are my match. I won't lose again." "Very good. That's the spirit. Come on, lie down obediently. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a free massage." The next moment, Karp was lying on Klein's bed, already stripped of his shirt. "Ah, brother, your massage technique is amazing." "So good." After everything was done, Klein lay in bed after washing up. It was already past midnight. It was probably 3 or 4 in the morning. The game update maintenance had long been completed. Genshin Impact starting. The game loaded, and immediately a notice popped up. Game version update 2.0, game optimization, new content, new benefit event, a major update. There was a lot of content, and Klein didn't have much patience to read through it all. He usually just skipped to the crosspoints. The game had a dedicated event page, with new icons and red dots. You just need to clean them up one by one, and that would be it. First, the character avatar displayed not only the name, Im's dad, level, and experience points, but also a VIP status. A red dot appeared above it. Oh, so now the VIP level system is unlocked. The small workshop has optimized it. Known to give a display for my spenders. Klein clicked to check and found that the VIP level was from 0 to 15. Each time, the VIP level upgraded. There were not only special rights, but also rewards to claim. There was a recharge progress shown. 50,030,000. What the hell? I didn't know I had recharged over 50 million berries? Sometimes, money accumulates over time, and Klein really wasn't clear about how much he had recharged. But looking at this VIP recharge amount was straightforward. Spending money on the game, and this was just a few months. Klein knew he had spent a lot, but it still felt a bit excessive. If he were to rely on his cow and horse salary as a Navy officer, it wouldn't be enough for this game as recharge. It would take 10 or 8 years worth of salary to see the bottom of it. It's like a bottomless pit. He needed to make money. The little salary from working was not enough to spend. Working was impossible. A left turn out the door, entering and exiting the foot massage shop, then going home to eat ham sausage, instant noodles. The reward for going from VIP 0 to VIP 1 was stamina, selected shard X1, random shard treasure chest. He wondered how many VIP levels he could reach with this much recharge. Klein clicked on the game, claimed the rewards, and then upgraded his VIP level. VIP 0 to VIP 1 unlocked 2x battle speed. The VIP progress bar changed to 50,980,000. Is this reasonable? Klein looked doubtful, going from 30,000 to 980,000 for VIP. He clicked lightly. Unlock one-click sweep, instant challenge times 1. The consumption point for VIP 3 was actually as high as 1. 98 million berries. He clicked. VIP 4 required 32,800,000, and to upgrade to VIP 5 required a recharge amount of 648,000,000. So he had charged 50 million and was only VIP 4. Upgrading to VIP 5 required 600 million berries. Are you a poet? Klein could only silently raise his middle finger to the game planners. This is the year 1462 of the C-Circle calendar, not 1520. Inflation hasn't happened yet. Making money isn't that easy. Are they trying to push me to a dead end? Damn planners. What does it mean to be heartless and only want to earn more? This dog system is completely devoid of conscience. The game is becoming increasingly greedy. Klein claimed all the VIP rewards, and aside from some VIP privileges, the only somewhat useful item was the purple rare character selection box, EC. He directly chose his long-desired Guna. The character in the game is a little girl. Guena will forever be frozen in the most beautiful age of her life. Otherwise, when she grows up, she will be another stunning beauty who can also sword fight. The early stages of One Piece were quite cutthroat. Sometimes it was indeed very brutal, but in the later stages, it always felt like it changed flavor a lot. Next, the original battle order was upgraded to the Maritime Pass, and the rewards changed accordingly. The brand new Maritime Pass is here. Super value 10,000 rebate, various rich items. Rewards await you. Buy the luxurious version of the pass now and enjoy the privilege of directly leveling up to level 10. The pass screen was divided into 2 rows of rewards, the top being the standard version and the bottom being the luxurious version. The reward for the standard version were still some basic items and scattered lottery tickets, with the level 100 reward being Nami's Chinese-style costume. The luxurious version, however, had very rich and gorgeous rewards. Level 30 reward, random skill upgrade scroll X1. Level 50 reward, random pet treasure chest X1. Level 80 reward, famous sword treasure chest X1. Level 90 reward, random talent treasure chest X1. Levels 96 and 100 rewards were respectively. Random swordsmanship minor treasure chest, pirate ship upgrade gift pack, character advancement scroll X1. Random devil fruit treasure chest X1. Skill upgrade scroll X1. Wow, these rewards are indeed much richer than the last battle order. Giving so much is really astonishing. They have become so generous, it's quite unscientific. Klein's eyes lit up as he looked at the locked rewards, almost wanting to grab them all at once. The next moment, he discovered that the price of the battle order was different from before. 680,000 berries. Moreover, next to the battle order, there were several large and obvious borders for purchase levels. Klein could tell at a glance, "System, I can see that you really want to improve. Like me, you have good habits of hard work." Chapter 59, Pet System? Is there Chopper? Klein instantly felt relieved. I mean, how could game developers let players take advantage? Getting things for free? Dog developers, not human. All they know is how to milk money. Criticism aside, Klein still chose to recharge. With so many rewards sitting there, it would truly be a waste. His bank car balance was 680,000 berries, which not only unlocked the deluxe version of the Nautical Pass, but also directly leveled it up to level 10. However, level 10 was still not enough to unlock those luxurious rewards. What to do? Of course, it was time to spend money. There was no other choice. Klein clicked to purchase levels and found that upgrading the Nautical Pass by one level actually cost 100,000 berries. Of course, completing tasks could also increase the level, but that would take months to claim all the rewards. Looking at those rich rewards, can he wait? No way, not even for a moment. Improving oneself is urgent. No one supports my ambitions. I'll just spend money to reach the peak. Recharge. Money can be earned back. If the battle pass is gone, he would have to wait for several months. Only tangible improvement is what matters. He was determined to claim those rewards. Not even Jesus could stop him. The bank car balance was 9,000,000 berries. Ouch, that hurts. Just for a little Nautical Pass, Klein spent nearly 10 million berries. He directly clicked claim all and received all the reward from the Nautical Pass. Then, he was immersed in the joy of the rewards. In his backpack, there were a dazzling array of items, and a number of random skill upgrade scrolls was currently too. He hadn't used the scrolls from the last battle pass yet, and random upgrades wouldn't necessarily lead to Iron Fist or Conqueror's Haki. He planned to save more and use the upgrade scrolls when he had a few more powerful skills. Next was the random pet treasure chest. Klein suddenly had a premonition. The pet system. Are there animals from One Piece? Does Chopper count? Does the cute rabbit Garrett count? It would be great if there was Princess Shirahoshi. He could also learn from Jabba, ride a pony on a big cart, and be a real man for once. Is there a near-sea king that has eaten red-haired Shank's left arm? If we talk about battle achievements, the near-sea king is definitely the most formidable. Its impressive record is only surpassed by the mountain bandit king Sig. Even Whitebeard was shocked that red-haired Shanks would lose an arm in the East Sea. Near-sea king, no seat. I did it. Just asking if you're fierce or not. Even if I Haven T appeared for 1,000 episodes. The legend of my near-sea king still circulates across the ocean. This update surprisingly included a pet system, so let us see what pets are in this pet system. Klein didn't look right away. He planned to check out the pets first, and then see if the mysterious method could be useful. The pet system was similar to the character attribute page, with a pictorial guide on top. Klein clicked in and saw a dazzling array. Elephant Master, King of Baboons. Nora the Sky, Island Master. Duck Run, Near Sea King. Island Whale, Kung Fu Manatee. Various Sea Kings, Millennium Dragon. Artificial Fire Dragon. Fighting Fish, Raven, Kamenichio, Moo Moo. Fighting Bull. Please supplement in the comments if anything is missing. There were so many. The only ones missing were Chopper and Garrett. Klein had a disdainful look. TSK. This update is weak. How could such powerful pets be missing from the game? The pet pictorial also had descriptions, and when he saw it, he was instantly shocked. Holy crap, dog developers. Are you serious? In the description, pets obtained can be leveled up to level 100, which can then reflect in reality being absolutely loyal to oneself. Klein was astonished, and pets could also learn skills, level up, and increase their star rating. A level 100 full-star pet would have considerable stats. That's awesome. Let me see, many of these pets seem quite good. The Millennium Dragon, the Sky King, and the King of Baboons are also quite impressive. They could be a sword-wielding apprentice. Of course, there's also the illustrious Near-Sea King. Many pets that Klein liked. He closed the pictorial and checked the pet lottery pool. A special offer package purchase screen popped up. Super Value Special Offer Package is here. As always, There were 4 tiers of special offer packages, and Klein faced these packages with a calm heart. If there were ever a day without special offer packages, that would be a rare occurrence. Strange. But compared to other events or some expensive packages, this special offer package was incredibly cost-effective. Dozens of draws. Klein continued his usual 10 consecutive draws. He clicked rapidly a few times. In 2.5 seconds, not even 3 seconds, all his draw attempts were used up. After closing it, a red dot appeared in the pet section. Klein was stunned. A red dot? Did I just draw a pet? He had much hope, considering his usual luck. Even drawing a high-level fragment would already be a stroke of luck. Today is a lucky day? What's going on? Klein clicked with a nervous heart, and an icon appeared in the pet section, showing a gorilla face. This is the King of Baboons? King of Baboons, holy crap. The dog developers finally did something right. It's not the worst pet, but the King of Baboons? Klein was filled with surprise. He had prepared himself for a garbage pet, like Raven or Duck Run. Who doesn't eat dumplings during the New Year? I can consider myself lucky this time. Klein was teary-eyed. To be honest, his luck in this game was considered average at best. This often made him wonder if he was possessed by a non-lucky spirit, or perhaps his luck really wasn't great before he seemed to awaken the system. Speaking of luck, Klein couldn't help but recall the character from the movie, Golden Emperor Taizolo's subordinate, who possessed the lucky fruit, Baccarat. If he had that ability, drawing lottery tickets would be a piece of cake. Winning would be so satisfying. After finishing a bottle of Dongpong, he could have another, drink until he vomited, drink until his urine was yellow, and still not finish. The reason Klein was so happy was that the King of Baboons is impressive. They're also known as human imitators, capable of mimicking or learning any human behavior, even learning how to use weapons. In the original work, the King of Baboons carried a gigantic imitation of Black Blade, Knight. Although defeated by Zoro, it doesn't mean they are weak. Mihawk wouldn't teach them swordsmanship. They learned it all by themselves through imitation. And the replica Black Blade, Knight should have also been crafted by the baboons themselves. It proves their strong learning ability. I remember the King of Baboons is also larger than other baboons. Although I have a height disability, I can still ride on the pet. Who says his pet can't be ridden? If I'm not tall enough, I can rely on my pet. The only thing I can't figure out is how Jabba, a real man, got on the giant race without enough height. Could it be artificial insemination? That image is too funny. Even Klein, who has a professional demeanor, couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Summoning the pet. A giant black gorilla with cat-like black fur appeared in front of the protagonist. It has presence, a bit of style. However, the current skill slot is 0. Level is 0, still just a weakling. Then came the naming session that Klein liked, with the first name being free. He thought seriously for a moment. Several IDs flashed through his mind. Big Horse Monkey. This seats Evil Sword Immortal. Black Wukong. Chapter 60, the second pet. I will never be a simp again. In the end, Klein decided to name it Black Wukong. Oh no, I forgot to check whether this King of Baboons is male or female. He took a look and saw there was no gender. He was overthinking it. What if it was a female? That would be so awkward to name it Black Wukong. Naming successful. Pet upgrade special package is here. Pet experience fruit. One piece gives 100 experience points. Buy. Klein knew that raising pets in the game would definitely be expensive. But in this game, pets not only accompany the character in a battle, but also enhance attributes. Most importantly, cultivating pets can also provide benefits in reality. The money is not wasted. Buy everything on sale. Just after buying the special offer, another package popped up. Super value benefit. Limited time purchase. Unlock the second pet slot for only 6,888. 000 berries. Great. A second pet slot? Another nearly 7 million berries. And Klein had just spent almost 10 million. He was suddenly overwhelmed. He had barely played for 10 minutes and was already being asked to spend nearly 20 million berries. Earning money is hard. Spending money is like flowing water. Can I even continue living like this? Buy. If I don't buy a dog, I'll buy it myself. The bank card balance is 6,888. 000 berries. The 30 million he saved up is now just over 10 million. Klein immediately felt the pressure of lacking money. It was coming back again. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, If he could start making a profit quickly from the money-making suggestions that Crane had provided earlier, it would alleviate his financial pressure. Money must be earned. The more, the better. Unlock successful. Klein saw that a new slot had appeared behind the black Wukong icon. He immediately returned to his backpack and opened the random pet treasure chest obtained from the sailing pass. The chest opened, revealing an icon of a shelled seal. Kung Fu Manate. Kung Fu Manatee. This little thing seems to be a very good pet. This little creature left quite an impression on Klein. They are a group of adorable animals living in the desert of Alabasta Kingdom, and they're crazy about Kung Fu. One of the Kung Fu manatees even learned Luffy's punch and went out to sea for adventure. They even mastered Haki. A Kung Fu manatee can master Haki. Do you think Haki is difficult? If you can't master Haki, can't level up, you should reflect on yourself. Are you not working hard enough? Are you not fighting hard enough? Randomly getting a Kung Fu manatee put Klein in a good mood, even though its quality isn't particularly impressive. But this thing loves Kung Fu and has amphibious combat capability. The main thing is its intelligence is decent, unlike some other creatures in One Piece, which have terrible intelligence. Klein immediately equipped the Kung Fu manatee in the second pet slot. Looking at the screen, the cute creature with a yellow skin, seal-like body, and a green shell was very adorable. He started considering names for it. The first few names that came to mind were Green Bull and Turtle Sage, and of course, he couldn't forget the famous and notorious Simp Tortoise. Simp Tortoise. These characters all left a strong impression on Klein, so he thought of these IDs immediately. Which one should he choose? Simp Tortoise. He'll use this ID to constantly remind himself and others that he cannot be a simp. He cannot be a turtle man. Previously, he had seen how hard some authors work to earn their royalties. Although he didn't know the truth, it served as a warning. It also reminded him of that voice line, "I will never be a simp again." Crying voice, naming successful. 2 pets, 1 king of baboons and 1 Kung Fu manatee, made Klein feel quite good. In the future, pets can provide feedback in reality, serving as mounts, fighters, bag carriers, and sword bearers. All of this can be done by pets. Plus, the little brothers are loyal, which is nice. Pets are great. They need to be cultivated. Next, he began to research pet skills. The king of baboons is a relatively rare pet with a strong passive talent and excellent mimicking and learning abilities. The Kung Fu manatee is of slightly lower quality, but has the talent for underwater breathing, swimming, and increased skill learning efficiency in physical techniques. As for the skills, after looking at the introduction, Klein understood that these things need to be taken to the training room to learn and practice. Previously, there was only a swordsmanship mentor. Now, any character with combat skills in other martial arts can become a mentor. Even Monkey D. Luffy? He wondered if Luffy's teaching ability was better than that of his fake Master Rayleigh. In the world of pirates, Luffy's physique would be considered slim dog physique, even worse than his own. Since crossing over, he hasn't lacked food and drink, and his physique is about the same as Zoro's. Not bad. Of course, among the mentors, there's also the gold medal mentor Kaido, who is very popular among anime fans. And there's also Bing Wulong. In fact, there's another person whose teaching ability is quite good, and that is my brother Monkey D. Garp. Luffy and Ace can teach a little, but Coward King Kobe is directly taught by my brother. He should give him a few more punches. Why is the Coward King working so hard? Currently, the only 2 mentors he has unlocked are Cyrus and Shiki the Golden Lion. Since Shiki's game character is currently on autopilot, the idol Cyrus will be assigned to Black Wukong to be its mentor. With the learning ability of the King of Baboons, it should be able to learn that move Thunder Destruction Sword, right? Klein knew that Cyrus was also a good teacher. His combat experience is very rich. He has fought thousands of undefeated matches in the Dreas Rosa bullfighting arena. As a one-legged toy soldier, he taught Rebecca, giving her decent swordsmanship skills. Rebecca is quite good. Hopefully, Black Wukong can be a bit more capable and learn the Thunder Destruction Sword as soon as possible. As for the Kung Fu manatee Simp Tortoise, there is currently no mentor he can arrange for it. Klein opened the new mentor lottery pool and drew. It was all fragments. He continued to open his backpack and found the famous sword treasure chest. The last weapon he opened from the chest was Great Knife and Dowie Wenzi. He wondered what it would be this time. Klein silently calmed his mind, thought about his prayer. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let me draw a top-notch one, okay? Fortune of the Xianwang Immortal Lord. Fortune of the Xianwang Heavenly Monarch. Fortune of the Xianwang Emperor. Fortune of the Xianwang Heavenly Venerable. He couldn't help but think, is this how the mysterious world works? If I recite this, will I suddenly be transported to above the gray mist? Sitting on the fool's throne? Quickly reveal your spirit. Various famous sword icons flashed before him, some blue, some purple, and some gold. The three colors correspond to Good Great Knife, and Supreme Great Knife. Swish, 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 the pointer kept flashing various famous swords, and finally stopped at Heavenly Feather Feather Slash. Heavenly Feather Feather Slash is also one of the Great Knife's 21 works. The scabbard has floral carvings, and the hilt is three-petal shaped, crafted by a famous swordsmith from Wano country. In the anime, it is the sword of Kazuki Oden, which was ultimately left to Momonosuke. Great Knife 21 works. Heavenly Feather Feather Slash. Heavenly Feather Feather Slash. Attack. Special attribute. Damage increase. Critical hit rate. Dominance damage bonus. Swordsmanship experience bonus. 5. Comment. A famous sword said to be able to cut down the sky. Friendly reminder. This sword left a deep scar on the body of the 4 Emperor Kaido. Holding this sword grants Kaido a hatred value of 1,000. Funny? Klein sneered, laughing to death. That guy Kaido is probably still in his mother's belly right now. His hatred value means nothing. If he comes in front of me, I'll slap his butt. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kaido seems to be born next year. Doesn't that give me a chance to be a godfather? Hiss. Klein gasped, feeling a burst of heat rushing to his scalp. Damn it. A surge of eye and the one hot blood shot straight to the top of his head. Chapter 61. SSS level talent. Gold medal mentor. Hawk, I'm my Hawk. Calm down. First, calm down. I'm going to be Kaido's godfather. Klein thought, why not? No, there's great potential. The image of Kaido calling him dad popped into his mind. Regardless of how it looks, the key is the title and achievement of being the father of the 4 Emperor Kaido, or the father of the strongest creature Kaido. It feels great. It's impressive. Plus, I can borrow a phrase. My son Kaido has the demeanor of a 4 Emperor. No, it should be my son Kaido has the demeanor of a Marine Admiral. Moreover, I'm not Dong Zhuo. Adopting a son. Am I worried about the father-son bond? I'm 18, turning 19 next year. Although I haven't married yet, I can adopt a son early and be a dad. Is there a problem? Isn't that a shortcut to avoid years of courtship, marriage, and childbirth? Wonderful. Let me think. Which country does Kaido come from? A member of the world government, Grand Line, Volvo Kingdom, or Walmart Kingdom? Damn. Why can't I remember such crucial information? Klein felt anxious but soon realized. All right, I have the game, and in the game, there are character introductions and data. Kaido, wait for me. I'm definitely going to be this godfather. Not even him can stop me. I said it. He remembered that Kaido's future height is 710 cm. Who says I'm short? Who says 8 meters is a disability? Standing on the shoulders of giants, anyone who looks at me has to lift their head. Klein made up his mind to firmly remember this matter, so he silently recited 300 times. Kaido will be born next year. I want to be his godfather. I'm Kaido's dad. Kaido is my son. Kaido is my son. I am Kaido's dad. Kaido will be born next year. I will happily become a dad. X300. Great. Remembered. I definitely won't forget. After graduation, I'll go find him. If Whitebeard can adopt a son, why can't I? I'm adopting a son. By the way, Shanks can't be forgotten either. Let's do it 300 more times. After that, Klein equipped the Wado Ikamanji to the character Ka. This sword could be considered her exclusive weapon. Klein chose to equip Tianyu Yuuzhan, gathered various materials, and upgraded it first. Meanwhile, with the game version update, there are not only famous swords, but also various other weapons, many of which were exclusive weapons for certain characters. For example, Kaido's Zoni Gashira, Nami's Weather Stick, etc. Similarly purchased through special discount packages. Klein continued to open his backpack, focusing on the random talent treasure chest, unable to contain his excitement as he rubbed his little hands. I hope my hands can turn into little red hands. Akainu must be the true little red hand. Talent. The debate between talent theory and effort theory has a long history. Anyway, Klein only knows that among these talents, powerful talents can instantly boost his combat power. even if it's just a level 1 talent. Again, with a bit of mysticism, Klein silently recited a spell in his heart and then opened the treasure chest. The icon quickly froze. Acquired SSS talent. Memory Kill. Memory Kill LV. In battle, when you enter memories associated with dreams, bonds, kinship, friendship, anger, and other memories, there is a chance to trigger Memory Kill. Trigger Memory Kill effect. All attributes increase by 10 skill damage. Critical damage increases. Duration depends on willpower and physical condition. Memories are the precious wealth of your life. What the heck? Klein was directly stunned, meaning I can also explode in the future, greatly enhancing my combat power through Memory Kill. Unleash even stronger power. Just the LV. One attribute. The boost is already super considerable. Of course, in the game, it is triggered in a near-death state. In reality, it probably is similar to a near-death state. Klein was slightly silent. This skill is very strong. Super strong. In desperate situations, it often leads to a counterattack when the villain talks too much. Of course, it will also happen in the game, creating dramatic scenes. In short, it's a good thing, but how to get into a desperate situation, near death, that's a matter of one's own strength. Klein certainly doesn't want to reach the point where he has to trigger Memory Kill to fight. He still needs to become stronger. Strong enough to have the strength and confidence to say no to anyone, any force. At least this is a solid SSS level talent. Although it can't be compared to other novels SSS level talents, like Infinite Extraction and Infinite Synthesis, but can still be upgraded. Let's level it up to the max. And one Memory Kill explosion can surpass physical limits. Unleash the energy of a small universe, killing enemies easily across levels. Of course, Klein hopes to be strong enough so that dealing with enemies is completely easy. Steady. I want to be a steady man. Although I deeply despise the idea of a side account, it feels great. The audience in the live broadcast room loves to watch it. Of course, there are also those who like to see the anchor being tortured and then laugh madly. It's all for the sake of the show. Klein opened his backpack. There were still quite a few treasure chests, and the next one was the random swordsmanship mentor chest. He had already been lucky twice today, so the probability of being lucky for a third time should be very low. He hesitated for a second and chose to open it directly. He already had the swordsmanship mentor gold lion Shiki and hadn't learned his swordsmanship slice the waves. Even if there were other swordsmanship mentors now, they wouldn't be of any use for the time being. Acquired swordsmanship mentor. Dracul Mihawk. Dracul Mihawkum? Klein's pupils involuntarily widened, staring intently at the Mihawk icon on the screen. Stunned on the spot. Wow. When people are shocked, they exclaim wow, while in foreign countries, it might be something like, oh my god, or what the heck. Last time, he triggered a special event for the 7 warlords in the game. It was the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Unfortunately, the rewards for the challenge were all garbage. Klein cursed the dog planner countless times, sending family greetings just like the Straw Hat hero Lu Haiju. He had this classic meme from his previous life. Unexpectedly, this time he directly drew it. Amazing. So awesome. 3 consecutive lucky draws exploding with luck. Unfortunately, there's no lottery in the pirate world. Otherwise, I would run out to buy one right now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Klein's brain was struck as if hit by lightning. Lottery? This is a great idea. Very promising. Klein's heart raced. What kind of luck is today? Not only did he win several big prizes, but he also thought of a great money-making idea. Awesome. If I can start a lottery in a bathhouse, then later open a newspaper, find that Morgan's Birdman for investment and cooperation, would I still worry about not making money? Klein remembered that during the God Valley incident, Morgan's had already founded the World Economic News Agency. That guy's a good seed for the UC shock department. At this moment, Klein's thoughts could not calm down for a long time, and he was very excited. I'm going to make big money in the future. Maybe I can master the economic lifeline of the pirate world. I'm getting carried away. Pull it back, I'm just getting started. Back to the game. A question appeared before Klein. Should he continue with Gold Lion, Shiki on autopilot, or switch to Dracul Mihawk? Learning and comprehending. Normal attack. Chapter 62. The character's first star upgrade. The second Devil Fruit. This move has been ridiculed by many. As long as I don't say the name, you won't know if it's a normal attack or a special move. The strength of Mihawk has always been a mystery, and as the plot progresses. Clearly, he was introduced early on, yet this guy's value continues to rise. Many of the 7 warlords have become watered-down versions. Yet, as long as Mihawk doesn't take action and leave behind any battle records, no one knows his limits. Moreover, he is not like King from One Punch Man, who is just a facade. This guy truly possesses strength. Klein immediately chooses to switch out Mihawk. Firstly, the dual sword style of Shiki the Golden Lion seems to require the use of his floaty fruit to unleash its maximum power. Secondly, having more swords doesn't necessarily make one strong. Dual sword style isn't that cool. Thirdly, no one knows how much of my strength I've used, making it hard to gauge my swordsmanship. In the original work, the most famous dual sword users are Odin and Flower Sword Vista, and the dual sword style has indeed lost some value. After switching, he quickly replaces Black Goku's mentor, Cyrus, with Shiki the Golden Lion. From now on, it will mostly turn into a baboon using dual swords. Of course, there's also a baboon with a 3-sword style in the original work, which is quite interesting. Roronoa Zoro. First, let Black Goku learn Shiki skills and level up /wave, then switch to other mentors. Klein returns to the main interface, opens his backpack, and directly uses the pirate ship upgrade gift package. He uses various materials to upgrade his pirate ship, enhancing the overall attributes of the Daughter Kingdom pirate group, as well as training boosts and so on. In the backpack, there's also a character advancement scroll. This item had not appeared before. Klein clicks to use it. A prompt pops up on the screen. Imsdad star upgrade successful. Current star level, 1. Imsdad, character basic growth attributes 1. This simple and clear screen is too familiar. My character has advanced? Before Klein could study the newly released function, the game feedback immediately began. In an instant, lying on his bed, he felt as if his body was undergoing violent transformation. His entire body, muscles, blood, flesh, organs, etc., was being enhanced. The pain made his face pale, cold sweat pouring down, and he bit down hard on his back molars, making not a sound, trying not to disturb Karp and the others in the dorm. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Unlike a too forceful massage, Klein felt his body evolving. Bone density, the functions of his internal organs. It felt as if every muscle was being stretched. He curled up under the blanket like he was having a full body cramp, afraid to make a sound. The whole process lasted several minutes. Klein was drenched in sweat, feeling his body was heavier, bones denser, muscles tighter, and full of explosive power. He knew this was the enhancement brought by the advancement. He quietly got out of bed. The sky outside the balcony had turned gray-white, and dawn was breaking. He estimated it was around 5 or 6 in the morning. Unknowingly, he had been playing the game for a long time. In the bathroom, Klein turned on the shower to cold water, looking at himself in the mirror. His chest muscles, abs, shark muscles, trapezius, and obliques had clear contours, and the dimensions and strength of his muscles had increased, it seemed. He had also grown taller. Klein suddenly noticed that his perspective was a bit higher than usual. He was sure it wasn't an illusion. After all, among the 4 in the dorm, he was the shortest, and the other 3 looked like Yao Ming from his perspective, which he cared about a lot regarding height. He should now be around 9 meters tall. He had grown a few centimeters. He instinctively looked down. It seemed he had indeed grown, but the good gun currently had no place to be used. He hadn't expected the feedback from character advancement to be so significant, and it seemed the benefits didn't stop there. Klein felt elated. This major game update, although he had spent quite a bit of money, had indeed brought him great joy, right? Spending money on the game should lead to significant improvements. He didn't know what dog planners had in mind before. They should give paying players a better gaming experience. Awesome. Spending money made him happy, right? Earning money would provide even more motivation. After taking a shower, he continued to lie on the bed. Since dawn was approaching, it was too late to sleep now. He might as well play all night. Genshin Impact start. With this determined spirit, Klein continued to enter the game and directly started to check the newly released character advancement function. Normal character advancement in the game not only requires a large amount of gold, but also special materials. Materials can be obtained from weekly open dungeons and events. Of course, if one wants to advance early, they need to purchase materials from the shop, but the shop doesn't have all the advancement materials. It's not that easy. Klein temporarily set this aside and directly opened the treasure, continuing to clear the rewards obtained from the nautical pass. Random Devil Fruit Treasure Chest. Currently, he had only obtained the Paramecia-type fragmentation fruit in the game, leaving one Devil Fruit slot empty. Good stuff, with so many Devil Fruits available. As long as it's not a total failure, it can basically be useful to enhance strength. Klein fantasized about having various Devil Fruit abilities, whether it be Mythical Zoan, Logia, or the Tremor Fruit. When the past 18 years, he could only dream. It wasn't until the Awakening system that he truly experienced the feeling of being a power user. And because of the game's mechanics, Klein could switch his abilities at will. It was very nice. This mechanism, in his view, was the most heartfelt and satisfying feedback mechanism in the game. The happiness of being a power user. Who understands it? How many people dream of it? Through movies and novels, especially in the US, where superhero movies and TV shows are everywhere. The most famous must be the Marvel series. Klein silently prayed in his heart, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Preferably a mythical Zoan, a Logia would be fine. And if it's Paramecia, then the Tremor Fruit would do. Open. Congratulations on obtaining Paramecia-type inspiring fruit. That open-chested glasses girl? Commander Bello Betty of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army. Klein remembers her not just because she is an inspiring fruit user, but also because she doesn't wear a bra. Moreover, her top is completely unbuttoned, openly showcasing a great righteousness. There's an even better term to describe her, open-minded. However, Klein couldn't feel too happy. The inspiring fruit is an auxiliary-type devil fruit. He had heard of light-type support, but he had never heard of an inspiring main damage dealer. The inspiring fruit releases special sound waves through flag waving and shouting, conveying an inspiring emotion to the surrounding masses. It helps them overcome fear and unleash their potential. Erupting with combat power beyond the norm, it can be very effective in team battles. Is it the key to winning team battles? It seems the luck from the previous 3 treasure openings has been used up. Klein felt a bit regretful that he couldn't draw a powerful devil fruit. However, this ability is still quite useful. Perhaps he could try using it in sales? It should work, right? Paramecia. Even the teleportation fruit would be nice. This ability activates silently. There are no obvious traces of ability use. It's hard to be discovered. Being a sneaky one wouldn't be bad. However, he felt that the teleportation fruit wasn't impressive. It was the mythical Zoan and Logia types that were more prestigious. Klein continued to open his backpack and found the last grand prize, a skill upgrade scroll. Chapter 63, Learning to Grow Vegetables from Haki, creating the Pirate Platinum Han. Klein looked at the skills his character currently possessed. Conqueror's Haki LV. 3. Iron Block LV. 2. Moonwalk LV. 2. And the other 6 styles and minor skills, including Iron Fist at LV1. Among these skills, the only ones with golden legend quality were Conqueror's Haki and Iron Fist. He hesitated. Upgrading Conqueror's Haki was undoubtedly the most cost-effective option, as moving from level 3 to level 4 would significantly increase its power. But in the end, Klein still chose to upgrade Iron Fist. A month later, he must make Karp defeat Sengoku. Then Sengoku would have to call him brother. There were still opportunities to obtain skill scrolls. The chance to have Sengoku call him brother was limited. If missed, it would be gone. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must be seized. Moreover, Klein still had 2-foot random skill upgrade scrolls in his backpack, and once he gathered 5 or 10, he could use them to upgrade. And perhaps he would even upgrade to a golden legend skill. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Fist, LV1, LV2. Attributes. The skill upgrade immediately provided feedback to Klein, flooding his mind with memories of practicing Iron Fist and a deeper understanding of the skill. Spending money feels great. He had to spend. Every time he received game feedback and gained a power boost, Klein felt immense joy. Enjoyment. He could gain improvements without enduring the pain of training. It was simply fantastic. For this kind of small workshop game, please give the readers a dozen. Once I finish using this system, I'll treat my brothers to some fun too. After the skill upgrade was complete, Klein returned to the main interface, first clearing his daily tasks and buying the special offers. Finally, he returned to the main interface to check the new icons. Life skills. He clicked to find that it also required equipping a mentor with special life skills. such as cooking, navigation, shipbuilding, medicine, musical instruments, singing, dancing, painting, circus acrobatics, calligraphy, butler fishing. In addition, some practical skills require materials, while some talent skills needed to be practiced daily to increase life skill experience. In the game, various life skills would provide attribute bonuses. As for the feedback in reality, it was about mastering these life skills. Klein clicked on the mentor and discovered he actually had 2 characters in his backpack. One was Nami, mastering navigation skills. The other was our world #1 swordsman, Mihawk, whose skills were quite numerous. They included cooking, navigation, vegetable growing, and knife maintenance. Seeing these 2 skills, Klein thought of Hawkeye in the castle, chopping vegetables with a small knife. Makes sense. Hawkeye's cooking must be good. This vegetable growing skill. The game is too funny. Hey, the planner is truly a genius. Ha ha ha. Forgive Klein for his unkind laughter. After calming down, Klein realized he couldn't learn the life skills for Mihawk. His avatar was gray because he was currently teaching Black Yukong swordsmanship. They couldn't appear simultaneously. The game also added fishing mechanics, fashion, food, and some challenge gameplay. After a shallow experience, the sky was getting brighter, and it was time to get up. He had played all night. This was Klein's first time playing for such a long duration, but the rewards from unlocking the battle order were substantial. After logging out, he felt a slight drowsiness, but he could still hold on. After tidying up, he went to the cafeteria with Karp and others and started today's classes. During lunch break, Klein pulled Crane aside, found the instructor, and proposed building a bathhouse. As soon as the suggestion was made, Instructor Carter's eyes turned into the shape of berries. A bathhouse was great. It had to be built. And those female officers in the headquarters, usually fierce and strict, dressed in military uniforms. Looking at them for too long was really boring. But if a bathhouse were built, he might be able to see them in towels and bathrobes. Oh my God, that would be so enjoyable. Klein looked surprised. It seemed that the proposal to build a bathhouse faced no obstacles. But soon, when discussing profit distribution, a major problem arose. I want 90%. The instructor opened his mouth wide. When Klein heard this, he was furious. How could he make any money with that? That would be working for free. He immediately retorted, "No way, we can't make any money like this. At most, the instructor gets 40%. Exhausted from the argument, the instructor took a sip of tea. 80%, I want 80%. In this school, without my consent, you can't open the bathhouse, and without you, I can open it myself." With a look that said, "If you don't agree, I'll go solo," Klein was furious enough to want to curse the instructor's parents. What a joke. One could be shameless, but not to such an extent. Do you believe I'll spray you to death with salt soda? Furious. That old man is so bad. Crane, who was sitting nearby, noticed that Klein, who was very obsessed with money, was about to explode. She quickly reached out to hold Klein, sat in front of the instructor, rested her chin on her hands, and calmly said, "Instructor, you're being a bit excessive. Klein is a genius student in this school, with a great possibility of becoming a general in the future. And he runs a training class with many students, while also having significant popularity and influence in the school. Many of these students have family members working in the Navy. If we spread your behavior or organize a protest, I believe you will definitely face a lot of trouble then." Crane calmly articulated these threatening words, her deep blue eyes staring at the instructor with an unyielding yet respectful demeanor. Harmonious cooperation leads to mutual profit, and everyone can earn happily. Otherwise, no one will earn anything. Under the gaze of such anger yet silence, filled with a dominant aura, the instructor frowned and thought seriously. In the end, he compromised. "Fine, let's go with your terms. If there really were to be a riot or protest from the students, it would indeed cause considerable trouble." Klein breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Crane. If it weren't for Crane today, the negotiation with the instructor would have definitely fallen apart. The instructor casually asked, "What name are you planning for the bathhouse?" "Platinumon. Platinumon." The instructor was surprised. "What kind of name is that?" Klein didn't explain much. It was a name that would bring good fortune. "My strong brother made it big here, creating brilliance. In Jinghai, he could be said to cover the sky with one hand. In the future, Klein, might also want to let the money fall from the sky in Marineford." All from a Moretti family. Leaving the office, Klein was filled with gratitude. Crane, as expected of the first in cultural studies, Thanks to you, this cooperation went smoothly. No need to be so polite. In the future, Platinum Han will have my share too. This is for myself as well. Crane was in a good mood. If you really want to thank me, find time to demonstrate the beautiful fist technique for me again. 3 black lines appeared on Klein's forehead. Hee. Crane's eyes turned into cute crescent moons, smiling sweetly. Watching your nervousness is really amusing. Amusing my foot. As they walked, Klein said, since we're partners, I can give you some special guidance, but as for the performance, don't even think about it. He smiled without saying a word, her pretty face showing a strong confidence. Once there is a first time, there will be countless times. Klein changed the subject. Then today, lunch is on me. He rolled her eyes at him. Isn't the cafeteria free? But since you said that, you have to treat me to a good meal next time. When Klein thought about how he would unlock his cooking skills in the future, he agreed. It's a small matter. By then, with my superb cooking skills, I'll make sure to win your heart. He reminded him, remember to go back and draw the design sketches today, but I have serious doubts about your drawing skills. Klein's expression darkened. Just wait until my drawing level and life skills goes up. One day, I'll refresh your perception of me. I'll slap you in the face hard. Chapter 64. Never have I seen such brazen people. The next day, when Klein handed over the rough design drawings to Crane, Crane had an expression of just as I expected and laughed openly, saying, Klein, I guess you're the only one who can understand this drawing. Most of it is just text. No la yot. Klein had written down some ideas about the operation of the bathhouse and services, but cough, cough, that was minor. There was something very important. That is, we need to have the instructor find some massage therapists, and I can provide technical guidance. The bathhouse is about service, and customers come here to relax. So the massage technique must be up to par. Since it's related to his money-making venture, he was quite serious about it. After all, he had invested 5 million berries into the bathhouse, and now there were only a few million left in his account. It was about to go back to square one. He had to make money. With the game updates, everyday special gift packs were a few more than before. Every day, he was spending tens of thousands of berries. If he didn't make money for a day, Klein felt uncomfortable all over under immense pressure. Although the game didn't have the repayment pressure like a mortgage or car loan, if an event occurred or a high-value gift pack was released, he wouldn't be able to afford it with his current funds. He needed to have enough savings in his account to feel secure. Crane suggested that the instructor check the family quarters in Marineford to see if there were any willing massage therapists. Then, Crane actively helped improve the renovation drawings and handed them over to the instructor. Along with that were the recruitment of therapists and the newspaper. The students soaked in the bath while reading the newspaper. What a pleasant and relaxing thing. Afterwards, Klein stealthily took a newspaper from the instructor and looked at the news about Charlotte Linlin. In the picture, Linlin still maintained her childhood figure as a chubby giant, which was quite unimpressive. He was stunned. Charlotte Linlin, already with a bounty of 200 million berries? At 8 years old, he wondered if she was still a virgin. Klein planned to check the Encyclopedia to see how old Linlin's eldest son was. However, having such strong combat power at just 8 years old, only the giant Prince Loki might have such a freakish talent, right? 200 million. If he could capture her, he would strike it rich. Unfortunately, with Linlin's freakish steel balloon talent, he couldn't even break her defense, let alone capture her. Besides, Linlin was no longer alone. She was part of the big MOM pirate crew. No way. Plus, there was the long bread and a bunch of subordinates. Klein flipped through the newspaper, but didn't see any news about Rox. He thought to himself that Rox would become a big shot in the future. If Karp could chase after the Roger pirate crew, could he chase after the Rox pirate crew with a few lackeys? No problem, right? A few days later, the bathhouse was completed, and the work efficiency left Klein dumbfounded. Usually, he saw a bunch of people hammering and moving construction materials. But unexpectedly, in just 3 to 5 days, the bathhouse was finished. This efficiency even made him feel faster than in the game. It turned out that the labor force in the pirate world was even more exaggerated than in his past life. Tears of joy. The training room at the back of the game, the swordsmanship training room, was taking longer and longer to upgrade. Now it took days for just one upgrade. The luxurious bathhouse was directly located next to the dormitory building, named Platinum Han. On the first day of opening, it attracted countless students from the school to come and watch, enjoying the excitement. Among them were the 4 from the dormitory: Karp and the others all knew that this bathhouse was funded by Klein and that he was one of the shareholders. In the crowd, Klein patted Zefa's shoulder and said, "Zefa, from now on, the therapist here will give you massages." "No, let my brother do it," Zefa said, looking a bit flustered. "No charge." Klein wanted to lighten his burden. After all, getting a massage every day took a lot of time. Basically, he could push aside the massages for other students. But only the trio from the dormitory kept insisting on massages. These days, he was busy teaching Karp the Iron Fist, and in about 20 days, it would be time for Karp and Sengoku to spar and decide the winner. He absolutely could not lose. After a simple firework display and a speech from the instructor, the bathhouse officially opened. Klein led the trio into the hall, which was dazzling and grand, with luxurious chandeliers. In the center of the hall was a pool with a statue standing above it. It was none other than Klein's statue. Below it was an introduction. The first genius in the history of the Navy School, Klein, learned the 6 styles in just a few hours, breaking the record for the fastest increase in combat power. Record holder, an excellent student leader, dedicating himself to the training and improvement of students, working day and night. In an instant, Karp, Sengoku, Zefa, Crane, and other students all focused their attention on Klein. Brazen. I've never seen such brazen people. Do they still have any shame? With such a prominent statue in the center of the hall, anyone entering the Platinum Han bathhouse, unless they were blind as Xiao, could see it clearly. Ridiculously shameless. Many people thought this way, but the Navy's 4 flowers began to celebrate, dancing and cheering. Although Klein's face was burning, he remained unfazed. What was wrong with having a statue? Future generations of students would be able to admire my glory. What's wrong with being a bit vain? I'm happy about it. After all, I'm a major shareholder. Arranging for a statue, what's the problem? I wonder how the future Navy trio, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, will feel when they see this statue at the bathhouse. Will they admire the predecessor? If I don't make a name for myself, how can I justify my time traveling? The past is the past, and the present is the present. Ha, I almost forgot. Perhaps there will be Karp's son, Dragon. With my relationship with Karp, being a godfather shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha. In the future, my network will be fully established. What fighting and killing? It's all about human relationships. Come on, guys. Everyone looked at him with disdain, but there was also envy. After all, Klein had left his mark at the Navy School. If there were no system, Klein would be just an insignificant student like them now. After graduation, they would be dispatched to naval branches around the world, welcoming their own ordinary worlds. Now it was different. No one supported my ambition. I will earn my way to the top. The wind and snow pressed down on me for 18 years. I laugh as the wind is light, and the snow is like cotton. A minute later, Klein's brilliance was overshadowed by the therapists dressed in high-slit cheongsams, wearing high heels, showcasing their curvy figures. The custom cheongsams perfectly displayed the therapists' beautiful and curvaceous bodies, becoming the center of attention. A series of nosebleeds erupted, one after another. He didn't even know if they would lose too much blood. Even the over 60-year-old instructor Carter was no exception. "You little brats, just wait until I get my hands on you. You think this is it? No. There will be all kinds of uniforms in the future. A set must be arranged for the female audience." The pink nurse uniforms worn by the group of nurses around Whitebeard in his later years looked pretty good. Klein secretly chuckled. This is the world of anime, where young people are full of passion. There should be more bloodletting. Unfortunately, it would be great if I could capture the images of the blood-spraying Karp, Zefa, and the flushed Sengoku. "Klein, I really love this bathhouse." Karp grinned widely and laughed heartily. Klein patted his shoulder, wearing a meaningful smile. "Practice your iron fist well. And if you win, we'll let you enjoy a month of free service." At that moment, he couldn't help but recall how he once thought about how to build a good relationship with Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa. The classic 4 together, sharing the same window, fighting together, dividing the spoils, and visiting brothels together. Although Platinum Han is a legitimate bathhouse, it can also be considered an experience shared together. "Bro, don't worry. As long as I don't die from training, push me to my limits." Karp patted his chest, full of confidence. Klein made a comment that broke the atmosphere. "Wipe your nosebleed before you speak." After all, they're young people, full of vigor. Suddenly, a voice from a student silenced the lively hall. Violent Bear. Admiral Violent Bear. Chapter 65. The current Admiral, Violent Bear Lincoln. Admiral? The Admiral of this era. Klein knew the name, but he had only heard of it and never seen a real person. He turned his head and was immediately occupied by a massive figure. A bald, big black bear? His skin was dark and shiny, reminiscent of African descent, with an exceptionally robust physique, muscles bulging like a truck. Klein knew this guy's name. Lincoln, the only admiral of this era, with a thick mane and a beard on his face. He couldn't help but think, is this a black bear spirit that ran out of the Blackwind Cave in Blackwind Mountain? Wah! Lincoln laughed heartily. Old Ghost Carter. You old fellow opened a bathhouse at school and didn't even notify me? Carter stepped forward, grinning. You old bone, I'm so happy to see you. Otherwise, I would worry every time you went to see whether you'd come back or not. Hearing such a sharp tongue, Lincoln laughed even louder. Wah, you old ghost. Still so unpleasant to listen to. I really hope to see someone tear your mouth apart. A friendly greeting between men. He looked at the statue in the center of the bathhouse. Old Ghost Carter. This Klein is the most talented student of this session. I've been hearing his name often lately. Where is he? Carter's face darkened. You think everyone is like you? After so many years, you still can't change this old habit. Hey, Klein, come here. Let this old man see the genius among this session's students. Klein helplessly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Admiral Lincoln. He felt like a little person in King Kong and the Beauty. The height and physique differences were too stark. Violent Bear, Admiral. Klein saluted. The Violent Bear then lowered his head, looking at Klein, who was only at his waist, frowning at his skinny arms and legs. How can this work? A man must be strong. Your physique is not good. You should practice more. Eat and drink lots of protein powder and amino acids. A real man needs big muscles. They need to be hard. They need to be fierce. Hey, how did you, so weak, become the genius of this session? Klein's mind went blank. I'm skinny. I'm almost comparable to Zoro's physique 2 years later. On Earth. Not to mention women. Even men would drool in envy. Okay? How can my physique and height be looked down upon? Does being big mean strong? Haven't you heard of the term short but mighty? Besides, where am I small? And what the hell are protein powder and amino acids? I've never seen such things at school. However, he knew that these things were very popular for a period in his past life. But Klein felt that his muscles were already perfect. No need to eat any protein powder. What is wrong with my physique? Although not as good as Garp, Sengoku, and Zefa, I'm still better than Sanji, Shanks, Luffy, etc. Watson seemed to have discovered a blind spot. Garp and Dragon have similar physiques. But when it comes to Luffy, the possibility of Dragon being cuckolded is slim. So it must be because of his mother? Garp and Dragon's genes are so strong. Luffy is only 174 meters tall. Is this reasonable? At this moment, Instructor Carter stepped forward to speak for Klein, although it seemed he had nothing to teach Klein usually. But he is still a student of the session. Hey, you guy. Klein's talent and strength are the best among the students I've taught. Don't underestimate his little frame. His strength is not small. Admiral Lincoln laughed heartily. Wow, your student. That little kid is not bad, but the others are not up to par. You old bone, actually looking down on my student? Your talent back then was far inferior to Klein's. Instructor Carter raised his eyebrows. Then he boasted. If you were at this age, Klein could defeat you with one punch. Klein, who was listening to the two bickering, broke out in a fine sweat on his forehead. You two can argue. Why drag me into it? This could easily hurt teammates and innocent people, you know, being stuck between two big shots. I'm feeling very anxious. The fierce gaze of the Violent Bear Admiral shot at Klein, grinning. Then let me test the strength of the one who dares to call himself the most talented student in history. You kid, listen. I don't want to hear it, but Klein had no choice. Go all out. The Violent Bear Admiral pointed at his chest, his suit bulging high due to his exaggerated pectoral muscles, like two small mountains. He stared intently at Klein. Let me see your strength. Don't hold back. Carter looked at Klein. Little Klein, this guy looks down on you. To show your full strength and let the Violent Bear Admiral see your abilities. Klein felt all eyes on him. Should he go all out? While he was still pondering, the Violent Bear Admiral urged. Hey kid, hurry up. Don't worry. I won't bully you. I won't use iron blocks or Haki. A student who just entered school for a few months can only have a few hundred points of strength at most, enough to scratch himself. With my years of honed massive muscles, even without using iron blocks, their hardness is not weaker than steel. This is what you said. Then don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, with the Admiral's physique, taking one punch from me wouldn't even count as a minor injury. Klein's expression hardened, and his aura instantly became fierce, while Sengoku and Garp retreated. Wah! The violent bear admiral laughed. Not bad, there's some momentum, come on. Let me show you what a super strong man's muscles are like. Klein maintained his momentum, his fist clenched tightly. How dare someone call him small? Isn't that mocking him? Weak dog? Can you do it? JPG wow. Flames ignited in his deep eyes, concentrating his will and accumulating strength into his fist. The streamlined muscles on his arms were filled with power and beauty. Veins bulged. Klein exerted force with his feet, leaping into the air, raising his fist with a large motion. At this moment, he felt his fist was burning. That was an angry counterattack. The power of muscles. How can it compare to the power of spending money? Klein, just don't believe it. I've spent almost 100 million, even if you were an admiral, without using iron blocks and Haki. You think you can block my punch? I see you're showing off in front of Guangdong. The violent bear admiral stood still, showing great interest as he watched Klein. Come on, your little muscles still need training. Fistbone impact. Iron Fist LV. 2 activated. Bang. The fist, wrapped in a fierce gust of wind and air waves, accurately struck the violent bear admiral's chest. The next second, the originally calm violent bear admiral's eyes bulged out, his face twisted, mouth opening as a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Puffed, his body flew back, crashing through the door. Bright red blood splattered on the smooth floor like blooming roses. Everyone who witnessed this scene was collectively dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Oh my God, he is so brave. He actually dared to hit an admiral, and even made the admiral spit blood and flew out? Chapter 66 What? The admiral was beaten into a half-paralyzed state? Awesome. Klein, after exerting his utmost strength in a punch, felt completely relaxed. All negative emotions were released with that punch, and the solid impact made him feel invigorated. If only he could throw a few more punches. Meanwhile, the flying bear was feeling like the sky had fallen, cursing Instructor Carter in his heart. That old bastard Carter was truly a beast. Is this the strength a student possesses? The power Klein unleashed was almost comparable to that of a rear admiral. If this guy mastered armament Haki, that punch just now wouldn't just be a minor injury. That old bastard Carter wouldn't be intentionally setting me up, right? At this moment, Bear Lincoln was regretting deeply. What huge embarrassment. It's all Carter's fault. In the hall, Instructor Carter placed a hand on Klein's shoulder, giving a thumbs up with a beaming smile. Ah, Klein, well done. That punch was even more enjoyable than hitting him myself. Klein grinned. Instructor, can you be generous with the cost of the door repair? Count as mine. The instructor was in an incredibly good mood and immediately turned to extort the bear. He just didn't say that all the expenses would be counted on Klein. Hearing that the instructor would cover the repair costs, Klein's smile widened. Suddenly, several panicked cries shocked everyone present. Dad! Dad! The Navy's 4 Blossoms burst through the door, heading straight for the flying bear. What? The bear admiral is the dad of the Navy's 4 Blossoms? Klein suddenly had a look of realization. No wonder they all had figures more exaggerated than male bodybuilders. So it turns out, like father, like daughter, what a good girl, but she insists on building such big, exaggerated muscles. Outside the door, the bear stood up, his already dark face now blending even more with the night. Only the whites of his eyes, filled with angry bloodshot veins, looked not only frightening, but also terrifying. Hood, hood, hood. With every step, his feet heavily stomped on the ground as he walked toward the bath hall. Klein quickly shouted, Admiral Bear, you'll have to pay for any damage. The bear admiral stood frozen at the door, his raised foot hovering in the air. Finally, he gently lowered it, as if lifting a feather. His tiger-like eyes brimmed with resentment. But he was no longer as furious as he had been in the heat of the moment. He walked straight up to Klein, looking down at him. Klein, very good. Are you interested in joining my subordinates? The surrounding students gradually came to their senses, seeing the Admiral personally invite Klein. Each one of them had a look of substantial envy in their eyes, wishing they could be the ones standing in front of the Bear Admiral. Klein countered, "Admiral Bear, is there money to be made by following you? Is there enough freedom?" These 2 points were extremely important to him. After all, in this era, how could he safely stay stationed at the Navy branch? He definitely needed to go out and have some adventures. Who doesn't know there's gold on Sky Island? Seeking out the nature-type Rumble Fruits traveler was like finding fish in water. Aside from PDED, who couldn't be cut down, what couldn't be cut down? He still needed to find Kaido and ask him to be his godfather. Money? Freedom? The Bear Admiral was a bit dumbfounded. Money and freedom. Aren't those things pirates pursue? We are the Navy, and we pursue justice. As a Navy officer, one should have ideals and goals. Ideals? Can ideals be eaten? No one talks about that. Only money and strength are the most practical. Goals. Our small goal is to earn 1 billion berries first. The big goal is another matter altogether. Klein was a bit disappointed, while Karp beside him looked anxious, elbowing him and whispering in Klein's ear, "Hey bro, how many people envy the chance to follow an admiral like that? Don't be foolish. An admiral is the highest combat power of the Navy." Although Klein didn't know how much weight this guy carried, he certainly was strong. But this muscle-bound bald Chong looked a bit unreliable. Following an admiral doesn't guarantee safety, and there's only one admiral in the Navy right now. Dangerous missions would all fall to the Bear Admiral. It's still early to graduate. I'll decide after graduation whether to join your ranks. Klein politely declined the Bear Admiral's invitation. Foolish. The other students immediately looked at him with expressions of frustration, pounding their chests in dismay. How could he refuse? What a great opportunity to follow an admiral. Getting 3 meals a day, promotions, and salary raises would be simple. Bah! Klein thought it would be more like getting beaten 3 times a day. He had money, his strength was improving quickly, and upgrading and getting raises was hard. In this world, you still have to rely on your fists. Look at Smoker. He rose to Rear Admiral in 2 years. Fast enough, right? Yet he ended up beaten to a pulp. If it weren't for Akiji coming to the rescue, Smoker would have been kicked to death on the roadside. Without strength, being a Rear Admiral can cost you your life. Earning money, but having no life to spend it is one of life as tragedies. Good boy, I remember you. The Bear Admiral laughed heartily. Wow, your punch has quite the power. You'll definitely make a name for yourself on the seas in the future. Your title as a Navy genius is well-deserved. With the Bear Admiral's affirmation, the title of Navy genius was very secure. Then he turned to Carter. "Old man, I didn't expect you to pick up a treasure." Hee. Carter was beaming with pride, knowing that Klein would definitely become his most prized disciple. "Hey, old bone, hurry up and go get a massage." The bear shook his head. "I'm not in the mood right now. Not being able to stop Klein's punch shows that my muscles aren't big enough, not hard enough. I still need to train. Forget about tonight." After saying that, he turned and left, deciding to add 2 more cans of protein powder daily, doubling his training volume. The Bear Admiral left, and Karp grabbed Klein's arm, saying, "Foolish. Bro, what a great opportunity you wasted." But Zefa's eyes were filled with envy. The Bear Admiral acknowledging you and following him with his guidance. You would definitely become stronger faster. Sengoku also couldn't understand. It seemed that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, yet Klein actually refused. It didn't make sense. Klein didn't regret at all. Who said that being strong meant having strong teaching ability? Bring out Rayleigh and let S whip the corpse once. How'd you teach? What nonsense did you teach in 2 years? It's not even as good as what old men Kaido and Bing Wulong taught. Useless teacher. What did I rely on to become stronger? Cash. As long as I have money, I can solve the problem of strength, regardless of how long it takes. Klein spoke up. "Everyone, stop being dazed. Those who need to take a bath should go take a bath, and those who want a massage should enjoy their massage." In the private room, Klein was giving Sengoku a massage while asking, "Sengoku, do you know about Admiral Bear?" Sengoku replied, "I know a bit. It seems he pursues extreme justice, believing that if you're going to do something, you should do it to the fullest. He likes to inject stimulants during battle. I've heard about athletes using performance-enhancing drugs, but Klein hasn't heard of anyone using them during battles in the pirates. This Marine Admiral. It's clear that not just anyone can become an admiral. When they go all out, they're not human. What tough guy. Just looking at him and considering what he just said, you can tell he must have consumed a lot of protein powder. During his bath and massage, he took several opportunities to sneak to the front desk to check today's sales figures. Looking at the rising numbers, he was overjoyed. The next day, a tremor shook the Marine headquarters. What? Admiral Bear was knocked away by a trainee with one punch? Are you kidding me? An admiral can't even withstand a trainee's punch? The trainee defeated the admiral head-on, causing Admiral Bear to vomit blood. Is that true? The strongest trainee in history, taking down an admiral with one punch. That's too fierce. Admiral Bear was beaten into a coma. Not just a coma, but I've heard he was left paralyzed. Regarding what happened last night in the bathhouse, after a night of fermentation, it's getting more and more outrageous. At the center of the Marine headquarters fortress, Marshal's office, bang, a heavy fist slammed down on the desk. Lincoln, stop lifting those dumbbells, tell me, what the hell is going on? Chapter 67, The Justice of the Admiral, the day of sparring between Karp and Sengoku. You are a dignified admiral of the Navy, and now rumors are spreading everywhere that you were defeated by a trainee, completely ruining your reputation. Do you still care about the Admiral's name and face? In the office, a 5-meter-tall old man with a youthful appearance and 25 years of service angrily questioned the burly bear in front of him. I just wanted to test Klein's strength. Who knew it would spread like this? The bald bear looked innocent, continuously doing dumbbell lifts, the veins on his biceps bulging. On the coffee table next to him, there was a giant cup filled with a white, viscous liquid. The burly bear held a dumbbell in one hand and raised the bottle to his mouth for a big gulp. Gulp, gulp. I must train my muscles to be bigger and stronger. Hard work will surely bring strength. Then tell me, why are there rumors outside that you were left half paralyzed after being beaten? The burly bear had an innocent expression. I practiced too hard last night and cramped up, so I needed someone to help me to the toilet. Admiral O'Haden was speechless. So the rumors had spread this wildly? Who on earth is responsible? Can't they accumulate some virtue? Those who spread rumors should be cursed. O'Haden pressed his forehead and waved his hand at the burly bear. You can leave now. And please avoid such misunderstandings in the future. The reputation and face of the Navy Admiral. As the words were on his lips, he looked at the burly bear who was still drinking protein powder and lifting weights, almost having a heart attack. I can't believe. I thought you were drinking milk. You're almost 60 years old. This is giving me a headache. Just go handle your own business. O'Haden waved his hand, signaling the bear to leave. Once the burly bear left, he immediately opened a drawer and took out a magazine. His eyes lit up. Oh, the designer of his swimsuit deserves extra points. Such long and fair legs. Wow, this one is big. This one looks good. This one is not bad either. Wait a minute. Admiral O'Haden suddenly changed his expression, thinking, did Carter open a bathhouse? Good grief. That guy didn't even inform me. I treated him like a brother. Arranged for him to take such an easy job as an instructor, and he didn't even invite me to the good stuff? How could he? He quickly put the magazine back in the drawer, locked it, and walked towards the Navy school with his hands behind his back. At the Navy school, dressed in a very flashy pink suit and draped in a justice cloak, O'Haden entered the school without obstruction. Upon seeing Instructor Carter, O'Haden asked sternly, Carter, I heard there's a genius among this year's trainees who made Lincoln cough up blood. Is that true? It is true. Klein is my most proud disciple. I discovered his extraordinary talent among the trainees at a glance, and under my careful guidance. Stop. O'Haden frowned. Old man, I know what skills you have. I can even guess what color of underwear you are wearing today. Red. Carter's face darkened, hurriedly looking down at his pants. Realizing he wasn't wearing any underwear today, what a mistake. How's this old man know? This is creepy. Little did he know. O'Haden knew Carter like the back of his hand. O'Haden, did you come to the school just to see my disciple, the most talented trainee in Navy history, Klein? Carter changed the subject. Ahem. O'Haden's expression was serious. I came today for two things. First, to understand Klein's situation, and second, I heard you build a bathhouse at the school. Why wasn't this reported? Instructor Carter immediately retorted. This matter shouldn't need to be reported to you, right? Didn't you always advocate that if there's a problem, you should think of a way to solve it yourself first, and only report if you really can't solve it? It's all to cultivate the Navy's ability to handle problems and solve troubles. With one sentence, he left O'Hayden speechless. This does indeed sound like something I said. O'Hayden nodded. Then take me to see how the bathhouse is being built, and also have Klein's information sorted out and sent to my office. Finally, I want a free annual pass, he thought contentedly as he returned to his admiral's office. On the desk was Klein's information. Moretti Klein, 18-year-old genius, enrolled in the year 1462, learned the 6 forms in one go, astonishing growth every month. Parents, evaluation, the juice of an admiral. Looking at the very detailed and comprehensive report, O'Hayden's eyes sparkled. Being an admiral is great. Being an admiral is great, but he is too young, only 18 years old. It'll probably take 10 years to grow into an admiral. If I wait another 10 years, I might be too old to retire. It seems the hope still lies with that guy in the sky. Hurry up and grow up. Take over my position as admiral of the Navy sooner. I really don't want to be admiral anymore. After putting the information in the drawer, he took out the photo magazine and leisurely started flipping through it. He soon showed an infatuated expression. This one is bigger. This one has fair, tender skin. This one has long legs, definitely nice to carry on the shoulder. Meanwhile, on the wall behind him, a painting read, The Charismatic Justice. The Platinum Bathhouse officially opened, and business was good, but the profit sharing would be settled at the end of the month. Every day, Klein also needed to take some time to teach the technicians massage techniques. Besides that, more time was spent on training sessions and teaching Karp the Iron Fist. The second-level Iron Fist. Karp has been suffering these days. Soon, the day of the sparring match between Karp and Sengoku arrived. The abandoned shipyard. The moonlight was as cold and beautiful as ever, hanging in the sky. Klein handed a pack of sanbei to Zefa beside him, enjoying the snacks while watching. Bro, aren't you nervous? Nervous? Klein smiled slightly. It's not me who is sparring. Besides, you only get nervous if the opponent is strong. Karp and Sengoku. Their current strength can no longer make me feel nervous. To deal with them, I just need to make a slight move to beat them up. Crunch. Crunch. Klein happily munched on the senbei, which was crispy and delicious. This thing is truly addictive. Then, he shouted to Karp. Karp, brother, go for it. Win, and the reward is yours. Lose, and you'll get the full force of the loving Iron Fist. Full force of the loving Iron Fist? You mean I'll get my head smashed? Hearing this, Karp couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, the evening breeze blew, lightly sweeping the sand and stones on the ground. He stared seriously at Sengoku, who had an explosive hairstyle, and said, Sengoku, this sparring session is not like the usual ones. I must win. I also have a reason to win. Sengoku's expression was particularly serious. His fists clenched tightly as he got into position. Chapter 68. Karp versus Sengoku, the strongest illusion. If he loses to Karp, he will have to call Klein, who is a year younger than him, brother. If that happens, he won't be able to hold his head up in front of Klein for the rest of his life. He absolutely cannot lose. Sengoku kept telling himself this in his heart. In the distance, Klein grinned and shouted, Sengoku, get ready to call me brother. I'll definitely have your back from now on. Sengoku's face darkened, and hearing Klein's arrogant tone, a flame of anger ignited in his belly. He transferred that flame to Karp in front of him. Karp, bring it on. Whoosh. Karp launched the first attack, darting towards Sengoku like a tiger, closing the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. He threw a powerful punch towards Sengoku. The fierce punch stirred up a violent wind, creating a howling sound. Whoosh. Sengoku, already in position, crossed his arms to block Karp's punch. Iron block. Bang. The collision produced a dull sound. The powerful punch caused Sengoku to slide back several meters. His eyes widened in shock. A tingling sensation spread through his arms, and he thought, what incredible strength. This guy has improved so much in just a month. Karp, with a grin, laughed, ha ha ha, Sengoku. Let's see how many punches you can block. Taking a big step forward, his muscular arms bulged. Sengoku's massive body, feeling the numbness in his arms, twisted in an oddly strange arc, as if he was dodging Karp's punch by sticking close to Karp's arm. Boom! Karp's punch exploded beside Sengoku's ear, crashing through the ladder of the derelict ship behind him, creating a large hole. Half of his arm was stuck in the ladder. With chips flew everywhere. Good opportunity. Sengoku twisted his waist, and his strong, muscular thighs unleashed terrifying explosive power. He kicked towards Karp's head with a whip-like leg. The air erupted with a bang. This kick was as powerful as a spear swung by a weightlifter. Karp raised his arm. Iron block. Bang! The forceful kick felt like it struck a hard steel plate. The 2 or 3 collisions happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Zefa stunned, his eyes shining with excitement. He was so tense that he clenched his fists. Crack! Klein propped his head up with one hand, sitting cross-legged on the ground, munching on senbei from a snack bag, crunching away, thinking, not exciting enough, he hasn't mastered all 6 forms yet. Half an hour passed, and his eyelids were getting heavy. But after half an hour of fierce fighting, both sides clearly showed signs of fatigue. Iron Fist, Karp roared, his voice booming like a bell, waking Klein from his daze. And his eyes lit up. His fist, the size of a sandbag, produced a sonic boom. Bang! As Sengoku's body flew backward, he crashed into the derelict ship, creating a large dent, and the latter template cracked with loud pops. With a partial mastery of Iron Fist, Karp's punch was extraordinarily powerful. The swelling on his head was not from taking hits for nothing. Ha ha, Sengoku, admit defeat. You're no match for me. Karp grinned, as if he had already won. He was ready to pop open champagne right then and there. Blood trickled from the corner of Sengoku's mouth. His palm, and even his arm felt numb, and he could only feel a tingling sensation. Cough, cough, Karp, it's not over yet. I won't lose. I can't lose. Don't think you can win me like this. With blood in his mouth, he sensed that everything around him became exceptionally quiet, leaving only the sound of his heart racing like an engine, pounding loudly. If he lost, he not only had to call Klein brother, but he would also completely lose to his good buddy Karp. He couldn't accept it. Thump, thump. His heart beat even stronger. And Sengoku raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. His thighs exploded with powerful strength, launching him like an arrow. His fist carried a surging wave of air. Still not giving up? Karp frowned. Then I'll defeat you with my loving Iron Fist. He punched out. Like a battering ram, it responded to Sengoku's attack. Bang! Their fists collided, creating visible ripples in the air, stirring up the dust and sand around them. Suddenly, Sengoku staggered back several steps, prompting Karp to laugh aloud. Useless. Klein's fist bones have astonishing power. This fighting style is naturally suited to me. What do you have to win? Sengoku felt his arms go numb again. The knuckles of his fist bloodied and oozing. No, I can't lose. I don't want to call that younger guy brother. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Klein put down his snack bag and yelled at Karp, bastard. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Just take him down already, Karp. He sensed that Sengoku was acting strangely, as if his momentum was solidifying. Could it be? Yes, about to trigger a memory kill? Karp and Sengoku's eyes widened. All this time, I've regarded you as a rival. I will never let you leave me behind. Come on. Karp frowned, his gaze fixed on Sengoku's bloodied fist. Hey, Sengoku, if this continues, your fist and your arm 1T hold up. In the distance, Zefa wore a sympathetic expression and couldn't help but shout. You guys, stop fighting. Admit defeat. We're all friends. There's no need. No need to fight like this over a spar. He truly didn't want to see former comrades fighting to the death now. This is just a spar? Huh. Sengoku smirked. Real men don't need pity. After saying that, he endured the pain and numbness in his arm and angrily threw a punch. Iron block. To everyone's shock, Karp's strongest illusion, Iron block, was pushed back several steps by Sengoku's punch. A mouthful of blood erupted from Karp, his face showing disbelief. The power of that punch was surprisingly immense. Klein, feeling anxious, stood up and shouted, Who told you to use Iron block? Attack! Attack! Now he was really anxious. If he lost due to arrogance and carelessness, he absolutely wouldn't let that bastard Karp off the hook. Take a brother's advice. I've been through this. The name of the Iron block, the strongest illusion, is truly difficult to grasp. Truly difficult to grasp. At that moment, he transformed into an enraged coach on the sidelines, wishing he could jump into the ring himself. Defeat Sengoku. Injured. Karp regained his composure, laughing instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. That punch had some power, but compared to my fist bones, it's still far off. Fist bone impact. Weak version. Currently, Karp had not awakened the Conqueror's Haki, nor had he mastered the armament Haki. Therefore, this move fist bone impact was a far cry from the complete version. Even so, his massive fist tore through the air, producing a thunderous boom. The momentum was astonishing. Iron block. This time, it was Sengoku who used the strongest illusion, and he had no confidence in countering the punch. Thanks to user 58750627 for the gift. If you don't abandon me, I would like to take you as my godfather. Thanks to my big brother for the gift. We've become brothers for life. Loyalty. Play a passionate and upbeat DJ song. Thanks to our big brother, ready go. Wishing our big brother smooth sailing and good fortune. A wonderful year and bright prospects. Your train on data up till October 2023. Chapter 69. The Second Awakening of the Warring States. Unleashing Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Garp's fist slammed into Sengoku's chest, instantly sending Sengoku flying and creating a person-shaped hole in the derelict ship behind him. This punch should be enough to defeat Sengoku, right? Garp grinned. What level are you at? Using the same iron block as me. If I can't defend against it, can you? Even Klein was nervously watching the hole in the ship's body. Is the iron block really that useful? Beside him, Zefa looked puzzled. Brother, you seem to have little faith in the iron block. Of course, I have no faith. Even the indestructible Kaido has been defeated, and the iron balloon, Lin, was pierced through. The iron block is a curse for whoever uses it. Offense is always the best defense. Klein answered Zefa with a very classic line. Zefa nodded thoughtfully, half understanding. It sounds very reasonable. Klein patted his shoulder and said solemnly, Listen to me, the iron block is deep water. Even I can't handle it. Zefa nodded, recalling that even Klein's iron block was repelled by Garp last time. Plus, with Klein being so talented and powerful, if he says the iron block is not useful, there must be a reason. It's best to heed the advice. Inside the derelict ship, some splintered wood or scratches had either cut into Sengoku's skin, causing blood to seep from his wounds. He looked extremely disheveled. Sengoku's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. He was on the verge of fainting. Could it be? Could he really lose to Garp? Should he call Klein brother? He's only a year younger. No way. Sengoku's pupils constricted, refocusing, a crimson light suddenly appearing in his eyes, and he murmured, No. I can't lose, I can't lose. Absolutely not. The last two words roared out, and an inexplicable energy surged forth from his body. It coalesced in the air into a tangible wave of energy, bursting forth from the hole in the derelict ship. Wherever the Conqueror's Haki passed, the dust illuminated by the moonlight seemed to freeze in place. This powerful momentum surged forth like the roar of dragons and tigers, sweeping everything away. In an instant, Sengoku seemed to become a king reigning over all. Garp, the first to be struck by this momentum, was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in shock. What an overwhelming presence. He felt a chill throughout his body. The hot blood that had been surging within him came to a halt. His pores involuntarily shrank, as if encountering a terrifying beast. He felt fear. Even the reaction speed of his seasoned mind seemed to slow down. Klein was shocked, his mind racing. Sengoku has truly exploded. Awakened Conqueror's Haki? Damn. Meanwhile, Zefa beside him rolled his eyes and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Truly, young people have good sleep quality. They can just fall asleep. So nice. Klein was stunned for 2.5 seconds, then quickly regained his composure, ripples forming in his heart. He didn't expect that forcing Sengoku and Garp to spar would lead to Sengoku awakening Conqueror's Haki. Damn. He felt that every time he pressured Garp or Sengoku, the other party would explode. Is there any reason left? When will it be my turn? But as he thought about how badly Sengoku was beaten, he shivered and extinguished that thought. Too much suffering. Better to be cautious. The wise adapt to the times. It's best not to gamble on that mysterious nostalgic trigger. At the moment Garp was stunned, Sengoku's figure shot out from the hole in the derelict ship like an arrow, landing a punch on Garp's face, deforming his facial muscles. Bam! Garp was sent flying, rolling on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. At the same time, several Navy elites who had fallen asleep in the Navy headquarters suddenly opened their eyes. The raging bear, still lifting weights, abruptly put down the heavy barbell, which crashed down. Boom! The ends of the barbell created small pits in the ground as cracks spread out. Conqueror's Haki? Who is it? The raging bear was startled. Could it be that some audacious pirate attacked the headquarters? He rushed out of the room, leaping nimbly like a black cat onto the roof. Then, he quickly dashed towards the direction from which the Conqueror's Haki emanated. Meanwhile, in the small mansion of the Fleet Admiral, O'Hayden's pupils widened in shock as he sensed the impact of Conqueror's Haki in the headquarters. What happened? He threw off the covers, revealing his flashy cartoon flower shorts, and quickly got dressed. Grabbing a transponder snail, he dialed out, "Lincoln, it's me. Did you feel that Conqueror's Haki just now?" "Yes, I felt it. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon." "All right. Report to me immediately when you arrive." Click. The transponder snail hung up, and Admiral O'Hayden directly opened the window, jumping off the balcony, using moonwalk to fly quickly through the air. In the derelict shipyard, even though the raging bear hadn't reached the scene yet, his observation Haki had already sensed the situation. He was instantly dumbfounded. What? Are there several trainees? He quickly calmed down, analyzing the situation. It seemed like the trainees were sparring. So, someone awakened Conqueror's Haki? Among this batch of trainees, there actually is someone with the qualifications of a king. Wahaha! The raging bear laughed broadly. Feeling elated, those with the qualifications of a king have immense potential. The Navy has truly struck gold this time. Suddenly, he heard a slight movement in his ear, turned around, and said, "Hey Carter, you actually sensed it too. Conqueror's Haki, a king appearing in the Navy headquarters. It would be strange if you didn't notice." Carter came over, surprised that this old fellow got there first. "What's the situation over there?" The raging bear grinned, letting out his unique laugh. "Wahahaha! Good news. Among this batch of trainees, there is actually one with Conqueror's Haki." "What?" Carter was stunned, unable to believe that the Conqueror's Haki he sensed moments ago was from a trainee. Then, he was mocked by the raging bear. "You this instructor? Not even knowing that a trainee has the qualifications of a king. Truly derelict." "Bastard." Instructor Carter retorted angrily. "How could I know if they don't awaken?" "All right. I want to see which trainee awakened Conqueror's Haki. The most likely candidate should be that Klein kid." He immediately calmed down, wanted to see who it was. If anyone among this batch of trainees awakened Conqueror's Haki, Carter felt it had to be Klein. That guy's current strength was a clear step ahead of the other trainees, and his talent was monstrous. It was only natural for a genius like him to possess Conqueror's Haki. But when he sensed with his observation Haki, he was instantly shocked. It's him? That explosive-haired trainee. Chapter 70. Inspiring Fruit. Off-field magical interference. It's not Klein. That guy Klein is watching the match, and he's even eating sanbei? This surprised Carter greatly. Sengoku actually awakened the Conqueror's Haki. It seems he needs to be cultivated seriously. This guy definitely has great potential to become a Marine Vice Admiral in the future. Carter wasn't sure if Sengoku would definitely become an admiral, but having the qualifications of a king, Sengoku had enormous potential to tap into. Moreover, Sengoku was only 19 years old, very young. Old Ghost Carter. It seems that Sengoku is quite injured, and he's sparring with another student. Admiral Bear, with his arms crossed, displayed his robust muscles, looking on with interest. Of course, Carter knew that the other student was Karp, who was on par with Sengoku in the elite class. Just then, Marine Admiral O'Hayden appeared. "Bear, how could you forget to notify me about the situation here with the transponder snail?" I forgot." Bear scratched his bald head, which reflected the moonlight brightly. O'Hayden asked, "Those kids wearing the Navy school uniforms, who awakened the Conqueror's Haki?" "It's that afro-headed one. His name is Sengoku. Among this batch of students, he's among the best in both talent and strength, second only to Klein." Carter briefly introduced Sengoku's situation. Sensing the situation from afar, O'Hayden sighed deeply. If only this student Sengoku had been born 20 years earlier and joined the Navy, I would have found my successor and retired long ago. He continued, "Such a student is a genius, and now he's awakened the rare Conqueror's Haki. Train him as a successor to the Navy Admiral." "Yes." Carter nodded. Without the Admiral saying so, he would also focus on cultivating Sengoku. Awakening the Conqueror's Haki is indeed rare in the Navy. It can even be said to be extremely rare. Even if there are many with kingly qualifications in the sea, this kind of qualification, if it truly grows, will definitely be a powerful individual with a strong will. At the scrap shipyard, Karp, who was sent flying, was covered in dust and looked somewhat disheveled, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He grinned and said, "Haha, although I don't know what that momentum was just now, I only know that Sengoku, you've gotten stronger. Sparring with you is even more interesting now." His tiger-like eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, staring intensely at Sengoku. Sengoku and Karp exchanged smiles. "Karp, I told you I won't lose to you, and there's no way I'll call Klein brother." With a charge, he moved like a swift cheetah, quick and precise, his fists smashing down, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Iron Fist. Karp retaliated, his arm muscles swelling to the limit, veins popping out like blue ropes twisted around his arms. Full of strength, bang! Their fists collided, igniting the flames in their hearts. Huh! Sengoku threw both fists, each strike powerful, focusing his momentum and willpower into his fists, unleashing strength that surpassed his current limits. Each punch was fierce and strong. Boom, boom, boom. Karp swung his fists left and right, both maintaining a standing posture, their forearms creating afterimages between them. At the same time, both Sengoku and Karp had blood continuously spilling from the corners of their mouths. Their fists were too fast, and both seemed to be going mad, landing many punches on each other. They were both filled with fighting spirit. It felt to Klein like he was watching ferocious beasts battling in an octagonal cage up close. And it was even more exciting. With the explosive awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, Sengoku instantly made up for the huge gap. Damn, Klein's heart was in his throat. He didn't want Karp to lose. What to do? Should he use off-field magical assistance? He remembered a scene from Stephen Chow's movie, where he sparred with Master Duan Shui Lu on the ring, and there was a character played by Uncle De constantly interfering from outside. In the next moment, he took out a small flag folded from paper from his pocket. If it's unfair, then it's unfair. This world is inherently unfair, and I still need Sengoku to call me brother. Klein activated the superhuman type inspiring fruit ability, waving the flag while cheering for Karp. Karp, if you dare to lose to him, I'll smash your head. Try losing just once. I'll make your head bloom. A wave of invisible power was infused into Karp's body under the influence of the inspiring fruit, temporarily making him forget his fatigue and pain. His willpower was revitalized. The ability from the inspiring fruit also triggered the potential within his body, unleashing even greater combat power. Karp's expression changed in surprise, and he was a beat slow with his fist getting knocked away by Sengoku. Blood sprayed from the corner of his mouth, with red droplets floating in the air. My body suddenly became stronger? What was this strange power? He was unclear about why his body was undergoing such abnormal changes. Sengoku was stunned, then shouted, "Karp, you can't lose focus during a fight." Taking 2 or 3 big strides, he raised his fist the size of a sandbag and smashed it towards Karp's face. Karp's eyes widened, suddenly shouting, "Stop!" Boom! A powerful and domineering, substantial shockwave burst violently from his body. Under the impact of this domineering force, Sengoku's attack was affected. Slowing him down, he dodged by tilting his head. "Sengoku, my body has inexplicable strength that makes me stronger." The momentum spread like a fierce wind, stirring up sand and dust everywhere. What the hell? What day is it today? Klein was shocked, almost holding his head in disbelief. Sengoku and Karp both awakened the Conqueror's Haki one after another. No way, guys, did you plan this? If it weren't for me having the Conqueror's Haki myself, that would be too sour. So sour, I'd turn into lemon essence. At this moment, in the pitch-black night, the distant instructor Carter, Admiral Bear, and Marine Admiral O'Hayden were all petrified. They were all shocked beyond measure. Their eyes were wide, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Is this for real? The second student to awaken the Conqueror's Haki? Instructor Carter's mind went blank. It was simply a windfall. Goodness. What kind of monsters are in this batch of students, having 2 people with kingly qualifications? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After teaching for so many years, he had never seen a batch of students with stronger talent than this one. He felt incredibly excited, his expression exhilarated, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. His old face turning bright red, His mouth was almost grinning crookedly as he proudly declared, "These are all my disciples. These are all my proud students." At this moment, he felt that his life had reached its peak. So exciting. Chapter 71, Isn't it just Conqueror's Haki? I can do that too. Admiral Bear was equally ecstatic, grinning widely. Great, great. The Navy has so many talents. I really hope they can grow up quickly and share the pressure of capturing pirates with me. The new pirates today are truly fierce, one stronger than the other. What left a deep impression on him were the newcomers Charlotte Linlin and Shiki, who rose like comets. As the only admiral in the Navy at the moment, any important tasks must be handled by him. Surely, the Navy's fleet admiral can't personally intervene unless the situation becomes extremely serious. This is also the reason why O'Haydon wants to retire, but alas, with the Navy's talent dwindling, he can only hope for Kong. He hopes Kong can grow quickly and take over for him, so he can retire early and enjoy his twilight years. The white-haired and youthful O'Haydon's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the corners of his mouth lifted high. Is the Navy finally about to welcome a historic moment? With such talented students, especially two of them, the next fleet admiral's job will be much easier. Envy to the point of turning purple. Why does this old man only have the clumsy bear as his subordinate? It's been tough these years. He has been longing for retirement, and this longing has lasted for 20 or 30 years. He really doesn't want to be fleet admiral for another day. The three high-ranking Navy officials were very happy, not expecting that there would actually be a second student who could awaken Conqueror's Haki and possess the qualities of a king. Instructor Carter couldn't stop smiling. Two students with the qualities of a king, plus the extraordinarily talented Klein, this batch of students, is definitely the most gifted generation in the history of the Navy Academy. Talents are emerging one after another. It's truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, and I happen to encounter it. What a wonderful fate. From now on, my name will surely be remembered in the history of the Navy Academy. I will become the most outstanding instructor since the establishment of the Navy Academy. Thinking of Klein, Instructor Carter sighed. I originally thought Klein was the most likely to awaken Conqueror's Haki, but unexpectedly, it was Karp and Sengoku who awakened it first. The world is unpredictable. I don't know if in the future, Klein will be surpassed by Karp and Sengoku, possessing the qualities of a king. But there is a great possibility that he will reach the pinnacle of the sea with this kid's talent. It's really a pity to be surpassed by the other two students who awaken the qualities of a king. Suddenly, a more powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted from Klein's body, with an astonishing red light flashing in his eyes, the powerful Haki rendering the world colorless. Everything around lost its color, and even time and space seemed to come to a standstill. The dust, illuminated by the moonlight, froze in midair. The Conqueror's Haki unleashed from Klein shattered Karp's Haki like a withered tree, causing him to tremble, his pupils dilating. He felt as if his brain was being struck by a giant hammer, dizzy and disoriented. Brother, he actually unleashed the same aura, and it's even stronger than mine and Sengoku's, almost instantly shattering my aura. Sengoku, beside him, felt cold all over. The moment he was swept by the aura, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He shivered all over. His heart involuntarily contracted, feeling a strong sense of fear and danger. Sengoku turned to look at Klein. What kind of power is this that makes one feel an unprecedented fear from the depths of their heart? Klein, he actually mastered this power so skillfully? He didn't understand. But Klein's aura was clearly much stronger, with a stronger effect. Moreover, it seemed to be under his free control, which they were completely unaware of. This guy was so weak just a few months ago, was he pretending? At that moment, when he was intimidated by the Haki, he felt as if a great mountain suddenly weighed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Cold sweat poured down his body. You think you're the only ones who have it. I have what you have, and I have what you don't have. Klein raised the corners of his mouth, crossing his arms. For one day, I am your brother. For a lifetime, I am your brother. A confident and flamboyant expression stood out on his handsome face. And, domineering, I am your brother. How could I let you two younger brothers overshadow me? Don't think that only you have Conqueror's Haki. Who do you look down on? I am destined to become a legendary man on the sea. However, the only one injured was Zefa, who had already fainted on the ground for a long time. Zefa, Who will speak for me? Being impacted by Conqueror's Haki twice in one day. Who understands? Family. I just came to watch the battle. Who knew that while watching, I would inexplicably be stunned and fall asleep? The high-ranking Navy officials watching from afar were once again shocked beyond measure. Klein's Conqueror's Haki was like a cannonball smashing into the calm surface of the water. Boom! It created a high splash and stirred up a turbulent wave. The three of them were paralyzed all over. Gulu, Instructor Carter, felt as if he were in a dream, swallowing hard. He reached out and pinched his thigh fiercely. Hiss! He gasped at hurt. I'm not dreaming. Instructor Carter was ecstatic, his face flushed with excitement, madly sharing with the other two. Klein also has the qualities of a king. He also has Conqueror's Haki. 3. This batch of students has 3 who awakened Conqueror's Haki. Unprecedented. It really is unprecedented. In one batch of students, 3 people awakened Conqueror's Haki. He really was dreaming. Something he wouldn't even dare to think about. Yet this scene was indeed happening right before his eyes. It was too incredible. Instructor Carter excitedly grabbed Bear's body and shook him, his face beaming like a blooming flower, squeezing out many wrinkles. Bear, quickly tell me, this is all real. I'm not dreaming. At this moment, Admiral Bear's expression was dull and dazed. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, even without the shock fruit. He was stunned at this moment. 3 possessors of Conqueror's Haki. What kind of monsters are these students? If they grow up, the next generation will definitely be the most glorious era of the Navy. The era of the Navy is coming. This is Conqueror's Haki, which is only 1 in a million, and even rarer in the Navy. Moreover, these 3 students in front of him have all awakened. Having it is one thing. Awakening it is another matter entirely. Marshal O'Hayden beside him was almost in tears, feeling a pang in his heart. Why? Why did my generation have so many talented students? If our generation had geniuses like them, I wouldn't even have to become the fleet admiral, dealing with Navy affairs and facing the pressure from the Gorosei. It's too hard for me. While feeling sour inside, O'Hayden did not show it on his face, reaching out to stroke his white beard, smiling broadly. Haha, great. And have you noticed? This guy Klein's Conqueror's Haki is clearly 1 or 2 levels stronger than the recently awakened Karp. He can even control Conqueror's Haki very well. Good. With his talent, he is expected to become an admiral. This point made him even more pleasantly surprised, representing that Klein is very skilled. Such control at this age is truly rare. Instructor Carter's eyes shone brightly, like a blazing light in the darkness. Klein was only 18 years old this year, and with his genius learning ability and royal qualifications, he was undoubtedly a monster. And then there was Karp and Sengoku. Our Navy could definitely create unprecedented glory in the coming decades. Genius is rare, and having 3 such talented individuals in front of him was even more extraordinary. The excitement in Instructor Carter's heart was about to leap out of his throat. But suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, turning a shade of dark blue, and he felt a drumbeat in his heart. Oh no, I made a lot of money using Klein's devilish footwork before. If he finds out about this, given Klein's love for money, it's very likely he would see me as an enemy. That guy values money like life itself. If he knows I made a fortune off him, how could he handle it? I couldn't do it myself, let alone Klein. No, I must act before he finds out. Maybe I should discuss it with him and give him a share? Instructor Carter's heart ached immensely. Asking him for money felt even more painful than cutting his flesh. However, thinking about it, the money still had to be given. For the sake of Klein's monstrous talent, I'll give him this face. O'Hayden nodded happily. That's right. But the fact that the 3 of them awakened Conqueror's Haki must be kept secret for now. At least until they grow up. It's best not to let more people know. If only they had been born a bit earlier. He felt quite melancholic and somewhat uncomfortable, glancing sideways at the Iron Fool Bear. Day in and day out, all he knows is lifting weights and drinking protein powder. Does he know how difficult it is for me to be this Navy admiral? Just look at the mess the Navy was in during those tumultuous times. Sigh. Saying too much brings tears. Looking at these 3 promising talents in front of him, it was infuriating how people could compare. In the future, commanding 3 fierce generals with empty hands, What an impressive sight it would be to be the Navy Admiral. O'Haden could only lament that he was born at the wrong time. Meanwhile, Zefa, lying on the ground, continued to be overlooked. Without eating a transparent fruit, he had become invisible, possessing the ability to hide. How wonderful that was. Daily Picture. Feeling happy, Chapter 72 Bro. The new Ududu. Future Admiral Sengoku. Admiral O'Haden suddenly frowned, looking worried. Carter, this may not be a good thing. 3 kings have suddenly appeared, and now 2 of them are in battle. In the future, if their ideologies and sense of justice clash, it might stir up the greatest chaos in naval history. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki not only have an innate talent, but also represent their pursuit and dreams in certain aspects, possessing an extraordinary willpower. Firm and unyielding. The appearance of 3 individuals with kingly potential in the same class at the Naval Academy is unprecedented. If a conflict arises between kings, the resulting disaster would be absolutely devastating. Hearing this, General Bear also frowned. This worry seems to be happening right now. Karp and Sengoku were both covered in wounds and blood, clearly having gone through intense battles. Conflicts have already begun to erupt, and by the time these students grow into strong figures, it won't be about destroying the world, but it will definitely be earth-shattering. Ha ha! Carter suddenly laughed. Admiral, Lincoln, your concerns are somewhat unnecessary. As far as I know, that guy Klein has already subdued the other 2. With Klein's talent, suppressing or neutralizing the other 2 is definitely not a problem. Oh, O'Haden looked surprised, the worry on his face diminishing significantly. He had seen Klein's information before. This guy is very obsessed with money, but he didn't expect him to have this ability too. General Bear recalled the scene in the bathhouse and laughed. Ha ha, I did hear that big guy named Karp call Klein bro. At that time, Karp was even trying to persuade Klein to join his side. It seems that this kid is also a powerful talent. He can recruit him in the future. Moreover, compared to Klein's small stature, he prefers bigger, more robust guys like Karp. They look much more pleasing, but still his muscles are too small. He needs to train. Instructor Carter witnessed Klein defeat Karp firsthand. And during training, Karp treats Klein with utmost respect, calling him bro, just like a little brother, similar to the future Akiji and Karp. He spoke again, just watch. I want to see how Klein suppresses the other 2 students with kingly potential. O'Haden planned to observe and would naturally intervene if necessary. He hoped to lead these 3 exceptionally talented students to guide the Navy towards glory. At the scrapyard, Karp came to his senses and rushed in front of Klein, excitedly asking, Bro, what was that aura you released just now? So powerful. As he spoke, he tried to find the feeling from before, glaring intensely at Klein. But after trying more than 10 times, he still couldn't activate and release the Conqueror's Haki from his body again. Klein's lips twitched. Who understands Karp's constant blinking and glaring abstractly? Karp, stop throwing me those puppy eyes. It's giving me goosebumps. Bro, I just want to try and see if I can release that aura again. Karp smiled sheepishly, reaching into the snack bag in Klein's hand and pulling out a piece of sunbae, stuffing it into his mouth. Delicious. Klein put down the snack bag, raised the corner of his mouth, and explained, This is the Conqueror's Haki, a kingly potential that only 1 in a million possesses on the sea. It can intimidate. Conqueror's Haki is innate, indicating that your talent is quite good. You're just a little behind me. Ha ha. Karp immediately burst into laughter. Only 1 in a million? I really am a genius. I see you're quite remarkable too. The next moment, he felt Klein's oppressive gaze, making his scalp tingle, and then added, Bro is the genius among geniuses. I see. Sengoku showed a look of realization. But thinking back to the Conqueror's Haki Klein had released earlier, which was far stronger, refined, and utterly shattered his aura. Damn it, that bastard Klein is once again way ahead. So frustrating. Why is it that this guy, who was weak just a few months ago, is now stronger than me in every way? It's really infuriating. I just want to punch that arrogant face of his. All right, now please continue the previous battle. Klein continued to sit cross-legged on the ground, casually picking up the snack bag. Crunch, crunch. Seeing this, Sengoku's forehead twitched, but thinking of Klein's strength, the anger that had just flared up was immediately extinguished. What a powerless feeling. At this moment, Karp's square face still held confusion as he asked again. Bro, just now I felt a strange power suddenly surge within my body. But I don't know why. That was the power of love I gave you. The power of love? Karp's expression froze, feeling as if his scalp was about to split open. So itchy. Klein swallowed the senbei in his mouth and said, Hey, I said you two have rested enough, right? If you're done, hurry up. He reached out and shook the unconscious Zefa beside him. Wake up. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss the conclusion. Huh? Zefa groggily awakened, feeling his brain was hazy. Bro, what just happened? Why did I suddenly pass out? You were tired. I was tired. Zefa was confused, wondering why he didn't know it himself. I wasn't tired. That duel was so exciting. It got my blood boiling. How could I be tired? Just a bit dizzy. Could it be that Klein hit me on the back of the head? He didn't dare to ask or say. In the arena, Karp and Sengoku continued to fight, both taking a brief rest, now full of energy. The battle entered a heated stage. Now that Karp had awakened Conqueror's Haki, he also belonged to the explosive category, combined with his iron fists. In the end, there were no unexpected incidents, and he successfully won the sparring match. The heavy stone in Klein's heart finally fell. He let out a long sigh, thinking, Sengoku has exploded twice today. If he explodes again, he won't be human anymore. Karp, with both hands on his knees, was panting heavily, looking at Sengoku lying on the ground, grinning. Sengoku, in the end I still won. Sengoku felt like his whole body was falling apart. He turned his head away, not wanting to see Karp's proud face. In the end, he lost, but he knew he had given it his all. Though defeated, he held his head high. Sengoku thought at this moment, the boxing techniques Klein taught Karp are indeed impressive. The power Karp uses is so strong. If Klein were to use this technique now, the power. But suddenly he thought of his loss, and from now on, he would have to call Klein bro. His mood plummeted to the bottom, sinking into the cold and dark depths of the sea. This lifetime, the biggest stain in his life is coming. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Klein immediately smiled at Sengoku, who looked dejected and lifeless. Sengoku, isn't it time to change your title to bro? Sengoku, lying on the ground, suddenly felt that all his injuries no longer hurt, and his blood surged straight to his brain. Shame, anger, helplessness, various emotions intertwined, eventually transforming into a gritted teeth shout. Brother, calling like this is not good for your teeth. You'll get used to it in the future. Klein suppressed his laughter. His handsome face was almost as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. From now on, he is the brother of the Navy's Iron Triangle. How delightful. Of course, Klein knew that it felt great now, and it would only feel better in the future. Endless delight. When Sengoku becomes a general, marshal, Karp becomes a vice admiral, and Zefa becomes a general, then they can continue to call him brother. That would be so impressive. At that time, even better. Just as Klein was immersed in his happiness, a sudden cough startled several people. Cough, cough. In the darkness, Marshal O'Hayden, accompanied by General Bear and Instructor Carter, walked out. As they walked, O'Hayden had a smile on his face. Carter, I now believe your previous judgment. Ha. Carter also laughed happily. If others are monsters, that kid Klein is the monster among monsters. The three of them, General Bear, who was 4 to 5 meters tall, Marshal O'Hayden, who was over 2 meters tall, and Carter, dressed in a suit, had an impressive aura. Marshal O'Hayden, General Bear, Instructor Carter, Klein, and the others immediately stood up straight and saluted. Even Sengoku, who was lying on the ground, got up to salute, wincing in pain from his injuries, gritting his teeth and gasping. Marshal O'Hayden spoke first. Klein, Karp, Sengoku, you are all genius students of the Navy School, each having awakened the Conqueror's Haki, and you will surely grow into excellent Navy leaders in the future. I hope you will not spread the news of your Conqueror's Haki for the time being. This is for your own good. Zefa, who was not mentioned, looked disappointed, unable to hide his emotions in his eyes. Why was T.I. included? What is this Conqueror's Haki that Marshal mentioned? He was completely puzzled. So, something extraordinary must have happened when he fainted earlier. Understood. Klein was the first to respond. He certainly knew the importance of being cautious. Of course, revealing talent isn't bad, depending on the situation. Klein also guessed that it must be Karp and Sengoku awakening their Conqueror's Haki, which caught the attention of these strong figures from the Navy headquarters. They must have seen him unleash his Conqueror's Haki. Presumably, he had already entered the site of the big shots, leaving a deep impression. Promotions and salary increases should be smoother in the future. However, Klein hoped even more that all these old-timers would retire, and that the generals and marshals would be replaced by his brothers. Then, who could control him? O'Haydon smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. I am very pleased that you have this awareness. Of course, as genius students, I will arrange for Carter to provide you with special training and better welfare benefits. I hope you can become outstanding Navy leaders as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it's too late. They can't help me with my troubles. Sigh, saying too much only brings tears. The world government won't let me retire either. How ridiculous. Can benefits be exchanged for money? Klein's eyes lit up, immediately asking the question he cared about the most. Benefits? What benefits can compare to real money? Beside him, Karp, Sengoku, and Zefa looked tense. Brother, you dare to say anything. You dare to make any demands. This is the Navy Marshal. O'Haydon fell silent for a moment. He had seen Klein's information and knew this student was particularly fond of money. He nodded yes. A genius among geniuses naturally deserves special treatment. Klein's heart soared with joy, and he took the opportunity to ask, how much? You are the Navy Marshal. Your words are as good as a promise. Daily illustration. Feeling happy. Chapter 73. You will always be our respected Marshal, loyal. Ha! O'Haydon suddenly found it amusing. Are the current trainees so bold? How much do you think is appropriate? That dignified gaze, filled with scrutiny, made Klein feel immense pressure. He silently raised his hand and pointed his index finger, just as he was about to say that number. 100 million? O'Haydon laughed and said, no problem. I meant 10 million berries. You just casually mentioned 100 million, as if it's a small target for others. This is too cool. I love you, old man. Klein's face lit up. You will always be our respected Marshal. Loyal Orange. 100 million. He and T earned that much in several months of hard work. Yet the Admiral just casually mentioned 100 million. Truly, an Admiral is extravagant. All right, let Carter handle the rest. It's too late. I need to go back and continue sleeping. Ha! O'Haydon yawned. You young people are great, full of energy. He then turned and disappeared into the night. General Bear looked at the three people before him. Oh, for people. Only Carter was the shortest and smallest in build. Unable to help, but give a heartfelt reminder. Klein, a man needs to have some muscles. You should train more. I'll send you some special protein powder. It's really good. Remember to drink it after training. If that is not enough, I have more. Wahaha. Saying that, he raised his extremely thick arm, resembling an elephant's leg, flexing his biceps like a small hill. He boasted, you need to train to be like me, big and strong. The muscles are indeed big, but Klein really wanted to say the classic line from Teacher Kaido. Dominance is the power that surpasses everything. Are Kaido's muscles big? Are the giant race's muscles big? Yes. Yet didn't they lose to the skinny monkey Luffy? Dead muscles are useless. All show and no substance. You three brought us tremendous shock tonight, Instructor Carter exclaimed. In the future, I will personally guide and teach you. Sengoku and Garp are injured. That purple-haired trainee, help them to the medical room. I have something to discuss with Klein alone. Purple-haired. Instructor. The instructor can't even remember his own name. Zefa felt bitter, yes. He immediately went to assist Garp and Sengoku, leading them away. After reminding Klein to drink more protein powder, General Bear turned to leave. Klein looked at the instructor in front of him, unsure of what it meant for him to stay behind. Ahem, Klein, it's like this. Last time you sold me the devil wind leg for 10 million berries, right? Carter's old face was filled with embarrassment. Yes, that did happen. Klein remembered that he used the money to unlock the second talent slot. Now, this slot was equipped with the SSS level talent of memory kill. Sweat beads formed on Carter's wrinkled forehead. Looking quite nervous, I sold the devil wind leg to someone else and made a little money. A middleman. The devil wind leg was sold by Instructor Carter to someone else? Klein's eyes widened, staring intensely into Carter's eyes. How much did you sell it for? Not much. Not much, just 300 million berries. Carter gave a sheepish smile. How much? Klein's face was filled with shock, his blood pressure instantly skyrocketing. His voice raised. 300 million. His throat felt like it was tearing, extremely hoarse. Damn, a type of plant. I only earned 10 million, and this old instructor made a whopping 300 million? Why do I feel like my heart is bleeding? It hurts so much, hard to breathe. Klein clutched his chest, finally understanding what it meant to lose one's conscience and earn even more. Back then, I priced it at 10 million berries. What a loss. His heart felt unbalanced in an instant. In the money-making business, he was still too lacking in experience and knowledge. His heart wasn't black enough. No wonder in his past life, he could only be a beast of burden, crying to death. JPG, seeing Klein's extremely pained expression, Carter panicked and quickly remedied. Klein, I thought about it, and I feel a bit guilty, so I decided to share some with you. Ding. Klein immediately felt rejuvenated, his eyes sparkling. How much? Thinking of Klein's talent, plus the king's qualification, Carter, who originally intended to share 100 million, gritted his teeth. 200 million? Absolutely can't be more. Good. Klein instantly agreed, suddenly feeling that Instructor Carter looked much more pleasant than usual. He is quite nice. So, plus the 100 million promised by Admiral O'Hayden earlier. He suddenly had 300 million in hand. For a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about money. 300 million berries. He had only dreamed of being this wealthy before. In this situation, he really wanted to write a poem to express his happiness. This is a tale-hidden poem. Gao Gao, Gao Bi, Gao Zhen, Gao Suang, Gao Ang. With such literary talent, how could he be outdone by any poetry immortal or saint? Klein smiled and said, Instructor, you're truly a good person. He wanted to casually put his arm around the other's shoulder, but it seemed there was a height difference. He had to give up. He chuckled. Instructor, can we collaborate? Do you have new techniques? The instructor stared at Klein in surprise. Klein nodded. The ramen fist technique probably wouldn't work, but a rebranded beauty fist from Human Demon Fist could be tried as a collaboration. Once this is mastered, its power would be on par with the 6 styles. He continued, You see, you have your connections, I have my fame. Once our fame rises, when others hear, this is the most talented trainee in Navy history, Klein created it. Will they buy it? That makes sense. Carter's lips curled up as he exchanged smiles with Klein, a pleasant collaboration. The big and small foxes reached an agreement, with both fist and leg techniques established. Next, they just needed a sword technique, and they would be set. They would definitely earn a lot in the future. Keek, keek, keek. Instructor Carter's mood instantly improved. Although he had just given Klein 200 million berries, the future collaboration, for him, it was a no-risk, high-reward venture, a guaranteed blood profit. Comfortable. This kid Klein was becoming more and more likable. He thought he should change his old habits and take care of this kid more. The next day, he enjoyed a different treatment. His clothing, food, housing, and transportation all upgraded a level. At the same time, Instructor Carter also gave the 3 of them special attention, teaching some techniques on the 6 styles and combat skills. He also became their exclusive sparring partner. In the training room, Instructor Carter looked at Klein. You take a break over there. Just right for me. Klein spread his hands, happily walking to the side. Meanwhile, Garp and Sengoku both stared at Klein with identical puzzled expressions and gazes. The 2 had question marks above their heads. What is going on? The instructor is openly protecting Klein, letting him slack off. Garp's eyes widened, pointing Instructor. Ahem, the instructor cleared his throat. You don't need to look at him. He has learned all the 6 styles. The main focus is to teach you 2. Nanny? He learned all of them? Karp and Sengoku were both stunned on the spot, completely taken aback. It turns out that guy Klein had quietly learned all 6 forms. They, who shared the same dormitory, were completely unaware. That guy Klein is really sneaky. How would he hide something like this from us? After all, we now call him brother. Sengoku's face darkened. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to spar with Klein, or the outcome would have been a bloodbath. Perhaps there wouldn't even be a chance for awakening the Conqueror's Haki. The instructor then taught Sengoku and Karp the remaining 6 forms in one go, and then mysteriously asked, I also have a very powerful combat technique here. Would you buy it for 50 million? Chapter 74, Old Man. Hand over the remnants of the burning decision. Karp and Sengoku shook their heads like rattles. At the same time, both of them glanced at Klein from the corners of their eyes. Klein looked up at the ceiling, feeling an immense admiration for Instructor Carter. It seems I still need to learn more from the instructor about having a thick skin. Soon, the instructor's expression returned to normal, and he seemed like a different person from just a moment ago. All right, you two practice for now, and if you have any questions, ask me later. He walked up to Klein and said, let's have a private chat. In the office, Instructor Carter made a cup of tea for Klein, which left Klein quite flattered. After Klein took a small sip, the instructor quickly got to the point. Klein, where's the beauty fist technique you mentioned? Let me see. Here. Klein took out his manual for the beauty fist technique. Instructor Carter picked it up and was taken aback by the stick figure art style, his pupils dilating. Did you draw this? Do you feel the artistry? Klein retorted, artistry as high as a 3-story building. No, your drawing is worse than scattering a handful of rice and letting chickens peck at it. Instructor Carter bluntly told Klein, delivering a harsh truth that pierced Klein's heart. He then carefully studied the beauty fist technique, and the more he looked, the more astonished he became. His brows furrowed, and a look of shock crossed his face. This technique has so many moves. Although some sound flashy, many of them have power and skill that are not inferior to the 6 styles. Previously, Klein's Demon Wind leg only had one move, but this beauty fist technique is a whole set. This guy is truly an innovative and creative combat genius. The beauty fist technique is far more complex than the Demon Wind leg. The moves are intricate. Of course, that was because he didn't know that Klein had held back and hadn't taught him all the moves of the Demon Wind leg. 10 million berries. How could I possibly teach all the moves of the Demon Wind leg? This gave Klein a flash of inspiration. Hey, why didn't I think of this? Installment payments. Unlocking moves. He remembered seeing in novels from his past life that martial arts could be divided into several tiers, each with a price. This was a blatant scheme. I may not have that business acumen, but can I apply it? The essence of the world is a repetition machine. He immediately shared this idea with the instructor, who confirmed it. Klein, I admit I misjudged you before. You are not only a genius in terms of strength and talent, but also a genius in business. I would like to call you the most perverse monster in naval history. This method is good. It may seem that the initial earnings are not much, but when you want to learn later, it will trap you. Klein was not happy at all. Clearly, it was a compliment, but when it came from the instructor's mouth, it had a different flavor. What does the most perverse monster mean? A pervert is a pervert. A monster is a monster. Can it be confused? Instructor Carter smiled broadly, mistakenly believing he was showing a kind and friendly smile, but to Klein, it seemed like the old man was preparing something. Sure enough, Instructor Carter spoke. Klein, do you have other souls or memories inside you? Could it be that the devil fruit user has tampered with you? A series of questions instantly set off alarm bells in Klein's heart, plunging him into a deep valley. Holy crap, does this old man have such sharp eyes? How can he ask such frightening questions? This old guy isn't planning to dissect me, is he? Klein felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Even the tea felt a bit stuck in his teeth. Then he stood up abruptly, shouting, Instructor, who has the ability to forcibly increase talent? I would pay 1 billion. That's true, Carter nodded. To create such a genius, not to mention 1 billion, even 10 billion would be worth it. This is the juice of the admiral, along with the qualifications of a king. It's something that money can't accomplish. He then shifted to another topic. Klein, I plan to let you graduate early. By the end of the year, you've already learned the 6 styles. It's time for you to go out and explore. You should encounter those monsters on the sea. Nowadays, the sea is not just about Charlotte Linlin. There's also a guy named Shiki, and many other monsters are emerging. Even the king of the giant country, Harold, is adventuring on the sea. Graduate early? Klein was so excited that his expression management completely failed. His face was filled with joy. His heart raced as he sincerely thanked him. Instructor, you are such a good person. Graduating early means I can go to the vast sea and start my money-making career. The plan to make money. There are opportunities for profit in the Sky Island that 90 of transmigrators go to, as well as the gray areas of the black and white markets. What era is this? It is not yet the era of the 4 emperors, 7 warlords, and the Dark World emperors dividing up numerous interests. It is still an unintegrated era. If you want to make money, you have to do it early. Klein quickly calmed down. Instructor, there's one more thing I want to ask of you. Speak. I want to learn Haki. Please, instructor, you must teach me. If you have any unique skills, please don't hesitate to guide me. In other words, old man, hand over the remnants of the burning decision. The famous gold medal mentor Kaido once said that Haki is the power that surpasses everything. If you want to mix in the sea, not having Haki is just pathetic. Haki is something even the low-level goons of the New World can use. You don't know? How can you have the face to mix in? Instructor Carter looked Klein up and down and nodded. Indeed, with your current strength, you should learn Haki. I'll teach you right now. With your talent, you should be able to learn it at once. Soon, he personally explained and demonstrated armament Haki and observation Haki to Klein. Afterward, the instructor crossed his arms and said, "All right, show me your talent." Klein was dumbfounded. The instructor's explanation was so confusing that he only understood the gist. 30. Learn it? Are you kidding me? The game hasn't even unlocked the Haki feature yet. Where am I supposed to learn it? Klein thickened his skin and said, "Instructor, I zoned out just now. Can you explain and demonstrate it again?" Instructor Carter looked at him suspiciously and then impatiently explained and demonstrated again. This time, Klein understood about 50, but even if he fully understood, he still wouldn't know how to do it. The situation fell into an awkward silence, staring at each other. Klein continued to thicken his skin. "Instructor, I feel like I'm almost there. Why don't you explain it one more time?" "Fine, I'll explain it one last time." Instructor Carter took a deep breath. After finishing the explanation and demonstration, he said, "All right, let me see how well you've learned." "Teacher, I understand now. The training class is about to start. I have to go." Klein directly chose to burrow into the ground and slip away. In reality, he had only understood 50. He hadn't learned it at all. This couldn't be revealed. After all, he had the persona of the most talented student in naval history. This house cannot collapse. Damn it. Game, are you even capable? You haven't unlocked the Haki feature, and you're not here to earn my money. What are you waiting for? I currently have 300 million berries, and this money can't even earn interest in the Pirate World's bank. Why don't you develop a pay-to-win feature and let me spend some money? I just want to step by step to become the strongest. I want to be a big spender." Seeing Klein leave, Instructor Carter stood there in a daze, chuckling to himself. This kid, he wouldn't be hiding and plotting against people, would he? Unfortunately, I've already made arrangements with Kong for him to be your graduation assessment mentor. I originally planned to tell you in advance, but I didn't expect you to slip away so quickly. Hee hee. All right, it seems I still haven't taught him my own moves. Forget it. I'll tell him next time. At this moment, Klein still didn't know that his graduation assessment had already been clearly arranged by Instructor Carter. Chapter 75. First Charge Doubled? Unlocking Haki Trials. Klein, Karp, and Sengoku are all enjoying special treatment as talented students. Only the poor Zefa, who belongs to the late bloomer category, is still struggling in the ordinary class and can't enjoy such treatment at all. However, Klein is quite considerate of his younger brother Zefa, directly passing on the special protein powder gifted by the Bear General to Zefa. No charge. It completely astonished Zefa, who thought Klein must be running a fever. How could he understand the joy of Klein earning 300 million berries in one night? How could he grasp the trick of selling trial packs? Kid, just wait for the IOU later. You can't escape my clutches. Moreover, these big jars of protein powder were originally free, so giving them away doesn't hurt at all. But it moves Zefa to the point of almost crying. It's free. A gift from Klein. Something that would be hard to find even if the sun rose from the west. It actually happened. So good. Getting free stuff feels so good. Calling him brother feels more and more natural. The night gave me black eyes, yet I used them to game all night. Genshin Impact start. After washing up, Klein entered the game with a heart full of anger while lying on the bed. First, he completed all daily tasks and purchased all special discount packages. After a small boost, he immediately started pushing through the levels. Little Smoker taken down. Then he entered the Grand Line, pushing all the way from Whiskey Peak to Alabasta. He unlocked many challenge levels for Devil Fruit users, and later he could collect these Devil Fruits, such as the Spike Fruit, Mimic Fruit, Wax Fruit, Dachshund Form, Mole Fruit, Explosion Fruit, Featherweight Fruit, Quick Slash Fruit, and Flower Fruit. Among these Devil Fruits, there are quite a few useful abilities like the Quick Slash Fruit, Flower Fruit, Mimic Fruit, Explosion Fruit. Klein couldn't help but think of the scene where Roronoa Zoro slashed boogers. It was truly impressive. I must say, the anime team really put in effort in the early stages. Once these Devil Fruit abilities are unlocked, I'll be troubled about which devil fruit to use. Klein started to feel a bit for sigh. Who understands this kind of trouble? Family. These great sea treasures are worth at least 100 million berries, and besides Blackbeard teach, everyone else can only eat one devil fruit. Just like future CP9's Rob Lucci, many say he was not only delayed by missions but also ate a useless devil fruit. From the exciting Enies lobby arc where he forced Luffy into a corner, to later becoming a mouth cannon representative with nothing but his mouth working. But Klein is different. Unlocking the devil fruits means he can choose whichever one he wants. So refreshing. Mom doesn't have to worry anymore. Emu's dad ultimately fell before the warlord Crocodile. In the defeat scene, Crocodile's left hand with a golden hook pierced the character Emu's dad's chest, blood gushing out. The Grand Line is not a place where trash like you can survive. Killing with intent. Of course, this also relates to Little Croc's personality. This guy looks down on everyone. By his side stands Robin Sean, whose skin is tan from the sun. Damn, Crocodile, I'll remember you. When you meet me, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Luckily, there was no computer in front of him. Otherwise, Klein would have smashed it out of anger and broken the keyboard. Damn it, the many people bullying the fewer, with so many subordinates. Crocodile had already taken half damage before Klein. Can't beat him. My stats aren't enough. After finishing the level, the system popped up a notification. Character level up. LV. 49 LV. 50. Attributes. Congratulations, player level has reached 50. Unlocking Haki function. Please go enhance Haki to increase character combat power. Klein felt a chill down his back. Damn, the game developers are really monitoring me? What I urgently need now is Haki, and the game just unlocked the Haki function. Did I open it myself? Haven't I had it open for several months? Or is there really a monitoring function? No matter, the pressing issue is indeed to enhance my Haki. Returning to the main interface. The screen indeed had a new Haki trials icon in the functions, and upon clicking, it was divided into 3 trial levels: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Each type of Haki has a daily free challenge count of 1. By clearing the levels, you can obtain Haki resources. The harder the level, the more resources drop. Familiar Gampla. Klein just consumed the free attempt for Conqueror's Haki when a gift package popped up on the screen. A gorgeous golden frame with the imposing figure of Pirate King Roger. Visual elements and effects at full throttle. Conqueror's Haki welfare package is here, helping players reach the top of the sea, showcasing the king's demeanor. Special discount package for 4 challenges. Buy. You can't lose anything by buying. You can't be fooled. The 3 types of Haki. Isn't that a must-have for a traveler? Klein smiled. Not knowing the 3 types of Haki would be embarrassing for a traveler. They'll be scolded. We're not short on money now. Not knowing Haki. Wouldn't that be just a roadside nobody? Purchasing the package to gain challenge attempts, he immediately used them up. Then he followed suit for Armament Haki and Observation Haki. 3 more special discount packages were added again each day. Not even 30,000 berries. Who'd he look down on? Having money. Really makes one float. Klein didn't even blink as he bought all those packages. Attempts used up. Until the challenge failed, the screen popped up a defeat notification. Players can enhance Haki levels through Haki trials, discount Haki material packages in the mall, events, and other gameplay. The mall actually has materials? Klein had rarely visited the mall. Previously, being short on money, buying special packages daily was enough. Moreover, the items in the mall didn't have many that could enhance his abilities. Klein opened the mall and found that since the last update, many more items could be purchased. Even first charge doubled? Damn, when did the dog developers become so conscientious? At the beginning, the game didn't have first charge doubling, right? Could it be? This is the first game made by a small workshop? They really keep up with the times. He was directly dumbfounded. He had never seen such shamelessness. The first time he played, he didn't see the first charge doubling at all. Klein thought it was always absent, but the last update actually introduced first charge doubling. What loss? A huge loss. He clicked on the recharge page. The recharge amounts from low to high are 60,000 berries, 300,000 berries, 980,000 berries, 980,000 berries, 480,000 berries, 880,000 000 berries, 88, 880, 000 berries, and 188, 880, 000 berries. The highest recharge is nearly 200 million? That's really scary. Klein was left speechless. He had never seen such brazen games. Their greed is truly ugly. Other games start at $1 or $6, and the maximum is basically 648, but this game, the highest is nearly 200 million? Buy. Charge early, charge late, charge both. Charging early can also upgrade VIP status, enjoying higher-level VIP treatment and benefits. The first charge doubles. So if I recharge 100 million, it equals 200 million belly. It's a good deal. Buying it means making a profit. But what really bothers Klein is that after purchasing all the first charge packages, he finds that there's hardly any money left in his bank account. The total amount recharged from all the first charge is 30,044 million belly. That's 300 million. No way. It can't be that coincidental every time, right? Klein had no way to deal with this. First charge doubles? Not buying would be a huge loss. After buying all of them, the amount of belly in the top right corner doubled, directly turning into 600 million. Looking at this 600 million figure, Klein felt incredibly happy. 600 million belly. The first time he had such a large sum of money. He couldn't spend it all. It was simply impossible. After the recharge, he found the powerful discount packages in the mall. The three-color powerful discount packages are divided into 50 off, 80 off, and no discount, with daily purchase limits of 1, 3, and 5. But the price of the packages is a bit expensive. The 50 off package is actually 500,000 belly. Klein bought them all, spending a total of 23.7 million belly. These packages are updated once a week. Who says there's too much money to spend? Damn it. Klein was so angry that he cursed in his heart. If he buys the powerful discount packages every week, it would cost nearly 100 million belly a month. Adding in the special offer packages, the monthly spending would exceed 100 million. Oh my God. One day, I will be driven crazy by money. Klein's mood instantly plummeted, and suddenly he had a thought. Everyone knows he has made a lot of money, but where has that money gone? Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give you all of it. Go find it. I put all the money charged in raft through the game. Damn, everyone thinks I'm rich, but in reality, I'm worried about being poor. It's so hard for me. Chapter 76, the New Year's major event, aiming the Year Beast boss. Adjusting his mood, Klein opened his game character's backpack and opened all the gift packs. He obtained a lot of materials, returning to the Haki feature. The icons for Armament Haki and Observation Haki both displayed red dots. Clicking and brought him to the upgrade page, where various consumed materials overflowed a bit. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Armament Haki, LV, 0 LV. Attribute bonus. Next was Observation Haki. Upgrade successful. Observation Haki, LV, 0 LV, 1. Attribute bonus. In an instant, a series of memories about training Haki appeared in Klein's mind, playing back like slides. Ultimately, they merged into his memory and body. He gained a new understanding of the words he had said to Instructor Carter about his Haki. This is the power of money. This is the enhancement of pay to win. So satisfying. Indeed, it feels great to cheat. If he had to practice hard himself with his talent, mastering Armament Haki in over a year would be uncertain. And Observation Haki would be even harder. That thing is notoriously difficult to practice. Klein was excited and thrilled. He finally mastered the 3 types of Haki. In the pirate world, without Haki, one is like a monster or NPC in a newbie village. Over 20 million berries exchanged for Armament Haki and Observation Haki. One can only say, ah, so fragrant, so comfortable. Excited, Klein couldn't sleep all night and went to class the next day with dark circles under his eyes. Life returned to the routine of school, training classes, and dormitory. Before he knew it, the end of the year was approaching. Over the past few months, he maintained full discounts every day, plus purchased the Haki discount gift pack weekly. Klein's strength soared like a rocket. His stats were as follows. Game character ID, IMSDAD, game level, 62, character attributes, swordsmanship level, 71. Weapon, greatsword heavenly feather slash, devil fruit slots, paramecia shatter fruit, LV. 3. Logia smoke fruit, LV2. Talent bar, SSS grade talent memory kill, LV. 1. Triple Lifespan LV. 1. Giant Race. Skills. Basic Attack. LV. 3. Thunder Destruction Sword. LV. 1. Odin's 2 Sword Style. LV. 6 styles. Iron Block LV. 4. Paper Drawing LV. 3. Shave LV. 4. Gale Foot LV. 4. Moonwalk LV. 3. Finger Gun LV. 5. Iron Fist LV2. Transgender Fist LV2. King's Fist LV. Demon Wind Foot LV3. Ramen Fist LV. 6. 3 types of Haki. Conqueror's Haki LV. 4. Armament Haki LV. 3. Observation Haki LV3. Life Skills. Cooking LV. 2. Navigation LV1. Calligraphy LV1. Of course, the price was the initial double recharge of 600 million berries, and now only over 100 million berries remained. However, over these months, Klein earned quite a bit. The bathhouse business was booming, and as his fame grew, even officers and soldiers from the Navy headquarters chose to come here to relax. Of course, everyone entering the bathhouse would admire the presence of the first genius in Navy school history, Klein. Coupled with his training class and the dividends from Instructor Carter selling beautiful fist technique and demon wind foot, his bank card balance was around 100 million berries. In the instructor's office, Klein skillfully picked up a cup, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and happily asked, "Instructor, are you calling me to discuss dividends?" "I just gave you dividends a few days ago." "Not so fast," the instructor said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Today I called you here to inform you of something. The Navy plans to promote you and invite reporters from major newspapers for a news feature." "News?" Klein's eyes brightened. "Is there money involved?" "I knew you would mention money," the instructor chuckled, spreading his hands. "No, not only was there no money, but the Navy also had to pay these reporters some honorarium and writing fees." Hearing there was no money, Klein's face fell. "No money to earn. What's the point of talking?" He grumbled. "It's pointless." He picked up the teacup, continuing to enjoy the instructor's good tea, and said unhappily, "No money? Isn't that just wasting my time? Promoting fame is a good thing many people envy, yet you seem so reluctant." The instructor shook his head, finding it tiring to negotiate with this kid. Without money, Klein looked completely unenthusiastic, not cooperating at all. If there were money, he would definitely be as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Instructor Carter grinned. "Recently, there's a surge of new pirate popularity at sea. The Navy does need some fame to boost morale and enhance its reputation. And you, naturally, are a good choice, being the only genius to graduate early from the Navy school. This will be very beneficial for your future promotions and salary increases. It's a plus on your resume." Hearing this, Klein finally became interested. "All right, instructor, you arrange it." He still wanted promotions and salary increases. After all, he didn't want a low rank where everyone pointed fingers at him. After their conversation, he put down the teacup and left the instructor's office. The instructor scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten to inform Klein about the graduation assessment. Oh well, it would be happening soon anyway. Upon returning to the dormitory, Klein couldn't wait to open the game. Today, a new event was launched. Moreover, it was the annual major benefit event. The New Year event was in full swing. As soon as he entered the game, a festive announcement box popped up filled with elements of the new year, such as dragon dances, spring festival couplets, and firecrackers. 1463 New Year celebration announcement. Dragon soars across the seas to celebrate. May all be blessed and enjoy reunion. Event time, January 1st, 1463, 5 o'clock, February 15th. 23:59. Dear players, the Golden Dragon brings good fortune for the new year. Firecrackers sound a bid farewell to the old year. On this festive occasion, the One Piece operation team, along with all NPCs, extend our most sincere wishes for the new year. May your power soar like a dragon in the skies, and your luck flow like the oceans. Starting now, a plethora of New Year benefits are fully opened, including limited skins, free 10 draws, double resources, and more surprises sweeping the seas. Server-wide login gift, received daily from New Year's Eve to the 7th day. New Year. This new year, let us traverse the beautifully decorated main city together. Enjoy the fireworks, and aim for the Year Beast Lair. Log into the game now to claim your good fortune for the new year. Best wishes from the One Piece operation team. It's New Year. It must be very festive back on Blue Star, right? I wonder what this year's Spring Festival Gala will feature. Not that I'll watch it. How many people are setting off fireworks for the new year? Damn it. Thankfully, I'll graduate and set sail soon, so I don't need to give Kunkin a break. I wonder if Kunkin will be touched. Looking at the familiar New Year event and various spring festival elements, Klein couldn't help but reminisce about his memories living on Blue Star. Adjusting his mindset, Klein quickly entered the game, checking in and claiming benefits. Then he began to look at the new activities. The rewards are quite good. In addition to some resource rewards, there's also a pet treasure chest and a set of New Year costumes. Opening the pet treasure chest, the icon flickers and finally settles on King of the Near Sea. A fierce-looking loach? Hey, red-haired, wanna make a bet? This reminds Klein of a song. Big brother, how about we go catch loaches? If you shrink the King of the Near Sea down, it really does look quite similar to a loach. However, this is the King of the Near Sea that bit off one of the red-haired Shank's arms. With such a record, it could easily make the front page of the World Economic News. It could stir up huge waves on the ocean. It could trigger a tsunami worldwide. Klein thought, if the King of the Near Sea levels up to 100 and is sent to the East Sea, wouldn't it become the Dragon King of the East Sea? Chapter 77, Golden Legend Talent. Indestructible. A level 100 Sea King. ISNT, he an epic level goalkeeper. Later, upgrade to 5 stars. Hellish, nightmare level dungeon. Ha ha. Just thinking about it fills Klein with joy. They say the EC is shallow and full of turtles, but it's also full of hidden talents. What Roger Rayleigh, Garp Dragon, Gungshiro, and Luffy? What if we really hide a dragon in there? Let us see who S the dragon and who S the worm. Then, Klein entered the game's year Beast Challenge event. During the event, he could challenge for free 3 times a day. Each challenge would yield various random resources and year Beast treasure chests. From the year Beast treasure chests, he could obtain a variety of rich top-tier items. When he opened the event, he found that the prizes inside the year Beast treasure chest were truly exhilarating. The desire to recharge was at its peak. Talent slots, talent chests, skill chests, character chests, equipment chests, character advancement material chests, skill upgrade scrolls, random skill upgrade scrolls, devil fruit chests, devil fruit upgrade material chests, and domineering upgrade material chests. Every top-tier item that appeared in the game could potentially be found in the Year Beast treasure chest. Not only that, but the event also had strategy rewards. After 100, 1,000, 5,000, 10, 000, 50, 000, and 100 000 challenges, he would receive extremely generous rewards. The rewards included random skill upgrade scrolls, character recruitment chests, random weapon chests, random talent chests, skill upgrade scrolls, and the ultimate grand prize for 100 000 challenges. Talent slot 1. After 100 000 challenges, for every additional 10 000 challenges, he would receive a large amount of resource items. Truly a once-a-year spring festival event. This prize pool was enough to stir anyone's heart. Klein's eyes sparkled as he realized it was time to test his luck. 100 000 times would cost a whopping 1 billion berries, but he had to find a way to secure that talent slot. Of course, he knew that as long as he had enough Year Beast treasure chests, he would inevitably get good things. The items in the chests were all probabilistic, so he needed to recharge. Otherwise, relying on the 3 free attempts each day, winning big would be nearly impossible. Once the free attempts were used up, each challenge would cost 10 000 berries. Recharge. It had to be done. Klein directly chose Sweep X100. He clicked rapidly, and in less than 2.5 minutes, the remaining 100 million berries from the double recharge was completely spent. His challenge count skyrocketed to 10 000. His bag was filled with various materials, and he had a large number of Year Beast treasure chests. Klein first claimed his challenge progress rewards, receiving random skill upgrade scrolls, character recruitment chests, random weapon chests, and random talent chests. He planned to open these chests first to test his luck. If his luck was good, he would then open the Year Beast treasure chests. If not, he would wait for a better time to open them. He opened a character recruitment chest. Klein didn't care much about this. Partners are cultivated and can help in clearing levels. Of course, it's only natural for him to prefer female characters. As the saying goes, if a person is not lecherous, what are they good for? How are you? Open. The chest burst open, radiating a brilliant golden light, and then the icon quickly changed, finally stopping at Princess Vivi's head. Nefertari Vivi. Klein was instantly delighted. Princess Vivi, it seems like my luck today should be pretty good. He was very happy to draw a beautiful character. Beautiful character illustration 1. He immediately began to open the next random weapon chest. Acquired 8 treasures, wow. It's actually Kaido's exclusive weapon. Klein didn't expect to draw Kaido's weapon ahead of time. What does this mean? Everything is destined. Subduing Kaido as a son is the guidance of fate. What a grand arrangement by the heavens. The good thing was that both chest rewards were excellent, marking a good omen and indicating that his luck today was naturally very good. Klein stared eagerly at the random talent chest in his bag. The first 2 chests were just appetizers. This chest was the main event. He thought to himself, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, can I get a top-tier one? Drawing a top-tier talent would mean taking off directly. The more exaggerated and perverse the talent, the greater the enhancement it brings. Klein valued this highly and hoped to draw an exceptional talent. Open. As he clicked the chest, the moment it burst with light, Klein's heart was in his throat. He was extremely nervous. Gold. 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 Come on. Give me gold. I'm betting my brother Zefa's lifelong happiness on this. Bring on the gold. The icon froze on Kaido. Upon seeing this icon, Klein's tension instantly transformed into surprise. He was overjoyed. Acquired SS level talent. Indestructible attribute bonus. Holy crap, it came out. It really came out? Klein could hardly believe it. Last time he bet on Garp and didn't get anything. This time he bet on Zefa and it worked? Is my brother Zefa so unfortunate? He knew that Zefa's fate was extremely bumpy. He was just joking around. Unexpectedly, this gamble led to a huge prize. Perhaps it's destiny that I have a connection with Kaido, first getting his weapon and now drawing the indestructible talent. Klein felt that drawing lots is truly mysterious. Although it's actually about data and probability, aside from the guaranteed items, what one can draw truly depends on luck. If luck is good, one can draw whatever they want. If luck is bad, only by spending massively can one get the big prizes. Spending money is to ensure that one secures all the rewards. This is what a spender is. Items can be optional, but I must have them. Klein immediately swapped out the giant race triple lifespan talent for the indestructible talent. The moment he replaced it, he felt his body's muscle strength, skin toughness, and all aspects of his bodily organs becoming incredibly robust. He was filled with endless power. In terms of physique, there wasn't much change. Klein was ecstatic. Since no one was in the dorm, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let us see how the Bear Admiral will say my muscles aren't strong anymore. If you're not convinced, let us compare pure muscle strength. If he could pair this indestructible talent with a mythical Zoan devil fruit, it would only be more powerful. He could proudly say, I'm half a blood cow now. That's right. The biggest boosts from indestructible are defense and health. It directly lengthened the health bar of the game character. Of course, in reality, Klein's resistance, defensive capability, vitality, and various attributes would also increase. This is what a top-tier talent is. Although it can't compare to Luffy's sit-ups cheat that locks health, it's still top-tier. Awesome. Top-tier talent is just amazing. Klein was overjoyed. Kaido, are you still saying I'm not your dad? You inherited my talent. Indestructible. Hey. At the same time, he felt a bit teary. After a year, finally, he had a talent that could be considered monster level. So satisfying. Klein smiled slyly. With the indestructible ones here, what steel balloons, super strength, and the ability to hear all things, what other top-tier talents could be far behind? With these talents, I really have to start stepping away from being human. I'm evolving directly towards being a monster with talents that distance me from humanity. While luck is still on my side, it's time to open the Year Beast treasure chest and see what rewards I can get. Chapter 78 New Skill. Ghostly Chi 9 Sword Style Azura. New Year Welfare Event. So tempting. Aside from the downside of spending money, everything else is a plus. Klein eagerly opened his backpack. This was the result of his expenditure of over 100 million. Let's try a single draw first and see if he can pull a miracle. Obtain dominance material. Obtain training room upgrade material. Obtained crafting acceleration card. After clicking for 20 or 30 single draws in a row, he still couldn't pull anything good. Klein was a bit anxious. Could it be that his luck had run out? There were plenty of chests, so let's try a 10 draw. One shot, 10 openings. Still just a pile of materials. Damn. Klein's face darkened, and he tried a few more times. If it didn't work, he would stop. He continued to open 50 chests. Still just a pile of materials. Furious, Klein gritted his teeth, unable to stop himself from getting more impulsive. Damn the planners. Is the probability of these treasure chests really this low? I want to see just how unlucky this year B's treasure chest can be. I refuse to believe this. Getting impulsive. Almost 100 draws, and still nothing good. Klein was truly upset. Wanted to see if this stupid game was really stingy. Mentally cursing the planners, he went for 100 draws. Getting impulsive. He directly chose to do 100 draws, and it turned out to be effective. Besides the materials, Klein obtained 2 random skill upgrade scrolls, bringing the total of random skill upgrade scrolls in his backpack to 5. This is what 100 draws got me. Are you kidding me? Klein was still not very satisfied. After all, compared to other major prizes, the random skill upgrade scrolls seemed rather mediocre. Let's do another 100 draws. Obtained random skill upgrade scroll. Obtained character recruitment chest. His anger was shaking. This probability is outrageously low, simply a representation of heartless game developers. Klein simply opened all the remaining chests. The game system's notification flooded the screen. The screen was filled with various rewards. His backpack was almost full, shimmering with colorful lights, showcasing the magnificence and quality of the treasure chests. He directly checked what rewards he had obtained in his backpack. Random skill scroll X10, character recruitment chest X5, character advancement material box X2, devil fruit upgrade material box X2, random pet chest X2, random skill chest X1, skill upgrade scroll X1. Klein looked down on these rewards. Spending over 100 million for this? It's not even as good as the rewards from the level 100 battle pass. What a scam. Let us open the skill chest first. Then use the random skill scrolls. He clicked on the random skill chest in his backpack. Obtained. Ghostly Chi 9, Sword Style Azura. Klein was momentarily unsure whether to be surprised or speechless. The swordsmanship of Roronoa Zoro, the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, from 1 sword style, 2 sword styles to 3 sword styles, and the Ghostly Chi 9 Sword Style Azura is one of Zoro's ultimate moves, although he has not yet become the world's #1 swordsman. In terms of naming techniques, Zoro is undoubtedly the best in the world. It looks cool, but with the 9 sword style, do I have to hold a sword in my mouth? Klein was quite resistant to this idea. What if the enemy is too strong and I chip my teeth? Then wouldn't I end up like Blackbeard? Shaking his head, Klein extinguished the thoughts in his mind. He already had plenty of sword skills. There was no need to rely solely on the 9 sword style. He opened the character recruitment chest, but there wasn't a single female character he liked, so let's not mention it. The pet chest yielded a duplicate Kung Fu manatee, which he directly used to upgrade, turning the 2-faced tortoise into a 1-star Kung Fu manatee. The other pet obtained was Ushi. The merciless Black Bull, also known as the Arena Grim Reaper in anime, sent 21 death row inmates to hell, called the Merciless Bull. A big black bull. Looking at the icon, Klein immediately thought of the bull from the arena. This one is not bad. I ride the green bull, and the black one rides the black bull. What name should I give it? He thought of Bull Demon King, Awesome Bull, and No Mercy. After all, the introduction of this guy is Merciless Bull. In the end, Klein chose Bull Demon King, pairing it with the black Wukong of the Baboon King, forcing a bond between the baboon and the bull. Next, it was time to use the 10 random skill scrolls he had saved up. Klein closed his eyes in his mind, controlling the mouse to click 10 times furiously. Slowly, he opened his eyes a crack to check the content in the system announcement chat box. Skill upgrade successful. King S Fist LV. 1 LV. 2. The first random upgrade was King S Fist, a family secret technique of King Elisabello II of the Prodane's Kingdom. After charging for 1 hour, it releases a powerful shockwave, known as a natural destruction weapon. Its power is incredibly strong. The lethality is substantial, but the drawback is very obvious. The long charging time makes it difficult to apply in actual combat. As long as the enemy isn't stupid, it's impossible to give you an hour of charging time. To put it simply, the casting time is too long. But Klein really liked this skill, as long as he sees the charging opportunity. This move is a very powerful killing blow. He had already thought about how to use this move. In a game, skills with a long casting time need to be executed out of the enemy's line of sight and hidden in the grass, or paired with the abilities of the Devil Fruit. He has a game that can unlock many abilities of the Devil Fruits, including those that can be paired with King's Fist. Awesome. Who says King's Fist isn't good? This skill is fantastic. It will definitely make the pirates scream. Klein's gaze slowly moved up, seeing the second system notification. 2. Skill upgrade successful. Ramen Fist LV. 6 LV. 7. Wasting a skill upgrade scroll hurts. If the burning fruit is something even dogs won't eat, then the ramen fist is something even dogs won't use. Phew. Next. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Fist LV. 2 LV. 3. Seeing this system announcement, Klein couldn't help but smile. Iron Fist is great. Hitting heads with the Iron Fist is really addictive. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but think of the scene where he hit Karp's head with his Iron Fist. Maybe Zefa and Sengoku should try it too? Just like when Karp hit Ace and Luffy, the two brothers. Can't favor one over the other, right? This moment of happiness was soon disrupted by the next announcement. Skill upgrade successful. Transgender Fist LV. 2 LV. 3 Damn. The Ramen Fist is a hellish skill, and this one isn't much better. Next. Skill upgrade successful. Transgender Fist LV. 3 LV. For Klein's face darkened. The system has a bit of a problem. Next. Skill upgrade successful. Transgender Fist LV. 4 LV. 5. Seeing this message, Klein was directly stunned. Damn planners, don't push your luck. This is too much. Next. Skill upgrade successful. Transgender Fist LV. 5 LV. 6 Zone. Klein's pent-up anger surged to his brain all at once, directly going his head. What a bad planner. Just a rookie. Damn it. He went from level 2 to level 6 in the transgender fist technique. A poet? Unbelievable. Do you think I'm Reed Bannerin? Speak up. Come here. Klein's fists crackled as he squeezed them. If the planner were in front of him, he would definitely teach him how to be a decent person. Next. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Block LV. 4 to LV. 5. The strongest illusion? Toxic. Chapter 79. Eagle Eye's basic attack upgraded again. Level 4 basic attack. And it's quite poisonous. The skill Iron Block has already been blacklisted by Klein. Whoever uses it suffers. After one failure, there will definitely not be a second chance. The key is that the probability of randomly getting the 6 styles and 6 move skills is quite large. Just thinking about probability, and then thinking about the human demon fist leveling up to level 4 makes him grind his teeth in anger. Damn planners, don't let me run into you, or else in real life, you'll know why the flower is so red. Next, skill upgrade successful. Demon Wind Kick LV. 3 to LV. 4 last one. Skill upgrade successful. Basic attack LV. 3 to LV. 4-0. Klein felt somewhat relieved in his heart. Thankfully, the last skill didn't upgrade to garbage. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The last time his double recharge bonus money was completely spent. The recharge limit of 600 million berries was entirely used up in just a few months. Damn, why does it hurt so much for no reason? Klein looked at the exhausted limit, feeling upset. 300 million cash. How many times could he enjoy himself on Happy Street with that? He could buy a huge mansion. How many maids could he hire? Thinking about all this money being spent to improve his strength, he felt that no matter how much money he had to spend it. Worth it, as long as his strength is strong enough. Everything will be compensated in the future. Luckily, the new year will update the double first recharge. Klein planned to wait a few days. His luck seemed to have run out today. After a moment of respite, a flood of techniques for using various skills, training memories, and battle scenes rushed into his mind. It was as if a pair of pliers opened up his brain and forcibly shoved things into it. Hiss, it hurts! Klein held his head with both hands. His face twisted in pain, cold sweat streaming down. The sheer number of skills upgraded at once was overwhelming, causing him immense suffering. Damn, this dog game, with no hints or preparations, is killing me. At that moment, he resembled Sun Wukong under the tightening spell recited by Tang Sung. Klein gritted his teeth clattering. But thankfully the pain began to lessen quickly after the memories were filled in. It disappeared rapidly. He sat there on the bed, dazed, and it took him several minutes to recover. Phew! Klein sighed deeply, feeling that next time he shouldn't hoard 10 random skill upgrade scrolls at once. The pain truly could be deadly. However, the rewards were abundant. Practical skills like Iron Fist, Demon Wind Kick, and Basic Attack could significantly boost his combat power. Coupled with the indestructible talent, Klein now felt capable of taking on 10 of his former selves. No problem. He raised his arm, gently exerting force. The muscles of his arm bulging, perfectly outlined. The hardness of his fair muscles even surpassed that of steel, filled with power as long as Klein exerted force. He could unleash it like a mountain flood. His eyes shone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Such immense power was truly intoxicating and addictive. With one punch, even a head made of iron would burst like a watermelon. When he exerted force, it was like a steel gun. But this steel gun had yet to experience the trials of battle and had not seen blood. Soon to graduate, he would definitely take it to slay enemies in the future. Ha ha ha. If a man isn't lustful, is he even a man? That's a saint. Even the position of the Leshan giant Buddha must be given to you to sit. The next day, in the training room, only Klein was alone. Facing the iron punching post, he murmured, to truly maintain strength, it must be through combat. I wonder if, during the graduation assessment, Instructor Carter will arrange a real combat test for me. He knows that decades later, when Zefa becomes an instructor, he will take the disciples out to capture pirates. The result, they capsized. The disciples were killed down to a few, and even his own arm was cut off. Real combat assessments are still dangerous. Klein pouted, but he must go out to sea. Only by graduating can he earn more money. In school, this little money is really not enough. Just last night, he spent over 100 million in less than half an hour. Spending money is like opening a dam. It just disappears in a flash. It's tough. Life is not easy. Sigh. Tears wet the meal he prepared, swearing to earn billions. Adjusting his mindset, Klein's deep black eyes focused on the iron punching post in front of him. He extended his index finger. The entire finger transformed from flesh-colored to shiny black metal, reflecting a cold light. Finger gun. Half finger shakes the world. The name of the move, of course, comes from the great wilderness prison sky finger. I don't have Lu Sauron's naming ability, nor can I just copy it, can I? The answer is, the formula is there. If you don't use it, who can you blame? Puffed. The finger with sharp force pierced the air like a high-speed bullet. It left deep holes in the iron punching post. Level 3 armament Haki, combined with level 5 finger gun, could pierce through steel, let alone bones and vulnerable parts of a person. Klein was very satisfied with the power of this strike. He remembered, in the anime, Rayleigh blocked Little Horse Brother's kick with one finger, giving him a lesson. Klein naturally needed to practice his fingers more, so he could also show off later. Not only can he show off, but he can also hit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With armament Haki, the power is indeed different. It's great to have Haki. One must learn it. The power of just the finger gun alone can't reach this level. Klein began to try other upgraded skills, such as the other moves from the 6 styles: Iron Fist, Demon Wind Kick. As for the King's Fist and Basic Attack, they were really hard to practice in the training room. One punch or one slash would probably destroy the training room. While it would be thrilling, it would also cost money. Real combat is needed to test one's strength, and he was somewhat looking forward to the upcoming graduation assessment. However, before the assessment, he still had to accept interviews from reporters. It was just like a post-game press conference in sports news. When Instructor Carter appeared with Klein, the cameras in the reporters' hands flashed with bright lights. Click, 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 click. As soon as they sat down, a reporter couldn't wait to ask, Instructor Carter, on what basis do you think this student named Klein is the most talented student in the history of the Navy school? He doesn't look tall, strong, or intimidating enough. Klein hadn't even adapted yet. Is this what being interviewed feels like? Not bad. Oh, that reporter over there is a bit easy on the eyes. However, is this reporter's question doubting me? Cough, cough. Instructor Carter strategically cleared his throat. As we all know, the 6 styles are very powerful and difficult techniques to learn. And Klein learned the 6 styles at the fastest speed in the history of a Navy school. Among this year's students, he is undoubtedly the #1 in combat power. Klein, sitting beside him, had a calm heartbeat and didn't blush. Instructor, I love hearing this. Say more. At this moment, another reporter stood up to ask, could you please demonstrate the 6 styles for us? Not convenient. Both Instructor Carter and Klein refused in unison. A reporter turned the focus to Klein. Klein, what is your sense of justice? The justice of happiness. Klein looked at the reporters, trying to maintain a good posture of etiquette. He hoped to look handsome in the shots, definitely not like the newsbird or the reporters from the World Economic News Agency. For example, the photo of Usopp with a bleeding head, unconscious, was ultimately treated as a bounty notice. Klein smiled slightly. While he couldn't say he was charming everyone, he did make some of the female reporters' eyes sparkle with hearts. The happiness of justice is that I am happy first, and after I am happy, I'll let everyone be happy together. If I am not happy, then no one else can be happy. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. A performance quickly came to an end, and the reporters reported the news of Klein being the most talented in the history of the Navy Academy. The New World. Rumbling, rumbling, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, with occasional white flashes followed by deafening thunder. Seeing this weather, a swordsman wearing a hat that made him look like a little dwarf suddenly burst into laughter. Cuckoo. Lingling quickly used the collected souls to create a powerful homage. Thanks to the recent gift-giving fathers, I request a small gift, and to the book friends collecting Fragment of the Gods, please give 1 or 2 stars first this part. The rating is stuck. There will be updates with gifts. They're drafts. Chapter 80. News Everywhere. Lingling creates homage. 8-year-old Lingling forms the big MOM pirate crew with Longbread, rampaging through the New World. As a result, her bounty skyrockets to 200 million berries in a short time. The souls of the deceased are collected and stored within Lingling's body. Wow, is she going to create new homies? Lingling's innocent eyes widen, sparkling with excitement. Hee. Her eyes squint into crescent shapes. Her round, chubby face brightens as she asks Prometheus, do you want a companion? Mommy, creating a new family makes me so happy. A ball of flame floats beside Lingling, sporting human features and a flattering expression. The pouring rain from the sky does nothing to affect the fierce burning of this flame. It thinks happily, if only Mommy could create a female homage, then she could be my girlfriend, hee. That sounds really nice. Let's create new homage family members. Lingling laughs joyfully. That thundercloud over there, I will grant you my special soul to become part of Lingling's family. A dazzling white orb of light gathers in her giant hand, and with a toss, the orb whooshes into a beam of light shooting towards the thundercloud in the sky. This scene excites Longbread, filling his heart with joy. With Lingling's talent and such a powerful soul fruit, she will definitely create the strongest family in the future. Cuckoo. Prometheus nearby also laughs heartily. Mommy, the laughter suddenly stops. A male? Is this a male homage? The cold, icy rain slaps against Prometheus's face, and the smile disappears completely. Hearing the laughter of Mommy and Longbread, it only feels noisy, annoyed. Prometheus instantly feels utterly dejected. Although it doesn't know whether a female homage could even mate, the thundercloud descends from the sky, endowed with a soul, and happily says, Mommy, from now on I am your family. I will be called Zeus. Lingling reaches out to grab, her giant hand squeezing Zeus, distorting his face, also changing Zeus from his black form to a white form, but she seems completely unaware. You all are Lingling's family. Prometheus, come say hi to Zeus. Prometheus lazily flies to Zeus, smiling on the surface while inwardly cursing, what a despicable guy, why isn't he a girl? I want a girlfriend. At this moment, a howling wind blows in a newspaper, which Longbread catches with a hand. The newspaper has a striking headline, The Strongest Genius in Naval History. Moretti Klein. Content. Klein, at only 18 years old, possesses the strongest learning talent in history, mastering the 6 powers in just a few hours, and currently holds the top position among this cohort of students. His justice is the justice of happiness. According to an interview, Klein may become the first student to graduate early from the Naval Academy. The strongest genius in naval history? Longbread shakes his head, proudly looking at the towering Lingling beside him. Lingling is the strongest genius on this sea. He has never seen such a monster, such a freakish talent. No matter how powerful the enemy, pirates, or navy, their attacks on Lingling feel like mere tickles, causing her no harm at all. Those enemies are easily defeated by Lingling. And now she is only 8 years old. In Longbread's heart, in terms of talent, no one on this sea can compare to Lingling. Longbread stares at the photo on the newspaper. The handsome face has no appeal to him. The key is, although this Navy's talent cannot compare to Lingling, it definitely far surpasses others. If he could have children with Lingling, their talent should be good. He folds the newspaper and puts it in his pocket, looking at Lingling, thinking, Lingling is only 8 years old now. Once her body develops and she gains greater strength, they can start creating the great Charlotte family. Longbread worries that if Lingling births too young, it might affect her growth. Just wait for 10 years. At 18, that's when they can start building the brilliant and great Charlotte family. On Hive Island, Hachinos, the sky is clear and the sun is shining. Even during the day, the bar is bustling with pirates chatting and drinking. It's even livelier than the marketplace. Among them, a tall man with hair like a golden lion's mane, cigar in mouth, hold a newspaper. Ha ha, the most talented Navy in history. I hope to run into this guy on the sea and see if he has all talk or truly the strongest genius in the Navy. A pirate beside him teases. Hey, Shiki, what kind of guy could compare to a monster like you? What has the 6 powers? Your swordsmanship can cut through anything. This pirate pours Shiki a drink, laughing. When are you taking the brothers for a big score? Ha ha ha. Shiki downs the entire bottle, leaning back arrogantly against his chair, finding all this small-time stuff too boring. A hint of madness and powerful ambition shines in his eyes. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Klein naturally knows that with the newspaper, his fame will surely soar, but he didn't expect to catch the attention of some acquaintances. At this moment, Instructor Carter publicly announces, Klein will undergo an early graduation assessment in 3 days, and this assessment will be personally guided one-on-one by Vice Admiral Kong. Klein's face instantly goes blank. Wait. Was T. Kong a rear admiral before? Has he been promoted to vice admiral so quickly? But what surprises him even more is that his graduation assessment will be one-on-one with Kong. Me? One-on-one with Kong? While he is still in a daze. The other students are in an uproar. Early graduation assessment. In just 1 year, a genius is a genius. Kong? That guy known as Steel Bone. Haha. Klein will definitely be beaten badly. Klein is finally graduating. Sob, sob, sob. If he doesn't graduate soon, my money will be taken away by him. It's best if this monster leaves. He has too discouraging at school. Usually, we see Klein easily defeat us. Now we can finally see Klein being easily defeated by someone else. This assessment absolutely cannot be missed. Many students are looking forward to Klein graduating soon. Sengoku is also one of them. Hurry up and graduate. This guy staying in school is just too discouraging. What 6 powers? Swordsmanship, CONQUEROR'S Haki. This guy is far ahead in all of it. It's like a mountain pressing down on his heart, and in a short time, he sees no hope of surpassing. Moreover, recently Klein seems to have changed significantly, but he can't pinpoint the exact changes. Eating a lot, sleeping well. A slight hand in the assessment leads to first place, steadily improving in strength. But Sengoku knows that Klein loves to hide his strength. Who knows what level his strength has reached now? No one has seen him go all out. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Klein's graduation assessment would be personally handled by the Air Force, and with him stepping in, he would definitely be able to bring out Klein's full strength. Defeating Klein would let him taste the bitterness of failure. Sengoku's mood instantly improved. Meanwhile, Karp beside him wore a worried expression, feeling a slight tingling pain on his scalp, thinking, if I graduate, who will teach me how to fight? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's mouth twitched, his gaze landing on Karp's head, envisioning a scene of him covered in bruises. This guy, my brother, has he been trained by Klein to have a masochistic tendency? That guy Klein is truly terrifying. Hurry up and let that bastard graduate. Chapter 81. Follow me, and I'll make you a legend of the indomitable veteran. Some people hope Klein will graduate early, but there are also those who don't want him to. What about our agreement now that brother has left? Zefa was dumbfounded. He had clearly agreed with Klein for a year. Now, with less than 6 months left, he was about to graduate. Where'd he go for training? To seek his guidance? Zefa silently prayed in his heart. Brother, if I let you down, please stay for another year. I hope you fail this assessment. If Klein knew, he would definitely give him a love punch. Brother's been so good to you, and you wish for him to fail the assessment. Feeling itchy, are we? At this moment, Klein immediately adjusted his mindset. Isn't the assessment just a formality? His eyes sparkled with golden light as he quickly asked a concerned question. Instructor, can I charge for my assessment? He would absolutely not miss any opportunity to make money. No one but himself understood how desperate he was for cash right now. Swish, 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 swish. A barrage of sharp, furious, resentful gazes descended upon Klein like arrows. If they were real arrows, Klein would have been pierced 1,000 times by now. Even invisibly, a raging fire ignited among the students, merging into one. The burn fruit user was in tears. Faced with the wrath of the crowd, Klein's skin was as thick as a city wall, unfazed. Free lunches in this world? Dream on. Brother is not a philanthropist. If you want to see, you have to pay. Even the notoriously thick-skinned Instructor Carter felt a bit embarrassed. Secretly giving Klein a thumbs up, he still underestimated this guy's thirst for money. His skin is thicker than mine. Cough, cough. The instructor clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. Klein was the subject of the assessment, and this was still his decision. He glanced sympathetically at Klein. This was the limit of what he could help. Once you set sail, your fame will rise, and naturally, it will be thanks to me, your great instructor. Hee hee. With the instructor's approval, Klein turned to the students whose eyes were ablaze with anger, ignoring them. The ticket price is 10,000 each. You wouldn't want to miss my practical training with Kong, would you? Price has gone up. There's no way around it. Before leaving, I must make a good haul. Once I leave, I won't be able to harvest your leeks anymore. I feel heartbroken too. I'll miss you. But in fact, Klein was so happy inside that he felt like he could fly. The money he earned here was just pocket change. Once I go to the sea, I'll be doing big business. Big business. Money come. Money come. 10,000 berries. In the new era, that would inflate several times, equivalent to tens of thousands of berries. This directly triggered a lot of students to curse. Black-hearted. Klein, do you have no conscience? You're making money off us students. Truly disgraceful. You're making money off this? ISNT that insane. 10,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Klein, refund me. You're graduating. You have to refund my tuition. At this moment, a student mentioned the training class. And upon hearing the word refund, Klein's heart tightened. Damn, how did I forget about that? Refund. That's impossible. Running away with a bucket? ISNT that a bit unethical? At this time, many students joined the refund ranks, all shouting in unison, refund, refund, refund. The chant was so synchronized that it nearly deafened the ears. Damn, Klein was dumbfounded. Refund? ISNT that asking for his life. The scene in front of him was reminiscent of the refund guy cursing the national football team in his past life. R&M, refund. I'll become the one being asked for a refund, the national football team. Seeing this, Instructor Carter had a look of amusement, thinking how he would resolve this. Money ISNT that easy to earn. Karp was also stunned. This had completely incited the crowd's anger. Brother, you're graduating, just for fun their training fees. I see Klein seems unwilling. Sengoku was staring at Klein. At this moment, Klein was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If he refunded, it would be at least over 1 million berries. It would be too painful to give that back. Once this money is in my pocket, how could I justify giving it back? Klein immediately shouted, quiet. Although he didn't use CONQUEROR'S Haki, his powerful aura and voice still intimidated the present students. Pairs of eyes burning with flames seemed ready to devour Klein, waiting for him to provide a solution. What would he do? Hime pondered. Even she couldn't think a good way. Refunding was the best choice. Klein, under immense pressure, said, the money can be refunded, but if you choose not to, you will have priority to join my unit in the future. With my talent, plus graduating early, when you graduate, I will already be a naval officer. Coming to my unit, you can still learn and train with me. Whether it's for promotions and salary increases, upholding justice, or strengthening yourselves. I will lead you to grow big and strong, creating brilliance again. He put his hands in his pockets, facing the many students with an unchanging expression. His palm gently shook a small flag in his pocket, secretly releasing the ability of the inspiration fruit. Despicable tactics? As long as it's not a refund, and not plotting against life and death, it's not despicable. Besides, following me, as long as you can survive, I guarantee you will become a veteran of the old era, creating the legend of veterans never die. If you can't survive, just pretend I didn't say anything. I can help you clear the weeds from your tombs during the holidays. Burning paper money can also be considered a refund of your training fees. I'm too kind. The influence of the inspiration fruit made the students in front of him filled with trust and Klein. From all shouting refund, they immediately shifted their tune to grow big and strong, create brilliance again. Grow big and strong, create brilliance again. Huh. Instructor Carter was dumbfounded. What the hell? How did these students all turn on him at the last minute? Was Klein's pie really that tempting? Instructor Carter couldn't quite understand. There's a serious oversight here. The future distribution of this batch of students isn't up to Klein. This is the effect of the inspiration fruit. These students' dreams and pursuits are just a few things. Under Klein's ability, they were magnified and ignited. Each of them seemed to be on a high, losing their rationality and thinking, commonly known as lowering their intelligence. Klein secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His handsome face relaxed, but his back was already soaked. Thankfully, this wave of refund crisis was resolved. He then thought his assessment officer is. Kong, how strong is he? I want get beaten into a pig's head, will I? Chapter 82. Borrowing money to get stronger? A gamble of 200 million berry. In the instructor's office, Klein took a sip of tea. It was good tea, and it looked quite expensive. Instructor, how strong is Kong now? The last time he saw Kong, he was still a rear admiral. This time he didn't see him, but he heard that the other party was already a vice admiral. Klein still wanted to gauge the other's strength. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the key to victory in every battle. You have no chance of winning, so why ask this? The instructor put down the steaming teacup. Klein's face darkened. According to the instructor's assessment of him, it seemed he was not a match for Kong. He himself had no confidence either. That's why he sought the instructor to inquire about Kong's strength, but unexpectedly, the instructor had to say such sharp words. The atmosphere fell into silence. If strength was lacking, then it meant he hadn't invested enough. So, if he wanted to get stronger, he had to invest. Klein looked at the instructor and asked, Instructor, I want to borrow some money. How much? The instructor picked up his teacup. 200 million. The instructor spat out the tea, hissing and sticking out his tongue from the burn. He stood up, eyes wide. Klein, if you said you wanted to borrow a few tens of millions of berry, I wouldn't even blink. But you want to borrow 200 million all at once? What do you want to do? I want to invest. Only by investing can I become stronger. Of course, Klein wouldn't be foolish enough to say that money could ignite his fighting spirit, and the pressure of repayment could motivate him. The greater the pressure, the stronger the fighting spirit. It would unleash the potential within him. Borrowing money would make him stronger. Instructor Carter looked at Klein in shock. What kind of thinking is this? Borrowing money just to ignite fighting spirit. No wonder he is the most talented student I have ever seen. So, can this money be recovered from Klein? Money lent out is like water poured out. Hard to collect. Instructor Carter smirked and directly used his sharp tongue. You borrow money, yet you aren't even a match for Kong. This assessment is just a formality. You don't really think you have a chance of winning, do you? I do, Klein retorted. If the instructor was willing to lend him money, 200 million berry plus his own over 100 million berry could completely buy this year's double first charge. With a transformation, it would be 600 million. Directly splurging on the spring festival event would enhance his strength, and there was still hope of defeating Kong. Moreover, with improved strength, going out to sea would be even safer. Without reaching the level of a general, going out to sea was still very dangerous. You never know when a monster might pop up from some corner, getting treated like a roadside pest and getting killed with a punch, a kick, or a knife. Becoming a stepping stone for someone else's fame. For safety, for his own survival, he had to invest. Even borrowing money had to be fully invested in activities. I want to be strong. In life, just having confidence isn't enough. You also need to be clear about your own strength. The instructor was like a stone in a latrine, both foul and hard. Klein said, I'll use my martial arts secrets as collateral or shares in the bathhouse. If I can't repay within a year, they're all yours. Instructor Carter's eyes lit up instantly. Klein, you said it. So let's write a promissory note. Out of consideration for our teacher-student relationship, I won't charge you interest. You give the money, and I'll write it now. The deal was struck. As Klein prepared to leave, the instructor suddenly called out to him, Klein, since you were so confident, why don't we have a bet? This kid, I don't know where he got his confidence from. Let us first take advantage of him. Earn some money from him. A bet? Klein's hand dropped from the doorknob as he turned to look at the instructor, immediately raising his acting skills to best actor level, in his own opinion. Damn it, instructor. You don't believe in me? Who do you think I am? I am the most talented student in the history of the Naval Academy. I cannot lose. Instructor Carter was secretly delighted, but put on a mocking expression to provoke Klein. Since you are so confident you can win, let's bet. Consider a graduation gift from me. Let us bet. The instructor immediately said, let us wager 200 million berry. If you win, you don't have to pay it back. If you lose, not only do you have to return the 200 million berry, but the shares in the bathhouse and your martial arts secrets will also belong to me. Deal. Klein quickly walked to the table. Let us write the betting agreement. With the betting agreement in hand, he stormed out. Instructor Carter immediately took the betting agreement, laughing uncontrollably. This guy Klein really knows how to give away money. I feel embarrassed to accept it. After finishing today's training session, Klein returned to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he was startled. Karp, Zefa, and Sengoku were all in the dormitory, surprisingly not doing extra practice. They aren't working hard? Could it be that they know I'm too strong, and they can't keep up? So, you given up? Klein looked at the three with a strange expression and asked, aren't you three practicing extra today? He sat down on his bed, and Zefa immediately sat beside him, giving him a shoulder rub. Brother, you are about to graduate, so we want to practice for the next few days. Karp handed him a snack bag. Brother, eat some sunbae. Flattery without reason is either a thief or a rogue. If you have something to say, just say it. Letting one rip, you really let one rip. The dormitory suddenly became chaotic, with windows opening, doors swinging, and everyone rushing to the corridor and balcony. Brother, didn't you ask me to let one rip? Karp had an innocent face. Zefa's face turned red. He was also planning to let one rip, but Karp beat him to it, saving him from embarrassment. More than 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the dormitory. Zefa spoke up. Brother, if you leave, no one will guide me, and the protein powder, the bear general probably won't send it over. Klein turned his gaze to Karp, who scratched his head. Brother, I haven't even fully learned the fist technique yet. I also don't want you to graduate so soon. Got it. So that's why you guys unusually didn't practice today and waited in the dormitory for me? It turns out none of you want to graduate. But I'm just a legend. I am truly a dragon crossing the river. How could I be trapped in a small pond? The sea is my true home. Klein looked at Sengoku, who was sitting on the opposite bed. Sengoku was quite rational and calm. I've told you that trying to convince me to stay is useless. I will definitely leave the school. Rude. Call me brother. Sengoku's face changed colors, first blue, then purple, and after a long time, he managed to squeeze out one word. Brother. Hey, good younger brother. Klein smiled widely. Sengoku's face immediately turned from blue-purple to a warm red, his fists creaking for being clenched tightly. A character appeared on his forehead. This scene greatly satisfied Klein's inner mischievousness. He was overjoyed. He knew this guy was just waiting for him to leave. Klein looked at Karp and Zefa beside him, memories of the past year flashing in his mind. Brother, be gentle, my head hurts. Brother, your massage technique is amazing. Klein, do you want to practice? Let's become excellent Navy members together. Donuts, share some sunbae with me. The promissory note is ready. Klein, I will definitely win against you. Scenes flashed in Klein's mind, and he felt a bit reluctant, but once he thought about going out to sea to make big money, all of this was nothing. You're already such a grown person, relying on your brother all day long. Is this appropriate? What kind of situation is this? We're not Liu Bei. You have to drag your younger brother along for bathing and sleeping. When you return to the Navy headquarters in the future, you can come back and reminisce. Klein looked at Zefa, patted his hand that was massaging his neck and shoulders, and said, Zefa, after you graduate, come under my command. If you're willing, I will find a way to arrange for you to be in my department. Zefa's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother, can it really be done? In his eyes, Klein, with such strong talent and strength, would definitely be a high-ranking officer in the Navy in the future. Clinging to his thigh is definitely the right choice. Of course, you are my recognized Udu. Klein smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Zefa's shoulder. If I don't look out for you, who will? Zefa was deeply moved, biting his lip, knowing that his talent was the worst in this dormitory. It had been a year. He hadn't even entered the elite class or met the conditions to practice the 6 styles. The gap between him and Klein was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He never expected Klein to still care about him. Suddenly, his big eyes welled up with tears. Brother, I will definitely train hard and not let you down. Haha, I believe you can become a hero. Upon hearing this, Zefa was stunned and burst into tears. With his talent, almost no one believed he could become a hero, but Klein had always firmly believed in him. He received special care from Klein. The thought of Klein graduating and leaving made him cry even harder. Klein knew that being a man is really not easy, especially for a 14-year-old like Zefa. Train well. When I return to headquarters, I will check on your training results. He looked at Karp, and you. Karp grinned. Hee brother. Are you still worried about me? Train well, and pay back the money as soon as you graduate. Klein thought about how hard this guy trained and felt an indescribable sense of reassurance. The day of repayment is just around the corner. When I return to headquarters, I will teach you other moves of the fist bone. Karp immediately grinned. Brother, can I join your command in the future? Chapter 3 added, Hey, I'm so conscientious. Every chapter has a good amount of words. It's really unfair if you don't give a bit of support. If you don't support, don't send some small gifts. How can you face me? Do you have any conscience? Chapter 83. How to make your head pointy. You? Klein shook his head. You better not. Who knows what trouble you'll get me into? The monkey family has 3 generations, all troublemakers. Each generation more reckless than the last. They all dislike being restrained. It's a headache. Let's just let Karp and Roger fight it out, running all over the world. Seeing Karp looking unhappy, Klein chuckled and raised his fist as if to hit him. What's wrong? Is your scalp itchy? Do you need my loving iron fist to treat it? Karp immediately shrank his neck and retreated to a corner, munching on rice crackers by himself, looking sullen. You're biased. Klein felt a bit touched that the 3 of them chose to spend more time with him instead of practicing extra. He took special care of Zefa for 2 reasons. First, Zefa was the youngest in the dormitory, and second, during the last lottery, he had wagered Zefa's lifelong happiness and won a gold. The key point was, if he didn't take care of this kid, how long would he have to wait for him to pay back his debts? At night, lying in bed, Klein was excited and activated Genshin. He entered the game without hesitation, directly going to the first recharge page and buying the double first recharge. He spent another 440,000 berries. For the New Year Beast boss event, Klein directly swept through with 100 times, a single click yielding 1 million berries. The madness of spending. He had already made a bet of 200 million berries with Instructor Carter, and he absolutely couldn't lose. He wanted to get that 200 million berries for free. He clicked mechanically 100 times to sweep, and the berries in the upper right corner dropped at a very fast speed. Last time, Klein spent over 100 million, sweeping more than 10,000 times. This time, with the double first recharge, he had 600 million berries all in. Not a single penny, no, not a single drop left. He only had a few million berries left for purchasing daily discounted packages. The sweep count directly reached over 70,000 times. And he was not far from the ultimate milestone reward of 100,000 times in a talent slot 1. He still needed more than 200 million berries. But once he set sail, a trip to Sky Island would easily earn it back. Klein was exhilarated and claimed the reward for 50,000 times first. Then checked his backpack to see what he could get from the New Year Beast treasure chest. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he hoped for better luck today. He claimed the 50,000 times progress reward. Received skill upgrade voucher. Then, he opened his backpack and went straight to the New Year Beast treasure chest. This time, Klein decided to be extravagant and opened 100 at once, clicking through rapidly. He opened all the New Year Beast treasure chests, and the system announcement bar was filled with golden prompt messages. Checking his backpack, a large pile of prizes was flashing with dazzling colors, blinding players' eyes. Talent chest, X3. Random skill upgrade scroll, X27. Skill upgrade scroll, X2. Mentor character chest, X3. Dominance upgrade material chest, X8. Character advancement material chest, X6. Random skill chest, X5. Random weapon chest, X4. Random famous blade chest, X2. Random devil fruit chest, X3. Character recruitment chest, X15. Random pet chest, X5. A huge pile of items made Klein's heart surge. Money is indeed a good thing. Without money, you could only hope for free challenge attempts. But now that he had money, he didn't have to choose. He wanted it all. The dazzling array of items left him dazzled. Various treasure chests radiating brilliant colors in his backpack. Klein seemed to smell the ink of fresh bills, intoxicating. He decided to open the random skill chest first. There were 5 in total. Unable to gather 10 for a 10-fold draw, he could only open them one by one. With a gentle click, the chest burst forth with brilliant light, and then an icon appeared in the center of the screen along with a prompt. Received skill, Iron Block, has been automatically decomposed into fragments. What the hell, damn it. Even if it upgraded to a golden legendary skill, it would still be the strongest illusion Iron Block. Damn, the quality of skills can be upgraded. That's the difference between the game world and reality. But after using Iron Block once, Klein really didn't want this thing. If I use Iron Block again, I'm a dog. Klein checked the next reward. Received skill, Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Claw Fist? I think it should be the Kuin Claw Fist, with Big Blackie Dorag and Little Blackie Sabo. Did the Blackie show off his chicken feet? Of course. This was just Klein's joke. It was already the year 1463 of the Sea Circle, and surely no one was still playing his brother's routine, right? Get out of here. The Dragon Claw Fist is quite powerful. Karp's 3 generations are all combat geniuses. Must be from their ancestor Joy Boy, right? Or is it true that the D family has such amazing talent? This skill is quite good, centered on powerful finger strength and grip. It can crush steel weapons and armor. The attack gesture imitates the dragon claw shape. In his previous life, Klein had seen some videos where people painted their hands black and made this gesture. Great. It still needs to be armed color dominance to be authentic. Plus, with his foundation in finger gun, the power and effect of Dragon Claw Fist should not be bad. Next, received skill, Normal Attack, has been automatically decomposed into fragments. Oh, Klein's eyes lit up, his heart racing. After upgrading the skill, could it become a sublimation version of the Normal Attack, which is the ultimate move? Originally, Hawkeye's Normal Attack was not to be underestimated. If it were an upgraded version, its power should go up a level. Of course, this also relates to one's own strength. Not bad, not bad. 2 consecutive draws brought good luck. Klein's mind was filled with joy. Received skill, 8-Punch Fist. Isn't that the skill of the 8 Treasure Water Army's cone, Pepper Old Man? Klein immediately imagined the scene where Pepper was punched by Karp. The cone driven into his head, his eyes bulging out. Why is her head so flat? Then, decades later, Karp's grandson Luffy punched the cone back out. Ha! Joking aside, Klein knew that the 8-Punch Fist was quite powerful, a very formidable martial art. It was a move passed down through generations of the 8 Treasure Water Army, which, while attacking the opponent, also releases a powerful shockwave with strong attack power. It is somewhat similar to Blackbeard's subordinate Baya's Wave Elbow Strike. Not bad, but this thing is not easy to sell. At least, it can't be sold openly. Thinking of Pepper, Klein suddenly remembered something. There's a large amount of treasure buried beneath Jade Ice Mountain. If Karp hadn't interfered, Pepper might have already dug it out. How can I make my head pointy? That's a tough question. If this path doesn't work, Klein naturally had other ideas. Can I use the ability user? The Door Fruit? If that doesn't work, then I'll use my last resort. Nose Gale? I'll just have to put up with Pepper. He planned to give it a try, but finding the location of Jade Ice Mountain was a bit challenging. Klein continued to check the next skill. Receive skill, 6-Sword Style. A string of question marks appeared above Klein's head. Is this a skill of Little 8? Aren't octopuses supposed to have 8 tentacles? All right, that guy's tentacles turn into legs, and he still has 2 legs. Oda is really detailed, but his expression is still very dark. Am I not a human? What use is the 6-Sword Style? Use it. What I'm using is the 6-Sword Style. If I remember correctly, Returning life and controlling hair is not impossible either. In that case, demonic energy 9 sword style Azura can also be used, right? But the 6 sword style is too low in prestige, and I have stronger moves, so it feels a bit useless. Still, demonic energy 9 sword style Azura has more prestige and looks cooler. Then, Klein used the fragments he decomposed to upgrade both basic attack and iron block to 1 star. As long as both skills reach 5 stars, they can be upgraded from Golden Legend to the skill Peerless in the world. Peerless in the world? Klein shook his head and pouted. God knows how much I need to recharge to upgrade to the highest level. That's how games work, constantly giving you improvements and higher pursuits, making you willing to spend money. Never ending. The ancient strategy wins people's hearts. Chapter 84. Crazy recharge of 600 million. Skill level up. I have already recharged nearly 700 million berries. My VIP level has only reached level 5. There is still a full 10 levels difference from the highest VIP level 15. It's ridiculous. Next, Klein focused on the upgrade scrolls, with 27 random skill upgrade scrolls. That's a lot. After all, based on the doubled amount from the first recharge, it cost more than 600 million berries. Can it not be a lot? It directly refreshed the historical record of the random upgrade scrolls Klein had. And there are 3 skill upgrade scrolls. He immediately used the random skill upgrade scrolls, clicking one by one. Skill upgrade successful. King S Fist LV. 2 to LV. 3. Skill upgrade successful. 6 Sword Style LV. 1 to LV. 2. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Fist LV. 3 to LV. 4. Skill upgrade successful. Paper Drawing LV. 3 to LV. 4. Skill upgrade successful. Ramen Fist LV. 7 to LV. 8. Skill upgrade successful. Yuqian 2 Sword Style LV. 1 to LV. 2. Skill upgrade successful. Flat ALV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. Transgender Fist LV. 6 to LV. 7. Skill upgrade successful. Finger Gun LV. 5 to LV. 6. Skill upgrade successful. 8. Rush Fist LV. 1 to LV. 2. Skill upgrade successful. Ramen Fist LV. 8 to LV. 9. After using 10-foot random skill scrolls, this is the current result. Klein's heart was filled with joy. It's true that having money brings happiness. If only he had more money, he could directly receive the progress rewards of 100,000 times and have more chances to open year beast treasure chests. Earning money. He thought of a saying from his past life. There's only one disease in the world, the disease of being poor. He must work hard and turn his luck around. What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Earning is all about money. In the past, improving skills relied on daily special gift packages, and he couldn't even see a splash of water. Now that he has money, once an event starts, he directly splurges. Rewards pouring in. So satisfying. This is the lifelong pursuit of Klein. Of course, Klein knows that the money is still far from enough. Now, a single event can easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of berries. Make money. Make money. Damn it, make money. He continued to click on random skill upgrade scrolls. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Block LV. 5 to LV. 6. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Block LV. 6 to LV. 7. Skill upgrade successful. Thunder Destruction Sword LV. 1 to LV. 2. Skill upgrade successful. 6 Sword Style LV. 2 to LV. 3. Skill upgrade successful. Demon Wind Kick LV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. Iron Fist LV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. Shave LV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. Yuqian 2 Sword Style LV. 2 to LV. 3. Skill upgrade successful. Moonwalk LV. 3 to LV. 4. Skill upgrade successful. Ramen Fist LV. 9 to LV. 10. Ramen Fist has reached maximum level. Please go to improve the quality of Ramen Fist. Unlock special moves after advancement. Ramen Fist? Not worth upgrading at all. Klein directly ignored this prompt. Advancement? What a joke. With this thing, even if it advances to Golden Legend and upgrades to Unrivaled, can it change the essence of the fist technique? I'm a big spender. What does a big spender want? Coolness, flashiness, class, fancy, awesome, special effects. Klein resolutely refuses to upgrade this thing. It's just wasting resources. But that's how the system works. The lower the tier of the item, the more it gives you. Even if your backpack is overflowing, it still gives you more. The game's consistent nature. The more you curse, the more it thrives. Sword. Continue using random skill upgrade scrolls. Skill upgrade successful. Dragon Claw Fist LV. 2 to LV. 3. Skill upgrade successful. Storm Kick LV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. Transgender Fist LV. 7 to LV. 8. Skill upgrade successful. Ghost Chi 9 Sword Style Azura LV. 1 to LV. 2. Skill upgrade successful. Demon Wind Kick LV. 5 to LV. 6. Skill upgrade successful. Paper Drawing LV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. King S Fist LV. 3 to LV. For without thinking. Klein also knew that using these 27 scrolls would result in a massive improvement. Accepting the feedback from the system, numerous memories surfaced in his mind, transforming into instinctive abilities in his body. Painful yet joyful. He certainly doesn't have SM tendencies. He just feels that his strength has improved to the point that it can no longer be described as visible improvement. Instead, it's like a crow flying an airplane fast. It's like a day apart feels like 3 autumns. So satisfying, so happy. In the world of pirates, you can have nothing, but you cannot lack strength. There are 3 more skill upgrade scrolls. Klein unhesitatingly used all of them on Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki upgrade successful. LV. 3 to LV. 4. Conqueror's Haki upgrade successful. LV. 4 to LV. 5. Not enough upgrade scrolls. Unable to upgrade. What? Klein was stunned. His pupils contracted, staring hard at the conditions for upgrading Conqueror's Haki on screen. 3 skill upgrade scrolls? What the hell? His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Does this mean that after reaching level 5, the number of scrolls consumed will increase? Damn it, this is really not poetic at all. Klein certainly knows that there are many tricks in domestic minigames, but when he was tricked himself, he was still very angry. Klein was anxious. Although it wasn't too much of a blow, it did break through his defenses. He was full of joy thinking that his Conqueror's Haki could be upgraded to level 6. And even level 10 didn't seem too far away. But now, the game hits him hard, and he knows that wanting to upgrade Conqueror's Haki to the top level is not that easy. Is it just to keep players trapped? Damn it, for now. This skill scroll will be kept. Klein was angry, but there was nowhere to vent in the game world. Level 5 Conqueror's Haki is definitely not low in the vast sea. Of course, it can't compare to the level of the 4 Emperors. Klein estimates that this level should be about the same as Spiritual Young Man, the first person with an outward 8 character, the legendary Bean-Eye, Birdman, Newspaper King Doflamingo level. It's already pretty good. As long as he keeps spending money, all kinds of skills can become world's number 1. Fake Hexagonal Warrior 100 Best Kaido. Real Hexagonal Warrior fully spent account. M.S. Dad. A series of feedback. It hasn't stopped at all. It made Klein feel explosively happy. If only there were such significant improvements every day, that would be great. It's simply too satisfying. Keep going. Don't stop. Addicted. Obsessed. The improvement of the game character alone is enough to make players addicted and obsessed. Not to mention the feedback in reality. It's this feeling of clearly and intuitively feeling the improvement of one's strength that gradually immersed Klein in it. Hard to extricate himself. Games are just that captivating, making people have internet addiction. Unknowingly, he falls into it. Next, what treasure chest should he open? Klein looked at his overflowing backpack. Various treasure chests in the backpack. This is the enjoyment that only comes from splurging. There are many items, and it takes half a day to clear the backpack. No wonder many rich people in the past had others help them with leveling up, completing quests, and daily tasks. They entrusted their accounts. Klein chose to open a talent chest. This time, 3 talent chests were opened, and he began to feel a bit nervous, muttering in his mind, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, can I get a gold one? I'm willing to bet the happiness of my brother Zhanghua's lifetime for a golden legendary talent." For the first time, Klein chose his brother Karp's happiness, and it failed. For the second time, He chose his brother Zefa's happiness, and it succeeded. For the third time, he wanted to try betting on Zhanghua's happiness to see if he could succeed. In the original work, Crane's granddaughter had already appeared, but Zhanghua's family or descendants had not been seen. So, Klein felt that the probability of success was actually quite high. Open. Gain talent. Tenfold arm strength, is that it? Klein was very disappointed. Is my brother Zefa really that unfortunate? The lottery drawn by betting on Zhanghua's happiness declared a failure. Tenfold arm strength comes from the Fishman clan, and many fishmen take pride in it. Those with tenfold arm strength far surpass ordinary people in terms of physical strength and fitness. Among them, the fishman Arlong from the East Sea is the most arrogant. In fact, he is just a roadside fish, and if it weren't for the pirate Jinbei's deal with the Navy to become a warlord, this guy would have been captured by Kizura many years ago and sent to impel down to undergo the cleansing process of boiling water. Then he was sent to prison. Tenfold arm strength is still acceptable, better than some other useless talents. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. Moreover, the boost from tenfold arm strength does provide some enhancement to certain boxing techniques and karate moves. Klein continued to pray for himself and opened the second talent chest. The chest burst forth with a dazzling array of 7 colors, and a talent icon floated out. Gain talent. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. Chapter 85. SSS level talent. The god avoidance is coming. Gain talent. Sleeplessness. Ward. This talent took Klein by surprise. Blackbeard teach, or the Joker buggy. They've even come up with a talent that doesn't require sleep. If you give this talent to Karp, he could train day and night. But for me, what am I supposed to do with this talent? Train? Or work like a beast during the day and then keep working at night without rest? 24/7 working like a beast? What a joke. It's impossible to endure such hardship. It's never going to happen in this lifetime. Just this talent alone, it can be compared to Emperor Shi Tian Fromfingyun. If you practice without distinguishing day from night, practice for 1,000 years, even a pig might become the strongest being. There's only one talent treasure chest left. Dog planners, don't mess it up if you give me another useless talent. My mindset is about to explode. I never expected this talent. They say it's related to Blackbeard teach, being able to consume 2 devil fruits. It's said his body structure is special. But Klein doesn't dare to try it. What if he explodes? That would be catastrophic. He already has plenty of devil fruit abilities. Safety first. Safety first. Klein cast the spell again, this time trading his brother Zefa's lifelong happiness for gold. Let me stand tall. Gain talent. Diamond skeleton. Golden legend. Gold has appeared. The golden light is blinding. What the hell? You did this to my brother Zefa? Klein suddenly felt heartbroken. Zefa, it's not that I let you down, but your life. It's really tragic. Everyone else failed their bets, and you succeeded. Look for your own reasons. Klein was at a loss for whether to be happy or... He immediately checked this talent. After all, to be honest, he didn't know which character this talent originated from. Steel Balloon is very famous, but whose is Diamond Skeleton? Diamond Jaws? ISNT that the superhuman type, shiny fruit? Klein clicked on the introduction and was shocked. Giant Prince. Loki? It's him? When Loki crossed over, the manga had just entered the Elbaf arc, and it was revealed that the giant race's Prince Loki was bound by sea prism stone chains on the underworld treasure triatom. He knew this guy was also a natural monster, born with terrifying, demon-like snake eyes. Even as a baby, he could fight against beings from Elbaf's underworld. He has the bloodline of the ancient giant race. Simply incredibly strong. This talent is even stronger than Teacher Kaido. Klein couldn't help but smile widely. Diamond-like bones, plus indestructibility, my goodness. I'm not going to be human anymore. What is this if not a monster? He suddenly thought that Sora's nickname is Steel Bone, and he has the talent Diamond Skeleton. ISNT that cooler than Sora's Steel Bone? More domineering? But the next second, he started to have a headache, looking at the talent slots with memory, kill, and indestructibility. Klein fell silent. Damn, the talent slots are too tight. Right now, there are only 2 talent slots. To equip Diamond Skeleton, he must swap out one of them. He doesn't want to give up any of them. As a paying player, he has only one choice. I want them all. And this time, New Year event requires a total of 100,000 attempts to gain a talent slot. He is still short by over 20,000 attempts, which is 200 million berries. Damn it, why does it feel like the game is setting me up? But where am I going to get this 200 million berries? He just borrowed 200 million berries from the instructor, and if he goes back to him now, he has nothing left to mortgage. I'm so broke. Can something like 300 million berries just fall from the sky and hit me? Klein was troubled. He clearly has 3 top-tier talents, but cannot fully enjoy the combat power brought by all 3 talents. It's really frustrating. In order to make money, Klein silently thought about how to get this 200 million berries. First, selling skills. Swordsmanship. That seems feasible, but he doesn't have the connections. And he doesn't have time to teach others right now. Then he can only do business. What business can make money quickly in the short term? Ding. A flash of inspiration. Klein suddenly thought of a good idea. My gambling with the instructor is private gambling. But if I bring the students in, with so many students, each placing a small bet, then I could take it to draw lots. Wouldn't that work? Feasible. Let us do it tomorrow. With 2 or 3 days left for the assessment, I must get this betting game started. Then, I'll blow my money to get the 100,000 rewards from this New Year event, Talent Slot 1. Perfect. Thinking about the way to make money, Klein instantly felt a lot more relaxed. He continued to open his treasure chests. Let us check the backpack. Let us open a mentor character treasure chest first to ease things a bit. Klein likes to preemptively invest a few times when playing games. Unlocked gold medal mentor. Silbaz Rayleigh. Clearly, he got a gold medal mentor, but Klein couldn't be happy at all. He really wanted to ask Rayleigh when he meets him, "What are you teaching? Explain it." If you can't explain it clearly, then don't mislead the next generation. He clearly remembered a widely circulated image from his previous life, which was the so-called mentor ranking. Klein sighed. The cushion didn't work. Next, gained gold medal mentor. Zefa. Brother Zefa. My good brother Zefa. Klein smiled slightly. Our good brother's title of gold medal mentor is well-deserved. Zefa's disciples really number in the dozens, with the Marine Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora as representatives. Not to mention, a large number of elite vice admirals in the Marine headquarters are his disciples. It's just, the fate is too tragic. How could you die at the hands of your own disciples? This is an outrageous act of betraying one's teacher and destroying one's roots. Treating Brother Zefa like a Japanese person. Clearly, it's a cushion. Why did I get 2 golds in a row? Klein was speechless. Of course, similar situations also happen when playing games in his previous life. You want to succeed, but you can't. You don't want to succeed, and it happens. Isn't that infuriating? You can't do anything about it. Garlic bird, at least it's gold. It's better than nothing. Having gold is already good. Let us not ask for too much. Otherwise, who knows, the game might just throw you a big pile of junk. Klein opened the last mentor character treasure chest. Gained gold medal mentor. GOLD. Roger. What the hell? Klein was instantly dumbfounded. Wow. The god avoidance that I've been thinking about. Is it finally coming? Reflecting on the time when he drew from the skill card pool, he hit the god avoidance on the first try. It was just a damn fragment. It made him furious. And now, although he still couldn't draw god avoidance, he drew GOLD. Roger. This is equivalent to indirectly drawing the god avoidance. Awesome. This is not a cushion. This is clearly the golden legend I've been looking forward to. Didn't he expect it? Today still has 3 chapters. There were indeed quite a few fathers supporting yesterday, so I'm bowing to you to show my respect. Bang. I'm so conscientious. If you don't give me electricity, am I still a poet? Where's my conscience? Don't talk about conscience feeding me. Am I not a person? Am I really a person? It's almost there. It's really about to run out. Chapter 86. The Supreme Great Blade. The special effect of divine avoidance is exaggerated and handsome, and its reputation is incredibly loud. Every time divine avoidance appears in the anime, the effects are fully loaded, creating memorable scenes as well as dark scenes. Kid's 30 billion bounty directly turned into a vast ocean. The water content is too high. It's a veritable ocean. Once this assessment is over, I'll hang GOLD. Roger up, hoping to comprehend. Divine avoidance. Klein's happiness was flying high. He was overjoyed. Roger at this moment. I wonder if he's set sail. Even if he has, his strength seems lacking, right? with this knife of divine avoidance. Wound T Neil? Triple gold. It was simply unexpected, and the last gold was actually GOLD. Roger. What kind of luck does it take to draw that? Could it be my brother Zephyr's lifelong curse of happiness is still rising in value? Still gaining power? Boo-hoo, dear brother Zephyr, don't worry. I definitely won't let you suffer that much. So, just bless me to keep drawing golden legends. Let the anger explode. Although it sounds a bit hypocritical, Klein really planned not to let his brother suffer too much. When he has a son, can I lean on my seniority and be a godfather? A friend's wife must not be deceived. But a brother's son, what a big son. Drawing 3 gold in a row. Klein dared not continue to open any valuable treasure chests. This time, he chose to open some material chests. For example, Haki upgrade material chest, character advancement material chest. After opening a bunch of materials, Klein began to seriously focus on the backpack to see which one would be better to open. Then it's decided. Random weapon chest. Weapon obtained. Slingshot at the slingshot. Is it used to shoot birds? Klein's mouth twitched. This thing requires some sniping skills to play with. Moreover, the most common birds in the pirate world are newsbirds. Otherwise, it's men-s birds. He thought of a legendary figure who was very famous for using a slingshot. That would be Erling Shun, the true monarch Yang Jian. The slingshot hit the phoenix. The great sage Sun Wukong. In One Piece, the slingshot is a specialized weapon of the great Usopp, which Klein can't use. Just leave it there. Next, weapon obtained. Great saw blade. The weapon of Fishman Arlong, which Klein doesn't like. The weirder and more bizarre the weapon, the more it can only be. A side character. This thing can gather dust. Weapon obtained, 1006. Displayed on the icon is a beautifully crafted sniper rifle with golden decorations. From the sniper Van Oka of the Blackbeard Pirates. This guy has a reputation for killing newsbirds. Klein was quite impressed. He was simply 10 times more despicable than OSS. OSS would transfer from one pocket of newsbirds to another, then freeload off the newsbirds. But Van Oka, doesn't he even spare the birds? Is he still a poet? Klein must stand up for the newsbirds. Is it easy for them to be just cows and horses? They fly all over the world, and a newspaper's highest price is only 100 belly. And they even have to risk their own bird lives. That Van Oka is simply extremely evil and unforgivable. If I see him, I definitely want to let him go. Klein had thought about taking control of the World Economic News Agency. 1, it can make money. 2, it can gather intelligence. 3, it can control public opinion. 4, readers say. Finally, the last random weapon chest. Open. Weapon obtained. Cross knife. A small knife for butts? Open your eyes. Klein laughed. This is a knife that has defeated the future world's #1 swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. You can't find a smaller knife than this. A classic among classics. This guy's almost been dressed up by transmigrators in various ways, even using big shorts. Is the next one going to use panties or a bra? Who would do such a wicked thing? Does this make sense? What kind of propriety is this? Among the few weapons, Klein felt that the sniper rifle 1006 was slightly better. The others, their quality was not great. Even 1006, Klein still looked down on it. He still preferred the Dragon Sniper. AWP Giant Dragon Legend. Next, Klein began to open the random pet chest. He obtained a quick duck, Kung Fu Manatee, Bull Moo Moo, and a camel. This camel is not the desert camel, but a larger penguin that is a partner of Akiji. After drawing duplicate pets, which automatically decomposed into fragments, he used them to upgrade the pets. Then he began to draw character recruitment chests. A total of 15 were drawn. Von Clay, Akin, Joseph, Little 8, Carmen, Miss Sunday, Princess Vivi, Capone Beej, Arlong, Little U, Van Oka, Sanji, Yarlita, Absalom, and Dorify. Not drawing Robin made Klein feel quite regretful, but it could be considered a preparation for the main event later. There were still random famous sword chests X2 and random devil fruit chests X3 left in the backpack. Regarding the famous swords, Klein didn't pay too much attention now, as he already had 2 great blades in hand. With Dowie's 1 sword and a mono habakiri, it was already enough for him. What he cared more about was the random devil fruit chests. Let us open the 2 famous sword chests first. Click use. Good blade, 50 works. Blood absorption, attack, special attribute, damage increase, critical hit rate, Swordsmanship training experience value bonus 2. Comment. A naginata that will inflate your ambition once held. Friendly reminder. When you hold this knife, you will uncontrollably generate the following thoughts of domination. Many people may not remember the name Blood Absorption. Its holder is the Deputy Warden of Impel Down, Hannibal. Klein knew that there was also a famous character with the same name in a well-known TV series in his previous life. That guy was a cannibal, a serial killer, a forensic psychiatrist. Of course, Hannibal in One Piece also left a deep impression on Klein. This guy had always coveted Magellan's position as warden. He was a person with a strong sense of justice and courage. He would even be willing to sacrifice his life. A rare user of the naginata. His fame pales in comparison to Whitebeard. Klein didn't particularly like this not-so-handsome weapon. Next. Supreme Great Blade. First Generation Onimaru. First Generation Onimaru. Attack. Special Attribute. Damage Increase. Critical Hit Rate. Swordsmanship Training Experience Value Bonus 10. Comment. A demonic sword, the strongest existence in the Onimaru series. Friendly reminder. This sword will affect the user's character. Be careful of being dominated. First Generation Onimaru. Can I dare to take this out? Klein felt mixed emotions. Relying on a good sword is unbearable. He suddenly felt. Drawing a golden legend is useless. No, this thing has a boost for swordsmanship training. 5 more than the Great Blade. So fragrant. Update, Chapter 4 today. Thanks to why does the old woman pretend to be a virgin? Everyone salute. Loyal Orange. Chapter 87. Luck Overflowing. Mythical Zoan. 2 nature-type fruits. The doubled enhancement efficiency is something Klein really likes, as it allows him to level up his swordsmanship faster. There are still 3 random devil fruit treasure chests left. This is the highlight of the show. Klein began to cast his spell, feeling guilty as he quietly said to Zefa, "Sorry, brother. Praying to gods is no match for you. You must help me this time. I'm willing to trade Zefa's lifetime of happiness for a chance to draw a golden legend." Open. Obtained. Zoan-type horse fruit mythical beast form. Klein's mood was terrible at this moment, as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping across a green prairie in his heart. Horse, oh horse, can you just roll away? Leave my world. Damn it. After finally drawing a mythical Zoan devil fruit, it turned out to be such a bizarre one. What the hell? Damn it. Dog planners, come out. I promise not to kill you. I'm not human. Lottery draws easily mess with one's mindset, even though he knew he should be rational and calm. But he just couldn't help it. In his past life and this life, he didn't know how many times he had drawn lots, but his mindset just couldn't stay balanced. Extreme highs and lows. This devil fruit belonged to the Blackbeard Pirate's Poison Q, named Strong, the horse's ability. Even flying with Blackbeard is a struggle. Weak as hell. Get lost. In my past life, I was a top-tier cow horse, and now I'm still a heavenly horse. In my last life, I couldn't escape being a horse, and now I have to be one again, right? This isn't how you treat people. No matter how impressive, it's still a horse. Klein was furious. Next. Obtained. Nature-type flame fruit. Is this a series even dogs won't eat? Klein hesitated for a moment. Could it be? Dogs won't eat it, but I will. Anyway, he didn't have to experience it himself. A devil fruit rumored to taste like defense. He could change abilities at will. At least it's a nature type, which can elementalize. Combined with his Iron Fist, he could create an evolution version Fire Fist. It shouldn't be a big deal. It said that there are no trash devil fruits, only trash users. It seems he needed to verify just how trash the flame fruit really is. Besides, he wasn't an ordinary person. He was a man capable of equipping other devil fruit slots. If it really doesn't work, he could just use a fire stick, as the temperature of red-hot iron is usually between 600 to 1,300 degrees. With armament Haki, the hotter he burns, the better. Anyway, Klein wasn't just a martial arts fighter. He also had powerful swordsmanship. He would just use the flame fruit as a transitional option, and he couldn't let the world government discover the ability change. The flame fruit wasn't qualified to be my main devil fruit. He shook his head and looked at the last random devil fruit treasure chest. He held no hope. There are too many devil fruits in the pirate world, with a lot of Zoan and Paramecia types. Just being able to draw 1 mythical Zoan and 2 nature types was already a very small probability. All he could say was, "My brother Zefa's lifetime of happiness wager is simply too valuable. Next time I'll try again. It's definitely fragrant." The last devil fruit treasure chest. Open. Obtained. Nature-type dark fruit. Klein instantly felt as if happiness had smashed his head, dizzy and excited, his blood pressure suddenly skyrocketing. Nice. So nice. I am Klein the Great Hammer, and I never expected that from 3 random devil fruit treasure chests, I would draw 1 mythical Zoan and 2 nature-type devil fruits. All of this credit goes to my good brother Zefa. I sacrificed him time and again to exchange for my happiness. I'm not a poet, but I should do this again next time because it's too fragrant. This feeling of being a lucky emperor made Klein want to immediately show off his luck in communities, groups, and guilds. Time for a bit of flaunting, of course. Now Klein could only enjoy this joy alone. It was so refreshing. I declare that today, lucky emperor is me, Klein. If he were still on Blue Star, in front of the computer, he would definitely jump up and celebrate. The nature-type dark fruit is the only devil fruit in the nature category that cannot elementalize. It is so uniquely different. Conscience has been fed to the dogs. After consuming the dark fruit, the user gains an infinite gravitational pull and space like a black hole, capable of absorbing everything that comes into contact with darkness and compressing and crushing it with infinite power. Similarly, through hand contact, they could disable the abilities of other users. It possesses strong restraining capabilities. The cost is, the dark fruit user will endure double the pain. But Klein isn't afraid of this. He has the indestructible body, plus diamond skeleton, and in the future, he can unlock Lingling Steel Balloon. As long as the attacks aren't particularly strong, they 1T break through his defense and 1T hurt. He would TB like Blackbeard, rolling on the ground in pain after being burned by Ace Flame Fruit. What a drop in value. The dark fruit is way more powerful than the flame fruit. Haha, Klein's mood was super beautiful. Who would have thought he would draw the dark fruit? So refreshing. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that as long as he confirmed there were no other dark fruit users at sea, he should be able to use it openly. The appearance of the dark fruit would be in the year 1520 of the sea circle calendar. But now, it's only the year 1463, a difference of 57 years. What could happen in those 57 years? Who can predict? Moreover, Klein was very satisfied with his current strength. He would only grow stronger in the future. Was he still afraid of not making money? Making money, spending, infinite recharge, extremely powerful. He opened his backpack, consumed all sorts of materials to enhance his strength. Character advancement successful. Emu's father, attribute growth bonus. In an instant, Klein received feedback from the game system again, this time even more intense than the last. Luckily, he now had the indestructible body talent, and the pain sensation was greatly reduced, feeling more like a massage. Not only different, but also extremely comfortable. His muscles became firmer and tougher, and the functions of his organs were strengthened as well. He grew even bigger. His height also increased by 2 or 3 centimeters, getting closer to 2 meters. Klein felt the all-around growth brought by character advancement, as well as the growth of potential and talent. He remembered at the beginning when he followed Instructor Carter's evaluation, his talent potential should be B. And now, even without the indestructible body, he felt he should have at least A or A level talent. Further along, his body could reach S level. Even so, there's no way he could train hard. It's better to spend time making money. For Klein, money is the way to go. Chapter 88. The preliminary form of the hexagonal warrior. Klein opened the interface for the Haki trial and began to enhance his Haki. In the year Beast treasure chest, he obtained quite a few Haki material gift packs. Red dots appeared on the icons for Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki, indicating that they could be upgraded. Skill upgrade successful. Conqueror's Haki LV. 5 to LV. 6. Skill upgrade successful. Armament Haki LV. 3 to LV. 4. Skill upgrade successful. Armament Haki LV. 4 to LV. 5. Skill upgrade successful. Observation Haki LV. 3 to LV. 4. Skill upgrade successful. Observation Haki LV. 4 to LV. 5. Balance. Spitting out a balance. This hexagon is simply perfect, making even the members of the balance sect feel comfortable. Armament Haki and Observation Haki are both upgraded to level 5. Conqueror's Haki is even at level 6. He wondered when he would be able to unlock the abilities of Binding, Flowing Sakura, and Future Sight for these 3 types of Haki. Of course, there's also the impressive Observation Kill. Klein was filled with a strong desire for these top-notch Haki techniques. They're the hallmarks of top-tier powerhouses. Pirate Peak. After all, he has already drawn the legendary mentor Joel D. Roger, and if all goes well, he should unlock Roger's exclusive skill in a month or 2. Divine Avoidance. However, Klein still hasn't mastered Binding, even if he uses Divine Avoidance. In terms of special effects and power, it definitely wouldn't reach a level he would be satisfied with. Of course, he knows that his 3 types of Haki are only at level 5, and he is still far from the top-tier Haki. That's how games work. The higher you level up, the more massive resources are needed. In the early stages, you can level up quickly and enjoy the game. But as you become more addicted to the game, the upgrades will become increasingly difficult, just like character levels. Usually, it takes about 10 days to half a month to level up once. The later levels will require even more time. It also takes money. Having money allows for a high-efficiency increase in strength, and without money, you can only rely on the accumulation of game time. Klein increasingly yearned for his graduation, which was just a few days away. Soon, he would be able to leave the Navy headquarters at Marineford and truly set himself free. Next, he opened his game panel to see what improvements he had gained after spending over 700 million berries, actually over 300 million. Game Character ID, IMDAD, VIP level, 5, Game level, 62. Game Character Attributes, Swordsmanship level, 71. Weapon, Current Equipment, First Generation Go/Unequipped, Bloodsucking, Endow E-Character, 8 Precepts, Slingshot, Great Saw Blade/Peak, Cross Knife, Sniper Gun, Qianlu, Devil Fruit Slots, Paramecia Type Fragmentation Fruit, LV3, Logia Type Dark Fruit, LV1, Unequipped Devil Fruits, Smoke Fruit, Mythical Zoan Pegasus Form, Inspire Fruit. Talent Column, Current Equipment, SSS Level Talent Memory Kill, LV1, Indestructible, LV1, Unequipped Talents, Triple Lifespan, Underwater Breathing, Tenfold Arm Strength, Diamond Skeleton, Loss of Sleep. Instructor Column, Current Mentor, GOLD, Roger, Unequipped Mentor. Skills, Normal Attack, LV5, Thunder Destruction Sword, LV2, Odin's 2-Sword Style, LV3, Demon Chi 9 Sword Style Ashura, LV2, 6 Styles, Iron Block LV7, Paper Drawing, LV5 Shave, LV5 Stormleg, LV5 Moonwalk, LV4 Finger Gun, LV6 Iron Fist, LV5 Human Demon Fist Technique, LV8 8 Punch, LV2 Dragon Claw Fist, LV3 6 Sword Style, LV3 King's Fist, LV4 Demon Wind Foot, LV6 Ramen Fist Technique, LV10 can unlock Ultimate. 3 Colors of Haki, Conqueror's Haki LV6 Armament Haki, LV5 Observation Haki, LV5 Current Summon Pet, King of Baboons, Black Wukong, Level 41, King of the Near Sea, One-Armed King, Level 4. Unequipped Pets, Kung Fu Manatee ID, Two-Faced Turtle, Wuxi Bullfighter, Runduck, Camel Mumu. Looking at his game panel, Klein was filled with a sense of achievement. It's all money spent, especially with the recent New Year event. He was just over 200 million berries away from maxing out. Truly a super big spender. With my extraordinary wisdom, monstrous perception, and unparalleled talent, Deep Blue. Spending money, Klein felt delighted. Swordsmanship, body technique, Haki, and devil fruits he was developing comprehensively. This hexagonal warrior is starting to take shape. He thought about the upcoming assessment with Kong. Although he has many skills, the powerful ones he uses aren't many. 6 styles, normal attack, iron fist, demon wind foot, and 3 colors of Haki. He wondered if he could defeat Kong without revealing his devil fruit abilities. After all, he is a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. If he could use his devil fruit, Klein would be confident of victory, but he cannot reveal his fruit abilities. He can only try his best. On the other side, Bile Kacha. Moses, I am Kong. Kong, I am Instructor Carter. Instructor Carter was lying on a chair at home with his feet crossed on the table. I called to tell you something. A few months ago, I taught Klein the method of cultivating two-color Haki, so please pay attention during the assessment. If Klein were here, he would definitely curse the instructor for being shameless. How could he leak his information to Kong? Does he have no face at all? Two-color Haki? Kong laughed and said, Instructor Carter in a few months. Klein has at most just grasped it. Does the instructor think Klein has a chance of winning against me? Of course not. Instructor Carter affirmed, I absolutely trust your strength. But that kid seems to be unaware of your power and still thinks he has a chance of winning. That kid Klein has never seen the vastness of the sea. So, Kong, please make sure to demonstrate absolutely overwhelming strength so he can see what a true strong person is. Kong's expression froze, and he asked with some concern, Instructor, is this okay? Won't it hurt Klein's confidence? Instructor Carter understood Kong's upright character and advised, Don't worry. Everyone needs to experience some setbacks to grow, right? Don't hold back. Defeat Klein decisively so he can understand the gap between himself and others and work even harder. As his instructor, I do this for his own good, hoping he will understand my intentions in the future. I understand. Kong's expression became serious. And I also hope Klein can become a capable commander in the Navy in the future. Then, Instructor Carter asked about another matter. Kong, how is your training in Demon Windfoot going? A sly and insidious smile crept onto his lips, barely detectable. Chapter 89. The Opening Bet. General Bear crushes 200 million berries. The Devil Wind Kick has been successfully cultivated, and this move is powerful and quite useful in combat. The answer is honest. Combined with Armament Haki, it has a significant advantage in close combat. After all, a kick carrying high temperature and flames, even if the opponent can withstand the force, cannot resist the impact of the scorching heat on the body. This response made Instructor Carter very satisfied, his smile widening. Very good. As expected of the most outstanding Navy under me before Klein. A sinister smile of scheming appeared on his face. I look forward to your exciting battle with Klein. Click. Hanging up the phone, Instructor Carter no longer had to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Ha, Klein, I will gladly accept your 200 million berries. Then, he comfortably fell asleep. In his dreams, all the shares of the bathhouse were his. The beautiful boxing style and the Devil Wind Kick were selling well, and he monopolized the profits. Also, Klein working hard to earn money, losing 200 million berries. Instructor Carter was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling in his dreams, as if he had caught a mental illness. The next day, Klein began his betting plan, starting to make predictions about his battle with Kong among the trainees. Training class. Today was an exception. Klein sat in a chair, recording the participants and the amounts on the table in front of him. Names, amounts, who to bet on. XXXX, 50,000 berries, bet on Kong. Another bet on Kong. 99 of the trainees were betting on Kong, and Klein was not in a good mood, quickly jotting down notes with his pen. Next, a familiar voice came to Klein's ears. Hey, little Klein, I'm betting 100 million. Bet on Kong. He suddenly looked up and saw a burly figure with shining dark skin and muscles as massive as steel bricks. General Bear. General Bear? Klein's expression was surprised, wondering what wind had blown this black bear here. However, betting 100 million berries, not bad. That's enough to cover the progress reward for the spring festival event of 100,000 times. As for the issue of misappropriation, Klein didn't care. After all, it was unknown to gods and ghosts. If he really lost, he could run away first, and once he found the Golden Sky Island, would he still be afraid of not being able to pay them back? First, recharge and improve strength. That's the way. Klein immediately stood up, smiling. General Bear, what brings you here? Ha! General Bear let out his unique laughter. Knowing that Kong is your graduation examiner, how could I miss this exciting duel? After speaking, he looked Klein up and down. Kid, have you been eating the protein powder I sent you regularly? Why are your muscles still so small? Does it have to be that big? Klein replied, expressing that he didn't like that much. I've eaten it, but my body just doesn't seem to grow muscles. There's nothing I can do. He shrugged and made up a random excuse. That must be because you don't drink enough. I'll send you a few more cans every day. You must drink before and after training. General Bear's concern was indeed unique. Then he asked again, Klein, you're about to graduate. Have you considered joining my subordinates? Follow you? That's very dangerous. Now the Navy only has you as a general, and high-level pirates have to be dealt with by you. There are no other generals to support. It's life-threatening. Challenging above your level is something only the child of destiny does. Without sit-ups or protagonists, Halo, who can take on such dangerous tasks? Wouldn't it be better to go out to sea and bully some weaklings? Bullying weaklings is great. You can earn money, be happy, enjoy yourself, and gain fame, etc. We don't need to become stronger through battles. We rely on our own efforts and spending. Klein shook his head. I feel my strength is too weak. I should grow for a few more years before going under your command. General Bear pouted, grinding his teeth in anger. Bet another 100 million berries. Bet that you lose. That guy Kong is very strong. If nothing goes wrong, in 10 or 8 years, he will be the next Navy admiral. He knew Klein liked money, so he bet more, wanting him to go bankrupt. This kid, if he owes me money, wouldn't he have to obediently listen? Bet on my loss. Klein felt a surge of anger inside. I want you to lose everything. On the surface, he still smiled and continued, pretending to be a good person. After all, he had made a lot of money from the trainees, and since he was about to leave school, it was time to give back to the trainees. Upon hearing this, the trainees nearby suddenly felt ashamed and had nowhere to hide. Klein, it turns out we misjudged him. He really is a good person. Klein's righteousness. It's me, judging the gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. The iron-headed soldiers of the Navy are indeed lovable. Among the crowd, only Crane frowned slightly, her deep blue, beautiful eyes carrying a calm and suspicious gaze, trying to see through Klein. Him? A good person? Giving money? That would be like taking his life. No, no, no. This is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. There's definitely something fishy. The more Crane thought about it, the more wrong it felt. This is not the Klein I know. Everything about him exudes a strange aura. But what Crane couldn't figure out was that Kong was a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, undeniably strong, and Klein was definitely not his opponent. He wanted to win unless Kong froze the match. She could only think of this one reason. Otherwise, it made no sense at all. But could Klein really persuade Vice Admiral Kong? With Kong's intelligence and reputation, that guy is a straight-laced person. Crane racked her brains, but still couldn't figure out the key to the problem, muttering in her heart. Klein is impossible to give money. If General Bear bets 200 million and loses, Klein's family fortune would be wiped out. She decided to trust Klein once. After all, as a small shareholder of Platinum Han Bathhouse, she had received some dividends in the past few months, and this money was temporarily useless to her. So why not? Give it a try? After General Bear left, Crane walked up to Klein, her voice as crisp as a Oriole. Crane, 1 million berries bet on Klein. Bet on myself? Klein looked up, his deep eyes filled with surprise. Bet on me? It seems no one is betting on me. Are you sure you want to bet on me? Crane looked directly into Klein's eyes and nodded heavily. In that instant, a warm current flowed through Klein's heart. This feeling of being trusted was truly moving. Next time, don't bet. Okay, I'll remember you. Klein wrote down with the pen in his hand, making a rustling sound on the paper. He recorded each one, while Zefa beside him was responsible for collecting money, counting money, and acting as a laborer. Soon, the news of Klein starting the betting market reached Instructor Carter's ears. Has Klein gone crazy? Instructor Carter looked completely baffled. Thanks to my adoptive fathers for their support. I bow to you. Bong, bong, bong. Chapter 90 Talent Slot 1. 3 Top Talents. Is he becoming a philanthropist? Giving away money? Instructor Carter paced back and forth in his office, deep in thought about the implications of Klein's actions. Suddenly, he stopped, raised his head sharply, and his eyes lit up. The scheming frog has been touching your belly. Klein's head must have been caught in the door. Ha 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 ha. After figuring it out, the instructor brewed himself a cup of hot tea and savored it with delight. Klein, get ready to lose money. Your mysterious confidence isn't a good thing. Well, I don't mind if you make such foolish moves a few more times. That way, my pension will only increase. Ha 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 ha. News of Klein opening a betting table spread quickly, not only among the Naval Academy, but even among some officers and residents in the family district. However, there weren't many people placing bets. Most were just there to watch the excitement. Even so, Klein received a total of 400 to 500 million berries over the past 2 days, all betting on a loss. Very few bet on themselves, only a few million berries, with one person contributing 1,000,000 berries. Those who supported him basically thought of it as throwing money away, never expecting to win. Not fighting for the bun, but for pride. Who am I? The first genius in the history of the Naval Academy. The brother of the three great generals of the old era. The guide of naval hero Karp. The future father of Kaido. With so much money in hand, Klein couldn't wait to return to his dormitory. Genshin activated. Entering the game, he rushed to the Spring Festival event, hunting the Year Beast boss, spending over 200 million berries, and challenging more than 20,000 times. After sweeping 100 times, he clicked over 200 times. Klein didn't waste a second and claimed the progress reward for completing the event 100,000 times. Talent slot 1 finally in hand. 3 top talents. From now on, I will rightfully become a monster? A freak? Damn, none of those sound good. Not caring much, Klein directly equipped Diamond Skeleton into the 3rd talent slot. In an instant, he felt his bones and flesh become incredibly heavy, and the hardness naturally skyrocketed to a terrifying level. They say the hardest bone in the human body is the skull, but now all the bones in Klein's body are comparable to the strength of diamonds. Indestructible, coupled with a diamond skeleton, my physique alone is already terrifyingly strong. Klein was brimming with confidence. Having borrowed over 200 million berries, this time, he was going to earn back everything. Flames of determination burned in his heart. He immediately opened his backpack and unlocked all the chests obtained from those 20,000 attempts, just to enhance his strength a bit more, so he could defeat Kong in the showdown tomorrow. 3 random skill chests. Open. Skill obtained. Transgender Fist. Detected that the player already possesses Transgender Fist, automatically decomposing into fragments. Skill obtained. Fragrant Feet. Skill obtained. King's Fist. Detected that the player already possesses King's Fist, automatically decomposing into fragments. Klein shook his head, a bit disappointed. His luck wasn't great. Could it be because I didn't sacrifice my good brother Zefa? Fragrant Feet is the skill of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and without the sweet fruit, its power drops several levels. In the movie, it only made a few appearances. In the anime, it mostly relied on the sweet fruit to show off in front of Blackbeard's pirate crew, petrifying all the crew members. Suddenly, Klein thought, what would happen if I unlocked the sweet fruit? Would it attract both men and women? In any case, it definitely wouldn't be like Blackbeard Teach's obviously homosexual appearance. His style is simply unbearable. A guy with a full beard, a plump figure, and dense chest hair, giving you a heart sign. Who can stand that? You should be sent to a certain river in a certain city. Shaking off the image of Blackbeard Teach using the daily fruit, Klein opened the upgrade scroll in his backpack. 8 random skill upgrade scrolls. Level up successful. 8 strike fist LV. 2 LV. 3. Level up successful. Shave LV. 5 LV. 6. Level up successful. 6 sword style LV. 3 LV. 4. Level up successful. Moonwalk LV. 4 LV. 5. Level up successful. 6 sword style LV. 4 LV. 5. Level up successful. Fragrant Feet LV. 1 LV. 2. Level up successful. Transgender Fist LV. 8 LV. 9. Level up successful. Finger Gun LV. 6 LV. 7. Not bad. At least the 6 forms have improved. Klein was quite satisfied with this result, and then he used the 2 skill upgrade scrolls. He was excited to upgrade his Conqueror's Haki, but then he found out the number of skill scrolls needed to upgrade Conqueror's Haki increased from 3 to 5. Damn. Dog Planner, if you have the guts, come out and let's settle this one-on-one. Dog Planner, you are truly heinous. Klein shouted in his heart, receiving no response. Truly frustrating. If he could upgrade, his Conqueror's Haki could reach level 7. He felt helpless. That's just how the game is. It constantly puts up barriers. If you want to improve, sure, you have to spend more money. You have to play for a longer time. The Dog Planner surely hopes that rich players are a long-term cash cow. If players can easily complete the game without any obstacles or competition, not even bots, then how could they continue to trick players? Klein once again experienced the feeling of playing games on Blue Star in his past life, like being pulled and manipulated repeatedly. After venting, He looked at the skills he owned to see if there were any that could be upgraded and would be effective in the upcoming battle. He fell into hesitation. Both the skills Basic Attack and Iron Fist required 3 skill scrolls to upgrade. After thinking for a moment, Klein chose Basic Attack. Skill upgrade successful. Basic Attack LV, 5 LV. 6. After all, Basic Attack is a skill with a 1-star rating. Upgrading it should yield better benefits. The others were mostly useless items, including a very poor Devil Fruit ability. It was the Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form. No way. It was the ability of Rob Lucci, who is lauded as the strongest genius in CP9 and the strongest and coldest killing machine in history. The Mouth Strong King. Go gather dust in the backpack. Klein would never look at such an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit. Accepting the system's feedback, he went to sleep beautifully. The next day, Klein found the instructor, poured himself tea like a familiar person, and enjoyed a sip. Instructor, could you tell me the specific assessment time for tomorrow? Specific assessment time? Carter put down his newspaper. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay, thank you, instructor. Klein finished his tea in one gulp and hurriedly ran out. Instructor Carter looked puzzled. What is this kid up to? He shrugged. Whatever, tomorrow just wait for Klein to obediently hand over the shares of the bathhouse, and all the profits from the martial arts will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Klein began to continue opening the table to scrape funds while keeping the assessment time in mind. Tomorrow at 9. Strike first. Chapter 91. Powering Up the King's Fist. In the dormitory. That night, Garp and Sengoku gave up on extra training and returned to the dormitory much earlier than usual. Crunch crunch. Garp happily munched on crispy senbei, thinking, if only I had money, I could bet it all and win. I would definitely make some profit and pay off some debts. Sengoku glanced at Garp, frowning. Do you really think Klein is that foolish? Knowing he will lose, he still chooses to take this bet? Huh? Garp scratched his head. Could it be that Klein can actually win? He shook his head vigorously. Impossible. He asked my brother. Not an empty opponent. Sengoku nodded. Regardless, Sora was a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, and his reputation was quite high. Many of his achievements carried the colors of genius and powerful, and his record of capturing pirates was equally impressive. But he was a solid powerhouse. Klein was strong, but compared to a rear admiral, the difference in strength was multiple levels apart. Tomorrow we'll get to see Klein getting beaten up. That should be very satisfying. Sengoku laughed, remembering how Klein had forced him to call him brother. That frustration had been bottled up inside him. Creak. The dormitory door was pushed open, and Klein appeared with a smirk. My foolish brother, I heard everything you just said. Sengoku's expression darkened. How did Klein conveniently show up at this moment and overhear his words? Damn it. Klein walked up to Sengoku. Hey, don't forget your promise as a man. Call me brother and let me hear it. Sengoku's blood pressure instantly soared, his face reddening as he gritted his teeth. Brother, I told you this ISNT good for your teeth, but you just one tea listen. Klein shook his head and sat down on his bed. Garp instinctively handed him a pack of sunbae. Brother, if you lose tomorrow, you'll go bankrupt. He didn't know the exact amount, but he knew it was a significant number as many students were betting on Sora to win. Still, my little brother cares about me. It was worth it for me to teach you the Iron Fist these past few months. Klein felt warmth in his heart. Garp looked awkward. Zefa, who entered the dorm with Klein, took off his clothes, revealing a muscular physique. Brother, what on earth are you thinking? ISNT it obvious you'll lose? Crunch. Swallowing the sunbae in his mouth, Klein wore a confident smile. Whether I can win or not, I'll only know after the fight. We both have the same shoulders and heads. I refuse to believe I have no chance. He had given it his all, with 3 SSS-level talents and various skill enhancements. If he couldn't win, it would only mean Sora was a super monster. Of course, he didn't blame Zefa or Garp for not believing in him. He was just a student, having joined the Navy school for only a year. Sora had graduated years ago, fighting pirates on the seas, and had been promoted to Rear Admiral through solid achievements. His strength was undoubtedly formidable, just beneath the Navy admirals. To outsiders, the strength gap between the two was as vast as a chasm. Sengoku, Garp, and Zefa rolled their eyes, not understanding where Klein's confidence came from. Was this arrogance? It was one thing to bully the 3 of us, but he wouldn't dare bully Sora, right? Klein, this guy. Wu and T have recently been inflated with praise as the greatest genius in Navy school history, along with news interviews. Gone too far with his ego, would he? Sengoku frowned, feeling that Klein was indeed overly confident. Suddenly, he felt happy. Confidence turning into arrogance isn't a good thing. Tomorrow, he would look forward to seeing Klein get beaten up badly. It would definitely be very satisfying. Klein didn't explain. After finishing the pack of senbei, he wanted to take a shower, skipping games to get a good sleep. The next day, in the Marshal S office, the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden beam. Marshal O'Hayden glanced at the time and put down the photo magazine. Today was going to be a good show. He should go and watch. One was Sora, the successor he had high hopes for. The other was the young genius Klein, who possessed royal qualities and learned the 6 powers at the fastest speed in history. The successor to the Admiral. Through this battle, Klein should realize his lack of strength, while Sora could win against Klein to gain enough recognition and victory, which would help in suppressing the royal qualifying Klein in the future. O'Hayden stood up, adjusted his flamboyant pink suit, donned his justice cape, and stepped out of the office. At the entrance to the Navy school, looking at the vast number of students, even sailors and officers, Zefa felt overwhelmed, his voice trembling. Brother, really? Do we have to charge everyone? He looked at those wearing justice capes, and even the justice cloaks of the Navy, including brigadiers, colonels, and even a few well-known rear admirals. A large hand patted Zefa's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Even if the Navy admirals and the marshal come, the ticket fee must be collected. Zefa's expression instantly fell, lacking confidence. Brother, it's easy for you to say, but I'm the one collecting the fees. He was once again assigned by Klein as the ticket seller. Come on, are you afraid of such a small scene? How can you be a hero in the future? Klein knew how to easily manipulate Zefa. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, Zefa's expression straightened, and he immediately gathered his courage. Brother is right. A true hero cannot show cowardice in any situation. Good. That's my good little brother Klein. Klein patted Zefa's shoulder with satisfaction, as if granting him the greatest approval. This year of getting along wasn't tea for nothing. Knowing how to handle the 3 people in the same dormitory was a piece of cake for him. I'll go in first. You take care of things here. Klein slipped away immediately. He ran to an empty training room and began a warm-up. Activate the King's Fist. Powering up, he was like a boxer, lightly tapping the ground with his feet to keep his body relaxed, throwing jabs into the air in front of him as if there was a punching bag. Swish, swish, swish. Klein's every punch seemed to pierce the air, creating a breaking sound. He concentrated, his mind fully focused. At this moment, he completely forgot everything around him, his mind only on the warm-up. As the warm-up progressed, wisps of steam began to rise from Klein's body, making a sizzling sound that lingered on the surface of his skin. At this moment, he had only one belief in his heart: defeat Sora. I have a reason I cannot lose. If I lose this assessment, I will be completely bankrupt and burdened with huge debts. That is unacceptable. Money is my life. No one can take money from my pocket. Not even Jesus. Swish, swish. His fists continued to make breaking sounds, and the steam around Klein increased, enveloping him in a white mist like the steam of a hot spring. Outside the school gate, Zefa, who has been PUA'd, acts as a diligent ticket seller. While collecting money, he shouts towards the long line of people. 10,000 per person. Line up properly. No selling to those who cut in. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, not expecting such a large crowd to be watching. 1,000? No. He feels there are at least several thousand people. Way too many. He admires Klein in his heart. His brother really knows how to make money. Just from ticket sales for this event, he can collect hundreds of millions. If only he could earn that much money, he could have Klein personally teach him Iron Fist. In the distance, General Bear leads his 4 daughters, looking at the long line and laughs. Ha ha. I didn't expect so many people to pay attention to Klein's graduation assessment this time. It's been a long time since Marin Vondo has had such a lively scene. Chapter 92. The Steel-Bone Sora with Super Saiyan hairstyle. Behind the violent bear, the Navy's 4 blossoms are dressed in tight dance outfits, accentuating their muscular lines. Holding cheerleader pom-poms. They're clearly there to cheer for Klein. Wow, so many people. Klein's fame is getting bigger and bigger. Klein is the first genius in the history of the Naval Academy, so it's normal to have this many spectators. Look, even Marshal O'Haydon is here. Truly a great marshal. It seems he is also paying close attention to our Klein. The violent bear walks towards Marshal O'Haydon. Marshal, you came too? These two are the hopes of the next generation of the Navy. As a naval marshal, how can I not come and take a look? O'Haydon smiles slightly. He then asks, I heard you bet on Klein to win, betting 200 million berries? Ha ha ha. The violent bear laughs proudly, as if to say how clever he is. That's right, if that guy can't pay, he can only come under my command to work off his debt. O'Haydon nods nonchalantly, feeling a bit regretful. If I had known about this earlier, I would have definitely bet a few hundred million on Klein to win. Meanwhile, the Navy's Four Blossoms start helping Zefa collect ticket fees, and a large number of spectators begin to enter the Naval Academy's training ground. In the office, Carter glances at the time, just 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock, and looks at Sora, who is tall and sturdy, with a strong build. Time is almost up. Let's go, it's time to assess Klein. Sora, who is resting with his eyes closed, opens them, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He stands up and follows Instructor Carter into the training ground, only to find it almost packed with people. Carter smiles and says, there are really a lot of people today. Sora, standing next to him, shows no signs of nervousness. Having seen many grand occasions, he is a battle-hardened naval leader. How could he be anxious about this little scene? In the vast training ground, Sora walks to the center first. His tall and muscular physique, combined with his fierce battles against pirates and criminals, exudes a chilling aura. This immediately brings forth a wave of cheers and encouragement. Sora, show everyone your Steelbone name. Give that arrogant guy, Klein, a taste of reality. Sora, you must win. I bet on you to win. That guy Klein, hurry up and get beaten. I can't wait to see him get hit. Yes, that guy is always trying to think of ways to earn our money. It's time for him to spit it out. The cheers for Sora are quite loud. Marshal O'Haydon looks around. It should be almost time, but why hasn't that kid Klein come out yet? Is he going to back out at the last minute? However, when he thinks of Klein having the qualities of a king, he feels at ease. Such a person would not back down in this kind of situation. Instructor Carter grins and says, he is probably preparing. It's almost the agreed time he will show up. That guy Klein, when it comes to money. Among naval cadets, if he claims to be first, no one would dare say second. If he doesn't show up, he'll lose for sure. If he does come, he'll lose too. But at least he can earn some ticket money to offset part of his debt. With Sora's strength, we can completely assess Klein's true combat power. The violent bear's eyes are filled with anticipation. That guy has skinny arms and legs. Let us see what his combat level and strength really are. Instructor Carter mocks, hey, bald black, weren't you just knocked away by Klein with one punch last time? The violent bear's face instantly darkens. You old bastard, why bring that up? Last time, I was just testing Klein's strength. I only know that you were beaten to the point of spitting blood by a cadet. Instructor Carter crosses his arms, looking like he is on top of the world. The violent bear, angered, glares at him. You bastard, want to have a duel with me? I want to fight you. If I win, you lose face. If I lose, you bully the weak. Carter remains unfazed. The violent bear grits his teeth in anger, but feels helpless. Looking at Sora in the center of the field, he really wants to go up and vent. Klein is here. A shout suddenly quiets the entire venue. Klein bounces into the arena like a boxer, performing little steps, his arms bent and straightened, throwing jabs in front of him. His skin flushed red, enveloped in white steam, a wave of heat radiating from him as he walks. The crowd automatically parts. Seeing Klein like this, many people show expressions of surprise and curiosity. Is the brother here? Karp's eyes widen. At nearly 3 meters tall, he easily spots Klein. What move is this? I've never seen it before. From Karp's gaze, Sengoku looks over, his expression changing. It seems Klein really came prepared. That's a warm-up move. He appears to be ready for battle. But his opponent is the Navy's Rear Admiral Steelbone Sora. Will this really be effective? Karp grins. Sengoku, this is my brother. Even knowing he is not the opponent, he still has the determination and courage to fight with all his might. If Klein heard Karp praising him like this, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Sengoku shakes his head. That guy probably still thinks he can win against Sora. Want to win that few hundred million berries, right? He believes that's why Klein is so invested in this battle, holding on to the belief of winning. Money. This guy will unleash an astonishing will. Whenever money is mentioned, his eyes shine with an incredible light, like glowing gold. He also bursts with extraordinary energy. Ha! Karp laughs heartily, excitement gleaming in his tiger-like eyes. Winning is impossible, but seeing my brother so serious, especially with a new move. This is bound to be an exciting duel. Sengoku nods in agreement. He also wants to see where Klein's limits are. He knows Klein wants to surpass both himself and Karp, but regarding Klein's true strength, even after living in the same dorm for a year, he still can't fathom the deeply mysterious Klein. Each time, he only sees the tip of the iceberg. This time, with such a powerful opponent as Sora, Klein will surely be forced to unleash all his strength. At this moment, many people notice Klein's unusual appearance and start whispering among themselves. How long has Klein been warming up? He is emitting so much steam. This guy seems to be brewing some really powerful moves. Does he think he can win? Who does he think he is? A Navy admiral? Regardless, this is destined to be a duel that Klein will surely lose. Sora was also a genius cadet and has honed his skills at sea for several years. How could Klein possibly win? I feel like there's a raging flame hidden in Klein's eyes. Winning is impossible unless Klein trains for a few more years. Maybe then he would have a chance to defeat Sora. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Klein remains oblivious, weaving through the crowd until he immediately spots a figure standing straight like a pole. The other party has a hairstyle resembling that of a Super Saiyan, and their presence is quite astounding. Just standing there, they exude a powerful sense of pressure. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Kong. The future Admiral of the Navy, Marshal. Supreme Commander of the World Government's Military, Kong. Chapter 93. Don't take my punch lightly. When Klein looked at Kong, he found Kong was also looking at him, which jolted him. What a pair of eyes. The pitch-black pupils were filled with raging flames, intensely focused. This was their second meeting, and the feeling was completely different from the last time. Last time, the impression was greedy with decent talent. But this time, it felt as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Interesting. Kong immediately grinned. Klein, seeing you suddenly makes my body feel hot. My blood is surging. His eyes burst with an amazing glow, filled with fighting spirit. Can I say that I've been feeling hot for almost an hour? Klein smiled back, but his movements didn't stop. As he got closer, the heat radiating from him unconsciously raised the temperature around them.